Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Hey, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, red like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Hey, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, red like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks, they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it, the fire can stand to the tallest of giants. The tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling his dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Ayy. I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, the shit in the reps. Ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the tee when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it.
But God did it.
But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Garion, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Hi, John. Hi,
What's
Jen.
up, Aaron?
Welcome back. You know, it's back. We're back like we never left. You know, it's one of those things. Whenever you stream 24 hours, it's just like, should I say hello and good morning every single time, or
Or maybe if you got something special planned, I guess that would make sense.
I just talked to y'all. Not even 3 minutes ago. So, John, you had this article pulled up, but I also wanted to finish that one video that we started before my MacBook.
You talking about that Philly guy? Yeah, let's play it.
the Philly, and then I actually just found some other stuff where you know the people that were assaulted have come out and spoke about it, and it's like, oh shoot,
You
dang.
must have to dig in Reddit to find that. I'm sure the media didn't interview those people.
Yeah, you know,
Definitely.
I be trying to go to the deepest corners of earth to find like the good stories where I don't feel like there's bias, except of course if I'm reading from Breitbart or the Gateway Pundit, which are
Yeah.
two reputable sources that I love because I'm a conservative, so I want conservative news. However, here we have the damaged police, the damaged officer. So we'll just finish.
Traffic investigators tell us this was just one of 11 total incidents involving illegal street racing last night from Bustleton Avenue in the northeast all the way to Bartram Gardens in southwest. 6 of those incidents, they say, were violent and included flamethrowers, setting off fireworks, and starting fires in trash cans. Philadelphia police held a rare Sunday afternoon press conference to talk about all the mayhem officers and residents endured last night. Police have been cracking down on the meetups using intel they gather to try to prevent them before they happen, and they think that has something to do with what we saw overnight.
This behavior will not be tolerated. We firmly believe that the actions last night were in retaliation of the police department's aggressive actions that we've been taking since the Mayor Parker's administration began.
Yeah, they say in some instances, 200 cars were involved. Now, just a short time ago, dozens of bike enthusiasts gathered outside City Hall and talked about violence in the city before they hosted a peace ride in honor of a teen girl who was shot and killed earlier this week. We talked to one of the speakers there who says what they're doing is peaceful and that police are actually aware of what they are doing. They too, like so many other, are tired of dealing with this type of activity across the city. Take a listen.
It's senseless. You're destroying our city. You're destroying our community. And real bikers who love this sport, this is our passion, we're totally against that. If you want to do burnouts, go to Maple Grove, go to Cecil County. They got racetracks.
Yeah, you can hear the passion in that man's voice. Philadelphia police say they are going to find those responsible, saying if you were involved last night and you hear a knock at your door, it is them. They are coming to hold you accountable. We're live in Center City tonight. I'm Brian Sheehan, NBC 10 News. Rosemary, back to you.
We'll be watching. All right, Brian, thank you.
She got a nice southern name, Rosemary.
No, I just saw them older black men, I should say, talking about their passions riding motorcycles. My first thought was, could they fix their own damn motorcycle? That was my first thought. Could
they taking it to Jorge. Maybe like 1 or 2 of them, but most of them, they taking it to Jorge.
They just out there looking, riding around, showing off, playing loud music on them damn things. I was live streaming from Busco and Poison, and the music was playing so loud, I turned around, I thought it was a car. It was a motorcycle, right? One of them old cruisers. It's like...
Well, on those, John, like, they blast the music so loud.
Yeah.
God, dog, and it's like they don't care.
And it's like, can riding a motorcycle be a passion? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. That's the Harley Davidsons.
I mean, they may go riding long. If you riding across country, you really enjoy riding. But it seems like they just riding around the city, cruising around looking for girls, older men looking for girls, just want to be seen. And, you think that they have something else to do other than just ride. Because in the middle of the day, they riding around, older men, they weren't retired. They didn't look all retirement age. A lot of men probably working. It's just like too much time, leisure time on their hand. And so, and he's conflating the issue, talking about if you want to ride, go over to the racetrack. Them niggas don't want to go to the racetrack. They don't want to go ride nowhere. Why are you even mentioning that? Bring that up like that's a possibility. They want to raise hell, right? They could go to the racetrack if they want to race. They know that. But the people want to raise hell. And I think that, his inability to, verbalize that is really, again, part of the problem.
You know, and it wouldn't be as fun, you know, on the racetrack instead
Yeah.
of.
Mhm.
What would the point? What would the point in that be, John?
Well, you couldn't offend anyone. Like, again, they don't live where they went to do the burnouts. Why they don't do it? If they want to just do a burnout, you could come out your house and do it right there. Right? Yeah, but they got to go all downtown, somebody else's neighborhood doing these kind of burnout things. And for the black man to even allude to them, you know, wanting to ride, go to the park, I mean, I think he's just being like naive, willingly naive, right? You know, they don't want to go to no park and ride.
You
He
see
probably
that
won't go to
comment
the
on the
park
screen,
and ride
John?
either. Yeah. It's not true. I'm not passionate about riding the scooter. I ride the bike. I think the bike is better. Right? In terms of shit, the scooter ran out of gas. I can't move it. I gotta push it. The bike, at least pedal without my legs. So I'm not passionate about riding the scooter.
So, I'm about
Portia,
to.
do you think you're passionate about riding motorcycle?
I can see where someone would call it a passion. You know, like a hobby. You know, something that you really, really, really enjoy doing. You know, but maybe I need to look at both of the definitions between a passion and a hobby, and then I can better um, speak to it.
I
You know,
think they're just doing that shit for enjoyment.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if anything,
You know what I mean?
they're doing that for fun. If it was a passion, they would be talking about the intricacies of a motorcycle and what's the best way to tune it and what's the best way to fix it.
And a passion can be frustrating.
Jesus Christ.
You know what I mean? Like if you're passionate about doing something, you're trying to be very good at it. That can be frustrating.
Also,
'Cause
how can you be passionate about riding a motorcycle around the city?
They're
Are they
using the
doing
wrong
stunts?
words. They're using. Remember, I keep telling these people just be calling out words and shit. They don't know what the fuck they saying.
Nigga just be using
They
words.
calling words. I'm passionate about this. Nigga, that's you
Passionate.
like doing it. You enjoy it.
Yeah, it's just it's a
That's like being
hobby.
passionate about eating chicken.
I really enjoy riding my motorcycle around. Okay, I understand.
I can understand why eating chicken could be a passion, though, Gary, and that's
Yeah,
not.
yeah, I get that. I was just trying to.
But you know,
niggas been saying passion for dang near anything.
But they have so few hobbies or interests in things that they can be passionate about that they spend most of their time just having fun. Right? They just ride around having fun. Just say that. Don't make it more than what it is. Nigga, you just like having fun, riding around, playing music, bunch of other guys, looking at girls, getting attention. That's what it's all about. I bet they ever not riding down empty country roads where there's no one to look at them. He just like the young men that he complaining about. You see all them niggas riding through the street, right? Like, what's the difference between them and other people? Do they need that many people? If you're passionate about motorcycle riding, do you need 100 people riding with you? I don't think so. They just want to.
But you know, like out like where I live at and where I'm from, it's it's nothing but road, and I live in a town where like after 8 o'clock, you're lucky if you see a car on the road. But we would go mudding and stuff on ATVs and whatnot. But there's all you got is land, trees, dirt, and I suppose in a city you don't really have that experience, but I'd be too hard pressed to think that they don't have anything like a Big Blue out in Illinois somewhere where they can hop in the ATVs and go mudding and go out riding and stuff. They don't have to like literally be in the middle of the city streets because they did create a ring of fire, and it was actually a perfect circle. It makes me think about geometry, and I wonder how much they know. What is the degrees? What are the 360? I wonder. We could do some math with that, but it's just
what was interesting. If you to show that picture of those guys on their motorcycle again, like look at all of them just blocking the street. Their passions, like causing inconveniences for other people. That can't. Your passion can't be inconvenient for other people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They blocking the whole damn street.
Yeah, I'll pull that back up really quick. Let me see where it went.
And just look at the age of them. How different are they than the young boys that ride the 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers up and down the streets illegal? They do the same damn thing. You can't really come. And the young boys see it. They say, "Oh, gee, you do the same shit, right? You know, older motorcycle and a cruiser. We own dirt bikes. It's different."
Let's see. So, Gary, I don't know if you got to see that part, but there's a ring of fire. You see that circle?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, we can even.
Well, I saw y'all playing this video earlier, so I went to a different tab and pulled it up myself.
We can turn this into a fraction, and we can talk about fractions and parts of a whole. You know,
I thought they were summoning a demon.
We can do a whole lesson with this. So here they are as to John, what he's saying. John, I didn't see this in the earlier video because this is a different.
I don't think I saw that. Yeah.
You see how they just let me turn off these.
Told you they summoning demons.
These captions. Okay, well, why are they on? Because I didn't want to see them.
The news may have it on.
They just doing burnouts and everything. All of the traffic, clogging up traffic. So inconsiderate, John. Let's see, I'll play the... Can y'all hear it? Can y'all hear it?
No.
Jesus Christ, okay. Let's see, anytime I hit mute, it's like it stops it. I love that they have the Negroes up here, you know, talking about other Negro children. I wonder what they have to say, but give me 1 second for the volume.
They can only read a script. Gary must have dropped off there.
Let's go back to this.
I guess Gary must have won his case last night.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I did. My bad. Cut out. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's see. John, I have a lot of stuff for you today. I hope that I want to wait on HB before I really get into what I really want to bring to y'all today. But let me see if y'all can hear this.
Tonight, police are on the lookout after more illegal cars.
Can you hear it?
Mm-hmm. We can hear it now.
Yeah, we're good.
Across Philadelphia, and it led to chaos, damage, and injuries.
Some of the scenes were caught on camera as large crowds and cars flooded several neighborhoods over the weekend.
It is Monday night, and the big story in Action News is the effort to crack down on those meetups that have become an increasingly dangerous problem.
Police say this time the incidents led to excessive violence and destruction.
Action News reporter Walter Perez is live in South Philadelphia tonight with new video and details from a witness. Walter.
That's right, Rick and Shari. And the remnants of what happened this past weekend are all over the place here in this part of the city, from these spent Roman candle shells to the skid marks you see out on the street there. Hundreds of cars were involved in several locations, including right in front of City Hall. And it doesn't end there. We're told shots were fired, and in one location, a flamethrower was deployed. Videos like reveal the chaos that unfolded across the city this past weekend. These images recorded by Lisa Jordan, who lives here off 25th and Washington.
I'm sorry, I have to rewind that. I'm trying to I'm doing one of those things where I'm trying to imagine myself actually being there while this is happening. This is crazy.
Was deployed. Videos like these reveal the chaos that unfolded across the city this past weekend. These images recorded by Lisa Jordan, who lives here off 25th and Washington. Lisa asked to remain off camera as she told us what happened after she came downstairs in an effort to get people off the parked cars that were standing on top of us.
I ended up at some point coming down and was assaulted myself. and then was threatened with the gun. There was the shell casing the cops found. So yeah, I had those barrels thrown at me.
In the end, authorities responded to a total of 11 illegal car meetups, 6 of which reportedly turned violent and destructive between 9:30 p.m. on Saturday and 4:30 a.m. on Sunday. In fact, investigators say a police officer was injured and hospitalized at one of these locations, and at least one police vehicle was stomped on and damaged. Roosevelt Poplar, president of FOP Lodge 5, says enough is enough.
It's very concerning when my members go to work and don't go home the same way. So anytime one of my members is injured, it's very concerning. It should be concerning to the public because this shows that these people have no concern for the law.
Now, a bill cracking down on drifting and street racing was signed into law last year in Philadelphia. And Councilman Mike Driscoll, who sponsored that bill, says he believes that what happened this past weekend was a response to that bill being enforced over the past several months.
When law enforcement started to kick in recently, it seems like they've emboldened them to come out and say, hey, this doesn't apply to us.
Now, that law allows the authorities to go after the people involved in these cases and hit them with a $2,000 fine and confiscate their vehicles. So if you have any further information about any of these incidents, please contact police. Reporting live from South Philadelphia, Walter Perez, Channel 6 Action.
All right. What? where do you start?
It's interesting that they say that the people start behaving worse when they pass a law to stop them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a response to us passing a law to stop you. You got worse. I guess they're gonna have to pass even stronger law, or maybe lighter laws, so maybe they won't respond as harshly.
I don't believe that I believe what he just said, in the way that, oh, well, we got really strict on it last year, and this is just a response to that. They've been doing this. They've been doing it since the law.
I don't think that was the case. I don't think that's the case. 'Cause
you're lying, sir. Y'all don't enforce them.
I'm talking about like, I don't think that they were really strict enough.
I'm talking about the guy that was talking, not you, Gary.
I was gonna say, I don't think they were strict enough when it comes to saying they got stricter.
Yeah. No, I've been to illegal meets in Detroit and Chicago. And what I will say, yeah, there's a lot of bitches there. That brings out a lot of the bad behavior. But there is certain guys who, they're just really into their cars and stuff. But I think what really attracts people is kind of the lawlessness. Yeah, lawlessness. God damn. Say that word 5 times fast. Lawlessness of it. In Detroit, there's so much like empty space. You can kind of get away with it in Detroit. But in Chicago, it's a little bit different where, the meet might be there for, maybe like 15, 20, 30 minutes. Then the police come in, they shut the whole thing down. And then they put a lot of things in neighborhoods too to kind of deter it. Like they put speed bumps and all types of stuff. But, I don't know. I feel like it's been going on for a long time, but now it's just more like, when I used to go when I was younger, people would try to be real low key with it. Like I kind of feel like doing fireworks kind of defeats the purpose. You just showing the police where you at.
And then too, they weren't like their faces were out and
yeah, nobody was wearing a mask. There was a couple people wearing suits, like body suits. That guy dancing on the car, he was wearing an alien suit. That's about it.
And then when the police come, people get a thrill out of running from the police. It's
like a damn game.
Yeah. It's
Just
kind
like the
of
jungle.
it's kind of crazy, but this shit, I don't know. It has. I don't know if it's necessarily been any difference. I just think you're starting to see it, especially with the drone shots and stuff. You can kind of see what's really going on.
These drones are getting getting niggas left and right. I swear.
hmm I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, the
Man,
drone.
yeah.
Yeah, you put a little gun on that drone, pull it. You know me, Nick. You know how crime would lessen. Get these
Nah,
niggas from the
they
air,
don't got it. They don't got to do all that. All they got to do is bring out a fire truck, hose
spray them
everybody
down
down. Yeah, just hose everybody down.
like the goddamn.
What
Yeah,
they should
man.
do, if you want to bring out fire trucks, just block them in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And anybody want their car, come claim it.
Yep.
Yeah, that sounds like a simple solution.
Then they have video of like whose car was involved in it. You find them. If you don't live there, if you live there, no problem.
What's the name of those riot control? What's the name of those riot control vans? The ones with the big plows and the fire hoses on them.
I think it would be called a riot control van, maybe.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought they had a specific name. Well, those things are practically built like tanks. You get a couple of them lined up on each block. I think that would do it.
You know how they block the streets now for terrorism? They don't want anyone to just run through the street and kill people like up in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
They put like fire trucks and stuff to block the street, just block the whole street, keep anyone from driving down it. They could do that and just block them in.
I'm surprised they didn't do that.
I think that, part of it is, there's the lack of creativity in their thought on how they address these things. The police forces have been so gutted that the people that would know how to do this, if they were still working in Philadelphia, surely they've moved on, taking their skills elsewhere. Who would continue to work in a city like that if you had the skills to move on? So I think that probably leads to why they are unable to deal with these large crowds. You see it in Philadelphia, New York, Chicago. 20 years ago, they've been handling this. Hell, they have UN convention meetings where, presidents and shit come in from all over the world.
Heck, they can use those. They can use those police plows. They have like built-in walls on them that are made out of steel. They could use them.
So there's another story about what happened in New York. So we have 6 people slashed after massive brawl spills from house party onto New York streets. Now, John, if you can take a look at this image, what do these people look like? What race do you think?
New Americans. They look like the new Americans.
Okay.
Some of our Venezuelans there. They look like some of our Venezuelans.
Yeah. A lot of
they're a little light to be Negro.
Yeah, that's what that looks like, right? Okay, so violence-stricken New York can't catch a break. Besides, gangs invading the city, open-air brothels in front of schools, theft and grapes skyrocketing in the city that never sleeps. Now, even simple parties can turn into tragedies. This is what happened, or that's what happened yesterday in Brooklyn. Wild videos have surfaced that show a massive early morning street brawl in Brooklyn that ended up leaving 6 people slashed and bloodied. Doorbell camera and onlooker footage shows a chaotic fracas Sunday spilling from a Jerriston Beach home and into the surrounding streets where at least one blade-wielding attacker struck. Doorbell camera footage shows a ruffian in a dark shirt chase another man while repeatedly making a stabbing motion before apparently hacking his way through a group of people. The New York Police Department has arrested 19-year-old Eric Kazia Isa for the incident. Isa was charged with assault, menacing, and weapons charges for his role in the melee. Video taken from a neighbor's window shows the brawl move chaotically from the Kane Street house near Everett Avenue and into the roadway. They were fighting and they came out onto the avenue and they continued fighting, and it was getting worse and worse. About 15 of them pushing, head-butting each other. The neighbor, who did not want to be named, told the Post. Then they were kicking and punching this one guy. I thought they were going to kill him. The videos show that at one point, just as the fight began to cool down, a young man in a white t-shirt took off his baseball hat and headbutted another man. The two men traded punches until another man takes the place of the white t-shirt man and assaults the same man who was headbutted. The fight then devolved into a street-spanning scuffle. The knife brawl, which unfolded at about 6:20 a.m., left a 30-year-old woman and a 27-year-old man slashed in the face, a man in his 30s knifed in the neck and wrist, a 16-year-old slashed in the arm, and a 19-year-old man and a 29-year-old woman slashed in their hands, police said. All 6 slashed individuals are hospitalized and in stable condition. Well, you know,
And it's 6 in the morning. Damn.
that sounds like a lovely evening out on the town, don't you think?
You know, Portia, what they didn't give an address, did they?
No, they did say where the street, and you know me,
Harrisburg or something, right?
I'm sure I said it wrong. Let me look and see where it said the street at.
I'm just curious to know how much it costs to live out there.
Is it Geraston Beach?
I like the word, so I can search. I'm just curious to know what it costs to live out there because Garrettson Beach. Yeah, I'm just curious to know what it lives out there, so I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah, I said that.
You know, John. Though a lot of times kids, especially if they're near a beach, that's where they usually meet up late at night.
But this was early in the morning.
Yeah. Late at night, early in the morning, same thing.
And these were like older people, wasn't like 30-something years old?
Yeah, in their 30s, 20s, but the one who had the machete was 19.
Yeah. These are. I still consider that pretty young, you know.
Yeah, 30s, 20s, you know.
Yeah, it's still for dumb shit, you know.
I'll play this video really quick. And maybe they'll give us more than what the article did. And then, John, if you look up that community, we can talk about how much it costs.
Thank you so much for joining us here on News 12 Brooklyn, where local matters. I'm Nadia Galindo. We begin with 6 people recovering in the hospital tonight after a stabbing at Garrettson Beach. News 12's Rob Flax joins us from the scene. Rob, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Nadia, that incident taking place right where I am standing now here in the road at Garrettson Beach and originating at that property behind me. You can see right now is completely surrounded with caution tape. Right now, there are 6 people in area hospitals in critical but stable condition from stab wounds sustained from that fight. Now, neighbors shared some video that they took before calling the police as that incident took place. In it, you can see that fight breaking out. People outside into the road where I'm standing, what appears to be multiple people with knives and people being injured. Now, neighbors tell us they've had complaints with this property in the past, but nothing like what took place last night.
They were all yelling and screaming as they ran up and down the block and fighting. So that's when
neighbors said they had complaints with the house. See, these people live there. I figured as much.
Mm-hmm. The neighbors had complaints about the house that they lived in. But then they also said that the neighbors took video before they called the cops too. So I guess TikTok first, safety later. Who knows?
it all went out of skew, and they started. I could see the blood all over the place. So a couple of people got stabbed.
Now, neighbors also tell us they know that there is a large amount of children who live in that property. We actually reached out to DOB, who says that
a large amount of children that live in their property. I wonder how many adults live in their property. Wow.
You know what, John? I'm willing to bet that every single adult that was involved in that fight, they all live there, and all of those kids belong to them. It's probably a smooth 30 to 40 in the house.
Portia, a report about the mass slashing among asylum seekers say that it occurred during a house party.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Has that been mentioned? I hadn't heard that. Maybe I misheard it.
Yeah. So whenever I read the article, that was mentioned in the article. So
Okay,
It
so
was,
they did.
but they might say it in the rest of this news clip. It's only a few seconds left, or 22 seconds left. So
property does have an illegal addition onto it, but right now those children, they are be a large amount of children who live in that property. We actually reached out to DOB, who says that property does have an illegal addition onto it, but right now those children, they are sleeping in an area park just up the road, as their home is a crime scene. Now, folks in the community tell us those kids, as far as they're concerned, are innocent victims of what took place last night. They're hoping something can be done to accommodate them. Garrettson Beach, Rob Flax, News 12 Brooklyn.
well, he did say it was a large amount of kids. I don't know what that means.
Portia,
Probably like,
update.
I'm assuming 20 plus.
As of 4 p.m., Councilmember Mercedes Narcissi, the Department of Homeless Services has removed all 25 people from the area. They are being taken to a migrant intake center in Midtown Manhattan, moving on up, and will be headed to a shelter. That is amazing. So they're going to be getting to go to a hotel now.
Are you talking about the people from this video that we just watched?
Yeah, they can upgrade it. Upgrade for your bad behavior. You get an upgrade. You get upgrade. You get upgrade. But no money for you, old Americans. New Americans are getting it all. It's really amazing, you know what I'm saying, that the government is going to basically give them a new place to live because of the crime they committed in their current place. How many Americans have ever had that experience, the government come to your aid like that? That's amazing.
That's nuts, especially after that.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Don't they have something called disturbing the peace? You know?
They're disturbing. I mean,
that's a crime.
yeah.
It's a crime, you know. But none of these people.
But they can't let on that these people are a nuisance. So instead of sending them back to Venezuela, they'll just move them out of the area, put them in somewhere new.
Put them in New Venezuela.
But you remember when I said that these people would be coming to a neighborhood near you?
Mm-hmm.
These people were living in a neighborhood near you. I mean, you figuratively, right? Like, they're not in the shelters. They're down in $1 million neighborhoods. What? On the water. What? How the hell they get down there?
On green card parties.
Having a beautiful time.
HB, can you repeat what you said you cut out?
I said they throwing green card parties.
Well, that could be so, but there's a different type of party that I think that's going on that I think that y'all would like to have an update on. John, I don't know if you've seen this. I hope that you haven't.
Hey, Portia, before you get to it, can we show where these migrants are living in New York?
Oh, at the, what is the hotel called?
Garrettson Beach.
This is another fancy hotel.
What is it called?
Garrettson Beach, where the stabbing fight happened.
Garrettson Beach.
I got it here, Portia. This is Garrettson Beach here.
Oh, did you pull it up?
Yeah,
Okay.
you see it. So you see
Christ.
Sheepshead Bay. I want to say that's a small head community, if I'm not mistaken. I've been there once. But
Another expensive ass place.
As you can see, let me see if I can zoom out. And I want to show you like where this is in relation to where regular people, the majority of Brooklynites, live.
Oh, that's nice as hell.
You see it's on the water here. Now, when you see people like Chicago Hustler Master, people like me, come on, we live way up here. You've heard me mention Crown Heights, the Small Hats, Brownsville, Park Slope. Look how far they put these people out in Brooklyn. Way out on the water. What is it? It's the water. They're on the water. And you look at the price of houses, 1.3, 648, 980, 850, 590. Great neighborhood. Great neighborhood. Nice prices. Look at that water, beaches. And you zoom out a little bit. And again, let's see if I can show you where Manhattan is. So They're so far out of the way that if you came to visit Manhattan, you never see them. This is Manhattan right here. Most people come into Brooklyn, they're going in this area, if they're tourists. You'll never go all the way down here to see these people. So they're putting them way out of the way. Or you won't see tucking them out of the way into people's neighborhoods. Interesting.
Yeah. Edgar's getting out of control.
So, in the same spirit of what we were just talking about, because I want us to kind of talk about what's going on in a couple of different places that we've already talked about, and then I want the big showdown to be about what's going on in Chicago. John, on the screen, have you heard about this? The Ohio County Sheriff under fire after urging residents to record addresses of Harris supporters to send the migrants to their homes. He's getting in trouble for that. Here's this white man right here. He said, why don't you take down their addresses? Because we don't want to put them up a shelter. Just send them to their houses, In yet another blatant example of Democrats' willingness to silence anyone who dares to expose their hypocritical policies, Portage County Sheriff Bruce Zukowski is under fire after his bold suggestion that residents should take note of homes displaying Kamala Harris yard signs. Those same homes should be opened up to the very people that Harris and her leftist allies are so eager to flood into American communities. Sheriff Zukowski, a staunch Trump supporter, had the audacity to state what many hardworking Americans are thinking. If Harris supporters want open borders, they should bear the responsibility of hosting these human locusts, as the sheriff unapologetically called them. Bell just rang. Give me 1 second. 1 second. All right. Oh, you can go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, John, I think you're kind of right. A lot of these police officers, they don't really have good problem-solving skills.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. A staunch Trump supporter had the audacity. Okay, hold on, wait, they're making a lot of noise. Give me 1 second. Had the audacity to state what many hardworking Americans are thinking. If Harris supporters want open borders, they should bear the responsibility of hosting these human locusts, as the sheriff unapologetically called them. His remarks ignited a firestorm among local liberals who couldn't handle the truth being spoken so plainly. All right, Jesus Christ, these kids. Let me go back to it now. In a Facebook post earlier this month, Zukowski called out Harris, mocking her as a flip-flopping, laughing hyena. I'm surprised I haven't heard this earlier, because I feel like they would have tried to get him fired because he called her a hyena.
Now, he's the sheriff?
Yeah, he's a sheriff, yeah.
He has a lot of power.
He does. And that's what's crazy. So he called her a flip-flop and laughing hyena, referencing her unpredictable stances and dismissive attitude towards real issues, like immigration. When people ask me what's going to happen if the flip-flop and laughing hyena wins, I say, write down all the addresses of the people who had her signs in their yards. So when the illegal human locusts, which she supports, need places to live, we'll already have the addresses of their new families who supported their arrival. Zukowski wrote on Facebook. I like white folks like this. You got to appreciate them. He the sheriff, and he said, I don't give a damn. She a hyena, and I said it. They locust, and I said it. They gonna stay at y'all house, because they ain't staying in my house.
The language getting rougher and rougher.
Yeah, but that's why people vote for this guy. You got to think that, because they know what type of person he is and how he talks. So be it. So be it. But instead of embracing the sheriff's
Gotta wait until they start busting out the slurs.
Yeah, hopefully we don't. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. But instead of embracing the sheriff's challenge, local Democrats immediately pounced, scrambling to remove him from his election security duties. Apparently, ensuring secure elections is not something Democrats want a sheriff with strong American values overseeing. In a 3-1 vote by Portage County Board of Elections, Zukowski was stripped of his responsibilities to protect absentee voters. Could you give me 1 second and stop knocking on my door like you are the police?
All right, Portia. Get Portia out of here.
I'm sorry. I hate that. That drives me crazy. In a 3-1 vote by the Portage County Board of Elections, Zukowski was stripped of his responsibilities to protect absentee voters, a decision made not based on law, but on leftist fears of accountability. The Ohio Secretary of State's office cleared Zukowski, finding that his post did not break any election laws, according to the Daily Beast. Still, the outcry from left-wing activists led by local NAACP chapter has fueled unnecessary hysteria. Frank Harrison, a spokesperson for the group, fanned the flames, claiming that Harris supporters were suddenly afraid to vote. Afraid, or just upset they were called out for their glaring hypocrisy. In a public statement, Democrat Randy Kleitz, the county elections board chair, insinuated that having deputies present at polling stations would somehow intimidate voters. Really? Is it intimidating for law-abiding citizens to see law enforcement ensuring a safe election? Or is this just another excuse for Democrats to strip authority from anyone who challenges their dangerous immigration policies? Zukowski, for his part, didn't back down. While the sheriff acknowledged that his comments were perhaps a little misinterpreted, he clearly stands by the essence of his message. So what do we think?
Yeah, I think, it's one thing for us is just hitting the StreamYard link and saying it. But when you're the sheriff of a county, you probably shouldn't be telling the people to take pictures of people's addresses and send illegals to them. I get it, but I mean, you
He's
gotta.
like a goddamn bioweapon.
It's. Yeah, I just think police ain't like the police back in the back in the '60s. Police nowadays, they're not that bright.
He has a lot of power as a sheriff. He can't be fired. And these are the only kind of people that will say these things.
Yeah.
Everyone else is just kind of cowering. Maybe they get on YouTube or something and say something, but the people in the position to do something, very few of them are speaking out.
Yeah. I just don't think that's the right thing to do. I don't know what you do in that situation. I don't know, especially when, if we're talking about the Ohio migrants, we know that there's more to it than just Kamala.
Well, he could do his job and arrest the people who are driving erratically.
Right.
He said, we're going to crack down on this. And that would at least improve the livelihood of the citizens. You know what I mean? Like cars crashing into buildings, school buses. He can make maybe not a substantial impact, but he can make an immediate impact by telling his officers, hey, you see anybody driving crazy, damn near like enforce a quota. There's people driving crazy, enforce it, you'll find them. And that would make the Haitians who can't seem to assimilate maybe stop driving and go somewhere else. That's kind of the only force that he has, and arrest the bad ones.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, even though I understand like his position of authority as a sheriff and all of that, like I get it, but I mean, somebody has to say something and somebody has to do something. And, he was elected, you know what I'm saying? So if he wasn't elected, then maybe, but he is the majority. People elected him. They voted for him. So obviously it's something about him that they like. And I'm pretty sure they're going to vote for him again. pretty sure they're going to vote for him again without fail. And, you know, people, I know whenever the left comes after you and they want you to apologize, they really don't want you to apologize, right? Because whenever you apologize to them, you're bending the knee, and it doesn't matter if you apologize or if you don't. Same thing with Janet Jackson. So it's pertinent that he stays the course. I said what I said. Okay. Y'all don't take back nothing that y'all say. Y'all ain't recanting statements. Y'all don't even recant the news whenever it's wrong, whenever you put it out. Y'all stand 10 toes down on whatever it is y'all say, whether it's right or wrong. And Republicans need to start doing that more. Don't take it back. You know what you said, and you knew what you said when you said it, like at Trump's rally last night. He was going in, and I was like, gosh, Trump really just said that. He really did. But you know what? He's not apologizing for it, and the sheriff shouldn't either. Hey, sometimes you gotta get in the thick. So with that being said, in Ohio and everything, we have, for whatever reason, Haitians from Houston, Texas, for whatever reason, we're nowhere near Ohio. John, for you especially, they want to let you know that they don't eat cats and dogs.
You just sacrifice them.
Yeah, they said they don't eat them. They don't eat them.
Which is Youth and Caribbean Professionals. My name is Dr. Thalia Micah. I am here with ACPA, which is Youth and Caribbean Professionals Association, and also HH2, Youth and Haitian United as well. So I'm going to read this question first. The question is, when people look at Haitian people, what do they see? She perpetually asked. So thank you, Congressman, for having us here. This question was for my 9-year-old after she heard what's going on. Well, really, that was yesterday after we had a meeting. I went home and asked her again what's going on. So I am from
I thought that they only shaved their heads when they were kids. But you know what? Maybe she had cancer. Let me not do that.
You know, Portia, though,
I'll explain what that
thing
means.
is, you know, they're focusing so much on the eating the cats and dogs. They're not telling us that they practice voodoo. That's where all of this stuff stems from.
Ooh, so why do you think that is, though?
Because
Because that's infinitely times worse once they find out.
No. Because they can't really. I think it's because they can't really tell you what they're using the cats and dogs for.
Yeah, I think it's a misdirection. You know, like they're saying they don't eat the cats and dogs, and that very well could be true. And so it's kind of like lying by omission. We're not gonna tell you what we do with the dog. We just telling you what we don't do with them.
Yeah.
We don't eat them. Cross my hand.
Yeah, we just chew on the heart.
Is this like a secret?
I think many people don't know about it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they treat it like it's a secret.
Yeah, I think if you don't know Haiti or white people, they don't have any concept of voodoo. So I think they don't really know how deep this stuff really goes.
Yeah, I think if you were to go down in little Haiti, you won't see like open signs, hey, we practice voodoo. I don't think it's that wide open. But, you know, I could be corrected. If someone's from Miami and you see Haitian voodoo signs everywhere, you let us know. But I don't think so. I don't remember seeing that when I was there.
That's very concerning because I guess, and this is just the ignorance on my behalf of just not being aware. Because I'm like, you know, I thought that was like very well understood. Whenever I think about Haiti, I don't even think about them being black. I don't even think about their language that they speak. The only thing I think about is voodoo. That literally, that's it. I don't consider anything else like about them or nothing. All I think is like, these people be doing crazy stuff. And American Horror Story, I think it was the 2nd season. They were in New Orleans. Maybe it was 3rd season. And all of that voodoo witchcraft stuff. That's the only thing I've ever thought of Haiti. I've never thought of anything else.
You know, Clarence has some comments, and I think he or she is right there in that, you know, if you start talking about it, people will start Googling it, looking it up, you know, the uninformed, just mentioning it what made people start looking into it, you be like, oh my goodness, we can't let those people come in. And you start looking, you know, like looking at them with a skeptical eye. And I think that's why they keep going heavy on the dogs, that they don't eat them.
I think once they start finding those voodoo dolls with red hair looking like Trump, then they'll start to make more sense.
I don't even think the media would report it. I don't think the media would report it. It would have to be some Springfield resident coming on here or somewhere. Saying, look what I found, you know. And then it would be up for us to believe her, and then they would start saying she's lying, she made it up, blah, 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 you know. So that's the kind of propaganda battle we're up against. But I do believe it, that they practice it.
Of course they do. It's all that they know. It's been a while. Maybe we can do this again, maybe during the night time, but I believe it was Vice and another outlet that did full-fledged coverage about voodoo in Haiti, and I actually did a
I saw that documentary. It was good.
I went through the whole nitty-gritty of that documentary, and listen, again, it just confirmed things that I already knew, and it actually made than what I thought I knew, because back in the day, whenever Vice was an actual journalistic platform that could be trusted because they actually did the work, that documentary was so thorough that by the end of it, I had to listen to plenty gospel. I had to say my prayers, read some scriptures, because I was like, I cannot go to sleep with this in my spirit, knowing that this is how these people live. But they're over here living like that now. However,
should we call that lady in Springfield again? Who is this? The Candyman says we should call her again.
Maybe.
Call her lady.
Get a little update.
Yeah.
Let's finish watching this though. And
yeah. Let's finish it.
She said something about her 9-year-old daughter hearing what Trump said.
My grandmother was born in during the occupation of the United States of Haiti. My mom was born during Duvalier father, and I was born during the son. So I am literally from a direct line of traumatic wounds, and so is my children. So I have 2 kids. When all this came out, I had to explain to them why are they so hated, and for me, how it affected me personally, mentally. For a whole week, I actually didn't go to work for a couple of days out of the week. I stayed home because it was so traumatic. It wasn't traumatic just to me, it was traumatic to my children. I had to explain why. So when I talk about a traumatic room, traumas keep happening. When I moved here, that's when I learned that I was Black.
She's about to get into something very interesting. The wolf man behind the back to her left.
The wolf man.
That's a congressman. I can't remember his name though. Who is that, Portia?
The guy with the ponytail?
Yeah. That's a Congress member. I just don't know his name, but he's definitely a Congress member. And I noticed something else. She said she's a doctor. Is that right?
Yeah, she did.
And what were we talking about yesterday? Statistics, doctors, blah, 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 right? I wonder, could she solve that math problem that we saw yesterday?
It's Al Green, John. Sorry, I was on mute. I was
Al Green. That's who it is. Al Green. Not the singer, but the congressman. Al Green. That is correct. Well, you think she could solve that math problem we solved yesterday? She's a doctor.
To me, it doesn't seem like she takes her job seriously. So I would say no, because she's a medical doctor and she took 2 days off work because she was so bothered by some words, and it's something. They didn't say it was happening in Houston, Texas.
She took 2 days off work because of what Trump said?
Yeah.
She said a week.
Did she say a week?
I thought she
said she. No, rewind it real quick. She said she took a week off.
Let's see.
For a whole week, I actually didn't go to work for a couple of days out of the week. I still so hated. And for me, how it affected me personally, mentally. For a whole week, I actually didn't go to work for a couple of days out of the week. I stayed home because it was so traumatic. It wasn't traumatic.
She said it impacted her mentally and physically for a whole week, but she didn't go to work.
But the voodoo didn't.
What kind of doctor do you think she is?
Give or take, maybe a gynecologist
A shaman.
or
Yeah, witch doctor. Yeah,
Witch doctor.
She's Storm from X-Men.
So my question is,
she used rat tail and ox teeth or whatever.
if she's so mentally weak, somebody said more trauma. How can she operate in a stressful? Surely she's not a surgeon. Have mercy if she's a surgeon.
You know, see, John, see this. You doing this thing, and this is what I was doing last night.
What?
Where you're making me want to know, because now that's important for me to know. Because if you
Google her.
I'm doing it right.
Google that bitch.
Negro. Let's see. What y'all want to bet what she does? We all take a bet before Portia finds it and puts it up on screen.
It's got to be a pharmacist. I'm gonna say she got to do something in the pharmacy. She got to do something.
No, she said she a doctor. Didn't she say she a doctor?
Yeah, she said she a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say.
What kind of Negro witch doctor is this?
I'm gonna say pediatric doctor.
That's the easy one. That's I could go with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say pediatric.
I gotta say something with doctor. Psychologist, mate? No, not psychologist.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one, though, Gary. That's a good one.
It's got to be something mental. I'm trying to think of something mental.
Psychologist, psychiatrist.
Yeah, psychologist. Yeah, but there's got to be something
psychiatrist.
else.
That's the doctor. Psychiatrist.
Yeah, psychiatrist. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you.
Since you took psychiatrist, Garen, I'm going to say she's a general practitioner. That's kind of along the lines of what HB is saying, but not solely with children.
And don't forget, I said gynecologist while I'm trying to find this woman.
Yeah, it's possible she could be a gyno. You know, they've been pushing that for black women to have gynecologists of their own race.
HB, what was yours again?
Pediatric.
Okay.
Doctor.
John and HB, I really don't want to do this.
I'm saying I'm going with William Nixon at Family Medicine GP.
I'm gonna do it because y'all said it, but I really don't want to do this right now. Like, especially listen. Let me just. Oh my God, are y'all ready for this?
The Candyman says, dance.
Pull it up, Portia.
Bands will make you dance. What is it? No, wait, no. She chiropractic.
She is not a chiropractor.
I need
Acupuncture.
No, doctor.
Chinese.
You know what? I should have said this when we were talking about voodoo, because they always talking about ancient Chinese medicine stuff.
She really is a witch doctor. That's what we said first.
We said, "What? God damn it!"
Damn, she really is a witch doctor. That's crazy.
She just ain't a Haitian witch doctor. She a Chinese one.
Oh man,
you just didn't mention that in the title. Doctor of acupuncture, Chinese and Haitian medicine.
Oh damn!
They know the people that come into her. They know what they get. Oh, she look at traditional African teaching and heritage to empower others on their mental.
So it says, embrace the profound journey of self-discovery where self-love, self-care, and self-awareness intertwine, crafting the masterpiece of a fulfilled and balanced life. Words from Dr. Micah. Dr. Micah also says, being a healer means I am intuitively a conduit and guide. I harness my tools, my skills, my ancestral gifts, traditional African and heritage to empower others on their mental, emotional, physical, energetic, and spiritual journey, primarily aiming to reconnect them with their higher self.
Karen was right. She's a shaman. A shaman.
You can't make this shit up. We the racists. You can't make this shit up.
We coming over here being doctors and lawyers, they tell us. She got a PhD. Doctor.
Boy said she did that medical degree. Yes, she does.
She said that she's a medical doctor.
She's got what?
She said that she was a medical doctor. So, like Dr. Joe Biden, you would go on to think, okay, well, what kind of doctor are you? They should just say PhD. Not now. So she's a doctor of acupuncture and herbal medicine.
We're not getting their best and brightest.
So, but the thing is that it's like a master's degree. So it's not like a medical, like MD or DO.
She can't prescribe medicine.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Which might be a good thing.
She can prescribe herbs, I guess.
Yeah, so like herbal.
Them herbal infusions. Them little
Does she sell anything? I bet you she sells some products.
Hold on. No, it says skin. No, right there. It says skincare.
I guarantee she has products.
Yeah, she got some ointment. I bet she got some little jars, some ointments, some creams.
Speak a little Creole and get the things off the menu.
I wonder if she got a billboard.
Yeah, she has her own business, her own facility. This is her Discover a virtual glow up consultation.
Oh, she got programs.
This is like a beauty bar.
Yeah, it's but a lot of people are doing that. John, you remember whenever you showed us whenever we did the show about the fake teeth, the veneers, and the guy?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Took a 2-week class, and now he got his own business.
But she's not a doctor by any means, right?
No. Yeah,
natural. No. Natural consultation, maintenance, natural synthetic therapies. What the fuck is that?
Oh, it's synergistic.
Oh, synergistic. Oh, I thought that said synthetic. My bad.
So right here, they have IV drip, and so see, this is gonna because you see in this IV bag, it looks like a slice of an apple, a slice of a orange, and some grapes. You putting that in people's veins?
They putting fruit juice and what?
Lord have mercy.
They probably want to. Oh no.
Get a boost.
No.
A weight loss cocktail. You will go to
Bro, they
zero.
got weight loss, timeless aging.
You will go to zero. And you get the one for aging. You won't age anymore. You will stop right there.
I mean, you'll decompose, but
no. Okay. This says IV drip, so I'm pretty sure I don't want to assume. So an IV drip, you can go in and get like a B12 drip or what have you, right? But they actually insert it into your veins, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means that she would have to have a nurse, a registered nurse at least, on staff. Now, an IV drip, of course, you can have things like B12 and all of the other things, but if you're putting
a fruit bag
in this bag and putting it in people's veins, you don't inject fruit, you eat it.
Do you think that she got the fruit from someone cutting it up on the street downtown and brought it into the office every day?
She could have had it imported, John. We don't know.
Oh man, Lord have mercy.
Oh, look at this one, John. If you ever need something, she got to knock the socks off this headache. IV drip.
I just realized all the bag pictures are the same. They don't even show the types of fruit you're putting in.
Where is this at again?
It's in Houston, Texas.
Where?
Houston.
We might gotta go make it. We might gotta go make a trip down there.
You and Portia, can you and Portia go in there and see if you can get some live footage?
We should do that, HB.
We might gotta go down there and get a.
The notorious Biggie 12.
I know the notorious B12.
Do they got a vitamin C pack? Oh my god!
It's called Xena.
What the fuck?
Momo said pesticide straight to the blood.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think that would be cool if me and HB went to Houston. Gosh, but I mean, we could. I don't even know what service is.
They got a number.
Like we could just do a consult because the consultation is free.
Do they got a number?
Yeah, I wanna call her.
John, you should call her and say that you're visiting Houston and that you're looking for you got back pain and you got hip pain, and see what she suggests you should get.
No, John, you can say you got joint pain from when you messed up your
Let's
finger.
her diversity is see if she treats transgenders.
Oh yeah, nah. There's probably transgender working in there.
Yeah, I was gonna say you.
Not in a Haitian spot. Hell no. In a Haitian-owned spot? Hell no.
I would just be. I'm more concerned to know if there's really fruit in the IV bag.
There's gotta be.
Let's call and find out.
Yeah.
They got an office number, a fax number.
This is crazy.
Yo, they got two. Oh wait, never mind. That's the same spot. Oh wait, no, they got two spots.
Yeah, they have two locations.
I'm gonna tell her I want that fruit. What fruit can I get in my vein?
And no, don't ask that.
So I would just say I'm in Houston. You know, I'm traveling from out of town, and let me look and see what the different ones are.
John, you should say I was recommended. You should say the words I was recommended.
I'm gonna tell them that IV look good. I want to eat one of them motherfuckers. I take one home too.
I was recommended, and I have a really bad headache, so I kind of wanted to see. I wanted to learn more about your B12, or excuse me, your IV drips. And I noticed on your website that it has fruit in the bag. Do y'all really have fruit in the bag?
Yeah. What's that? Oh, give me 1 second. Let me pull up. Let me call. What's the number, Portia?
It's 832-363.
Hold on 1 second. 832-36 what?
363 5588.
Do you want to do it, Portia?
Can they hear me?
Yeah, they should be able to. Let me. So was he?
John, you gotta do it, man. You be killing this stuff, man.
But Portia's a woman. She may catch you off guard. You know, as a woman.
But nah,
you know.
it's funnier when you do it though, man.
Yeah, it's funnier when you do it because the way you question.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna see. We'll see. All right. Let me know if you can hear it.
It'll be one of her staff members. It won't be her, more than likely.
Can y'all hear this? Can y'all hear the
goofy?
ring?
It would be goofy if it is.
No, we can't
Hello?
hear it ringing.
Hello? Hey. Y'all can't hear it?
We can hear it now.
No, we can hear it now. We can hear it now.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure. Let me see. Call her back.
Yeah, we can hear it.
What was it? I just want to make sure you can. Institute of Integrative Health Specialists.
AKA Voodoo.
Let me call these people back. Let me know you should be able to hear it. Let me turn up the. You can hear that?
There we go. Yep. Loud and clear.
Welcome, and thank you for calling the Institute of Integrative Health Specialists. If this is a medical emergency, hang up and dial 911 now. Our regular business hours are 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., Monday through Friday, and 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., Saturday. Upon verification, we now accept some insurances in and out of network, workers' comp, and auto accidents. Please select one of the following options. For the reception and booking appointments, press 1. For insurance verification, visit integrativespecialist.com or press 2. For all other questions, press 3. To fax us, please dial 832-344-3611. We are currently assisting other souls. We know your time is valuable. Please remain on the line for the next human or press 0 if you want to leave your number for a call back. A team member will return your call within 48 hours. May the light be with you.
May the light be with you guys.
I can't believe they take insurance.
Yeah, I thought the same shit.
Welcome, and thank you for calling the Institute of Integrative Health Specialists. If this is a medical emergency, hang up and dial 911 now. Our regular business hours are 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., Monday through Friday, and 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
They're not fucking answering. So what's it here? Assisting other soul. Oh man, go ahead.
I wonder if they got like, well, if they got fruit, do you think they got other foods that they inject into people's veins?
Like
I've never heard that before in my life. I actually just sent this to my mom. My mom, she's actually a medical doctor. And I'm like, Mama, Can you tell me? I mean, because I feel like I know that it's wrong, but you know, fruit in an IV bag. You know,
Portia, there's
take
a shop link. Can you click on that shop link and see what she's selling?
yes.
It'd be funny if they got like a market and it's just a bunch of fruit cups and they just separate the fruit cups and put it in the bags.
I knew she was selling something. What she got? She got some vitamins and shit.
Oh, where the creams at? See a lot of probiotics.
Oh, yep. Xanthan, probiotic, liquid multivitamin. Was it quercetin? Calocurb.
Quercetin.
She has some sunblock, a gift card, a doula Zealy package. What is that?
That's $2,000.
Yeah, let's take a look. Oh,
what the
God.
fuck is that?
Oh, wait a minute. Since we're talking about doctors,
This is giving me some Gwyneth Paltrow vibes.
A doula Zealy package pay options. Oh, so you're not telling me what this is? It's obviously something for pregnant women.
Let me try to call them back, Portia.
You got the description.
Welcome, and thank you for calling the Institute of Integrative Health Specialists. If this is a medical emergency, hang up and dial 911 now.
A doula is when you're having a baby. That's like a help you have a baby package.
What the heck was that bloody thing?
Oh shit! What is that?
What is that?
Is that the placenta package?
Yeah.
You get
placenta for you.
They give you placenta?
No, it is your baby's placenta.
Oh.
Some people eat that shit, I think.
What?
Yeah.
Portia filling up the cart.
Welcome, and thank you for calling the Institute of Integrative Health Specialists. If this is a medical emergency, hang up and dial 911 now. Our regular business.
There's some herbs right there, Gary. 14 days worth of herbs there.
Oh yeah, I knew there were gonna be some herbs. There's always herbs.
$200 is crazy.
They don't even tell you what the herbs are. You'll be putting daggum basil leaf up in there.
Oh, you get a package right there. What is that package?
What the fuck
What
is
company?
Package.
Hold on.
Welcome, and thank you for calling the Institute of Integrative Health Specialists. If this is a medical emergency, hang up and dial 911 now. Our regular business hours are 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., Monday through Friday, and 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., Saturday. Upon verification, we now accept some insurances in and out of network, workers' comp, and auto accident.
What if the herbal packages are just like little things of weed?
A damn phone.
All right, so everything else did not have a description, but this one does. So this is the birth and rebirth deluxe package, and it's $350. So what's included in this package? Hospital pickup. We ensure a swift and secure collection of your precious placenta. Container. We provide a specialized container designated to maintain the utmost freshness for your placenta. Capsules. We transform your placenta into convenient, easy to consume capsules. Steamed. A vital step in the encapsulation process, enhancing the effectiveness of your placenta. Dehydration. Your placenta is carefully dehydrated to preserve its natural benefits. Ground. Expertly ground to create the perfect consistency for encapsulation. Encapsulation of placenta. We finalize the transformation into capsules with precision and care. Bottle and package. We carefully bottle and label your capsules. Regrow ceremony. Experience a rejuvenating ceremony that celebrates your postpartum journey, offering you a moment of reflection and renewal. If your application is approved, you will have the option to make monthly payments. Now, if that don't sound like
Y'all want some freshly dried
how much is that
lady organs?
oh, how much is it? So this process right here is $350, but for her to get your placenta, it's that's $250, $350, so $800.
Wait a minute. So the rebirth is how much? $350. That doesn't include getting her placenta.
No, you have to you have to get the encapsulate package to that. So that's why I had to add them both to the cart so you can see them both because they go hand in hand.
So you can you just get the encapsulation package? I thought they ate the placenta.
Yeah,
So
that's why they're turning into pills, John.
Yeah, they're turning into pills.
Oh, you don't just eat it like right there, just swallow it. You put it, eat it.
I mean, some women they eat it over.
I hope not. That's nasty as hell.
Some women do that, like they eat it over the course of a week or two when they freeze it.
You freeze it. Okay. Do you cook it or do you just eat it raw?
Some women cook it. Some women eat it raw.
Wow.
Oh God.
I'm guessing what they, John. I'm guessing what they do is really dehydrate it first and then ground it up and then put it in those capsules.
Right.
That's exactly what I just read. That's yep.
Oh, okay.
You trust them to not get the placenta mixed up? And
imagine if HB got a truck with a bunch of placenta pills in it.
And it's probably not even placenta in there. They probably just scamming people. Honestly, I mean, why would you even go through the process if they already paid? What's even the point?
And how would they know? You know?
How would they know? Yeah, how would they know? Oh, this doesn't taste like my placenta. Like, what are you talking about? Crazy bitch.
I didn't know that they put in the pill form. Universal Jones said they put in Universal Jones, man, come on, man, we need to do a football review whenever you get a chance. Man, I was totally off on those.
Wait, Portia, can you go back to the bath too? Because Gary was asking a question. He was asking a question.
Yeah, I was wondering what
somebody's for your bath water?
No, no. Gary asked what kind of herbs they are, but it says
what
it
are
right there.
The herbs? It says an herb.
It says
mix.
it right. No, Gary, it says it right there. They're ritual herbs.
Oh,
ritual. Yeah, they're ritualistic herbs.
Never mind.
Yeah. So it's right there. This is why, John, man, like we were joking, but this shit ain't even funny no more. This bitch really doing voodoo.
I said she was a shaman as a joke. I didn't think she was actually doing this weird shit.
Well, I think she's passing herself off as a doctor.
Yeah.
And getting credibility from that, when in reality she's nowhere near a doctor.
I mean, she's doing it in my state.
Some of the stuff. Yeah, I heard
that's open air voodoo.
Yeah. I did do stuff. Go ahead.
Just like Dr. Sebi. A lot of this shit, it's like ritualistic healing and stuff. And
that's what Miss Helen said in the chat. She said, just like Dr. Sebi, she's a doctor like him.
Yeah.
Oh, look, wait. Scroll up. Oh, dang it, you missed it. It changed. But it had a picture of a shaman right there on the front.
Yeah.
You gotta think,
no, I just want to say one more thing. And I don't want to get like, because when I went down this whole, demonic stuff, rabbit hole, you start to see the signs with a lot of these people. Her blonde hair too, that's like a spiritual thing. They usually, you see a lot of, especially black celebs who dabble in the occult, they dye their hair blonde at some point, and it's supposed to like represent that they've awoken. You know, they saw the light. That's why they died blonde. But yeah, go ahead, John. My bad.
No. It's just I forget what I was about to say. Nothing much really, but that's interesting. You know, she played herself off as a doctor, but again, like how many Haitians are coming over here as skilled real doctors? And I ain't talking about GPs. We can get enough GPs, but like surgeons and stuff like that, I just don't think there are many, and I wouldn't want to go to one. Hell, the ones we have probably ain't worth much. And bringing something in from a third world country, you're really not getting much, And, yesterday we did that calculation that, most doctors should be able to do if they're, calculating, should you have this surgery or take this medicine? And they couldn't even figure it out.
Yeah, a goddamn middle school math teacher figured it out. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch?
Portia, you should be a doctor. You got apparently got the
I know,
qualifications.
right? That's what everybody was saying. Portia, you should just be a doctor. I mean, you could be a doctor and a lawyer.
Portia, get that bag. Come on.
I can be both. I can do both.
You could be both. You got Gary enough, and I thought it was clear he was guilty. I mean, you got Gary.
You could be a goddamn lawyer.
Oh, and then HB, I make my own hair products too, and my skin products. So
you can do it all in the same clinic.
I can call myself Dr. Portia.
Doctor, get your law.
We got Jones Clinic and law. Heck yeah.
Portia could have got Dahmer off, man.
You're a psychologist, right?
Yeah, technically.
This is a psychiatrist.
No, psychologist. No,
Okay.
I don't dish out the meds. I make referrals for that.
You could go work in a clinic for sure.
Yeah, be universal. Can we do it? Can we get a psychological analysis on this woman?
Well, I just hopped on when y'all was talking about placentas, so I'm not even familiar with 100% what's going on. I do agree with what HB was saying about Black women and them entering this kind of voodoo realm and cutting their hair. But what happened? What was this lady doing?
To be honest with you, Universal, we didn't even make it a minute into the video.
Oh,
yeah, we were too curious about what she did.
Universal.
About her being a doctor.
The difference with Black women and these Haitians are the real deal. The Black women, they just reading tarot cards and shit.
Yeah, they're aligning their chakras. These women is actually getting into the voodoo. So.
Yeah,
they out here sacrificing.
I actually believe, and I might sound crazy, but I actually believe I believe this shit. Honestly, I believe that they do get some sort of power out of it. I mean, look at them. These niggas prayed to whatever demonic entity they prayed to, and they dropped them off in Springfield, Ohio.
You think the voodoo ritual is how they keep getting over here, man?
Yeah. I mean, come on, man. They living in hell.
You know what's interesting about that? I pointed out Al Green, the Black Congress member there. I read an article a while back about how many of these Black Congress members represent districts that have been severely affected by migration.
Yeah.
And I've been looking for the article. I can't find it. If I find it, I'll talk about it. It'll be old by that point. Hell, it's old now. But here he is up here on the stage with these people representing, another culture, another country. I think the lady to the left of that we're facing screen, it looks like she's a Muslim. Looks like she's I don't know, what's that lady? Ileana Omar, not the Ileana Omar. Right. The lady out of Michigan, what's her name? Talib.
Rashida
Tlaib. That's kind of who she looks like. And here this Black man is that shares no cultural connections with these people.
John, that's Al Green. You see, he got that slick back hair. He got that good hair.
Yeah. But other than that, he has no cultural connection with any of these people. And these people would just so easily replace or displace him, because there's a million people left in Haiti that need rescue, need money.
Well, here in Texas, the thing is about like people like Sheila Jackson Lee and like the Al Green types, or even that one ghetto female from St. Louis. I can't even think of her name.
Crockett.
Yep, Jasmine Crockett. What happens is that they put themselves in the most perfect position to be voted out with the policies that they have instilled and the policies that they support. And so that's going to be the mayor, the council, the commissioners, the Senate district, the district, we're talking federal, everything, state, local, everything that they do. And it's really funny, especially in places like Houston and Dallas, because they get elected initially, but whenever it's time for that tide to turn, they're getting unseated by people that don't look like them. And typically it's a Hispanic person or an Indian person or an Arab. Blacks Who Defy, he's in the audience. Blacks, he's in the audience. And like in his area of Texas, I promise you on everything I know to be true, it's beautiful. However, if you want to imagine India not being third world or somewhere in Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, is so many of them out there that these people start to intertwine themselves into our political process. And you don't see it as frequent where me and blacks are in Texas, but in places like Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, these black people are pushing themselves right on out the door, pushing themselves out.
There's a few towns in Michigan like that where these Middle Eastern folks is taking over.
Oh, no, Dearborn has historically been like that. It's they've been there since like the 70s. They even have some streets in Arabic out in Dearborn.
Wow.
It's just some things I'm just not.
Damn, that's insane.
Yeah, but you know, when you got your own city, you don't, like in Detroit or outside of Detroit, they don't really intertwine with the politics because they got their own city, so they don't really need to. Like they control everything, so they don't really need to get into the politics. That's why you don't really see too many Asians in politics too. But like when I was down in Texas, I went to the mall, and I couldn't believe how many I couldn't believe how many Indians I saw working at the mall. And I think
in Texas,
and when I went to the Arlington Mall,
parks,
like every other store was an Indian running it. So I think you know, initially they got to work the low-paying jobs. They got to play the politics game. But once they get a stronghold, once they get a foothold into the society, they ain't playing that game no more.
Oh, they have a foothold. Their foothold is so huge in Las Colinas and Frisco. That whole listen, I'm telling you, like Blacks just said, it's little New Delhi in this MFR. It smells like onions and ass, and it really does.
At the North Mall in San Antonio, it's like that. Good Lord, man! Like every other store is owned by.
Yeah, I think it's just like those southern states are a good transition for them.
Saudi Arabia ain't America though. Okay.
Clarice is right though. You wouldn't believe how developed Saudi Arabia really is. You wouldn't.
Let those people that are doing these flash mob robs in these stores here in the United States go to Saudi Arabia and do that. They'll come back to the United States with a hand missing, man.
Yeah, they get done dirty out there.
It seems like we have the perfect, since Blacks is in the chat, we got HB on the panel. After we finish this, to go right into the Chicago thing, and maybe if Blacks has some time, he can call in because I really want to hear y'all's perspective. But I still want to hear about what this Houston Haitian woman is saying based on all of the research we've done about her. But like y'all are kind of getting me excited, and now I'm on break for a while, so.
Just to update Universal and Juan. So this lady is complaining about being accused of eating dogs and cats. So we made a bet. What do we think? She said she was a doctor, so we made a bet. What do we think that she is? And we all initially said, oh, she's probably a witch doctor. We looked her up. Come to find out, she's practicing Eastern medicine. She pretty much is a witch doctor.
I better stay the hell away from her. Then she'll see me albino, and the next thing you know, she's wanting to ground my bones.
Yeah, I was going to say, Juan, you better stay
yeah.
away from her, man. She
Yeah.
might sacrifice you.
Yeah, that get you. Yeah, that
She'll
get
turn you
you.
into
You'll be
medicine,
a
bro.
one. Yeah, she'll put you in a pill. Juan, she'll put you in a pill.
See, I saw that before I logged in. She
Like, so the black people call it lightning pills, skin
I
lightning pills.
overheard the message that she had on the phone, and she said, "We're attending other souls, so please wait for the next available human." And I'm like, "What the hell?"
Wait a minute. She's got fruit infused IV
Yeah,
drip.
yeah,
What the
yeah, she
fuck?
does.
What is it? What are we at? Tumblr? What is this?
She
Yeah.
got
But you see, Portia, the thing that
stealing
did it
fruit
for
cup
me
from
was
Costco. She puts it in IV.
the thing that did it for me, HB, Portia, and John, was the placenta pills. Like, wait a minute. Whoa. Like, slow down.
Well, the placenta thing, I'm okay with, because I know a lot about that, and I know that that's something that they offer. And I know, different women, they do different things, whatever. But what got me the most, and Blacks, who defy in the chat, she puts fruit in her IV drips.
Yeah.
Fruit, real fruit.
Now, Portia, you're the only person up here with the uterus. Why do women eat the placenta?
Health, apparently it has a lot of health benefits. It's good for the baby, your breast milk, and recovery after birth. I feel like it's to me it's more ritualistic, but there's said to be a lot of benefits from eating your placenta, and a lot of women do it actually, so it's not like it's uncommon. A lot of women actually do this, and for the women that can't stomach it, they take the capsules.
Yep. I don't have a placenta or uterus, but my ex-wife did it for our first two children, and it worked. She recovered pretty well, and breast milk and all that stuff was good. So
yeah, but she had that spirit on her afterwards. Too.
That's why she's my ex-wife.
Oh God, I'm trying to look this up. This stuff is this stuff is.
But wait a minute, hold on a minute. You guys said that she's offering a fruit drip, like a fruit.
It's on the screen.
It's on the screen.
Wait a minute, yo, like what happens if you're diabetic, man? Like
Oh, you die.
You die.
You're in a coma immediately. Like,
Nah, Juan, you know what the best part is? They
Huh.
accept insurance.
well, that's even better.
Wow.
The actuaries' numbers are going to be through the roof. I know.
Yeah, I'm not a doctor, but this seems dangerous.
It's all the same photo. This is crazy. I wouldn't go to this lady.
Yeah, they're stock. You know what's best though? I looked up the photo. They're stock photos.
Oh Lord.
Oh, but look at this right here. To book. So you can book by practitioner. So we have Dr. James Harvey, and then we have
They gotta have a list of the doctors somewhere
Breon
on this website.
Robinson. So Miss Breon
Yeah,
Robinson, she's a clinical. Can y'all see this?
Stay away from when I go to
No,
Houston.
no, we can't see it. We can't see it.
Oh, did it take me to another one? Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so this is her staff. Okay, so we have Breon Robinson. She's a clinical and administrative director of manual therapy, a certified doula consultant, LMT and MTI. More about Miss Robinson. She became a massage therapist after receiving an Ayurvedic massage and was inspired to pursue the trade. She began working with Ayurvedic practitioner to continue assisting the community. She has continuing education in RPR, prenatal, acupressure, shiatsu, sports and energy cleansing. Ms. Robinson is a holistic massage therapist who tailors each massage to the client. She looks at the body as a whole rather than pieces to obtain optimal movement. That's Miss Breon.
Oh my.
Okay. So let's go ahead and take a look at James, I believe was his name. Okay, James Harvey. Dr. James Harvey. He is a doctor of physical therapy. So we actually do have what it looks to be a doctor somewhere. Dr. Harvey was born and raised in St. Louis, Missouri, where his fascination with the human body began as a young athlete. As he grew older, so did his proclivity to learn more about natural and holistic approaches to health and well-being. Through his efforts to improve his own health and that of his family, he discovered the remarkable resilience of the human mind, body, and soul, as we heard on the voicemail. This led Dr. Harvey to pursue a doctorate in physical therapy from Miss. Oh, and his pronouns, just in case you were wondering, are he, him, and his.
He looked like Fetty Wap.
And lastly, our lovely practitioner, Dr. Hold on. Does she not have one? Dr. Talia Micah, she, her, and hers are her pronouns. LAC, LMT, MTI. She's a doctor of acupuncture and Chinese medicine, traditional medicine herbalist, certified integrative myotherapist, certified consulting hypnotist, internationally certified life coaching CEO, and founder of the Institute of Integrative Health Specialists and Holistic Wellness Center, LLC.
I'm always suspicious of people who have so many certificates. Like, that's a lot.
Yeah, where the heck she?
You can't make her mind up.
Get all them, man. Was she buy them off eBay or something?
And here you go right here. I'll do a recap of this for those of you just now getting into the building, and then we'll go back to the video. This is Dr. Talia Micah, and she came out and had a whole entire press conference about the whole cats and dogs stuff because she's Haitian, okay? Now, she says, embrace the profound journey of self-discovery, where self-love, self-care, and self-awareness intertwine, crafting the masterpiece of a fulfilled and balanced life. She also says, being a healer means that I am intuitively a conduit and guide. I harness my tools, skills, ancestral gifts, traditional African teaching and heritage to empower others on their mental, emotional, physical, energetic, and spiritual journey, primarily aiming to reconnect them with their higher selves. Okay, so hopefully that's a good recap for those of you that just got in the building, and we're going to watch this video of this woman and what she has to say. Now that we know who she is, we might judge her a little more harshly on her words, but let's go.
It's muted. Muted. It's Portia. It's muted.
Y'all can't hear it?
No.
Nah.
Okay.
Nah.
Let me.
She used her African power through China. It's interesting.
Okay, here we go.
No, Gary, that's like the smoke screen.
My name is Dr. Talia Micah. I am.
Can y'all hear it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here with a CPA, which is Youth and Caribbean Professionals Association, and also HB2N, Youth and Haitian United as well. So I'm going to read this question first. The question is, when people look at Haitian people, what do they see? She perpetually asked. So thank you, Congressman, for having us here. This question was for my 9-year-old after she heard what's going on. Well, really, that was yesterday after we had a meeting. I went home and asked her again what's going on. So I am from a traumatic womb. I'll explain what that means. My grandmother was born in during the occupation of the United States of Haiti. My mom was born during Duvalier.
I'm sorry. Did y'all hear that the first time we played this? She said she's from a traumatic womb.
I did. I just didn't say anything because I was like, maybe she'll explain it.
It's crazy we bring these kind of traumatic people over here. Very damaged people, you know.
The hell is a traumatic womb?
I don't know. Maybe her mom got punched in the gut or something.
It's called intergenerational trauma.
Yeah, that's what she's saying.
Not that bullshit.
That's what she's saying.
Well, you notice the first traumatic womb in her family was the United States fault. Is that
Yep, that's what she's saying.
The United States keep hitting that womb.
Yeah, white supremacy is beating that womb up.
Okay, sorry. That kind of threw me off, but we can keep going. Go ahead, HB.
Just imagine some random white guy come out of nowhere and just start punching a pregnant lady.
She came from a traumatic womb, and now she sells it in a capsule.
Play portion. You never gonna get through this video.
I'm gonna try.
Father, and I was born during the sun. So I am literally from a direct line of traumatic wounds, and so is my children. So I have two kids. When all this came out, I had to explain to them why are they so hated, and for me, how it affected me personally, mentally. For a whole week, I actually didn't go to work for a couple of days out of the week. I stayed home because it was so traumatic. It wasn't traumatic just to me; it was traumatic to my children. I had to explain why. So when I talk about a traumatic room, traumas keep happening. When I moved here, that's when I learned that I was Black. So I had to learn that I was Black. Like, I knew I was born Black, but I am Black after moving here.
Right.
So, so not only I had to deal with being a migrant, a legal migrant. I came here legally. I also had to deal with being Black. I also had to deal with being a woman. And now I'm dealing with the constant, talk about all the things being Haitian means. I do not stink. I don't eat cat. That's not part of our diet. We don't eat dogs. We eat chicken. We eat pork. We eat, the regular things everybody here eat. So I'll say this as well. So my daughter says, Mommy, when people looked at Haitian people, what do they see? Because I didn't know how to answer her, I asked her the question, how do you see yourself? She says, I see myself as someone beautiful and deserve to be respected. That is from a 9-year-old. Amongst all adults here, I do know we can do better if a 9-year-old can have this stance on how we deserve to be seen as who we are and be respected for it. This doesn't just affect us on, talking about this. You are causing constant traumatic trauma. You're causing trauma constantly to a group of people just because. So I say this. I want to stand in unity to dignify our collective community, as it as it says in the Haitian flag, "L'union fait la force." Unity is strength. So, Congressman Green has talked a lot about unity. This is not just about. It was the Asian community a while back during COVID. It is the Haitian community. It's going to be the Muslim community. It's going to be the Latino community. It's going to be some other community. If we don't take a stance about it right now, this is affecting our children. So if the adults need to step down and let the children speak on this issue, let's do it, because the children understand how it's been affecting them. What I am proud about to hear is with some people that were at the meeting yesterday, when I talked to them, they went home and talked to their children. And I did the same thing as well. And I constantly talk to my kids that you are beautiful, you're worth it, you are dignified, you're respected, you're loved, and all these things. So I speak on this from a different standpoint because of how I know it's affecting me mentally, my family mentally, and what gets me.
But you gotta work.
What gets me is that my children are being affected. Now that's a different conversation we need to have.
Amen. Thank you. They always want to have a conversation.
Is that a deacon? Is there a deacon now?
Whose deacon was in there like
Yeah,
this
I could have
is
sworn I
church
saw
on
a deacon.
Sunday, and we having callbacks between the pastor and this
What's
woman?
the black church doing there?
I thought that was John the whole time. Why?
They always want to have a conversation, man.
And
They
the
really
conversation,
like a monologue of them shouting at you their demands.
Yes,
You
from a
need-
victim position.
Right. What you need to do. What
From
you
the
need.
they yelling from the traumatic womb.
Right. And they just want to shout at white people. That's the conversation. It's a monologue. And they want the white people to just sit there in a struggle session and deal with it.
But there are white people who do that, and they enjoy that kind of social.
It makes them feel good.
Yeah, it's sick, man. I see this stuff all the time, man.
It'd be funny if we saw the comments of that video.
She went through every race, it seems like, except for one. Well, she didn't mention the black community. I guess she
didn't mention the blacks. She didn't mention American blacks. She didn't mention Asians.
Black.
She didn't mention white.
She became
Yeah,
black.
that's right. She's black now. So she also didn't mention the white community.
Nope. But she used the
said
dog
Latinos
whistle.
and Arabs
Dog whistle
and
words.
Haitians. That's about it.
Now, I don't know how much of a deep dive you want to do, but I did put her LinkedIn profile in the back. She's got some pretty sketchy educational history here.
Oh, you actually found that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Universal. I don't know if you heard me last night, but I got your email, and buddy, you know, did the
I did
Lord's
not
work.
hear you. I got your
did the
back,
Lord-
Portia. Whatever you need on production, just let me know.
He did the Lord's work. I'm definitely gonna be using that. It was just too funny to me. Now let me see if I can go back to it again. I was gonna read some of these comments, and let's see if I can pull up her LinkedIn.
I like how she had to teach her kid about not generational trauma, but she said her child was suffering from trauma, and I had to tell her about it. And I'm like, if your child's suffering from trauma, why do you got to tell her about it?
Well, no, she kind of hinted at, like, now I have to explain to my children about the things that are going on, or I have to explain to my kids now why are Haitians hated, or whatever the case may be. I have to tell my kids, you're beautiful, you're smart, you're worth it. You should have been telling your kids this before Trump said anything. I mean, what kind of parent are you?
Yeah, I was going to say, how in the world do you think she was parenting before this all happened?
Ain't got nothing to do with okay, so these comments. She is a wealthy immigrant. As a Black man, we witnessed that Haitian got deep culture. It's already seen in Springfield. I'm a white 60-year-old woman. Anytime I express an opinion that does not concur with another's, I'm accused of racism. I was not raised to judge a person by looks, but by actions. Trauma. She is denying that all Haitian immigrants aren't doing anything wrong. Nobody can say that about all other persons. She is a wealthy immigrant.
I was going to say that middle one's kind of wrong. She didn't just arrive here.
As a white man in the middle of America, I don't eat mayonnaise. Please stop saying that people in the middle of America eat mayonnaise.
I expected more racist comments. Goodness.
Well, that was a thinly veiled racist comment.
Yeah. I expected them to be more open
this
about
one
it.
says, maybe you should start by telling other Haitians to stop making you look bad. She can only speak for herself. She can't speak for no one else. And then somebody says, boo-hoo, you have a choice to go back. And this is what I said earlier.
Yeah, that's more what I expected right there.
When we first got into this is the exact thing that I said. Trump 2024, he didn't say anything about nobody in Houston, because I'm like, why in the hell is this bald-headed chicken from Houston making a comment about something that ain't got nothing to do with her? He didn't say that you was eating cats, ma'am. And you and then didn't she specify? I know y'all heard her specify, I came over here legally.
Yes,
We ain't
she just said it twice.
We ain't talking to you.
Well, you know, Portia, I think we are talking to them, to be honest with you. Because, like, the government is playing games and they got people all confused, and I don't think people recognize how confused they are. You have everyone say, I'm for legal immigration. Okay, well, let's make all the Haitians legal. Are you still for that?
Yeah.
See, the Haitians are coming over here legally, by and large, because they've so destroyed their country that the United States government has carved out a path for them to come here and be legal. And so when you say you're for legal immigration, you're saying, hey, I'm for the Haitians. They're legal. Almost all of them are legal. You know, the way the government describes it, they are legal.
Well, to your point, this comment says cats and dogs are not. They got to go home. They are here illegally. Barbecue is taking over Haiti, and they are over here complaining about him instead of going home and getting rid of him. Like, you know, y'all could go home and try to fix it like that one business owner who got everything destroyed. But, you know, their first pathway to citizenship somewhere else, you know, they would go to Brazil, but Brazil is kicking the Haitians out too. And it's not
really?
like
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so is Cuba.
Haven of whatever.
Cuba was the next spot.
Yeah, so Brazil is getting them up out of there by the droves. Okay? And so now they're coming here. Boo-hoo, the good old victim card.
It almost makes you wonder, like, damn, do they have a plan once they empty Haiti out?
No.
Yeah, no, John, I think we were talking about that before. I think they're gonna turn Haiti into a resort.
I mean, there won't be anyone there to stand up to it. You know, an outsider just invading the place.
Yeah, yeah. No, they gonna rebuild Haiti, man. Haiti gonna. What's crazy is the Haitians ain't gonna be able to go back.
It's gonna be a resort.
It's gonna be a resort.
Blacks.
They go.
Oh
they
yeah,
gonna
nobody wants those monkeys here.
they gonna rebuild Haiti and can't go back. That's the. I tell you, all this shit. It's
That's
like
a crazy thought, HB.
Yeah, no, it's all like a feedback. It's like a circular thing. It's like a feedback loop. Man, they don't even see that. They not. This is all a plan. I really do believe this is all a plan to get them over here so they can have that island to themselves. They'll probably give it to DR, or is it Puerto Rico or DR? Which one
DR.
is it?
It's
DR.
DR.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
DR.
Yeah. They'll probably just give it to DR.
Well, you know what, guys? I have a proposal. I propose that they do have a pathway to citizenship. But here's the punchline for my joke. I propose that we send them all to the Clintons' property, because it's the Clintons that pillaged that country. I mean, since Bill Clinton was Attorney General of the state of Arkansas, his LLCs were literally stripping Haiti of their resources and wealth. And then when he became president in 1992 and inaugurated in 1993, it was like it was on steroids. I remember when everything went to hell. What was it, at the end of 93, 94? When that prime minister basically was given an ultimatum to leave the island, and he left. And then it happened again in 2010, 2011, when that earthquake hit. We as Americans donated $3 billion to Haiti, billion with a B. And that was out of our hearts. And the Clintons took all the money, darn near. And then you have this president, now that Biden is selected in office, that got assassinated literally 8 months later. And here we are repeating the process. So I say, you know what? Keep them here. Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Chelsea, you get to share your house with the Haitians, and you get to share your money with the Haitians.
Yeah, Haiti's. Yeah, I kind of agree with HB on this one. Haiti's definitely getting rebuilt. I just looked it up. Apparently, Haiti has over $20 billion worth of untapped gold.
Yeah, I think they have oil.
They got $40 billion of untapped copper.
Yeah, they have copper. They have a lot of silver as well, and they have a lot of oil.
Haiti's got a lot of untapped resources. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they're definitely getting rebuilt.
Yep.
Well, her LinkedIn says that the American College of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine, doctor's degree, and this is what Universal shared, doctor's degree acupuncture. So from 2019 to 2022. Oh, so she's pretty new in the game. So this is traditional Chinese medicine, dermatology, acupuncture specialist. She went to the American College of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine. So this is only a 2-year. So her master's of both of those things.
I never heard of that university. Is that like a .com university?
Wait a minute. What's the name of this college?
American College of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine.
I googled it. It exists.
Let me see about this, man.
But
I was gonna say this can't be real.
But look at the years. You rarely see someone get a master's degree and a PhD at the same time in a 2-year span.
In a 2-year span, yeah.
2.5 years. Yeah, that's suspicious as hell.
Okay, so what was this again? American College of. Scroll back up real quick. The American College of Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine.
I think I saw Romeo doing a commercial for this school, man. I don't. Little Romeo.
It's in Houston, of all places.
Yeah. We have Florida College of Integrative Medicine. So this was 2013 to 2014. Indian River State College. 2012 to 2012, her associates. The National Guild of Hypnotists, 2017 and 2017. Express Coaching, the Life Coach Certification Group, 2016 to to 2016. So this is international wellness and spiritual coach, success conversion coaching.
Wait a minute, what the hell? This is as seen on. Okay, this is a bullshit college. I'm already looking at this already as seen on NBC, CBS,
Hey, Juan, to the. That's how they started the school.
All right, let's see about the about us. Where?
Trying to start a college. What's up, Mark Cuban? You gonna help me?
No accreditations. Nothing from SACS. Nothing from the Higher Learning Commission. Nothing from. Good Lord.
I wonder how much money their funding has.
But you got to think about it too. It's a scam. It's a scam college that has I'm sure that Eastern Europe or Eastern
Chinese medicine.
Yeah, Chinese medicine. Damn, somebody sounds like they're
Either spitting or farting or both. I don't know.
yeah.
Is it me?
Somebody dropped their phone in a zipper or something. I don't know what that.
You know what that reminded me of, HB? Have you seen the movie There's Something About Mary?
Oh yeah.
When the prom date gets stuck in the zipper?
Yeah, that I swear that movie freaked me out so bad I stopped buying like pants with zippers in it. I only wanted pants with buttons on it.
You and me both. I went full Velcro for like 2 years after I saw that movie.
That shit was terrible, man.
Wait a minute, what the hell? The accreditation. Okay, so they are accredited by SACS. How? I have no freaking idea. The program's listed in the ACAHM directory, and then ACAHM does not accredit any programs at the undergraduate bachelorette level. Well, no shit. So why the hell are you promoting that you're accredited by that? This makes no sense. This is deceptive as all hell, in my opinion.
That's the thing with witchcraft. It's all deceptive.
You know, the power of suggestion, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the other one that you went to? American Indian College?
They tried to send Angel there. He said, no.
Yeah, I was going to say they got Native Americans over there.
No.
Angel failed out after the first class. Oh no, he got kicked out after bumming somebody for $20 on Cash App.
Ah, damn.
Okay.
Damn.
Indian River State College. Give me a second.
Yeah.
This college sounds familiar as well.
Angel got me for 20. God damn it.
Well, whoever donated to me last night, thank you guys very much. By the way, I wasn't e-begging last night. Okay, Indian River. Okay, yeah, this is where I know them from. Their volleyball team competed against the school that I graduated from in the NAIA championships.
At least they got a sports team. That's good. That's a good sign.
Yeah, Fort Pierce, Florida. Where's the about? Okay, yeah, they're also accredited by SACS. Let's see. About 1 second.
That's a good sign. I mean, she got what she needed to get to do the fruit drips and the IV drips.
What she did though is she what she's doing, and this is where I get skeptical. You're basically wearing your degrees, all of them, and all of your accreditations on your sleeve, and you don't do that. Your reputation is supposed to precede you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well this school's legit. They have a SAP policy, and their SAP policy, they don't play. You fell out one semester, you're on your own for a whole year. You got to pay your own way for a whole year. No financial aid, no nothing. Oh, I'm sorry, Portia. I didn't mean to interrupt you if you fell silent. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think she wanted to play this next video.
Hey, Portia, before. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to update the timestamps in the description boxes. in the description box. Yeah, I was just listening.
Hey, Portia, Universal Jones, I know you know you're a busy man. How much time you have? Because I want to go over these picks with you before you get off this.
I got about 25, 30 minutes.
All right, let's do it right now then. While I got you up here, man. You know, I was going off some lack of information there, and if I had known what I known, and I really want to cover this Panthers game with you, so we're gonna jump right into that one first.
Yeah.
Bengals, no, not Bengals, Panthers. We're gonna go to week 3. How do I get to week 3? Week 3. There it is, right there. What do you think about that Panthers game, Universal?
Yeah, that was surprising.
Why was it really?
Surprising game.
Was it really?
But I think when you look at the Raiders, they're not that great of a team. They put the Red Rocket in, Andy Dalton, and it just changed the whole team around.
They put Andy Dalton in replace of whom?
What's his name? Young.
The rookie, was he?
Yeah, he's a second year. This is the first round pick or first pick last year.
The first pick in the draft. Was he a Heisman Trophy winner too?
Did he win the Heisman? He didn't win it last year. I think he won it the year before.
Heisman Trophy winner, first pick in the draft. He replaced.
By
Journeyman. He replaced by Journeyman, no?
Yeah, Bryce Young.
Bryce Young.
But he's 5.
And he was replaced by Journeyman, though, right?
Yes, Andy Dalton, who has been a solid quarterback in the league, but he's not a starter.
And it seemed that the criticism of Bryce Young, he can't even make high school throws. That's what I was reading about him. Have you read anything?
Well, I mean, I think we got to give him a little bit of a chance. He can't see over the lineman. He's 5'10". Most of the linemen are 6'4" plus. Plus, he plays for the Panthers. I mean, they ain't the best team out there. He needs to be in a better system in order for it to work. There are other shorter quarterbacks who are making it work, but he's just young and inexperienced on an awful team. But Andy Dalton's a vet. He knows how to set his feet, take that ball under the center. He's going to make some plays for you.
You know, I think these young players like the Bryce, they're so lacking in fundamentals, you know, and in some cases height.
Yep.
That a young coach would get his career at that particular job ended by him.
Yep.
And he's going to get this guy fired.
Well, that's what happened last year. Matt Rule was their coach. Well, I guess that was 2 years ago now because Matt Rule's been at Nebraska for 2 years. But again, not being able to have a solid quarterback led him out of the league. And he's one of the better college coaches out there.
Yeah. You know, they're going to go where they can. But you got to go where the quarterback is. All right, let's go over these real quick. I picked the Jets. You picked the Jets, right?
Yeah, I did pick the Jets to win. They did pull it off pretty convincingly. Again, better quarterback situation. Not a better coach, but better quarterback situation.
There you go.
This game was tricky. I didn't know who to pick here. I probably would have picked the Browns, and I probably would have lost my money. But good for the Giants. The Giants are kind of rolling a little bit. They're not win. This is their first win, but they look better than what they did week 1.
Who is the quarterback for that team?
Daniel Jones.
He's still there. Okay, he's still quarterback.
He's still there, and they paid him. They paid him about a year ago, so he's there and paid. Yeah.
All right, there we go. And he beat the Deshaun. Was he a first pick in the draft?
Deshaun Watson definitely was the number 1 pick to the Houston Texans.
There you go.
Yes.
AR-15 versus
the NFL princess.
Yes, I knew who I knew who I picked him.
I would have picked the Colts. I would have picked the Colts here, but I would have thought it was going to be a little bit more high scoring because both of those defenses have been suspect. Yeah.
We're going to talk about the quarterbacks who throwing all the touchdowns in the NFL. We're going to see an interesting number, I think. Houston, Minnesota. Whoa, this is something.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I was at the game. It was live. That's why I wasn't able to come on and do the picks on Sunday. But yeah, we spanked them. They looked awful, by the way. They couldn't get nothing going on the Vikings.
What does it say to you? Darnold versus CJ Stroud. Journeyman Darnold.
Yep. Journeyman, familiar with the offense. I think Stroud has too many weapons, and I don't think they've learned how to work with all those wide receivers. Also, they were missing their running back, Joe Mixon, which kind of messed up their tempo. They couldn't really run the ball very well.
Second big win for Minnesota in 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, we rolling. I credit it all to Lolo and that blanket. That's my good luck blanket.
New Orleans loses to, I think I picked New Orleans too. Lost to Philadelphia.
Yeah. New Orleans is rolling too, but they took that L late to the Eagles. The Eagles should be playing much better than this. They should be able to beat a team like New Orleans with no pressure. But yeah, close game. Eagles put it off.
Has Jalen Hurts reverted back to who we really, you are who we thought you are? Yeah. Has he reverted to who we thought he was?
I think he's coming down to earth a little bit. I mean, he threw the ball 38 times yesterday or on Sunday. That's a lot, man. He had 311 yards, but he didn't have any touchdowns. Saquon, he carried that team.
They beat him with the running. All right, low scoring game. I was surprised at this. I would have picked Harbaugh here. I think I did.
I would have went with the Steelers again. The Steelers are rolling low key. Justin Fields ain't playing that bad comparative to what we've seen in Chicago. I think that they should keep him at quarterback even when our boy Russell comes back. But the Steelers, they always play hard at home and they got the job done. Again, West Coast teams coming east, always keep that in mind. They usually start off slow.
That is tough. Baker Mayfield, Bo Nix, I be damned.
I don't know what happened with Baker, man. He went up to Detroit, last week, did good. This week he goes into the Maha City. I don't know if he couldn't breathe because of the altitude or what, but they got smashed. Bo Nix showed up and showed out, man. He made it happen.
No, Tampa Bay had them at home and lost.
Oh, I thought this game was in Denver. Oh, well, damn. Even worse. I was trying to give the Broncos some home field advantage. Apparently not. They went down to Tampa and smashed them. So, yeah, shout out to Bo Nix.
Give me one second.
Yeah, man. While we're waiting on John, sorry, Portia, I'm apologize. John was getting talking.
Yeah, and so there was a run by Bo Nix. I saw the highlights of it.
Yep.
The boy looked like Lamar Jackson out there, didn't he?
White Vic. Yeah, he's out there scrambling.
He got some speed to him.
Yeah, he does. He's gonna need it down in Denver. He's gonna need it. So
Green Bay, Tennessee, that was easy. We both probably.
Oh man, yeah. Green Bay's rolling, man. Even without their quarterback, it's amazing.
If I didn't known that Andy Dalton was starting, I may would have chosen differently, but
yeah. And watch out for those Panthers. I think they're gonna get some sneaky wins now that Andy Dalton's playing. They got some.
I don't think Bryce comes back to play for them with that coach trying to keep his job on.
And it's gonna be tough. Don't be surprised if they trade him. I think last year with the Bears trading Fields, that has opened up a trend of getting rid of your quarterbacks early. So don't be surprised if he's on a different team next year.
Miami lost to Seattle. I think I picked Seattle because I said Miami doesn't have a quarterback, right? Tua's gone. Is he gone for the season?
Tua's gone. We don't know if he's out for the season yet. It doesn't look good. The concussion thing is real bad for him. So yeah, the Dolphins, they tank without a solid quarterback. So they got to figure out what they're gonna do.
Do you think the NFL will force Tua to retire?
I think they're gonna let him come back out, but if he has any other concussion-like injuries, he's done. I think they're gonna have to.
You think that like they'll say your medical doctor won't clear him to play?
Yeah, or they'll blame another reason. I think they'll make him take the high road out.
Pay him off.
Because you don't want that bad publicity. Plus, all that CTE stuff has kind of died down over the last couple of years, so you don't want that coming back.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, it makes sense. I think I picked Detroit over Arizona.
Yeah, I thought this game would be a lot more lopsided than it was, but Arizona seems they're not playing bad. They just got to execute. They let Detroit come back towards the end and just finish them off. But yeah,
bro, Dak Prescott is in trouble. Dak is in trouble, man. He's a trouble man.
Speaking of quarterbacks that may be in new places, don't be surprised if he continues to play this bad. Jerry Jones might have to make a drastic decision and get rid of him, even though they just paid him. I don't know if he has a no trade clause or anything like that in his contract, but he ain't look. I mean, his numbers are good from a fantasy perspective. I'll take 379 yards and 2 touchdowns, but you got to win some games. And in Dallas, that's a big platform. You got to win, man.
If only we could live in fantasy land. Dak Prescott. Lamar Jackson, I still don't think he's out of the woods, bro. He just beat a weaker quarterback.
Yeah.
I think he's in trouble too.
Yeah, he had a lot of help. Derrick Henry helped him out a lot. He was running all over the Cowboys.
He's a game manager at best. He's not a franchise quarterback, in my opinion.
He threw some bad passes. We might have to look at his throwing again sometime this week because I seen some bad passes on the highlights. I was like, what is going on? Man.
San Francisco and the Rams, I was surprised here. Y'all picked the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah. I don't know what's happening with the 49ers, man. They're sliding in the wrong direction. The Rams, who I don't think is a good team, they pulled this off. Good victory for them. Again, carried by their running game. I think this is the year of returning to running the ball and running backs running the ball because we're seeing a lot of running backs have good games, really good games.
KC and Atlanta, not surprising, but Atlanta playing them closer.
Yeah,
Kirk Cousins in the game, man. He's still playing, right? He's still playing.
Yep,
Okay, he's going to keep in the game.
Yep, he was definitely game management. He was 20 for 29, 230 yards, 1 touchdown. So he managed it just enough, but not enough to get the dub. KC rolls on. Shout out to Tough Guy.
I think I picked Buffalo here. I can't remember. I picked the Giants.
Jacksonville looking like Jacksonville of old. They cannot get it done. The Golden Boy, he ain't doing too well. He just got paid too. Jacksonville just needs a fresh start. They're a team that just needs like a whole makeover, man. That whole franchise is just trash. And right now, quiet as it's kept, Josh Allen may be the front runner for MVP if we're voting early. He's killing it now. He's killing it. So
the Redskins quarterback, I heard it on the news here this morning. He had a lights out game.
Now, have you seen his mom? Have you seen John? You gotta look up his mom. Now, you in DC, you might be able to scoop her up, man.
Seen the mom. What's that boy named Jalen?
Ooh, his mom is fine, man. Ooh, Lord.
What's his name? Jalen. What's his name?
Jalen Daniels.
Jalen mom.
Or Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels. Yeah, type Jaden Daniels' mother.
Yeah.
Go to the ID and enjoy.
Give you something to help you make it power through. At the end of the day.
Now, if she was my mom, I wouldn't want her showing up to my games because what she had on yesterday, I was like, man.
Oh, no, I didn't see her yesterday. Oh, this is sister.
Man. Yeah.
So this is I thought what?
Yeah, she looked like she'd be his girlfriend, but that's his mama.
What?
Yes, sir.
What?
Everybody goes.
Oh, boy. Man, there's a picture of her in a bow-legged like stance, man, somewhere.
Yeah, that thing rotisserie. Yeah.
What? Look at his mama. Look at the boy and his mama. Look, I mean, they look like twins. Like they could be perfect. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, we gotta find her. We gotta find her IG.
You want to put her in the back chat? I got it.
Look at that mama. Look at mama.
Put that IG in the back chat.
She can make another quarterback.
Portia got out of here.
He might make one more.
Parker. Miss Parker.
Maybe you want to make another quarterback.
Oh, Lord.
Man, I gotta find that bow-legged Santa at the Washington Redskins game. And them legs,
yeah, man.
Get wide open. How you could climb between them?
Hey, man, he had to learn how to take snaps from somebody. Apparently, Daddy didn't care.
Yo, you're sick. He said he was.
Now, come on, now think about this. She's bringing him to practice. You know the coaches is like, hey,
I'm a bent over show. Let me show your boy how to take the snap.
Yeah.
Y'all go home and practice it. Let me show your boy how to take a snap.
You and your mama. Oh man, yeah, boy.
Oh.
Don't you know? Hey, that boy better be strong in that locker room.
Yeah, he better be.
He better be damn strong.
Better
You
be
know
like
what I'm
LeBron
saying?
James.
Yeah, like LeBron
Hey,
James.
they fucked his mama, and they fucked his mama, right?
Exactly.
The drug addict fucked his mama, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He better be strong.
Delonte West.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
And the reason why I say he better be damn strong because he gotta let them niggas know without even telling them, don't be fucking with my mama, man. Period.
Yep.
And ain't that kind of game, nigga. I am the quarterback of this team.
Yep.
Black ass playing in the Siberia somewhere. And that's gonna be hard for him. I think it's gonna be very, very difficult because his mama might be. Is she single? She gotta be single. Ain't no way.
Apparently, based
You
on
know she's single.
based on how she advertises, I would think so.
Yeah. The way she's showing up to them games.
She want that action too. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
she on the market.
Yeah.
And I think that's gonna be a problem for him. You understand? I can just see it right now in DC. Oof.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, John, I feel like he's probably been dealing with that his whole life, though. I think, you know, it's kind of I kind of look at it like those guys that live down in Colombia. Like we see them. We're like, how do y'all even live down there? But when you've been dealing with it your whole life, you just kind of like, whatever.
But I'm talking about now. He got apex predators on the team. Antonio Brown type nigga
with money. Yeah.
Tom Brady couldn't even train that nigga. Tom Brady couldn't even bring that nigga to heel. You know what I mean? Yeah. And you gonna have at least 10 of them on the team, bro.
Yep.
And you the quarterback, bro. Like Russell Wilson couldn't do it.
Yep.
They went to his wife.
They sure did. Golden Tate.
And got her.
Yeah.
And now you got to throw the football to this nigga that's banging your wife. He delivering the real meat to your wife.
But one thing I will say about the actual football in Jalen Daniels, he can't be your leading rusher, and he was yesterday. That's gonna be a problem. He's tall, but he's frail, so you don't want him running the ball that much. But he did play a good game overall. I will say that. Washington, that was a hard-fought win. They showed up and showed out against a team that's supposed to be good. They got all their players back, but they got beat pretty convincingly last night.
I always think, man, it's too much shit here to do for young black men, like here in Atlanta. That's why they can't win.
Yeah.
They can't win. Chicago probably too, man. They in the club. Houston, they in the club, strip clubs in Houston. Right? It's hard to win, man. I don't know how they do it in Dallas because you're probably so much overwhelming pressure to win. That they're overwhelmed. They're playing and hustling and hanging out.
Yeah.
But we just had a risk. Yep, Miami. We just had a baseball player here. Went to play a damn game in Chicago. Baseball. They found this nigga in the casino in Chicago at 6 a.m. Maybe 8 a.m. He's supposed to be getting ready for the game. You know, those big cities, man, it's hard for a young boy, a young man that doesn't, man, it's a lot of luring things out there.
Anything, whatever your vice is, it's in these big cities.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Hell yeah, LA, it's hard, man. The only thing good about LA and New York is you're a small fry in those cities if you're playing football. You might be able to come. You know what I mean? Anyway, one more thing, University John wanted to run past you, man. I think these old quarterbacks, these, journeymen like Sam Darnold, the ones with the fundamentals, I think they're going to win a lot of games, bro. I think you see them now. Shit. Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, Aaron Rodgers. Who else? Who are some of the older quarterbacks out there? The Baker Mayfield, Matthew Stafford. I would even throw Smith in the list, right?
Even Geno Smith as well.
Yeah, I just mentioned him. Yep, Geno. Yeah, they're going to win a lot of games, man, because fundamentally they're more sound than these quarterbacks that's running around. They're not going to get hurt as much.
So they'll at least be healthy, right? The Josh Allen world. And if they could just stay healthy, they'll just win the war by attrition.
Absolutely.
And it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to rearrange the whole draft, the way they look at quarterbacks in the draft.
Yeah, you might start seeing quarterbacks get drafted later or in the second round, like running backs.
Yeah. Look at Kirk Cousins and RG3. Weren't they drafted the same year? Kirk Cousins still in the league. RG3 talking about football for a living now.
Yes, they were drafted the same year, the same team.
Same year, same team.
Yep.
We mentioned Aaron.
Kirk Cousins has made so much money, man. I mean, I don't remember his exact number, but it's close to like it's between $300 and $400 million over his career.
You know how he done that though, bro? You know what's most interesting about Kirk Cousins? He bet on himself.
Yeah,
he bet on himself. And he said, I'm not gonna go long term with you. I'll go short term.
Yep. 2-year contracts.
He never was long year deal. 1 year, 1 year. He franchised a couple years, and he only went 2 years.
Yep.
And if you really think about it, the NFL finally gave out a guaranteed contract. They did to Deshaun Watson. But if you're guaranteed money, blah, blah, if you are a good quarterback, you really don't need a long-term contract.
No.
Nah, you don't. Nah.
If you can play well from year to year, you want as short of a contract as possible. 1 year, man.
Yeah.
I did well this year. Go find somebody else or pay up for me. I want to be at the top of the list every year. Somebody. Kirk Cousins was smart.
Yeah,
and
super smart.
Yeah, and I don't think the other players wanted the vanity, the biggest contract.
Yeah,
but he wanted the most money. And
he wanted to be paid.
Yeah, he wanted to be paid, man. And,
and the quarterback market goes up pretty much every year, so he's always in contention to get the biggest bag possible.
He's repricing his services every year. That's what you want to do. You want to reprice as often as possible in the NFL. Is every year you can reprice yourself. And he's weighing himself against the competition who clearly aren't doing very well. The first round picks aren't doing as well as him still.
Right.
His value keeps going up the older he gets almost.
Yep.
He's in a great situation again.
Yep.
Anyway, once it's 2012 was RG3, Kirk Cousins, and Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Anyway, Portia can come back up. I just wanted to go over there.
All right, Portia. We done talking nasty, Portia. We got it. Every time we cover the Redskins, we got to get an update on what Mama wore to the game. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Some of these NFL mamas, though, man. God damn.
We need her playing in. We need his team playing in warm weather all year round. So, with them Dukes, so.
If that's the case, whenever the girls are up here, because it is Jalen Rose after all.
Yeah,
Portia, we like to keep our face.
Bring them up. We like when the girls come up here. Bring them up.
No, I mean if the girls got to have a segment,
Come on.
Y'all
We're not doing. Nah.
Yeah, of course. I mean, but
12 man take your shirt off.
He's beautiful. Then I mean. He looks like his mom.
Yeah, he's a handsome young man. He's a handsome young man. I'm pretty sure he's doing well in DC.
Yeah, his mama fine though.
Yeah, but he is too.
We'll let you battle it out. Go for it.
We gotta get you up out of here, Portia. Yeah, you might get us up out of here, Portia. You start telling us who all these fine men. Well, we gonna have to. Men will probably jump off the tunnel real quick. Yeah, go ahead, Portia. You got the. Go ahead.
Let's see. What was I trying to get into? Let's see. What is this timestamp? 2:29.
Portia's getting together. I'm gonna hop off. I'll be back probably later on this evening. Y'all take care.
Hey,
Hey, Universal, before you go, man, we gotta do one of those QB shows, like a review. I get the film, or you get the film, whichever one you want to cover. We go over it.
Sounds good. You want to do it in the daytime or in the evening?
We can just do it pre-recorded and then just release it if you want, or we can do.
Yeah, send me an email then. We can coordinate a time.
All right, I do that. Hey, the next thing, man, you been following that Young Dolph trial, man?
I just got some information about it last night, but what I heard was the dude was supposed to get paid $40K and only got about 800. So expect some snitching to happen because he wanted his money.
Oh, he already the snitch. You know, he
damn.
snitched on the yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, I'll catch up with it though.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's much better than the YSL case. It's faster moving, you know.
And we can cover that too. We can get some clips and talk about that too. I'll be
down. Yeah, we do that. All right, sounds good. All right.
Perfect. All right, y'all. Peace.
So that's why I've been seeing the clips of Young Dolph pulling up to Makita's online everywhere. They going up. They doing the trial finally.
Man, you know what's so crazy about this shit, HB? Both of them niggas got shot, and they had to drop on both of them niggas. I mean, they had them niggas with their back turned, and you know, both of them getting shot. Yeah. I mean, they like the clumsiness of it. Hell, he was only deserved of $800. You couldn't pull that off without getting yourself shot.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
They probably were scared of Dolph, man.
Nah, you know what? The one boy had never even shot the gun before.
Oh yeah,
I never even shot it. And so he couldn't hold the gun very well. You know, probably the first time shooting an AK, it's gonna buck you a little bit. It bucked him a little bit. You know, he didn't kill him. He should have knocked him down one shot. You know, and the brother too. He should have put both of them down. You know, and it's two of y'all. No one should have gotten out of the store alive. You know. And the fact that the man got out of the store, got out of the shot, and then went in the car, got his rifle, and really got to shooting at him. Yeah. I think that's how he hit him with the rifle. Yeah.
You know what's crazy too? All of Young Dolph's cars were bulletproof. All of them.
Really?
Yep. All of his cars, all of them was bulletproof. He actually made a song called 100 Shots or 100 Rounds. I don't know if it's 100 rounds or 100 shots. Somebody in the chat probably know. But he after they ran down on him before. They shot his truck up 100 times and not one bullet went through it. But he was known that every single one of his cars were bulletproof, like fully bulletproof.
You know, he there was I guess his bodyguard testified yesterday that they had shot at him several times. You know, and then it's gonna. I think it's gonna be an interesting aspect of the lower tier music business because it operates just like the higher tier music business. And that they find these young, poor, impressionable kids, young men, they poor, they don't have any avenues. They know their life not going anywhere, but they out on the corner rapping in somebody's basement rapping. And someone comes along and basically uses them. They may be hustling, selling dope. And that's what it was in this case. A young boy hustling, selling dope, and some guy comes along and say, "Yo, I know Big Joke or whatever." Dolph is the guy who put the hit on Dolph, and you know he's showing him around, kind of like Puffy did. Show you guys a good time, took him down to Atlanta, and then say, "Yo, I need you to kill somebody for me."
Yeah.
If you do that, I'm gonna get this record deal for you. Man, you listen to the guy talking about saying, I mean, he's southern accent. You know, this is what Memphis. You can hardly understand. If you ain't from down there, you don't even know what the hell he's saying half the time. Yeah. And the guy is basically saying that he was like forced to do it, kind of like Puffy forced the women to have sex. And so I think it's exposing the, you know, like the kind of that middleman exploitive music, you know, the aspect of music in the urban communities, where there are these people that don't make music, don't do anything, maybe got some dope money. They got buy a little studio and promise you a record deal if you go off and do anything. That trial.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I do expect a lot of snitching, a lot of telling, a lot of finger pointing. Cause yeah, I mean, shot the nigga in front of a cookie shop. It's not. It ain't really much you could do with that. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. But yeah, Dolph definitely got caught slipping, man. I was never really a too big of a Young Dolph fan, but he did make some decent music. He just got caught slipping, man. Should have stayed in that bulletproof. Should have stayed in that bulletproof car. You know, what's the point in buying a bulletproof Corvette if you're not gonna go through the drive-through? You know, couldn't imagine. Couldn't imagine. Now all his cars on getting sold. It's unfortunate. But make sure you guys hit the like button. Subscribe if you're new here. We're just waiting. Let me see. He had the option to say no. He chose otherwise. Not like he said, "I'll kill him," or "I'm gonna kill you." Then he has no option. Yeah, that's true too. That's true too. Black said, "Why did they kill him?" I'm not really sure exactly why they killed him, but I know Young Dolph, you know, he was in his music, he would talk a lot of shit about Yo Gotti. He would, you know, talk about how he fucked this bitch and you know, you pussy, all types of shit. So I'm guessing this probably has something to do with that. I'm not 100% sure though, but I'm guessing this was some street.
Oh, blacks want to know why they killed Dolph?
Yeah, why they killed Dolph? Yeah.
Oh, so Young Gotti, this is testified yesterday. The security guard, a friend of Young Dolph, testified that Young Gotti, it's all these Youngs, wanted Dolph to sign him.
It's Yo Gotti. Yo Gotti.
Yo, so damn, yo. I actually saw Yo Gotti perform live, man, before he was big in New York, man. Like somewhere in Manhattan. I took my little cousin there. But anyway,
Yeah, Yo Gotti's been around. He's been around for like 15, 20 years, damn near. Yo Gotti.
Yeah, and it was an old dude with him. That might have been Jook. You know, Jook is dead now, by the way. So Yo wanted Dolph to sign with his label. But Dolph apparently wanted to be independent and rapped about it. Like, yo, I'm independent. I ain't signing with anybody, blah, 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 blah. And so that's why Big Jook, who is Dolph's brother, put the contract on Big Jook, who is Gotti's brother, put the contract on Dolph. That's why right there. Yeah. And the two guys who killed him would promise a contract with Jook and Gotti if they did it. That's the allegation. Yeah. So basically it was about, I want to be your record producer. You better sign with me. If you don't, I'll kill you. Yeah. It's more or less how it boiled down. And the same thing goes with the YSL case. You know, that they wanted to do music with, say, Rich Homie Quan, but Rich Homie Quan was with Birdman and vice versa. And Birdman wouldn't let them do music, so they shot up Birdman's bus in Atlanta or Lil Wayne's bus and all kind of shit like that. You know, it's the middleman trying to corner the rappers and present them to Puffy or whoever and say, hey, give me some money. I brought you some rappers. That's more or less how it seems to be working out.
Yeah, it's most of this shit is over petty stuff for the most part.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it later.
Yeah, we might have to watch some of these court proceedings.
We'll watch the guy that snitched first. I think his name is I can't remember his name. But this guy's like 36 years old, 30 something, I want to say. And he agreed to do it for 40,000. Just imagine, man, he wouldn't kill somebody for 40 grand, bro.
Man, he could go work at he could go work at Walmart to make more than that.
He got 800, bro.
$800 to give. A $500 payment,
Oh,
$300 payment.
hey, you going to hell for $800, man?
I
That shit
need
ain't worth
no
it, man.
money up front.
Right. I'm gonna need that shit up front, man.
If it's just gonna be 40,000, I need that up front, bro.
Man, I don't know if I can. I couldn't knock somebody off for 40 grand, man.
Yeah, man. If I do, I need my money up front. Because if I get 800, I got another person to kill. Then I got one more
Yeah,
person.
40K to knock somebody off, man. It's just not, man.
Then
I
you
need
gotta
at least a 100. Give me 100, man. It's not like it's a nobody. I can see if you want me to knock off a nobody. It's Young Dolph. Everybody know Young Dolph.
Yeah, they
All
got
them,
it.
oh,
They got the forces for him. Man, you know, his car was painted like
camouflage.
if he had just had a regular car, they might not have noticed him. Seriously.
Yeah, no, that's why all of his cars were bulletproof, because everybody knew his cars. That's why like with Julio Fulio, they shot him in the car. They had to wait for Dolph to get out of the car. Because it wasn't, it wouldn't have, he would have just, he just would have burnt out on him.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, nah, he knew them killers was on him. He knew him. He knew that.
He should have ordered those cookies by Uber Eats.
Nah, seriously. But I mean, he moved around like the president, but he just got a little too comfortable.
Too comfortable.
Just too comfortable, man. That's the downfall for a lot of niggas, man. They get too comfortable.
Never get too comfortable. Portia, what you got up for us next? Is Portia still here? Oh, there he is.
Yeah, there we go.
America has allowed gangs to enter our country.
The migrants that are coming, they're taking over every block right now.
The city of Chicago is going to go up in smoke. It's going to go up in flame.
Gangs in Chicago are angry over the influx of migrants and criminals in their city. They say money that should be going to the African American community on the South Side is instead going to what they call non-citizens, and warn that turf wars between Chicago's gangs and groups like Venezuela's Tren de Aragua could see Chicago, quote, go up in flames. Photographer Matt McDermott and I traveled to Chicago's South Side to see what was happening for ourselves after we heard about a police report last month that the Tren de Aragua gang had taken over an office building there. We spoke to a number of young, hardcore gang members, as well as gang elders who have retired from the life, and just regular citizens who are very much part of the community. And they're all furious at the estimated $500 million that's reportedly been funneled toward new migrants in Chicago since 2022. And they aren't happy either about what they say are Venezuelan criminal gangs that are leaving the shelters and spilling out into the South Side into abandoned buildings. I spoke to Tyrone Muhammad of Ex-Cons for Trump, who runs a street patrol and violence prevention program. He's gone straight since his days as an enforcer for the Gangster Disciples. And he said the situation is very tense on the South Side as turf battles between the local gangs and Venezuelan migrants heat up.
It is impossible to release gang members and criminals into our country through the borders and broken walls, and then infiltrate them in our community that's already impoverished, that's already broken, that's already disinvested. And when the black gangs, the leadership in the black gangs in Chicago get fed up with the illegalities and the criminal activity of these migrants or non-citizens, the city of Chicago is going to go up in smoke, it's going to go up in flame, and there's going to be nothing that the National Guard or our government can do about it when the bloodshed hit the streets.
Pause it,
blacks against migrants.
Pause it real quick. See, and this is like with these ex-gang members, John. See, these niggas back in the 90s, yeah, they would have stood up. I niggas really understand what's going on. Yeah, it's gonna be some back and forth, but like, see, these old gangsters, they understood, like, if you can't hold the block, you don't have any power. These young niggas, they don't really get that. So it's gonna be some fighting. But at this point, there's the only way Chicago gangs are gonna be able to really fight this off is if they were to unite. And they can't even unite within their own gangs at this point. Like billionaire Black Vapor, that nigga can't even come back to Chicago. His own gang will kill him.
You know, I think that, as I said earlier, I think that the Venezuelans got the underground, and that'll provide them the money and the resources, you know, to really root out, you know, anyone that tries to give them any resistance. You know, I'm sure there's a drug connection.
Yeah, too, because I didn't know that. Because when I heard that these guys were taking over, you know, places where Black people are living and stuff, I didn't believe that. But they're saying they're taking over abandoned buildings, and see, now that can actually work, because they don't need, you know, they don't need the shit that we need. We need running water, you know what I mean? We need some, man, they don't need none of that. All they
I
need is a
guarantee you
roof.
some of them know how to tap some electric off the street light.
Yep. So they probably got that probably got abandoned building, just, they got surveillance, all types of shit. And I mean, I'm you know, as close as some of these Latin gangs are with the blacks, man, these Venezuelans, they can speak Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
So the drug money is gonna be there. They're gonna be able to fight this war. Plus they got the government too.
You're in their bidding. It's very interesting, man. We're in Chicago, of all places.
Yeah, me and Portia were talking about this. Like, if the illegal migrants, the gang element, if there is gonna be some combat between the natural born citizens, it's gonna be in Chicago. That's the only place I can see in America where there's gonna be some pushback. And with that pushback over turf and everything, you're gonna have killings. It's just
Oh, you're breaking up, HB.
I don't think they can let bygones be bygones.
Now this is gonna be interesting.
Go ahead, Pusha. You can play some more. Thank you.
Zach Massey did time in state prison with Tyrone Muhammad, although he's only 27. He's a leader on the streets and said he's disgusted by the money going to Venezuelan migrants at the expense, he says, of the African-American community.
I finally actually talked to him on the translator app, and he told me all the things that he got going on, how they help him get car, apartment, clothes, link. So it's just like, I just be looking at it like, they ain't got no Social Security, no, where they come from. He probably not even here legally.
They get right here, they get quick housing, quick funding, food, they get cars with no license, they can't even read English and stuff like that. So they get all these perks when they get here, and we still here starving. So what we gonna do about it? Are y'all gonna listen to our cries?
Shut up.
Corey Rogers was a Blackstone gang member for years. He drove us around the South Side and showed us areas where he said Trendo, Awagwa, and other criminal gangs are setting up shop and what he called showing the flag, which means brandishing their weapons in front of like a housing project.
The migrants that are coming, they're taking over every block right now in this area. Right now, you don't see them because they come out at night. They said they took this courtway over probably about last week. They said it was 100 Venezuelans standing out in the front right here.
Terry, is it an abandoned building? How do they just take it over?
They just, when you take over something, you just stand outside, and that's called showing the flag.
What kind of guns?
Semi-automatics, anything you name, you're gonna see it on the street. These boys got so many big guns that if they're 150 pounds, the gun is bigger than them. I swear.
But they know how to handle it, right? They know what. Tell me about the fact that they're criminals, right? This is a criminal element. These aren't just a bunch of Venezuelans that walked over the border and used to be gardeners back home, right?
Right. They come from the gangland. They come from rougher gangs than us.
One gang member who only gave his name as David on a particularly dangerous drug dealing corner.
He know. He know. He said, man, these people come from rougher gangs than us, man. Like, shit. They know how to shoot the guns.
Yeah.
That fear again, he know, man. Like, he know. He can't hold these people down. You go ahead, boys.
On the south side did not hold back when he talked about the influx of criminal gangs from other countries into Chicago.
The real issue is that America has allowed gangs to enter our country. Gangs that they would consider terrorist groups that are formed here. We are terrorist groups. If we're in a gang, they let terrorists in our country.
The Reverend Corey Brooks also said to me he's disgusted with Democratic policies and said that Black Lives Matter, for example, has never reached out to help him or anyone else trying to improve conditions on the South Side.
Chicago is a blue city. Illinois is a blue state. There's no doubt about it that the majority of our neighborhood, they're going to continue to vote Democrat until they wake up. The good news is that there are a lot of people who are responding and waking up and saying, listen, we're not going to take this. We're not going to stand for this. We're going to vote differently. And they're now accepting some of the values that I hold dear and some of the values that the conservative Republican Party holds so dear. And so for a lot of people, it's not about the person, it's about the policies that we're fed up with. And as a result, I think this is going to be the largest amount of people who have voted for a Republican president in Chicago that we've seen.
I also spoke to one Venezuelan man who was so scared of being identified that he put a hoodie on and refused to face the camera. He told me in Spanish that he had to flee the building where he was being housed because a Venezuelan criminal gang took it over. He said if they knew he was talking, they'd end his family's life back in Venezuela with one bullet. You know, what struck me the most about our week in Chicago was how intelligent and self-aware these gang members and ex-gang members are about their community. You understand when you talk to them that joining a gang and making big money selling drugs is often too tempting to resist when faced with the lack of other real opportunities to make money. And for a place known mostly in news stories for being bloody and violent at night, the area is like a village during the daytime. Everyone knows each other, and believe it or not, there's a friendly vibe. But we spoke to a lot of people and their patience is being stretched thin. I would not be surprised to see the gangs here taking action once the Venezuelans try to get a real foothold here.
Back in 2022, I lost.
Okay, so that's one part of that video that I wanted to share with you guys. And then the guy who had the ex-cons for Trump, he actually did an interview with News Nation. And I hadn't watched that one yet, and I wanted to watch that with you all too. And then just kind of, I'll ask you guys a few questions on your thoughts of what you just saw. I see in the chat that Blacks has a lot to say, but well, I guess before we watch some of that, what do you guys think? Do you think it's like, so I'll just say what I thought when I first saw it, because we talked about this last night, but I kind of cut the conversation short because I wanted y'all up here to talk, because I wanted to hear y'all's thoughts, because I was just very flabbergasted. Like, I just kept pausing it in between just because everything blew my mind that I was hearing. Because while, yes, the illegals, they are illegal, right? We get that. They're illegal. But whenever they're making these claims about y'all letting these illegals in the country, you know, they selling poison to our community, they bringing their gangs over here. And I'm like, but aren't y'all in a gang? Aren't y'all doing the same things? You know, they taking over the neighborhoods with their violence. Isn't that what gangs do?
Well, he mentioned that though, Portia. Not directly. Did you catch it, HB? Well,
No. What do you
he said
mean?
it's one thing, you know, we Americans over here, you doing this, something to that effect. And then he said, but it's another, you bringing people over here from prison. And then I think the black man was saying, like, what did he say? Like, the one that was sitting in the car. Like, they're more violent or something than we are.
Oh yeah. They
Basically
gangs
saying,
are
like,
more violent than ours.
right, like, this is American violence. We cool with that, right? But one of the things, go ahead.
You know what I mean? It's like, yes, they come from like a third world cesspool of demonstrative, unlivable squalor. However, people say all the time that a lot of the gang violence in Chicago is making it like a third world. Like, y'all aren't, stopping that to what I know of. And from the things that I looked up last night, I might as well do it again right now. I was looking up last night because the guy who actually did an interview, he actually started out the video and he had on a shirt that said ex-cons for Trump. So whenever the video started, I had to stop it immediately because I was like, wait a minute, convicts can't vote. I mean, I appreciate your philanthropy and your community service and, trying to spread the word, but like convicts, they can't vote. But then I looked it up to see if convicts can vote in Chicago. And I wanted to know if they could in Illinois anyway. And come to find out, you actually can vote in Chicago. So let me show y'all this. If you have spent time in jail or if you have a criminal record, you still have the right to vote. Once you are no longer in the custody of the IDOC, your right to vote is automatically restored. If you have previously lost your right to vote because of a felony conviction, you will need to re-register to vote once you have been released. When am I able to vote? Well, your case is in court and no verdict has been given yet. You're being held in jail while your case is in court and no verdict has been given. You're on probation. You are on parole. You have been incarcerated before, but you aren't currently. A sheriff may create a temporary polling place at the county jail. Only residents in jail awaiting sentencing will be able to vote in the temporary polling place. When am I not able to vote? If you're in prison serving your sentence, you are serving your sentence through work release or furlough, you have been found guilty, but the judge has not given you your sentence yet. So if you're in jail, this is the one right here. This is the one that I showed last night. So if you are incarcerated for a misdemeanor, check your status, register to vote if necessary, request an absentee ballot from office administrators at your complex. You can vote while awaiting, even if you are incarcerated. So let's say, because sometimes it takes a couple of years, you have been charged with murder in the first degree. However, you have not been found guilty. You have been charged with rape, breaking and entering, and murder. You got 3 counts, 3 different people. You can still vote until you're convicted. Now, felons, you lose the right to vote while you are incarcerated if you are convicted of a felony following your conviction. So once you get out of prison, you can have your rights restored within 14 days, so 2 weeks. And so I was like, oh, well, hey, well, it looks like they can vote in Chicago. So I'm like, this guy, he's obviously out here doing philanthropy and whatnot, and they can also vote as well. But then there's the component of listening to all of these gang members who have participated in the literal destruction of their community by their actions, talking about other people coming in and doing the same thing that they're doing. So my question was, is it only okay if Black American citizens terrorize their own communities? Or is it the messenger and not the message? because I concur with the message, but it's just like coming from them, it's like, I mean, you guys are kind of the same. It's just one of you are illegal and the other is not.
That's why Portia, they got everything that's coming towards them. That's exactly what they get. Honestly,
they can't offer the people a better option. I would imagine that once the Venezuelans, if the Venezuelans, get some semblance of control, it's going to be better than what the blacks could offer in a crime-ridden neighborhood. That's my thought.
Say that again, the last part, John.
It'll be better than what the young black criminals would be able to offer, people living in a crime-ridden neighborhood. It'll be somewhat orderly. It'll be crime. They'll be dealing their drugs and things like that, but it'll be more orderly. You can deal with crime if it's orderly. If they kill the right people, sell drugs more discreetly, you can kind of deal with that. It's the random violence, the mayhem that makes it a little bit more difficult. Someone says blacks was asking, I guess I mentioned they have the underground. You heard the older black men in the prisons. What did they say? We broke out here. And ain't that what they said? We broke out here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He said we starving.
But that's even worse than broke.
And I was like, man, he don't look like he's hungry at all, but they're starving out there.
They can't get their hands on the underground, the dope. The Hispanics and shit done took the dope market. That's the underground. They can't get their hands on it. Now, the one guy that I just read, that Muhammad or whatever, the one that was talking, he killed someone apparently. Right? He killed someone apparently. But he got a weed license. So he able to, use his political connections, but he can't put the whole block on, right? You got to do it legitimately now. And he can't have criminals in his business and all that kind of thing. And so, the crime is kind of going upstream, and a lot of these boys, are going to be left out.
Yeah.
Well, see, I'm sorry. HB said something to me earlier. I believe, and I'm paraphrasing, and you can correct me, but I believe you said that it's not about that. It's about territory, I believe was the word.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be it's all about the territory. So if they moving in, like them dope fiends, they don't care. The dope fiends they don't care if they get it from black person or Venezuelan, as long as the dope good. So you got these Venezuelans with better shit, more organized, more discreet. They probably not slapping them around, treating them like shit. That money's gonna dry up.
HB, look at this comment on the screen right here. Oh, before you get to that, you spoke about the money gonna dry up. 20 years ago, them old heads would be back in the game. They young enough to be selling some dope, right? They young enough, and they would have a connect 20 years ago. Today, they ain't got a connect. Nah. And they can't get back in the game, so they starving, as they say. Here's a comment. Anyone heard of Hey Jackass?
I haven't.
You heard of HB? I'm surprised you never heard of it.
No.
Hey Jackass is a website that covers Chicago crime and violence. You can look it up, Hey Jackass. And they keep track of all the murders, and I think they do like a poll. How many murders will be this year, this week? So anyway, Hey Jackass says something is up. Just this month alone, we've recorded 3 murdered Hispanics in traditionally near 100% black neighborhoods. 2 in Austin and 1 in Grand Crossing. This is a comment about the Venezuelans and blacks clashing in Chicago, and you got 3 3 Hispanics dead. That's interesting.
Yep. That's why I'm telling you, it's gonna be a turf war more than anything. Now the old heads, they see it for what it really is, but the young niggas, they seeing it as a turf war. These the Venezuelans, they don't know how Chicago, like if you look it up, John, you could see they actually have a gang map of Chicago. So it'll tell you which gangs are in every neighborhood. What gang kind of runs the neighborhoods, and I'm guessing they probably was in GD neighborhood or
Christ.
The P-Stones. You never looked at that, Portia? You never looked at the gang territory map in Chicago?
No, I haven't looked at Hey Jackass in a very long time, but I just pulled it up on the screen, and it's just like you're talking about the gang turf, but here on the actual Hey Jackass website, they have a map.
Oh yeah. That's the map right there. Yeah.
They have a map. But what I was laughing at is this right here, the 2024 shot placement. So like right here, and this is through today, so that this is updated regularly. So we have 146, 192 of headshots, we got 346 in the arms, 494 in the torso, 70 unknown, and 815 lower body. I mean, it's crazy that even on this website, like this is even here. Well, this is where they got shot. And then also it says a person is shot every 2 minutes and 46 seconds, and a person is murdered every 14 minutes. Chicago. Shot.
Yeah.
Wow. But then even in the month of September alone, shot and killed 34, shot and wounded 189, total shot 223, and total homicides 38.
Oh wow! So they beat or stabbed some people to death and ran them over by cars or something.
And then the year to date, you have 403 shot and killed, 1,919 shot and wounded, 2,322 total shot, and 457 homicides total.
They're really underperforming here. One year they did about 800. I don't think they can get 800. I mean,
yeah, they on too many drugs now. They be missing a lot. But you see, they not the amount of killing or the amount of shootings hasn't gone down. Just the killing has gone down. They just
I wonder if they're using the big heavy rifles. And that's why they hitting them so low in the legs. They can't, they're not strong enough to hold that rifle up and get an upper body shot.
John, it's those switches. When they put those switches on the Glocks, it bucks on them. It basically turns a Glock into a machine gun. So they can't, they can't hold that.
I would love to see I wish they could do some research. Like the gunshots into the legs, I wonder those like handguns versus rifle shots. I wonder, because I would imagine, these young boys, I was looking at them, they're so small.
Yeah.
That they may not be able to hold that rifle, they got one heavy, because they probably gonna have a drum on it, right? They love carrying the drum. That's gonna be a heavy rifle, a Draco, big old bullets in there, 50 round. It's probably gonna be leaning forward, I would imagine. It won't be straight. And
the brush they use to paint out there is.
Oh, you bringing up HB?
He's breaking up.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. I'm breaking. Hold on a second. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Loud and clear. Yeah.
I'm probably still. Okay. So I said the brush they use to paint in Chicago is the Glock. They use a lot of Glocks and a lot of FNs. That's when they're painting this picture. That's what they use. But they put the switches on it, so they can't control it. Like you're not supposed to unload with a switch on a Glock like that, and you can really be. They do use the Dracos too, but for the most part, it's the Glocks. That's like the thing.
He said Glock was switching. Ryan said.
Yeah, Ryan though. Yeah, that's what they use to paint their masterpieces. It's the Glock switch.
So, HB, I'm sure you would be familiar with some of these names. So on the homicide map, the neighborhoods, so the one that has the most homicides is Austin.
Yeah.
And then there's Inglewood is at 30, Garfield Park 21, North Lawndale 19, South Shore 27, Little Village 18, Auburn Gresham 25, Grand Crossing 33, Humboldt Park 9 homicides, 75 wounded, near West Side, Chatham, Roseland, Chicago line, West Pullum, and others.
Yeah. Those are the main places where niggas lose their lives at. Yeah.
And you see here, and I know you're driving, but for everybody else, and John, on here it says the race of the victim assailant, so it's 77% black.
Yeah, and then the rest is probably Latino.
Yeah, so for the victims, 321, assailant 35, Hispanic is 83, assailant 8, and then white and other, the victim is 13 and the assailant 1.
Yeah.
And they have the gender as well. So the ratio is well, of course it's hold on, wait, let me these colors. Oh, okay. So we have wounded and killed is the metric that we're using. So for males, it was 1,476 wounded so far, 369 total killed. And for women, it's 258 wounded and 49 killed. So 369 men killed and 49 women killed.
Yeah, there's an old saying in Chicago, bitches can get it too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
junk on there and an ass on there. How many people got shot in the ass this year, and how many people got shot in their genitals this year? This website is insane.
Yeah, it's going up on a Tuesday.
I guess it's important to note in Chicago in the year of 2024, based on the results from this website for police-involved shootings, there have been 4 wounded and 3 killed in police-involved shootings for the whole year. Only 3.
Only 3 police killed?
Only 3. Let me see. Hold on, wait. You said police killed. No, it's 3 police that killed someone else. I mean, so.
Oh, yeah.
And the total amount of homicides is actually 457. And the cops only are responsible for 3 of those.
Yeah. How many cops have gotten dropped?
Let's see if it shows us that here.
Probably not. They probably don't talk.
It says 4 CPD officers shot in 2024.
None killed.
Yeah, I don't see killed. It just says how many got shot.
Thank God.
They need all of the cops they can get out there.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's not like they really do anything. I mean, there's nothing really you can do, honestly.
Well, that's true too. They were talking about how Mayor Johnson did away with the shot clocks or shot something.
Oh, yeah. So there's this thing where they used to have them where if it was this device that could hear hold on a second. It could hear the gunshots, and the police would, pretty much go to wherever the shot was at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shot spotter. There we go. Universal
Shot
Jones.
spotter.
Shot spotter. So, obviously, he doesn't want to stop any of the killings. So, he don't want to save nobody. So, yeah, he got rid of it.
There's a lot as to where the shootings are happening. I think that's the bigger issue is, you start seeing, well, damn, this is where all the shots are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I wanted us to take a look at this guy on News Nation and see what he's saying over here in comparison to what he said over there. If we get a little bit more insight from this guy, I think it's Tyrone Muhammad, maybe.
A violent Venezuelan gang called Tren de Aragua, or TDA, has set up shop in New York City, using migrant shelters as a base for their operations. The New York Police Department says that the gang is responsible for thefts at high-end stores and ride-by robberies and scooters. They're also selling something called 2C, or pink cocaine, which is a drug that's becoming more and more prevalent. TDA has also been linked to the shooting of 2 N.
You know who's a big fan of that Tucci? And you know where he was getting it from, Portia? In the Venezuelan hotspot of Miami.
Yep.
He loved that Tucci. Talking about Puffy, that is.
Yeah.
Diddy. But
Yeah,
apparently
Diddy
he
love
was
that.
not prostitute because she got caught in the airport with it, and then Nelly, he got caught as well with it recently.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the new drug for the celebrities, so you know the people gonna follow.
I think it's a response, really, to the fentanyl. You can't trust the cocaine.
Yeah.
And maybe people are branding it pink because the pink, I don't think, has any effect on the high.
Yeah.
There may be some other stimulants. I think there are other stimulants in it.
Let's see.
Yeah, I couldn't see
police
myself snorting
officers.
nothing pink.
And New
But go ahead, Push. Go ahead. My bad.
York isn't the only city dealing with TDA. From Chicago to Denver to New York City, there have been dozens of arrests that have been linked to the group. The Department of Homeland Security official told the New York Times that federal officials were, quote, working on more than 100 investigations linked to the gang at one point this year. And, quote, officers nationwide have made more than 50 arrests related to the gang. In Aurora, Colorado, there's still ongoing debate as to whether the gang was responsible for taking over an apartment building in a now viral video. Gangbangers can be seen roaming the halls with guns and seemingly breaking into apartments. This video, by the way, went so viral that even Donald Trump took notice of it. Here's what he said at the debate.
What's happening? You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio, Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country.
Okay, so we're joined right now by somebody who used to be in a gang in Chicago, who went to prison for 20 years for murder, and he thinks that TDA is such a problem in the city that he fears an all-out turf war is about to break out between the TDA and local Southside gangs. Tyrone Muhammad is with us. He's now part of a group called Ex-Cons for Community and Social Change, Ex-Cons for Trump. Thank you so much for joining us. So why do you believe that a turf war might be imminent?
What you have to understand, thanks for having me, Jesse. What you have to understand is that Chicago gang culture is not like what it used to be, where during the Clinton 1994 crime bill, you removed men who actually controlled the streets that was rather respectful to his neighbors as well, if that's not oxymoronic, right? Rather respectful, and also had a link to the communities that they lived or was involved with. Now you have a situation where we have now cliques, crews, and sets that don't follow certain guidelines and structures that were set by founding gang leaders and founding gang literature, right? So
sounds like he's talking about the founding fathers and Thomas Jefferson and so many others coming together.
This white man got to be thinking, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Where the founding fathers sat down and they said, this is what we want. This is how we expect and we plan for America to be. Let's get this Declaration of Independence together. Let's sort out the Constitution. It wasn't like this back then. That's not what the founding fathers wanted. That's what it sounds like to me, but we keep going.
So what happens is now you get these new gangs, these new terrorists. I call them terrorists because the very fact that you can allow people to cross our borders and potentially harm American citizens that go unchecked with no regulation and then placed in communities that's already disinvested and violated by the policies of this current administration in Chicago and big cities and throughout this country is a violation of democracy and really treason. And with that being said, now these young men don't live by those same codes. And these guys come in, they blend in with the Puerto Ricans, the Mexicans, and other Latin Americans, and they're integrating into their gang culture. And what they're doing is starting to set up in our various neighborhoods, taking over abandoned buildings.
Do you hear what he just said? That was fear.
Yeah.
He said they don't follow our rules, which means they'll kill your grandma, your children. If y'all supposedly have rules when they don't follow. Then he said something very interesting that we seen in Springfield, but it's going the other direction. Is that the Venezuelans? He said, what he said, they blending in with the other Spanish-speaking people. In other words, we getting outnumbered here.
Yeah.
These niggas could really just start to run our ass up out of here at any given moment because they got the numbers. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
If you read between the lines, that's exactly what he's saying. He's scared. He know the walls are closing in. It's really amazing to hear this older man scared. He I wonder what he called them Venezuelans, super predators. Would that be okay with him? What'd you think, boy? If I called them Venezuela, I said, man, these people are super predators.
Yep.
You think he'd take offense to that? That's what he's describing them, man. He said they're much more violent than us. They don't follow the rules of violence on the streets. We're predators, clearly, because he said we gangs and shit, but they must be super predators.
Yeah.
I wonder what he take offense to that. What do you think?
Well, I think well, you know what? Never mind. Because I think I was about to make a comparison. That's not the same because I was thinking about the barber, the one from Springfield, and how he was just kind of like very supportive of the Haitians. Because I was thinking like that, but since these people aren't black, I think that he would agree with calling them super predators. But if they were Haitians, I wonder if the sentiments would be the same.
He'd be defensive of them Haitians because they look like him.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I just think it's kind of funny. This nigga went to jail for killing a nigga, changed his name to Muhammad Ali, and now he getting out begging the white man to save him. It's like, nah, nigga, y'all gotta. When Malcolm said the chicken's coming home to roost, this is what he was talking about. He's talking about y'all niggas too.
And you remember, this is the one that is politically connected enough to have a weed distribution license in Chicago, which means that, you know, he is one of the better positioned blacks in Chicago. He might be able to move. I bet you he don't even live in Chicago.
Nah, he don't.
I bet you don't live in city. He got a grift, man. Some nonprofit stop shooting the brothers. Hobo, help other brothers out or something. And that's his grift. And he see the city allocating all these resources to the migrants, and he see his grip slipping on, you know, what he can get out of the city. I bet you that's his only motivation.
Yeah, because I'm sure, you know, a lot of times these niggas, you know, they don't really change their lives. They just, you know, they change it on paper for a lot of things, but he probably still got cousins, still probably got nephews, still, you know, they say with the shits, John, that's what they say. He still got family with the shits, and he thinking about them now, like, yo, y'all not gonna be able to get it like me, man.
Yeah. Remember, we just had one of these guys killed in DC. Remember, he was riding around with a gun, just like this guy, when violence interrupts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to stop that. You're gonna be able to interrupt that violence. That's why it's, you know, I'm happy to see it, because you want to call these people terrorists, but y'all been terrorizing the black community for years.
Okay, great. that's what I was see, and that's the thing, because I was just wondering how far off I was, because I'm like, gosh, it's not like I appreciate the message, but it's like that one kid on the first video that I showed y'all, he was like, they ain't even got social security numbers. I'm like, but you just got out. I understand they ain't got that, but like, you're not in a much different position than them, beyond the fact that, yeah, you're a citizen, but they're getting treated better than you are. But like, you got locked up because of whatever gang activities you were doing. So it's like, y'all are, I don't get it.
No,
So, Portia, you don't think
America deserves, if we're gonna have gangsters, America deserves like a certain class of gangster. I'm tired of all these gangsters getting on TV, getting on the stand, snitching, telling on everybody. They ain't got no social security cards. Man, you shouldn't even be able to call yourself a gangster. You over here snitching. Go do something about it. You're getting on TV crying to the white man. No disrespect, Ryan, but this is not
we're good?
becoming of a gangster. If you're gonna be a gangster, be a gangster. So America, we deserve a new class of gangsters, man. Some real gangsters.
I mean, I think he's trying to say there's honor amongst thieves in a sense, like we cared about our community and these other people don't. I think that's his message, right?
Basically, Ryan, he was talking about black culture, right? Nobody wants to admit it. He said, man, in our culture, man, you know, we got a way how we commit crime. White people got a way how they commit crime. If you look up the white statistics, the majority of crime may be this. Black people, you go in their community, there's a culture of crime, like in the white community, but it's I don't know.
It's all different.
Right. And they, you know, maybe they try not to kill your mama, your granddaughter in the black community. So you you can walk down the street and know with your children, nobody's just gonna come up and shoot me with my children. It's kind of unwritten rule that I think that the criminals try to live by. And what he's saying is that these people come with a different culture of crime, but they will kill your mama and your child.
He is right, because this gang is not. They're militarized, man. This tender, like I've read up on, they're militarized.
Right.
They're not like your standard hood gang. This is like a paramilitary thing.
So now he said, I know the government been chasing me because of the crimes that we commit, but will you chase these other people and say, protect us from them? Like, bro, for us to do that, you're gonna have to offer us something better, right? Because if we just gonna get your unorganized crime by keeping them out, a lot of people are gonna take the Venezuelan organized crime. Yep. That's just if those are the choices, people gonna have to make a choice, and I think they'll choose the Venezuelan crime.
I think all crime is bad. It's not good.
It is.
But I don't like. But I have to say this: I don't like the fact that like the people in Chicago are pissed at Brandon Johnson because they're like, we should take care of our own American people, right? That's number one. Not these other groups. Not people coming in. Forget them people for now. You know, we got to take care of the Americans first.
But that's kind of what happens when you're not organized, though, because Chicago was always a gangster city. The gangs would control not only the streets but the politics too. So when you become unorganized, you don't get a say anymore. It's too late now. You could be for Trump now, but where was you at when they were looting and rioting? Where was you at then?
Yeah.
When it was a free-for-all. You wasn't complaining then when it was a free-for-all, but now you see these migrants, these migrants, they don't gotta go loot and steal off of trains and shit. They coming up in your grandma crib.
Did you see too how they said in this video, which I'm about to play the rest of it, it was showing how the Venezuelans are riding up on scooters like John's, and they just taking people's stuff and they just driving off.
Yeah, well, not like John, but yeah.
Well, it is like
I'm joking.
They had the ones with gas that go a whole hell of a lot faster than mine. They get all
It's like a movie, man. What was that movie with Wesley Snipes and Sylvester Stallone, where they went to the future, and Wesley Snipes was like, "This is awesome," because it was just so easy to commit crime. This is what these Venezuelans are experiencing. What was that movie, HB? You know what I'm talking about.
I know it.
He's
I
like,
know
but the
exactly
future
what
was
you're talking
awesome. They're
about.
like, it's so easy for him to steal. He's like, this is great. That's what
Oh,
these Venezuelans are experiencing up here.
somebody in the chat is gonna say it. I know the movie. Demolition Man.
Demolition Man. Demolition Man. Demolition Man.
Thank
That's
you,
it.
Blacks. No,
Yeah,
yo,
yeah,
that is
yeah.
such a great. That is such a great like comparison
Dude, that's
because
what
it's
it's like.
spot on.
That's what it's
It's
like.
spot on. It's spot
Well,
on.
well, if you think about how did they rob you in South Africa or Brazil? On scooters. They roll up two
Yeah, but it's still, and you likely don't have anything. These Venezuelans are like, everybody has everything. There's handbags. It's like Wesley Snipes when he came. He was like, this is awesome. I love this.
Yeah.
There's so much stuff to steal. It's amazing up here, So,
The Venezuelan
yeah.
John God. Ah, come on.
Who's that? Who's that? Who's that?
We got all countries represented before you know it. And races.
The
Looks like-
Venezuelan John God.
All race
I don't
creed.
know who that is.
Ah.
All right, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Portia, by the way.
Go
Sorry.
ahead. No, you all right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Portia.
Taking boards down, making those buildings their own, and then setting up outside of the shelters that they're in to pretty much as a way of tagging those blocks and communities to say, hey, this is our turf. And before long, if we don't get in front of this, there will be a powder keg of bloodshed. Because there's already a disconnect in terms of culture and language.
So Tyrone, real quick, we have about 30 seconds. What are you and your organization? What are the community? What can they do to fight back against this?
Well, we've been on the ground since the beginning. We've been fighting forcefully, letting the Democratic Party and the policy makers in this Chicago know that it is unacceptable for them to continue to violate our communities. And as Black men, returning citizens who've actually had a hand in the terroristic effect of violence in these communities, we're on the front line now saying, hey, we have to protect our communities and our neighborhoods and our blocks.
Well, Tyrone, thank you for amplifying this issue, coming on, exposing it. I think it was a wake-up call for a lot of people. Tyrone Muhammad, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for watching.
It's too late. It's too late,
Yeah.
Tyrone. You better call Tyrone. And it's too late though.
Okay, so
And they have, and Venezuela has temporary protective status. Like they have, so number one, Venezuela doesn't share information about their criminal histories with their people that come here. And we've given that country temporary protective status, that and about 10 other countries, like Ukraine, like just all over the place. Like there's all these countries. There was like three, Haiti, all of them. So they can come here for a year, until right now it's extended again until like next year, till September, and then they're all going to apply for citizenship, right? But we've given all these countries all over. I mean, if there's a problem in East Timor, Biden's like, hey, let's make you a TPS, right? Let's bring you in. We're going to get you a job. They can work, and literally unlimited people just come on in, So, we've done this as a country. Kamala Harris's dad, Joe Biden, did it, and so that's why they're all here. And again, Venezuela doesn't share information with us. We don't know who these people are. So Trump was right about that.
Portia, one of the things I noticed when the white lady was reporting, she called them non-citizens. It's almost like they're shifting the language now to being non-citizens as opposed to illegal migrants. We're so far away from calling them illegals.
Yeah.
The next step is make them citizens. They're non-citizens. Okay, well, what's the response to that? Make them citizens. Okay, cool. That's the answer.
Well, they're getting, I just want everybody to know that I looked up the HUD, Housing and Urban Development budget this morning. It was $75 billion for next year, and the immigrants are costing it. That is Americans, HUD, right? That's Americans, people we're helping that are elderly, poor, whoever, right? The migrants are costing about $200 billion approximate each year. So, You know, you want to know why the people in Chicago are mad? Maybe that's why. So we're spending more than double on migrants. Anyway,
So I
go
was
ahead.
thinking about whenever I was watching this last night, I was like, I wonder how this is impacting people in the neighborhood. And so with the video that we just watched, or the last couple of videos that we just watched, so I found some responses from the neighborhoods that are being impacted by this quote unquote gang war. And this one is pretty short, but I thought this would be funny, especially having John here. And I wonder if he would share my sentiments on the way that I reacted to this video. So, and this one is short, so.
Doors.
And now police tell us it's because this area is in the middle of a gang war.
It's happening near the intersection of Spalding and Berteau.
Our Jermont Terry caught up with neighbors and police leaders tonight. He joins us now. What are they saying, Jermont?
Joe and Erica, they're fed up and looking for answers. People living in the Irving Park community say they are tired of waking up to gunshots. And tonight, officers here at the 17th Police District, confirmed that these shootings are gang-related, leaving these homeowners right in the crossfire. Check out this image. It shows where a bullet damaged a car parked in Irving Park just last week.
Shootings happen right over there, countless times.
Jeff Zawijak is tired of keeping track of the number of times gunfire either wakes him up or worse, forces him to take cover.
My concern when I started work from home was really like grass and taxes. Now it's shootings. I mean, I don't know what to do.
He has lived in the area of Spalding off Berteau for 7 years, but within the last year, he's done something more than ever before.
My frequency to call 911 has increased.
That's because gunshots.
Listen, this white man, he's tired of it. He's tired of it, okay? And we're talking about Chicago, Black Lives Matter, you had Lightfoot, now you got Johnson, you got all this gang stuff that's been going on, but now it's absolutely heightened because of the Venezuelans. This man said, hey, when I decided to work from home, I just thought I was going to have to worry about, cutting the grass, walking the dog, but, defund the police. No matter that this white man just put his whole name and face on the TV screen saying, yeah, that's me. I've been calling 911 like 5 times a day. I'm telling on these niggas. I'm telling on all of them. But he's tired of it. He's tired.
Let's keep ringing out at day and night.
July 30th, July 31st, 2 days in a row, right there. After that, September 11th, shootings, all cars being glass blown out. And then a shooting yesterday.
No, I think it's gang violence. There's something going on.
Tuesday night, officers from CPD's 17th Police District told neighbors at a CAPS meeting gangs are to blame for this uptick. Hearing the confirmation that they suspect that this is gangs, what does this do overall for the neighbors?
I think it makes us all just want a plan of action so we can, take the safety back for our neighborhood.
Police say they're working on the problem, but neighbors worry the next bullet won't just damage a parked car.
I'm a taxpayer. I just had my taxes doubled last year, and now I've got to deal with this kind of violence.
He's a taxpayer. He's tired of it. He ain't having it no more. His taxes done double. What's wrong with y'all?
Is Irving Park nice? Is that a nice area?
Yeah,
It looked
it's
nice.
a real nice area. It's a
It
real
looked
nice
nice.
area.
But
That was a Tesla that was shot.
and it was
Yeah,
a
that
Tesla
was
that was shot, and it's coming over there to their neighborhoods. And these white folks ain't having it.
Mm.
He's tired. He pays taxes.
I bet them
Now,
Chicago.
Chicago police, they're planning to do a roll call in that community sometime in the coming weeks. The message really sent a message to the gangs that they are not wanted. Neighbors say anything is better than nothing, but action is needed. Reporting outside the 17th Police.
All right.
Yeah. It's Irving Park is a real uppity, kind of bisexual area. So,
So nothing will change until a few people move out they'll lose some of the tax base, and then the city will go, oh, we better patrol there more
Yeah.
vigorously. So that's just the way it is, right? So, you know, if the city was
Yeah.
smart, they would protect their tax base, though, first and foremost. Otherwise, they lose revenue and they can't pay for anything. So,
Well, you know, one of the benefits of getting rid of the shot spot is you won't have to respond to gunshots unless someone calls 911.
Yeah.
So you have more police.
yeah, that's a good point. It lowers the crime rate,
Right.
the reported crime rate.
If they don't report it, you don't have to go. If they don't vote for it, if they don't call 911, you don't have to go.
Yeah. That's why I don't feel bad for them those gay liberal voters either. I don't feel bad for nobody in Chicago, honestly, because they really did vote for this stuff. That's why
Yeah,
you
I'm
know,
with
John,
you. I'm with
I've
you.
been making this plan ever since COVID. I've been making this plan to get out of Chicago because I saw the writing on the wall. I already knew it was only gonna get worse. In the city of Chicago, there's no safe place. There's no place you can hide out and be safe. It's in every neighborhood now.
It's everywhere. Huh.
Hmm
Yeah, that is
Yeah,
mad.
that's it. See you later.
You know,
Come on, suburbs. Go to the suburbs. Go to the county. Go elsewhere.
growing
You
up in
know.
Detroit, I've seen a city go from okay to shit. People don't think that Chicago can't fall. No, it can fall. Once you start letting, you let all the criminals run it, it's gonna fall. People are gonna leave. That white flight is real.
Yeah.
So you just gotta let
Well, you got to get
them.
out. If you own a home there, HB, you got to get out before you lose money because your
Yeah.
property value will start to go down, right? So
Yep.
you got to get out prior to that when it's still high, you know.
Yep. Yep.
So
Because it's still hot now, but I'm telling you, there's with a city like Chicago, they're not gonna do anything about it. They're just it's like they're hemorrhaging out, and it's slow though. It's real slow. But I'm telling you, I remember seeing in Detroit, you would see like the billboards for condos and houses for sale, and it started out at like 200K for new construction houses. And then the
yeah,
next year it went down to 100K, and then it went down to 90, and then to 80.
yeah.
And it's like for the same place, god damn, 80.
Look, I can get you stuff in Baltimore. You can buy 4 city blocks for about $80.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
That's
you
what's
know,
that's what's gonna
but
end up happening to Chicago. Cause I'm telling you, them white folks, them yuppies, they not gonna stand for this shit. They gonna leave.
So
yeah,
the
I'm not.
thing is
You,
what does the rest of America do whenever white people get tired, when they get sick and tired of being sick and tired? Now I understand in Chicago, a lot of these white folks, they vote Democrat, So to me, of course, as I always say, they deserve it. Okay. But I think it's something that was so impressive to me about this last one that I showed y'all with that first guy, and his wife was actually in front of the elevator. But whenever he said that he thought it was just going to be cutting grass and walking a dog, and obviously, his wife, she goes to work, he works from home, but how he has started to call 911, it just makes me think, like, if I look this guy up, because it's not like he didn't put his name out there and everything, and I can look up and see, did he vote? Did he donate to Act Blue and BLM? Whenever they were
Act
talking
Blue.
about
That's
defund
Act
whenever
Blue.
whenever they said defund the police, and now he calling 911 every single chance he get. These people coming through, they busting out the windows to the cars, they're shooting up the cars. These cars got bullet holes in them. They can't sleep at night. They're mortified. What happens whenever white people in the liberal cities, in the liberal states, what happens whenever they get fed up?
What do you mean, Portia? Did you say you looked him up on Act Blue?
I said, I wonder what would happen. I'll look him up right now, actually, because I'm imagining that I will absolutely find him there.
And that's honestly
Man, that would be amazing.
that's really another issue that you don't really hear being talked about. People's cars get shot up all the time in Chicago. That's why I
Hey,
have like
he should be forced to live there, Portia.
that's
He
why I
should be
have such
forced.
a I have like from living in Chicago, I have such a like phobia of parking my car on the street because I have friends that literally have had their cars shot up because of some gang shit. Not because they did anything, just because they parked their car on the street. Now they can't go to work in the morning because the engine then fell out of their car because it got shot up. And it happens a lot. They don't really talk about that though.
Yeah, I'd like to know if who these people voted for. If those two people that were on there probably voted liberal.
Yep.
So they should be forced. You have to live there. Sorry, you made your bed. You lie in it. So
I gotta
you voted for this.
wait for a few minutes. Well, I'm gonna wait and see this, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Mm.
Well, are
Oh,
you
this would be
looking to see
amazing.
that?
Nothing.
He's not on there. Yeah, nothing. He's not
Oh,
on
yeah.
there.
His
Wow.
wife's on there. She's donating.
Can you search for
Yeah,
last name only? I wonder if maybe his wife.
Yeah, she put money in there. Guarantee it. It might be GEOFF, like GF.
That is an interesting last name. What is it? Zaljet? Jeff Zaljet?
Oh no, it's JEF Ziljak. It's caps Z A. I can't
What
read.
is ZJI? What is? I want to Google his name myself. What is it? ZJI what?
ZYIJACK.
It's probably like Zajcik.
ZYIJAC.
It's like a Polish name. It's like a Polish name.
Chicago, yeah, that would make sense.
A lot of Polish folks there. But this yeah, they all vote liberal though. These liberals, these
And
whites
so
out
his
there.
wife right here, Sandy Zajac.
Doesn't affect anybody. Oh, there we go. Yeah, she's donated at least $3,000 to
She donated?
liberal cause.
Oh, I
Wouldn't
thought
doubt
you found her name on the other. I said, wow.
Chris Lux.
That guy might be a Trumper though, man. He's kind of got an edge to him. You know what I mean?
I don't see no edge.
He might be a Trumper.
Yeah,
You know,
nah, he's just like an aggressive homosexual.
he wants to call these people names and tell this guy to F off. That's what he wants to do. I can see it in him.
What's his
Like,
name?
yes,
Urban
Chris
Park
Lux.
Couldn't find him.
Christopher
Jeff Zajac, Chris Lux.
Is ZYIJACK?
Yes.
Because I see a Jeff with a ZAJAC. That's the only Zajac I see.
Yeah, the news might have spelled it wrong.
They spelled it wrong.
Oh, they did. Let's see.
They're providing cover so he doesn't get like mugged tomorrow. They're providing cover for that guy.
That was probably Obama's boyfriend from back in the day. Telling you, man,
Because I'm not finding it, so
yeah, a lot of these. Telling you, Chicago's it's going down.
So we got Colorado, we got Chicago. How about New York? We got Tren de Agua in New York. I think they do, right? They said that's the main hub, so that's 3 cities. I don't know if they want to go into LA. There's probably a lot of competition, but
Yeah, they're not gonna be able to get LA. I
You might
don't,
be
I
here
don't
right
know.
there.
I don't know about LA.
I think California's
They're
already got
gonna
a lot
have
of
to
Mexican gangs, don't they?
Yeah,
They got
yeah,
Mexican.
see, they could take over the black gangs, but not the Mexicans. The Mexicans.
I mean, they're really that they're. I thought the black gangs were like getting along in California. Like I thought they were like cool with each other now.
Yeah, to a certain extent, but the Mexicans still run it. You know. Yeah. This is
I know this. I know Mexicans do not like Venezuelans or El Salvadorians. They're
yeah.
not
Nah,
real.
they
They're
don't.
not real. They're not fans of each other at all. So
Yeah, but I think given the opportunity to kind of strengthen their ranks, I think I think those Spanish speakers will come together if they have to.
I don't know, man. They don't. They don't. I think we're in their own countries. They don't. They like they hate each other, like the English and Irish.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything about. I know very little about gangs. Just what I read. So
Yeah. It's a lot of politics that go on. Sometimes that the enemy of my enemy is my friend type thing.
yeah.
So
So we got three major cities now with Trinidad existing, and there's 500,000 Haitian and Venezuelans, and under that TPS, there's like 500,000 that have come in this year that are here under temporary protective status. So just this year. So there's probably, I'm sure there's plenty more in every city.
yeah.
The Mexican John Galt.
So with the gangs, getting upset about like the Venezuelans coming in and the migrants and stuff like that, they're talking about their neighborhoods, starving out here, this, that, and the third. But since I listened to all of those videos that I just shared for you guys last night and today, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. Did y'all hear them mention anything at all about education and their kids?
Nope. Nope. Nah.
No, they didn't say. They were just talking about neighborhoods, drugs, terrorism, but they didn't say nothing about the kids, right?
Yep.
I'm trying to say in the chat too, just to make sure I'm not mistaken because of what I'm about to say next. I'll just go with what it is that you both have said. Y'all both said no, so I didn't hear it. However, in Chicago right now, also, which would be notable for these, lively gang members who are concerned about, turf wars and territory and whatnot. Let's take a look at what's actually happening to their kids while they're in school in Chicago.
As thousands of undocumented immigrants entered the U.S. from the southern border the last couple of years, states like Texas sent busloads of migrants to cities and states with more immigrant-friendly policies. Chicago, Illinois was one of those cities. Since Texas started busing migrants there in 2022, more than 50,000.
I want to pause to say, as a Texan, the amount of times that she said my state so much, don't I love it? They can't stay here, ma'am. So we're not a sanctuary state. We get them up out of here. And since Biden said that we can't send them back, we send them on up. And that's why they're there. Okay. That's why they're coming by bus. And Texans do not mind that at all because we rather them not be here. We rather them be there with y'all where you want them. So don't blame it on Governor Abbott. Let's keep going.
Migrants were brought to the city, with many choosing to stay there. Well, now Chicago public school teachers say they were told by administrators to give migrant students passing grades. The teachers telling WGN Radio they do not speak Spanish, and the students often did not speak English, making communication all but impossible. They also say many schools do not offer any English as a second language support. Despite that, Chicago teachers say they were instructed to give every migrant student a 70% in every subject so they could move on to the next grade. Before Chicago Public Schools was aware teachers had talked to WGN, a spokesperson told the local station CPS held migrant students to the same act.
Uh-oh. They said before the school was made aware that the teachers had reached out to the news station to put this information out there, because believe you me, we talk about educators all the time. I know we do. And there's some that are really bad out there, but y'all know who we are beholden to in education? Our administrators. And if they tell us that we have to pass these kids, even though we know they don't know nothing, you know what we have to do? We have to pass those kids. And any good teacher would not feel comfortable doing that at all. And myself, me right now today, I have over 800 kids that do not speak English. And the one thing that's hard for me is seeing these kids struggle and seeing their embarrassment and seeing how hard it is for them to acclimate. And then, yeah, of course I have other kids here that speak Spanish, but they speak a different type of Spanish. So they have a hard time communicating with each other. So any good teacher is going to be like, hey, we can't do this. It's not good for the kids. It's not good for our kids. It's not good for the culture. But before the school knew that they had some whistleblowers in their district, they went on ahead and told them a lie first instead of the truth. And it got reported anyways. Isn't that great? Isn't that great?
Academic standards as everyone else. However, after the report came out, CPS said its guidelines for promoting.
I'm going to rewind that a little bit so y'all can catch.
Station CPS held migrant students to the same academic standards as everyone else. However, after the report came out, CPS said it's so they could move on to the next grade. Before Chicago Public Schools was aware teachers had talked to WGN, a spokesperson told the local station CPS held migrant students to the same academic standards as everyone else. However, after the report came out,
now you can save on Cox Internet when you add Cox Mobile, which means fiber-powered internet at home.
CPS said its guidelines for promoting students to the next grade are, quote, modified to serve the special needs of English language learners. WGN said a CPS representative said the district could not check whether the teacher's claims were true because the names of the students, schools, and teachers were not given. Remember, you can stay informed on all the biggest stories.
So now you have to factor in, what does this really mean? And, you know, for the people who may not be aware, because I'm about to explain it to you, well, that's not that big of a deal. You know, they're just giving them a 70% in every single subject. That's not a big deal. Let me tell you why it is. Because if they are giving these students that do not speak English, you cannot communicate, and you don't speak Spanish. Okay. You can't communicate with them. They can't communicate with you. They can't communicate with their peers unless they are from the same place. Okay. You can't even communicate with their parents. You know, whatever that looks like, but their kid is getting a 70% no matter what. But your kid, you know, if they fail, you got to fill out your failure justification forms, whatever that process looks like in Chicago. So these kids, without doing any work, will get passed along because you feel bad and you feel guilty because you know that you cannot give them the education that they need. So you're just going to pass them because you don't want to deal with it. And so what will happen, especially as they move up in their grade levels and they get to high school, they're now going to be entering into their GPA moments. And so they could be pushed to the very top of the class, especially in a place like Chicago or in a place like Baltimore, where their expectations for what a valedictorian is about a 1 point nothing. These kids can move up above your own kids and they can be more privy to scholarship opportunities before your children, and they can have more access to things before your children. And your kids are actually trying when these kids aren't trying at all because they can't try because they don't have the resources for them. So it's a problem. And if there's more of them in the classroom than there are of your students, then of course, majority rules. We're going to have to tailor whatever it is that we do to the majority of this classroom. And you go to these gangs and these gang leaders and you listen to what they're saying, and none of them said nothing about education. They didn't say nothing about the kids. Y'all done been there, done that. Y'all done made y'all mistakes. Y'all have learned from your mistakes. Y'all done got convicted for your mistakes. You've gotten to do all of that, but your kids they've not gotten that opportunity yet. They're still kids, but y'all didn't say nothing about it. So it's just like, are y'all even aware that they're just passing these kids through your school system? I mean, it is 2024. Biden has been president for nearly 4 years. So how many illegals have graduated from high school and are in college right now? And your kid is still at the house sitting and sleeping on your couch, eating up all your food, running up your water and your lights. And they didn't even get a diploma. They just dropped out. They didn't want to go to the
Yeah,
GED program. What are we doing?
yeah, yeah. I think obviously if they're just passing these migrants, education isn't really what they really want. I think more so it's just kind of like a babysitting for those migrants. They just putting them somewhere while their parents, figuring out how they gonna, make some money. But obviously education isn't on the forefront, or which could be even worse. They could just be setting it up to where now you're gonna start to kick out the American speaking or English speaking. I said American speaking, English speaking teachers, and kind of put forward the Spanish speaking teachers. So I think it's all a process, but it's gonna make sense sooner or later on what their ultimate plan is. So we'll see.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's already happening, like in Texas. Well, I don't know about all over the state, but I know for me, they've already done that. So
Yeah,
so
I
it's just
think in Chicago it'll being bilingual and being able to speak multiple languages, you'll probably be put up in front, and it's unfortunate, but that's the way that it's going.
yeah.
You
I
know?
just wish that they would trickle that in there a little bit. Just sprinkle it in there a little bit. I know that you guys are concerned about losing so many things.
Yeah, gang territory. But if the I think it's kind of silly for you to think that the gang leaders would be focused on education at all. I mean, because if they were, they wouldn't be in gangs. So
Well, I don't want to say. I mean, you can say it's silly, but these gang leaders have kids, so it doesn't have to
yeah,
be necessarily education. It could be you thinking about your kids.
yeah.
Period.
But the thing in Chicago though, like Portia, it's generations of gangs. Like a lot of these gangsters now, the kids, they daddy was gangsters, and they daddies was gangsters. So that's really all they're thinking about. Just, it's like
So
you go to college and you want your kid to go to college and get the same education you got. These gang these gang leaders are like, yo, I want my kid to be able to, turn up on blocks the same way I did. That's how they're looking at it.
okay,
And
so
not
this could be a cultural misunderstanding on my part and cultural ignorance. So in Chicago, because the gang culture is so prevalent, it's silly for the parents to consider their kids' futures by them at the very least
yeah,
getting through kindergarten. I wouldn't even go to the 12th grade, kindergarten at the very least.
yeah, yeah.
Because they're so focused on their children being groomed into being gang members more so than them being concerned about the well-being of their children and their children's futures.
Yep, yep, 100%. You'd be
Yeah, that's
surprised. You be you
crazy.
be you be surprised when these dudes get killed in the street. I always go look and see what their moms and dads said, because it's funny. A lot of times people always say, "Oh, the problem with the black community is they don't got their mom and daddy in their lives." A lot of these gang members, they got both their parents. It's just both their parents is gangsters. So you see what the mom says and you see what the dad says on Twitter, Instagram. A lot of times they're like, he knew what he was in, he knew what he had, he knew what the life was about. And they put they have a whole bunch of balloons and shit and send them off to hell pretty much. And it's a culture. Like, I just think people, like, the thing about Chicago is it's such a cultural thing with gangs. You talking about gangs from the early 1900s, Al Capone, all those historic. It's a historical thing with Chicago. And it's just like, they're not trying to send their kids off to college, you would think. But nah, that ain't the culture. So that's what they're really afraid of. It's like, man, you can't come up like I came up. You're gonna have to bow down to the Venezuelans. That shit is hard to deal with.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Because I'm over here like, gosh, y'all haven't mentioned nothing about y'all's kids.
Yeah, because they don't give a fuck about them kids. They don't give a fuck about them damn kids. If they cared about the kids, Chicago would look a lot differently if they actually cared about the kids. But they don't care about the kids, and that's why
today.
That's why I hate the white liberals so much, because they don't care either. They pretend like they care. Oh, we need this. Racism is the worst thing. White racism is the worst thing plaguing America. But this is what's really plaguing America. Man, these parents don't even care about their kids' education. They're not even talking to them about it. So yeah, yeah.
I've just been in my little corner of the world today, but apparently things have been going down on campus today. You know what? I'm so glad that I've been free from it. Let's see here. I do have another story. Let me see if I can find where it was. This has also something to do with, of course, the migrants. I'm not sure if y'all have heard this story. Let me find it. I already put the sources and stuff inside of the description box. I just have to find it. Okay, there it goes. Have y'all heard about the St. Louis police officer that was killed by an illegal?
Nah, not the blue.
And he was driving while intoxicated. The illegal was.
Damn. Jose was drunk off that Jose Cuervo. Damn.
Yeah. It is unfortunate. That is.
Yeah, that is. God damn. Okay.
That's interesting. I just saw some more breaking news. I guess we could talk about that. Well, I guess you know what? News? Yeah, maybe we should take a break from politics to talk about this.
We got some breaking news, y'all. Hold on a second. Hold on.
All right. Political scandal. I'm not sure. Hey, so Diddy's ex-bodyguard claims disgraced rapper had secret tapes of top politicians at his freak-off parties, featuring 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. Have y'all heard about this?
Yeah. This is why I don't even think Diddy's gonna make it to trial. Honestly, they got to get him out of there. Once you start seeing Obama, Trump, you see all these politicians at the freak offs, it's gonna get nasty. It's gonna get nasty.
Yeah, I feel like it's already pretty nasty, but I guess it's going to get nastier. So let's check this out. There's some other stuff because it's like, sometimes we could take a break and get to some cultural stuff, even though this is from the Gateway Pundit, but still. So Sean Diddy Combs' former bodyguard, Gene Deal, has alleged that the rap mogul possesses secret tapes of politicians and celebrities engaging in scandalous activities at his notorious freak-off parties, the Daily Mail reported. Before I continue, you haven't said anything, but I just wanted to ask, I'm wearing a new headset. Do I sound okay?
Yeah. No. You sound beautiful.
Thank
Sounds
you.
real.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds real good.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I just want to make sure. The claims
Who got you a headset?
the school did.
Oh, okay, yeah. Better be the school. Goddamn headset.
Yeah, so I have one of the over the head ones with the microphone.
Oh yeah, that must be real helpful.
Like at the school. Well, they gave them to us yesterday. And then I have another one that you put in your ear, like it goes over my ear, and it has the headset part that sticks out.
Yeah.
The school didn't get me that one though. So the claims come on the heels of Diddy's recent indictment on sorry, give me 1 second. I'm trying to tell.
We could take a quick little minute music break. Make sure you guys hit the like button, subscribe if you're new here, and if you want to help sponsor this episode, hit Portia's Cash App, $ Portia J on Cash App.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific... Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Are you ready, Portia?
Yeah. It was just a second. I'm ready. The claims come on the heels of Diddy's recent indictment on serious charges, including racketeering and sex trafficking, and suggest a broader conspiracy that could implicate high-profile officials and celebrities. According to the New York Post, when federal prosecutors raided Sean Diddy Combs' home in Miami and Los Angeles, they found 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lube that were used during freak-off sex sessions, according to an indictment. Combs' staff, including high-ranking supervisors, security, household workers, and personal assistants, all helped to arrange for elaborate freak-offs where victims were forced to engage in sex while Combs masturbated and recorded, the court papers allege. Combs employees booked hotel rooms, arranged transportation for victims, male prostitutes, and Combs, and stocked freak-off products in the hotel rooms like drugs, baby oil, lube, extra linens, because you can never have enough extra linens, and lighting, because of course you want to make sure the lighting is proper for the videos that he likes to take. The feds allege in the indictment, during a March raid on Combs' two homes on the East and West Coast, the feds found freak-off supplies, including narcotics and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant, the court documents allege. Before I go on, I would like to ask you, HB, do you believe that sometime, or if it hasn't happened already, that someone is going to put together a package, or like a membership for something, and call it freak off supplies, where it comes with like a little care package for intimate things?
I think people may do it personally, but maybe I should do it now that I'm thinking about it. Now that I think about it, if I started making care packages with 5 bottles of lube, extra linen, and lights, and a camera, would anybody in the chat buy it for your freak off? I never really thought about using baby oil too, but I might need to grab a bottle of baby oil just so I can see how. Maybe like I'm missing out. Maybe I need to get some baby oil just to see how it, maybe just pour some baby oil and see how it plays during sex. I've been, I'm kind of like the spit on it type of guy, but maybe I need to invest in some baby oil.
Wow.
Let's see. Anybody in the chat, have you ever used baby oil during sex? Let us know. Put some
I don't think that's not necessarily that wasn't the question I was asking, but I do appreciate your response. I will say that I do not think it is safe to use baby oil during that type of act. But I do think it would be cool to see, because how people, they'll come out with like merch in seconds, hours merch drops after something. I'm like, I'm pretty sure somebody's calling something that they sell like the freak off lotion or the freak off perfume, or like the scent is called freak off.
No, like I guess you could use like freak off baby oil. That would probably be a good, but you got to be careful though. You don't want people to get like have allergic reaction to it.
Yeah, and see, that's what I'm thinking. Well, someone in the chat said that you might host your own freak offs.
Well, maybe, but I would be the you got some feedback, or somebody talking. Somebody's talking.
Okay. Very good.
Okay.
We'll circle back. Thank you.
Let me mute Ryan.
I did it. I muted him.
Okay. So yeah. Nah, never needed any lube. I get them wet enough as it is. Okay, that's from 12th man.
Oh.
Okay.
That's good to know, 12th man.
Yeah, it's good to know. Yeah, 12th man, hit the panel, man. Come up. Tell us how you get them wet, because I don't know anything about that, so I don't.
Ryan,
I
asked but a simple question, just because like whenever things come out, like how they just keep on saying freak off, and I was asking HB, do you think that someone is gonna drop some merch and call it like the freak off something? But of course,
that's $1 million idea right there.
It is.
It's $1 million idea. I got this shirt at a freak off.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I got this shirt at a freak off. I survived a freak off. What did you do last weekend? It's $1 million. That's $1 million idea.
Ooh.
Yeah, I survived a freak off. I'm sure there's
I survived
disgusting.
Diddy's freak off. Yeah, that would
Oh
be.
my God, not many have.
Wow, wow, that would be a really good shirt. Yeah, we
Not
gotta
many. Not
start.
many have.
Yeah, wow.
I can't
I
even
guess
believe. I don't even know if I believe all this stuff. Like, I don't think anyone's that depraved. He must be very depraved, man. Like,
no,
this
Ryan.
guy's
The
like,
the thing about this is there's always been these rumors going around for a while, and
yeah. I just
I'm thinking,
That's like 4 different types of drugs he's putting people. He's giving people
yeah,
4 different drugs at a time, man. It's
yeah,
crazy. Like, you
yeah.
had to have a friggin' chemist involved in this thing.
I don't know about you, Ryan, but when it comes to the artistry of sex, I'm somebody that I might maybe 15 seconds, 25 seconds, and then I'm done. But when you're full of all these different drugs, you're full of
25
10,
seconds. You said 20. What did you just get?
50,
What, you just jump up there and have a seizure and get done? You just
yeah. I'm pretty. They call
get
me
it, just get done. Get it done. That's good.
they call me one pump Chuck. I get in there, get out. But when you're on all these different types of drugs, I mean, you could have sex for days,
They're spending
days.
all weekend. It's crazy
Yeah,
to me. Like, who would? Number one, like, why would Diddy want to just sit there for 48 hours? Like, I mean.
yeah,
You
yeah,
got a thousand containers of baby oil?
yeah. And then
That's
too, the
that's
reason why they last so long is because Diddy is he's like choreographing it all. He's just sitting back watching, jerking off the whole time. He's not even engaging really. He's paying men to sleep with one woman or two women for a whole weekend, and he
and one of
gets
them
all.
happens to be his girl, like which is
Yeah. One of them was
insane.
Cassie. One of them was Cassie.
She's like a star. I mean, it's
Yeah,
wild, man. So
but
this
she's
dude, you
like,
saw that video come out of that guy and dude, by the way, he looked like like in like 2018, there was a video of a guy who said, "Hey, I'm involved in Diddy's marriage." You remember that guy? Ogio, what's his name? Ogio? Odio, I think was his name. He was involved in it, and he told the cops that, and the cops thought he was lying. There's internet video of it, but he said, "Yeah, I'm involved in their sex life." They said he's a liar, blah blah blah. He left. Come to find out, I guess he was. It was true, right?
yeah,
But
yeah,
I just think maybe some of the stuff's a little far fetched, and
yeah. Well, they
there's a
have
lot
they
of
have video and audio. I think you got to remember too back at the R. Kelly, like when there was rumors about him dealing with underage girls, nobody believed it until they actually saw the video of him
yeah.
with an underage girl. So
R.
man,
Kelly looks like a
right?
saint. He looks like a saint now. He's like
Yeah,
R. Kelly
yeah,
looks
yeah,
somewhat normal. I mean, as crazy as that sounds, right? Like
yeah,
R. Kelly,
yeah,
you're screwed up. You need to get some counseling. Diddy, you've got major head trauma, man. You've got major things going.
yeah.
So
At least R. Kelly was having the one having sex. Diddy was just watching. You
yeah,
know,
I know. It's even worse.
That's
It's
even
even
worse. That's
worse.
way worse. That's way worse to me. Like you're a
Yeah.
real freak. Hey, 12th man, how's it
Dude,
going?
it's fucking wild,
Pretty
man.
good. Chilling out, making up some beans and cornbread and chipotle barbecue sauce chicken.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Oh, that sounds great. Sounds great.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
bacon in the bean too.
Sounds amazing, man.
Yeah, the
Putting
way
all that
the way I get a woman turned on, just be nice to her. We already been over that with the virtual dating. You know how I treat a woman, and to me,
Oh
that's
yeah,
enough.
yeah,
It's enough. All you got to do is be a gentleman that turns a woman on.
yeah. You gotta slap him around a couple times too, but that for the most
when
part,
you say
yeah.
virtual dating, is it like virtual? You're not with them then. You're just virtual, like it's online.
Yeah, HB did this thing one night. I think it was me and Stanley and Mella, and then
Oh, I
she
remember
picked
this. I
one
remember
at the
this.
end.
I remember this.
Oh yeah. You did a real good job that night. Yeah, I remember that. But
Okay, I remember this. So that was the virtual dating. Okay.
let me let Portia finish this article, and we can talk about
Okay.
it.
Yeah. Cool.
Go ahead, Portia. Thank you.
Combs staff would later claim, Combs staff would later clean to mitigate room damage, and they would schedule IV delivery to help the victims recover from the physical exertion and drug use of the sometimes days-long freak-offs, the indictment alleges. After pleading not guilty to the charges, Diddy was remanded to the Metropolitan Detention Center on September 17th, where he has been denied bail twice. Reports indicate that his placement on suicide watch is due to Combs being in shock and grappling with an unclear mental state. During an appearance on the Art of Dialogue podcast, Diddy's former bodyguard, Deal, asserted that Diddy's legal troubles are merely the tip of the iceberg. Deal's allegation come at a time when New York City is grappling with the wave of political scandals and corruption claims. He suggested that Diddy arrest his intricately linked to a series of recent resignations and investigations into corrupt practices among city officials. You know who else they were doing? Who else they were doing an investigation on? Oh, this is the guy talking. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Who else they were doing an investigation on during that whole time period? It was the mayor and the politicians in New York City. They turned around, gave him the key to the city. All the mayor's people that he brought in here in New York City are resigning. They all resign, said Deal. People are not going to tie this together, but if you look at it, you have to say, because of Mayor Adams and his relationship with Diddy, it brought on the Southern District of New York to start investigating Diddy on civil lawsuits that were filed against him because the feds are going after all these politicians in New York City. When asked if any celebrities appear on the alleged freak-off tapes, Deal responded, Diddy hosted celebrity parties, so what do you think? I think they're not telling the whole truth. This is interesting to hear about Mayor Eric Adams because, whenever Mayor Eric Adams came out and he was saying, he wants to appeal, the sanctuary status of the city. And once he started talking like that, the Biden administration came after him. Yep, they came after him in a really major way. And with that, they raided his home and everything else. And it's been downhill since then. But now in this, he's saying, and of course, this is all alleged. Now he's saying that Diddy is tied up with Eric Adams. And so I wonder if that's what kicked this off. If this is what sparked it. Hey, if that's what sparked all of this to go off. However, there is a video component of this. Let me see.
No. If that's Vlad TV, don't play it.
No, that's what I was about to say. Who is it?
Okay.
Because you said that it wasn't. It's the Art of Dialogue. Is that Vlad?
It looks like that's usually how Vlad does his thumbnails. So I don't know. I wouldn't play it. We heard what he has to say though. But
okay, well y'all go ahead. And after y'all talk about it a little bit, there's this Forbes article that gives you more details about times and stuff like that. But before we get into that, or if we get into it, y'all, what do you think? What are y'all thinking?
I'm still traumatized by what HB had to say earlier.
Portia, can you look up Diddy hunger strike? Somebody mentioned it in the chat. I want to see if there's.
He's not gonna make it. I just want to give you news. He's not gonna make it. He's done. He knows way too much.
He knows way too much. Gonna make it either. I don't think he's gonna make it either.
He's not gonna make it. If he's got something on the feds, he's in trouble. I mean, I don't know. He's got way too much information. This guy's gonna have all of Hollywood gunning for him, and they got all the money in the world. So good luck.
Hey.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hey.
they said Kevin Hart. They said Kevin Hart was allegedly in some of these videos, and his wife is looking to file for divorce. So
You know, I saw the article
Is
last night where
Cassie?
they said, am I don't know if I'm on mute or not. Okay, I'm sorry. They said that
no.
Beyonce and Jay-Z too, but I don't believe that
Uh,
for a second.
Yeah,
I
they got more money than him. They got more money than they don't.
yeah.
They got way more money. But is Cassie in any way implicated or charged? Like, why would she agree to all this, man? It's
Well,
wild, crazy.
she was drugged up. That was the whole thing. I remember there would be videos of her popping up randomly where you would see like Diddy just talking down to her, and you could tell she was on something.
Like a
Like
Stockholm situation.
that too, but like you could just tell she was really like she wasn't all the way there. She was spaced out. And I think what Diddy did was just keep her full of drugs. You know, a lot of times that's how, when, somebody's like a sex slave, you keep them full of
Yeah,
drugs and you can kind of keep them,
just keep them hooked. Yeah.
yeah, keep them hooked on it. And I think it's, when you're pumped full of 4 different types of drugs, it's kind of like, you don't really care what's going on. You'll let anything go down. So,
It's
yeah,
crazy.
Diddy just kept her full of pumped up, and once she
Was it just during the incidences though, or was this all the time, all week? Because you figure after the weekend they had their little freak off. Come Monday, she's like off the drugs. She's like, hey, I got to get out of here. This is I don't know what
yeah
just
yeah
happened, but Diddy wasn't even involved. It was some other dude. It
yeah
just
no there was a I think what really sparked it was that video of her running in the she was
running away
running.
from him.
Yeah, that's what really sparked all of this, because
Yeah,
she was clearly trying to get away, and I'm sure that wasn't her first time trying to escape. But
yeah.
he allegedly was threatening her, and I think
He
Cassie
denied
wanted
that
to.
initially. He denied it too. He was like, I didn't do it, and then he came up and said, oh yeah, sorry, because I
Yeah.
got caught. I'm sorry, I got caught. Mm.
But I think Cassie, she took that settlement money behind the scenes, but I think she still tipped the feds off about what was really going on behind the scenes. She got her money, and I don't even think she's gonna testify, because I think there's more women. I think Cassie was just thinking like, I got away, but there's probably more women involved now, probably other women.
She can't
So
testify, by the way.
she can.
She can't.
Yeah. I don't think she can, but I think she gave the government all the information that they needed to find out what's really going on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, of
You
course.
know.
You could just set it over here with the lid. Yeah, so she couldn't do that if she wanted to, because she accepted that plea deal and she took that money. So she essentially like kind of recused herself, and she can't
Yeah.
really.
No. Yeah, but I still think it was just because she can't testify doesn't mean she can't give information to the
Oh
feds.
yeah, of course. I'm pretty sure they're gonna use everything that she gave them.
Yeah.
I'm most sure of that.
Yeah, because
So and then
I don't think it was just about the money with Cassie. I think she really wanted to see him in prison.
Well, I'm sure I guarantee it. I mean, he essentially. I mean, I don't want to say it was forcible, but it sounds pretty forcible. If you're
Yeah,
drugging somebody, and I mean, look, if she wasn't drugged during the week, it's going to make the post freak off, you know, dinner at the house a little awkward. Like, so last night, like it's going to make that a weird conversation. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
for the
but
last,
I'm
so hey, this past weekend, I noticed that. I mean, like he had to keep her drugged the whole time. I mean,
yeah. I think too, maybe when she sobered up a little bit, he was probably threatening her life too. You know,
probably, yeah.
yeah,
The other thing that's really shocking, and okay, HB, you ship products professionally, right? You ship
yeah,
stuff. Like, I just want you to try to. It's like 3 pallets of baby oil. Like, really think
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
There's like 3 fucking pallet. What's your 48 in a case? I mean, you can like it probably weighs about 25 pounds. You're talking about multiple pallets of baby oil. Who buys
Yeah.
that? Like you walk in the store, like, hey, I need to get 3 pallets of this. You only got
Yeah.
6 on the shelf. I need 3 pallets. It's crazy.
Yeah. 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 I'm I'm pretty sure the baby oil sales have probably gone up. I'm pretty sure. I want to buy some baby oil. I'm thinking about buying some, honestly.
That's shit that you can't. He's got where he lives for an 8-block radius. There's no baby oil to be found. He's bought it all.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
bought it all. Good lord. Mm.
Just probably went to Sam's Club. Just bought a bunch of
He
baby oil.
did. I need 3 pallets of that, please. I'll take 3
Jesus
pallets.
Christ.
It's a lot of baby oil.
Yeah. Wait, let me 12th man, what do you think about all this? 12th man left. He just left. I think 12th man doesn't need baby oil, so you know. Okay, go ahead, play this video portion.
And the update comes via our friend Larry Levine, who has a source close to the investigation. Larry is a former federal prisoner himself who served time at 11 institutions across 5 states and is founder and director of Wall Street Prison Consultants. He advises people who are about to face the same plight, and he joins me now live. Okay, Larry, spill the tea. What are you hearing about Diddy's eating?
Well, I got an inside source there at MDC, and if they knew who it was, they'd really plot. When people go into custody, they have anxiety, they're depressed, a lot of things go through their mind. And one of the things they do is they stop eating. They lose a lot of weight. Look at somebody coming out of prison. They look like a POW or something, but they've been through the ringer. Now, there's a collateral issue that may be here. Look what happened to Jeff Epstein. I got people every day saying, you think they're going to Epstein him? And I go, well, I really don't know. But they can't have this guy do a suicide. It would look kind of funny. Now, imagine if somebody got to one of the correctional officers, and this could happen. They don't make a lot of money. And there's people out there that he has things on that do have a substantial amount of money. Imagine if someone paid someone off on the inside to actually poison his food, give him a heart attack, and he dies. And no one would really think anything of it. So that may be one of the reasons he's not eating. He's really, really paranoid. He's really, really scared. He doesn't know what to think. He doesn't know who to trust or what to believe. Then he had a religious visit also, and a dietitian come talk to him. Now, there's a possibility that he wants to go on a kosher diet. It's prepared a little bit differently. It's a religious diet. That could be another aspect as well. But I remember when I first went into custody at MDC Los Angeles, and I didn't eat for a couple days, but this guy's been there about a week now. So he should be in a routine. And there's just so much, Ashley, there is so much disinformation that comes out. Like he has to get up at 6 o'clock to make his bed and mop his cell. That's for a regular housing unit at MDC. He's not getting out of the shoe. He doesn't have to make his bed, really. He's probably laying in bed all day long, just stewing and thinking. So the situation and the conditions for him are completely different than it would be for a regular inmate. So
talk to me, Larry, about talk to me about the potential that this could be a protest, because Ghislaine Maxwell,
that artist that drew that picture, how they have the artists that draw like they are so wrong for this one, because he looks hilarious.
Famously said some pretty strident things about the MDC Brooklyn lockup and the food.
You said what?
I think Angel drew that.
Oh, wow.
Food and how terrible it was, and that she had been losing a ton of weight. Is it possible this is a protest?
Well, at several BOP institutions, Federal Bureau of Prisons institutions across the country, there's food strikes going on where people are refusing to eat because of the quality of the food and the way they're being treated. And that could have carried over to MDC. But on the other hand, he's sitting in the shoe. How did he hear about it? Unless he bought the little overpriced Sony Walkman radio. I bet they let him have that. Or maybe he talked to somebody on the phone on a limited call that told him, yeah, they're having a hunger strike and he's joining in that. Remember, the food is bland. The food is a lot of carbohydrates. It's kind of it fills you up, but you get sick eating it. I mean, there's mold in a lot of that food. The food coming to him is cold. It's not coming to him warm like it would be in a regular housing unit because they feed the people in the shoe last. Maybe he got sick from the food. That's another possibility. I mean, they may actually be moving him. Maybe he's concerned and his
Do you
lawyer's
know?
concerned, as I said,
Do you know,
about
Larry, if he's
somebody
still on
killing him.
suicide watch? Is he still
Yeah,
on
oh yeah,
suicide
he's
watch?
still on
Do you know?
suicide watch. The shrink is coming to see him several times a day, and at MDC they hand out psych meds like they're handing out M&Ms. So I don't know if he's taking them, but they're certainly available to him. I took them in MDC one time because I was having problems sleeping. And after I took it one time, you know, you play a lot of chess in there, you do a lot of reading. I wasn't able to engage anybody. I couldn't think. I turned into a zombie. And after taking it one time, I stopped taking them.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient.
Oh,
but
no.
with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because
Oh my God.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh,
Crack,
Crack
you
is
ever
here.
been
Hey,
on a
Crack.
Yeah, what's up?
Crack? You ever been on a hunger strike, Crack?
Hell no, I ain't doing that. You made it sound like it was hell in there. It's like, oh, it's not warm food. It's full of carbohydrates. It's like, fuck, bitch, please, man.
He said some of it was spoiled too, though, like mold.
Yeah, he said it was moldy. It's like, come on.
Yeah. I could. Honestly, I could. Yeah, you better eat it. Put some salt on it. Just eat that shit.
I mean, if you're hungry.
Yeah, right.
So I can't recall who said it, but mentioning Cassie and Diddy on like the red carpet and like her body language or her being, you know, intoxicated or something like that. So I found a short video, and this one's from 2018. So it wasn't that long ago, but she actually, to me, looks very happy. What do y'all think? Let's see.
And Sean, guys, together. This way, please. Together. Guys, together. Looking back. Beautiful two to your right, please. And guys, over this way. Sean is me. Cassie, Sean on the right. Cassie, Sean on the right. Cassie, solo, please. Sean, a quick solo. Sean, come by. Hey, Sean, how are you? Hanging out. Sean, right here. Sean, to your right.
No, Portia. Look up the Cassie inside the hotel. Not the one where she got chased out of, but the older ones where you see her inside the hotel laying on the ground. Look at that one. Like she's on the hotel room floor laying on the ground. Don't answer that comment in the chat either. Should be ashamed of yourself. Not this one. Put in maybe like Cassie on drugs. Type that.
Man, I mean, like 1K. Come on, so damn cheap.
Yeah, Portia
Y'all
would need at
niggas.
least like Portia
Y'all
at least
niggas.
need
Y'all niggas. Y'all niggas.
Portia
Go eat
need
some
at least
moldy. Go eat some moldy carbohydrates, you bitch.
yeah, right? 1K. Portia need at least 50. Like, what are we talking about here? You want Portia at a freak off? We gonna need at least 50. Fuck yeah. The fuck? Would you type in Cassie on drugs?
Come on, people, keep up, keep up, keep up. We got in this room, we go from room to room. This is what made Bad Boy. We go from room to room up in this bitch. Oh, who's this? No. Who's this? Who's this? Who's this? Say what's up to the people.
Hi, people.
Say what's up to the people.
That shit is great.
Say what's up to
That
Nah,
music
that's
is
not that's not the one. There's another one where she was like on the ground in the hotel room. Oh man, you just gotta see it.
Has it been like at least 10 years?
It's been a while. It's been a while. Did you put in Cassie on drugs?
Yes, that's what I was searching.
Oh God, they might have got rid of it. I don't know. Fuck, I almost want to look for it now. God damn it.
Oh, they
want
have
you
a
to-
law and crime video of an alleged describing details to the police. Let me see if I can find it somewhere else.
Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, loaded.
Lordy. Because I mean, I don't know. I never really cared enough to really look into this stuff on,
people be asking for this stuff. Man. Always the drama.
Let's see what other. The auto interview, because it's so much stuff on YouTube, like it's endless, and like if you don't have the exact link, you're not gonna find it.
Yeah, and yeah, they do get rid of stuff pretty quickly if they don't meet TOS. Stuff like that probably be like, Okay, so Jay Boogie says Cassie hiding from Diddy. Is that what we gotta look for now?
I just found one of her from 11 years ago.
Ugh, 11 years.
Yeah. Okay. Can you repeat to me what he said again?
Cassie hiding from Diddy.
Cassie hiding from Diddy. Okay.
Okay. I mean, that's the same beat up video we've seen already. I get some of that.
Oh, this must be it.
The first one, that all-star low, I got that the first hit.
It's right here.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Let me check my messages, because it might be.
No, you're just gonna check it. Okay.
Yep. That's the exact one. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. That's it.
There we go.
Hey, Push. I have a Charleroi resident right here. Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
All right. Yeah.
All right. Give me 1 second. Is everyone able to hear me here?
Yep.
Loud and
hear
clear.
All right. Hey, what's up, man? How's it going? This is D from D's Barbershop, correct?
Yeah.
All right. This is John Galt from the Urban Landlord on YouTube.
Okay.
All right.
Well, my name is Jay, because D's not here, but
Jay, right.
I run the shop, right? Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Jay, okay, let me look you up. Let me put you on the screen so everyone can see. Barbershop, Charleroi, PA. So let me put your Facebook up on the page, up on the screen, so everyone can see who we're talking to here. And so, D.
Yeah.
How would you characterize?
Well, this is Jay. Jay.
I'm sorry, damn, my bad. I'm getting your letters mixed up, Jay. Jay, how would you characterize the reporting coming out of Charleroi about the migrants?
The report's inaccurate.
Can you tell us how they're inaccurate?
It's inaccurate as of, there's more than just Haitians here. First of all, everyone's talking about it's just Haitian, all the Haitians, but you have Jamaicans here, you have Africans here, you have other people from the Dominican islands here. From the Caribbean islands here. Other people from South America here, Guatemala, Honduras.
But in a town of 4,000, they say that there are 2,000 Haitians. Is that true or not?
I don't think that's true. That's my opinion. That's just my opinion.
Okay. Do you think it's less or more?
I think it's less.
Okay.
Than 2,000.
Okay, and so why do you think they're reporting? Are the migrants, are the Haitian migrants, the biggest group in Charleroi?
Ooh, that can be possibly true. They could possibly be the biggest group, but like I was saying, that you have a lot of Africans here.
Why do you think the Haitians are being reported on so negatively relative to all the other groups that you mentioned there?
Well, my thought is, my opinion, I'll just say my opinion, that, when people think about Haiti, they be like, oh, third world country.
But all these people are coming from third world,
do
right?
both? What? I mean, is Jamaica third world?
I think so.
I don't know if I call third world. I mean, they do have poverty, but not on the level of Haiti, of being like the poorest nation in the world.
I mean, I think there's a big distinction between, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, exactly. So do the general public know why Haitians are in a situation they're in now? If they say no, then why don't you know?
Yeah, I think that people in the audience are really curious to know kind of the, what's fake and what's real coming out of the reporting out of Charleroi. Do you have children in school?
No. My children are all grown.
Do you have any grandchildren in school in Charleroi?
No, not in Charleroi, but I've been throughout the area for many years, so.
Okay. So how would you say the Haitians, since they're being reported, we've heard about the chickens and dogs. I'm not going to ask you about that. But if you want to comment on it, what do you think about the commenting on that? They're reporting on the chickens and dogs.
Why would we entertain those? Yeah, why would we entertain those who have nothing in common with the people they're commenting about?
Can you explain it for me?
So what I'm saying is, there is no African culture that eats cats and dogs.
Well, I think some people are saying maybe they are engaging.
Tell me one.
Well,
tell me one.
I think the allegation is that they're engaging in voodoo, like sacrificial practices with the cats and dogs.
Now that can possibly. I haven't heard of that one, but can that be possible? Yes.
Are you familiar with voodoo?
At the same time, am I? Yes.
Oh, you familiar? Okay.
Well, who called it voodoo? What's the real name? Who called it voodoo?
I'm not very familiar with it. What do you know about voodoo?
Well, I mean, let's look at it. It wasn't even voodoo. It was called voodoo by those who were colonizers who didn't understand what it was. And it was scary to them. I mean, yeah. But Zoodan, I mean, they just deemed it a religion just within the past 10 years or so?
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't even a religion. It was just a culture, a way of practice. But, I mean, to my understanding, Zoodan ain't nothing but asking your ancestors for guidance in this world right now. Setting them up at an altar and asking them for guidance. I mean, it ain't no difference. People say, oh, they put spells on you. What's the difference between a spell and a prayer? They're the same thing. People pray for your downfall. I pray God strikes you dead. I pray God gets you back. So what's the difference?
Do you think there's... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you, do you think that could be why the animals are like coming up missing? You know, if that is the case, do you think it could be voodoo as opposed to people eating their cats and dogs? Could that be like the misinformation?
Can it be? It could be possible, but I'm not going to comment. I can't give a strong comment on that because I'm not aware of any of that.
Right.
However, I do know that is a practice in Haiti itself.
What the sacrificing the animals or something like that?
Well, you know, the cultures. I mean, do we chastise Islam for cutting the lamb from left to right and letting the blood flow so you eat the food?
Right, halal,
do we do that?
Right.
Yeah. You know, why are we attacking, you know, a group of people that, you know, most people don't even know or understand?
Do you think part of it is racial, like because they appear black?
Oh, hell yeah. No, it's all racial.
Do you think
Charlotte used to be a sundown town. You know what that is, right?
Yeah. I'm old enough to know that, yeah.
So now let's take this. How diverse do you think Pittsburgh is versus Philadelphia?
Right. Not
New
that
York.
diverse. Right. Right.
All right, there you go.
So
we know the count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So have you been to any of the city council meetings where, you know, they're all of the, you know, it's
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. No.
What do you think about the people that have been to the city council meetings? Like the city council seemed very flippant toward the residents' concerns. What did you think about that?
I mean, the people who live here and lived here for 50 years or 60 years, it's change. And with change is, you know, you become uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not a bad thing. But to them, you know, let's make America great again. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Let's make America great again.
So you think it's like they're like Trump supporters? You think it's like kind of political? With the
I didn't say they're Trump. I didn't say they're Trump supporters.
Fair enough, right.
But the mindset of let's make America great again.
I see what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But why the Haitians over? You say there are Jamaicans and Africans there. Why do you think all the reporting is on the Haitians? Other than they having larger numbers of people there.
Well, I do recall them having an Haitian day, which was probably, you know, uncomfortable for a lot of residents in the area. It didn't do anything wrong, but, you know, no one's saying if you have a Slovak day, if you have an Italian day, if you have an Irish day, oh, you have a Haitian day, oh, now it's a problem?
Right, yeah, I totally get where you're coming from. Let me ask you this question. How about the 2,000 people or 1,500 into a small town? What has it done to the price of living and stuff like that, just the overall living situation?
Well, let's say this, that, you know, in this town, you know, it used to be a lot of walking zombies, if you know what I'm talking about.
Drug addicts.
Yes.
Okay.
Now you see a diverse community or a lot of diversity, and you're seeing a lot of businesses opening. So, I mean, so what's wrong with that?
Nothing. I'm asking you.
You know, next they're going to be saying, "Oh, they're bringing the drugs here." It's always going to be something because, like I said, you have those people that want to make America great again. And I'm not saying they're Trump supporters.
Okay. What about the cost of housing? So is the cost of living going up or down?
Well, I think the cost of living has went up across the whole board. So here, I think that, you know, with there being a lot of diversity here.
Mm-hmm.
I think, those who are landlords, they can take advantage of that. I mean, are they taking advantage of that? Hopefully they're doing their fair share. Like, this is fair price for rent. This is what's going on throughout Southwest Pennsylvania or Eastern United States,
Mm-hmm.
So for those people that had multiple homes and they live in the rent and they weren't rented before, I haven't heard of any of the individuals here being bad tenants.
Mm.
I haven't heard them not paying on time.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard them tearing up your house. Now, have I heard that, they had more than like 10 people in the house? Okay. But as being tribal people, that's what tribal people do.
You say tribal?
It doesn't mean tribal, yeah. I mean, because it's all Afrocentric people.
Mm-hmm.
So, is it being tribal people? It's no thing to have, like, if I'll just take it this way, like, back in the day when you had Big Mama's house and Big Mama had, Aunt Shirley that lived there with her husband and Cousin Kim stayed there with, her friends. And it was always like that,
Mm-hmm.
where you had people. But so what's the problem now? All the problem is that, first of all, second of all, the biggest thing is they don't speak no English. So it's just going on down the line. People are always going to find something wrong. But with them living here,
wait a minute, but
they might.
They don't speak English? Are you saying a large number of the Haitians don't?
Oh,
speak?
no. So they're learning how to.
Okay, gotcha.
No, I mean, some of them do. Some of them are having a tough time, but they're attempting. They're learning.
Has there been any conflicts in the town? The blacks, the whites, the Haitians, and, all these different groups. Any conflicts in town that you can think of?
No, there hasn't been any physical conflict. Everything has been social media. Everyone has expressed their concern through social media. I'll just put it that way.
We talked to some white residents. I think it was in Charleroi, where is Queens Market in Charleroi, or is that Springfield?
Yes.
Have you ever been to Queens Market before?
Yes.
Some of the white people were saying that they felt like it was like a segregated store.
Let me think.
What's your thoughts on that?
Address this. No.
Mm-hmm.
At one, there was rumors maybe a couple years ago or so that there was a store and they said, no whites allowed. Yes, I was aware of that. Okay. And they didn't know that they couldn't do that.
What do you mean? You mean they didn't know the laws?
Yeah, they didn't know the laws. They didn't.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. But no one asked why they did that. Did they experience that going into a store? No one asked that.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You just said what they can't do that. Well, how they was like trying to go into, let's just say, Family Dollar or some Dollar General. I'm just saying that, just saying any store, and they was like, oh no, get out of here. We don't know. So we don't know what they experienced.
It could have been like an experience that they had that caused them to do that.
Yeah, and it caused them to do that.
Right.
We don't know that. I mean, but it could. It's a very strong possibility that's what happened.
Right.
And they was like, oh, okay, we get our own store. No, you're not allowed in ours.
Right. What do you think about that? Them, if that were true, because we don't know if that were true. What do you think about them not allowing, if that were true, them not allowing white people in the store?
No, they don't know the law. And no, it's not right because, I mean, diversity is diversity, and being fair is being fair. Being right is being right. And, to that part, if they were discriminated against, then there was, then what they have done isn't wrong from their perspective.
Yeah, I don't know why you would even I don't even know why you would want to go to a store if you've been discriminated against. You know, if you felt like that
Right.
about the Haitians, why would you even want to go to their store?
Yep. Why would you want to go? But they probably felt the same way. Like, oh, we're gonna get our own store. But they've probably been to someone's store. That's the only pretty much logic concept I could come up with.
Right.
Was like that happened to them, so they did it back.
So you know, you got to give kudos to the Haitians. You know, that's the thing that goes unsaid is that they didn't sit there and cry about it. They went and got their own stores.
They went and got their own store, so I don't see the problem.
You know, I'm with you on that.
Actually, I hope hopefully it can be you know looked at as inspiring and make other people do the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let me ask you, how was the Black Haitian relations been?
I think it's who wants to break the ice.
Uh-huh.
Who wants to break the ice?
Mm-hmm.
You know, people say, "Oh, they're staring," but you only know someone's staring if you're staring back at them.
Mm-hmm.
But who wants to break the ice? You know, I'm in the land and I don't know. I'm trying to learn the language. What do I say? Hi? Do I say hi correctly? Like,
sock posse.
What's up? Like
sock posse.
What? You know. So who wants to break the ice? That's just my opinion, though.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to break the ice? And I think, you know, once that happens, then that becomes a lot. It's put at ease now. When I see you next time, I give you a head nod, or I say, you know, hi to you,
mm-hmm.
and you say hi back. You know, it's like he wants to break the ice because, let's be honest, what's the difference between, you know, an American, African, and a Haitian?
Mm-hmm.
If I put them both in the same room, you don't know who's who.
You mean like a Black American? You mean like a Black American or American African?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Black American, doesn't matter, but if you put them in the same room, who do you know who's who? One's
Right.
Jamaican, one's Dominican, one's African, one's American, one's Puerto Rican, one's I say Brazilian, one's Colombian. How do you know the difference?
Right. You don't know until they open.
You only
their mouth.
know until they open their mouth.
Right.
Until they open their mouth.
Right.
So now, with the what I would call with those who want to make America great again, how do they look at the blacks that been living here?
Do you think they lump you guys in?
They
with
might
the Haitians?
think we're Haitian. Now, I mean, just because we look alike.
So you think the negative stereotypes of the Haitians could overflow to like the Black Americans? Is that what you're kind of saying?
Yeah. I think the negativity is like, you know, they don't Mexican people. Period. It's too much for them. It was too much about diversity. It's getting too dark for them, and they don't like it. And like I said, it's change. You know, not everyone is comfortable with change.
Like what what would you say has changed?
What has changed is now Charleroi is now diverse.
Mm. Okay. Do you have any other?
With it being diverse, with it being diverse, you know, there are many stores that are open now.
Mm-hmm.
So some of these abandoned buildings, or I'll say storefronts that didn't have no tenants or businesses, there's businesses there.
Mm-hmm.
So that can only benefit in the end. That can only benefit Charleroi.
Right. Let me ask you this question. I wanted to talk to you about the effort that must be on the way to move 2,000 people. I mean, that's a Herculean effort. How do you think they all got there?
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of people.
I mean, I don't really know how they all got here. Me knowing some of them personally, most of them caught the bus.
From
Texas, there was
Texas?
work here.
Oh, okay.
New York.
Okay.
From all over.
Mm-hmm.
Florida. Caught the bus.
Mm-hmm.
And heard of a place named Charleroi that there was work there for them.
Man, that's a
and
small
that there
town.
was other Haitians there. Yeah, that there was other Haitians here that, you know, like, okay, you could stay here with us. So now, you know, instead of you having 4 people in the house, you got 15. I know someone personally who, when they came here a few years ago or so, they stayed in the kitchen for a few months. That was their room, the kitchen. I'm telling you what I know.
Yeah. I mean, you got to do what you got to do to make it, right?
Hey, and he's doing very well.
He saved up his money, I bet.
I'm not going to say his name or nothing.
No.
He's doing very well.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. So we have about 20 people in the audience right now, and it seems like they are able to come here and do very well, even in a small town. How would you explain that?
Well, I would explain that, like, when you're left with no option, what do? You got to find a way.
No,
And sometimes with that, when you have an opportunity, you make the most of it.
So you think that the Haitians are making the most of their opportunity?
They get an opportunity, yeah. Because think about, I mean, let's be honest. Like, you know, some of the Haitians here probably never had this opportunity back in Haiti.
Right. And they're like grateful, and they're taking advantage of it.
Taking advantage of it in the way you're supposed to take advantage of it.
Are you Black American?
You're
Black American, right? You're Black American, right?
Yes.
You know, for years there's been talks about, you know, Black American opportunity zones, this, that, you know, a lot of policy coming out of the politician's mouth. How do you square that with the Haitians, you know, not waiting on the government and just kind of, as you said, taking the bull by the horns and taking advantage of their opportunities?
I think it should be a blueprint, you know, for others to follow. Like if they can do that, then why can't you do that?
Do you ever wonder to yourself, should the Black Americans that were here that had the opportunity long before the Haitians should have already laid the blueprint for the Haitians to come along? In other words, should the Black Americans have cut down the trees for the Haitians to find it easy, as opposed to the Haitians coming in, clearing their forests and laying the blueprint for the African Americans?
Well, let's just put it this way. It's kind of difficult when you look at, you know, the blacks in America, because we became what they would say Americanized. You know, some of the things that, you know, some of the communities throughout the Caribbean, you know, the American blacks have lost.
It's almost like you're saying the Americanization was bad for Black Americans, in a sense.
In a way, yeah, because we have laws. Like, you know, most of the island people, most of the Caribbean people, not only do they speak their native, the language that they were by the colonizers,
right? Creole.
They might still speak. They might speak still some of their native language,
right? Creole or whatever, right? right.
Creole, you know, but
Jamaican
here,
patois on it,
you know, right? But here we have lost that. It's like, you ain't speaking English, you know, get the hell out of here. This is America. You gotta speak English. But we lost that connection.
Let me tell you a story.
Can
I tell you a funny story? It happened here in DC among a Black American business owner. He ran a restaurant, and a Hispanic Uber driver, Venezuelan Uber driver, came in, and I guess he was frustrated with the Uber drivers coming in not being able to speak English, and he got another tit-a-tit with the guy and told him to get the hell out of here. This is America, speak English, blah, blah, blah. And Uber and all of the community came down really hard on the guy for telling him to telling the migrant to speak English. So it's almost like the winds are shifting in a way, right?
Yes, they are.
And I was going to ask, what do you think about that? You know, that the winds are kind of shifting, kind of in favor of the migrants or whatever you would like to term them relative to the native born Americans?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to say it's turning in favor, but as in, we're pretty much the only culture that's not speaking multiple languages.
Mm-hmm.
Is that by design? Maybe not.
Mm-hmm.
But what it does though, it makes us not be able to communicate with those who would be distant relatives from another culture.
Mm.
So maybe it is by design.
That's interesting.
Just maybe. Yeah.
Hey, do you have any barbers in your salon right now that have children in the schools?
No.
Oh,
no, we don't.
Man, I wanted to talk to someone with children in the school. I haven't been able to reach anyone with children in the school because I would love to hear, like how it's playing out in the schools.
It's tough, as I hear of. I hear all these stories. It's tough.
And what have you heard?
It's tough because, some of the kids are like, the kids are just going with mainstream media. The Haitians do this, they do that. So what do you think how they treat the kids treat them?
Oh, so you think it's flowing over into the schools? The Haitian kids
it
being
is.
picked on, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, but it's kind of intriguing to find out like some of these Haitian kids speak not only French but they speak English and they speak Spanish. That's interesting too.
I heard that they had to hire a lot of French Creole speaking teachers and like resources in the schools. And that was causing a lot.
I mean, I heard that they're supposed to, so I don't know, so I can't really speak on that.
Right. All right, man. It's been great talking to you. I guess I have to ask the customary question, if you don't mind. I think I know what your answer would be. Kamala or Trump, 2024. And I got one question to ask you after that.
Let's put it this way, and this is going to be my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
You like the Baltimore Ravens.
Right.
I love everything the Steelers do. You love everything the Ravens do.
Right.
I hate the Ravens. You hate the Steelers.
Right.
But guess what? They're not going to disrespect that shield they play for.
Right. I get you. A lot of people are sounding that way.
So when you're asking me about Harris and Trump,
mm-hmm.
It's I know who Trump is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he probably doesn't like people that look like me or
mm-hmm.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Kamala Harris looks like me and you, but what's her true agenda? Sometimes you have to get your feathers ruffled to make serious moves. However, though, but I'm Kamala Harris.
Kamala, okay. Now, what's the first thing, in the first 100 days you would like to see her? What policies would you like to see her tackle? First 100 days. Most important things you want to see her.
Let's get rid of African Americans. Let's get rid of all that, because in other countries, they're not called French Africans. They're French. They're not British Africans. They're British. You don't hear Elon Musk saying, I'm African British. He's African. I understand that, where you're born, that's your nationality. But that doesn't mean that's your race. That's a different story. So let's remove that, because that allows you to actually segregate even more. If we're all American and you want to give a description of me, you're like, yeah, he's a brown skinned American. Okay, it's another word saying I'm black. But the first thing you said, I'm American. But if we're talking on the phone and I say I'm American, you're going to be cautious because you don't know if I'm brown skinned American or if I'm European American. Even through a job application, you're not going to know until we do a face-to-face interview.
Right. All right. One more thing. What would be a successful 4-year term for Kamala in your eyes?
Getting the economy heading in the right direction.
Okay.
Where everyone could be fruitful from a financial position.
Gotcha. Man, I really appreciate you taking the time out to talk with me. We just went down to the yellow pages of the internet and found you. You know what's interesting, man? Like most of the companies that we call people don't want to talk to you. It's only really the barbers in the salon, like the self-employed people.
Right.
Why do you think that is?
I don't really know. I really don't know.
Well, I think as a barber, you kind of have your independence for sure, right?
Yes, I definitely have independence and doing the work that I do. That I am diversity.
Do you cut a lot of Haitian heads?
Haitians, I cut a lot of their hair.
Really? There you go. It's been good for you.
Hey, man. So it's good for me.
Well, again, man, I am John Galt, and this is the Urban Landlord, all one word on YouTube. We stream 24 hours a day, so we'd invite you to come on, man. Anytime you jump on, we put you up center stage. People are going to be following this Charleroi, Springfield, Ohio news as it trickles out. So we may definitely call you back if you don't join. I hope you would be willing to take our call there.
Okay. Let me see one more thing. See if I have something back here. You said it was the Urban?
The Urban Landlord, all one word, John Galt. Yeah, look us up and give us a subscribe while you're on the phone. Yeah.
Landlord.
Yeah, you'll see me in a tuxedo.
I got it. I just wrote down.
You see me in a tuxedo right?
Okay.
Right? Yeah, hit subscribe there for us. I appreciate it.
I didn't do it yet because I'm still at work. But I'll definitely go on there and I'll definitely subscribe.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you again. Jay. This is D's Barbershop, but this is Jay, correct?
Yep, correct.
There you go. Thank you very much, man.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Damn. Boston.
I'm a voter in the swing state of Pennsylvania, right outside of Pittsburgh.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
What's going on?
What's up? Nice neighborhood there.
Yeah, I just left my house. I just left my driveway.
All righty.
Oh, damn, that's your driveway? God damn, Boston.
Yeah.
You still
Did
going?
you see me? I have a gate. I have an electric gate. I come out of. It's pretty awesome.
Jesus Christ. This guy Boston on
Dude, I'm telling you,
a
man.
plantation.
These red states, man. I'm telling you, for like half the price that you live in somewhere like Massachusetts, you can get a damn mansion down here. I swear to God. I got no mortgage in my house. No mortgage.
Yeah, we'll believe it. Yeah. That's not. Yeah.
The only problem is you live in Jackson, Mississippi.
That's right.
Whatever. You can handle the mosquitoes, man. Whatever.
Oh man, bugs are a whole other story. Like I got a whole phobia of fucking dragonflies down here.
Oh shit.
I think they hey Boston.
Damn near do, man.
Hey Boston, I think they call them June bugs down there. June
Those big ass bugs are, man. I don't know. I don't fuck with bugs at all, man. I can't fuck with bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, down south they call all bugs June bugs. It's a June bug.
It's a June bug.
It's a June bug. I don't know what that is, but
You know what they are. They're to work.
definitely,
You
definitely
telling
not a.
me or what?
What'd you say?
Are you telling someone now?
Mile. Make a south.
I know. I just got back. I just finished it. I actually am working a case. This guy lives literally like 0.25 miles from my house that I'm following today. 0.25 miles from my house.
Very convenient.
Man, are you not?
Shit.
Oh Jesus Christ! I thought I flipped the truck for a second.
Yeah, I thought you flipped the truck. I was like, oh shit. Oh well.
Boston. Boston. What if you found out you were interviewing yourself, or you were investigating yourself? That would be a mind fuck.
This guy, man. This guy. His family, his own family is having him surveilled because they said that he's crazy, and that he was sending threats. So he was making threats to them. They thought they're worried about his emotional well-being. So, but I mean, so far this guy seems normal. He went to the gym. I followed him to the gym. He did a workout and everything. You know, I don't. He doesn't seem crazy to me. He just doesn't fuck with his family. That's what it seems like to me. But hey, if they want to pay me, I'll fucking sit on him however long.
That's an easy one.
Dude, and the funny thing is this, dude. Crazy. Yeah, well, no, he sends them threatening text messages all the time and stuff. So, like, he can't talk. They don't talk to him. But the funny thing is, this guy, 2 or 3 years ago, this guy literally lived next door to me. It was one number different. Like, if I worked this case 2 years ago, he lived direct. I'm talking about. I live at number 18. He lived at number 17.
You talking about when you lived in Boston?
No, right, like here, where I live right now. Like, let's say I'd lived here 2 years ago, and they had assigned me the same case. At that time, this guy was living like directly next to me, number 17 on the street. Isn't that crazy? Like, I mean, I've never had that. Usually, in a case like that, you should usually turn it down because, like, you know, you're gonna see the guy all the time again, and if you fuck him over and you get him in trouble or he gets
mile, turn left onto Ridgewood Road.
I'd probably do it anyways. Fuck it.
Hey, DJ MFB, you left your live stream on. It's 15 hours.
I know.
now.
I just went. The reason I went home was to turn that shit off. I don't know why that was on. I have no idea.
Is it still on? Is it still on? I think it's still on, man.
I went home and turned it off. It was on for 15 hours.
Jesus.
Shit,
I have no idea why. I have no idea why. Like, I was DJing for like maybe 25, 30 minutes. Like,
yeah,
max.
I think it's still on, man.
Shit,
I think it's still on.
No, I turned my computer off. There's no way. I disconnected the camera.
What?
And there's no way it's still.
Boston,
It's impossible.
Boston. You gotta press end. It'll still keep going.
Yeah, it's still going, dude.
What are you talking about? It's still going.
Yeah, it's still going, dude.
But how can I end it without? I don't want to go back home.
Shit.
The other way.
Yeah, you gotta log in from your phone and press the end. I guess if it's StreamYard, you got StreamYard, right?
I can't though. I don't use StreamYard though.
On the right.
Oh shit.
What do you use?
I don't know what's going on then.
Straight up from YouTube Live.
You can do it from
YouTube.
Yeah, you gotta go to YouTube and end it.
So I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to do it later when I get home.
Yeah.
You can do it now.
Man.
You can do it now.
Yeah, forget it. Who cares?
Yeah, I don't care. I mean, it's not live because the camera and the computer are off, so it's just streaming nothing. Like, it's streaming nothing at all.
Yeah, no, it's still. I'm pretty sure it's still live though, but.
Yeah, I mean, fuck it. I mean,
Well, I mean, if you need to save that video though, it's gonna be gone. It won't save it after.
I'm probably not gonna do it. I'm probably gonna delete this shit anyway.
So yeah, who cares? Yeah, don't care.
My live stream anyways.
Hey guys, what did you think about the interview of the Charleroi barber Jay?
You know, there was a lot to. I hate saying it because it's kind of everybody says it on YouTube.
What?
A lot to unpack.
We lost HB right before he was about to unpack it.
Hello, HB. God dang it.
Anyway, Portia, what did you think?
Oh, I thought it was a hot mess.
Hold on. I'm back. I don't know why. Yeah, I didn't even lose signal. That was just weird. My audio just cut out. But yeah, there was a lot to unpack there. I think obviously he's a little, the racial aspect of it. He's a little sensitive to that, so he doesn't really see an issue. Also, it being like a former sundown town, I think in his mind he kind of feels like these white folks, these crackers that they call them, these crackers, they got it coming. Too, I had an issue with that whole, we don't speak our native language. Well, I mean, if you want to go down that road, Mexicans, Venezuelans, they don't speak their native language. They speak Spanish from Spain. Those Haitians, they don't speak their native language. They speak French. Fucking Brazilians, all them motherfuckers, they speak Portuguese. It's a whole bunch of conquered people trying to talk about, we don't speak our native language. Don't nobody speak their native language.
When I developed the website for the World Bank, I think there's one of the few multilingual sites that I had to develop. And there's different languages between, say, Mexican for Spanish for Mexicans and Mexican Spanish for Spain.
No, it is. You have different dialect. That's why, even with like English, like how British speak it and how we speak it is two completely different things. Like they the way they speak English is like, they speak it like fairies. We don't speak like that.
They spell it differently too, right? They spell it a little differently too, right?
They spell words differently. They drink tea, we drink coffee. There's cultural differences.
But all in all, though, like, do you remember the Ebonics movement back in the day? I think it was Oakland wanted to instill. They went to teach Ebonics. You remember that, crack?
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah. I went to college. I had to learn some of that.
Wait, you're telling me they taught?
Say what?
You saying they taught Ebonics to people?
Well, they at least did they? I can't remember, but I know they at least
Oakland definitely tried to implement a curriculum for it.
What?
Unified, district.
Crazy,
yeah. In Oakland, California. Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
And then I went to university. I learned it too. Yeah, they taught it in anthropology. Yeah, AAVE. They called it African American Vernacular English.
Dude, that's like counterproductive right there.
Well, it is kind of what that guy was saying, though, was it not? Is it not what the guy?
So I don't know exactly what he said.
It was kind of what the guy was saying. He said, "Look, we don't have a language that really is ours. The Haitians got some shit that He said even he even went back to Creole. He didn't say they just spoke French. He said the Mexicans had their whatever their native language, but he was like, the Africans, they do have theirs. But he was lamenting that the blacks don't have theirs. Right? Like, what is ours? The closest thing we have is Ebonics.
Yeah.
Right? You listen to some of these rap songs, I mean, they're not really speaking English. Right? Like some of these guys, you might get out of 100 words, 10 may be like straight up out the English language. The rest of them may have been modified like a dialect.
Unknown caller.
Or what do they call it? A patois or something.
Yeah.
Like they have devolved into vernacular.
It is very like cryptic a lot of times with these rappers.
And so from that standpoint, they're trying to get to where he is saying they don't have.
Yeah.
You can't master the English language because it's not necessarily your first language, as he suggests. Then you're gonna have to speak something. You may grab as much English as you can learn, and then freestyle the rest. Click, clack.
Freestyle the rest. Just don't conjugate some verbs, man. Don't conjugate some verbs. Drop them all together. That's all good. We don't need them. They're just redundant anyway.
They cancel each other out. And I think that honestly is what he's talking about. And he's expressing some frustration that these people more or less have a culture all their own, no matter how low it may be, right? Even you consider Jamaica third world, right?
Mm-hmm.
They got sewage running in the street. No, they ain't third world. Haiti's so low, he can't consider those two in the same class. So someone said maybe Haiti's fourth world and Jamaica's still in third. But Jamaica don't look like Mexico, and Mexico is second world, right? Clearly. Anyway, it was very interesting. You guys, sorry to talk so long, HB. What else do you think about it?
No, I thought though overall, like he seemed like a decent guy though. Like he wasn't like a, he seemed like a pretty forthcoming, professional. Seemed very professional. I just think for a lot of these business owners, unfortunately, they are gonna go with whoever's paying them. And if these Haitians coming in asking for a fade, he not about to discriminate. Hey, man.
See? Yeah, I told you I wasn't lying. Oakland be teaching them ebonics, man. John's losing it. Booga, how be? That's good construction right there. Good ebonics. That's an A+, man.
Yo, it's somebody with a degree right now that took this class and got credit for it, man. That's a goddamn shame.
I went to university. They taught it too there, man. They can't get one. Yeah.
Wouldn't it be some shit if like crack was here in the class in ebonics?
He probably did. Crack probably did get an A in ebonics. I'm not gonna lie. He probably got an A.
Could you imagine Crack having the top language in the ebonics class full of black?
Yeah, that's crazy. If I went to Oakland, that would have been funny. I wasn't in Oakland.
Yo. Oh, that's a shame, man. Yo, who was the teacher for that too? You had to be oh man. Talk about an Uncle Tom, like for real. That's the definition of a coon. You gonna teach that class to white folks?
The white judge goes, hey, please, ebonics, man, I'm trying my best every day, man. I don't think they're trying though.
Hey, John, did you know that the BBC has a pidgin language website?
No, they don't.
So so you can read articles in pidgin. Yeah, you think I'm lying? Nah, go to bbc.com. Right? Yeah, put it in the back chat. Go there right now,
pidgin?
John.
What's pidgin language? What is that?
I don't know which there's a lot of pidgin languages, but it might be Jamaican. Shit, I don't know. Like, go there right now, John. Let's
I know Jamaica has a pigeon for real. They got a pigeon, man.
There we go. So you can read all the articles in the regular BBC in pidgin. There you go.
Oh man, this may be Ghanaian too because no, maybe not. Namdi is Ghanaian.
What did we know about the migrants? Way them find their dead body of the. This is funny as fuck. I love this. This shit's crazy, bro.
We should do a stream one day, straight pigeon.
Yeah, we should just do a whole stream and just speaking in pidgin, dude.
I don't even know if I could do that, man. What the hell?
Oh man, this is too much. This is too much. Oh man, this is too much right here. I did not know this.
Ghanaians speak pidgin, but originated from Nigeria. Oh, okay, so it is African. Okay.
Oh man, oh man. Do you see what Maddie on the screen? Oh man, have mercy. Oh. Steven Crowder was doing a Change My Mind episode at a college, and he debated one of the professors. The professor was a hip-hop dance professor, and he received his degree because he did 10,000 hours of dancing. That's a book, 10,000 hours. Who was that? Marcus. Who's the guy that wrote the book about 10,000 hours? Outlier book. I can't remember his name, but whatever his name was, 10,000 hours.
Okay.
Marcus, 10,000 hours of dancing. Jamaican pigeon is thick and mixed with Rastafarian jargon. There you go. Pigeon, Jamaican. Malcolm Gladwell wrote the book about the 10,000 hours. That's right.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. You be an expert if you can do 10,000 hours, they say.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Damn. This is. But yeah, I thought he was. It's a good interview. Nothing.
You see,
nothing we didn't see coming. I don't think it wasn't anything really groundbreaking, but he was good.
You see all these little outside towns outside these city centers. They're swinging liberal, as you can see, diversity, even the mental pieces of diversity and all that kind of stuff,
Man.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's everything's kind of changing up really quickly, but yeah, this is getting interesting.
It's one thing, I guess, to like change a town, but to change the culture of a town, it's kind of totally different. You know what I mean? I think there's a big difference, and that's kind of what he seems to be okay with. Like, another guy that said we should learn another language. Very interesting. Very interesting. Is Portia still here?
I think she's still there.
I wish Stanley was up here.
Yeah, what's up?
Did you hear what he said about that segregated Queens market?
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's really what it is. I think.
Oh, HB broke up again.
Yeah.
He got cut off. HB, I don't know what's going on with the mic. It just cuts off suddenly. Like, doesn't sound like a connection problem. But
He's got worse Wi-Fi than me, man.
Well, Portia, did you hear what he said about the Queens market and how he was okay with them segregating because of how they may have been treated in white stores?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. That was very interesting. I've long thought that like black people are not for integration. If they had the upper hand, they would segregate. And that's more or less what he said. I'm okay with segregation. If you do something to me, I can ban you from my stores. Unfortunately, the blacks don't have stores, so they can't effectively segregate against anyone. But he was okay with the Haitians segregating against the whites if they did something to make the Haitians feel like they should segregate. And
I feel like this guy was worse than the other one. He was 10,000 times worse than that other one.
you think
Yeah, because he just sounded like a bumbling fool. Like everything that he said, you could just tell that there's no metric for anything that he's talking about because he doesn't even know what he's talking about. Like whenever you said Kamala or Trump and you said, first 100 days, what do you want to see? And he said, I want to see you get rid of African American.
Oh,
sir. No other countries have that. They don't have African. They don't have British African people. They just British. They don't have Jamaican British people. They just British. Sir, actually, they're not. Actually, they're not. So I don't know where you've been or if you've read a book. And if you don't read, if you haven't looked up a video, if you haven't did a Google search, even in Mexico. Okay, anywhere you go, there's a classification based upon race, period. Now, I don't care to be called African American, but that's not going to change, sir. So just if you want to be called black, be called black. But there is something like that in every country. So
Did you go ahead?
it's just one of those things. It's just like people like him, you know, like whenever somebody think that they talking big and they talking deep and they really think that they saying something, but they really ain't saying nothing. That's just kind of how I felt the whole entire time. Even whenever he was whenever you mentioned about his friendships and or not, you know, basically and this is amazing. You said
break the ice.
You asked if how are the blacks and Haitians getting along? And then he mentioned something about being open to change. But, you know, we're black, so we already know what time it is.
Yeah, he was talking about breaking the ice or something like that.
Yeah. No. We know what it is and what ain't happening. We know that that's not happening. So it ain't no need to break no ice with people that don't want to break the ice with you. And then, I mean, above anything else, whatever this man said, the blueprint. So yeah, I think that we should follow their blueprint. So you mean to tell me that our forefathers didn't break set the blueprint and break the mold whenever they left Britain and they came here, 13 colonies, the establishment of our great United States of America, and all of the toil and work that they did and how they made that decision. And they said enough was enough. And they came here, and from their foundation and the blueprint that they laid for all of us, we are now the biggest, most powerful powerhouse of the world. Is that not enough blueprint for you? You want to follow behind failed people from a failed country?
It is rather interesting, isn't it? Right?
It ain't a blueprint that a Haitian could give me on nothing. They couldn't give me a blueprint on how to tie my shoes because they don't even wear shoes with strings. They wear sandals. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. They can't tell me nothing. I'm an American, and we have a phenomenal story of what it means to start fresh and how to overcome. And since we are still a fairly new nation, we can look back and just look over our history and understand the blueprint. And then what they call the American dream, all it takes is for us to just follow it. Now, of course, you have some heights you'll climb, you'll fall, you'll get better, or you'll get worse, you'll get depressed, you'll get back up and keep going, whatever that looks like, that'll come around. But in America, you have the opportunity to do that. In these other countries, especially Haiti, whenever you're down, you're gonna stay down, and it ain't no getting up. The only way that you get up in a place like that is if you leave, or whenever y'all send money home and y'all try to do whatever it is that y'all need to do, elections, I don't know what the hell, because I'm not in Haiti, I really don't care. But I'm not about to follow behind their blueprint. And then even him saying that, he does not realize how ignorant he sounds, because black people in America, black Americans, we've been here for hundreds of years. So the fact that you're saying that their blueprint is worthy of following than your own, yourself, you and your friend have this shop, this salon, whatever it is. What are you talking about? So you rather follow behind some people that just got here, and we have all of the tools to do the same thing that any other group of people in America has. We've been here for 100 years, and some Haitians just get there a couple of years ago, and you want to follow their lead, sir? I can't take you seriously.
Yeah, now that was interesting that he did point to the Haitians and say, maybe they'll get the blueprint from the Haitians. I mean, that was, but then he also led off by saying, that the living, 8 people used to live in Big Mama house, right? And now the Haitians are doing it. So in that sense, I guess he was suggested, as I've said as well, live like a migrant. Go back to living with Big Mama. That's what the Haitians are doing. That's what all the other migrants are doing. He did confirm that they're living 8, 9, 10 people to a house and things like that. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, I figured he'd be a Kamala voter too, because he kept referring to "Make America Great Again" early on in the.
Yeah, he kept saying that. I'm just like, what is he like? Is he slow, or did he think we didn't hear him? Or I I don't know. He kind of irritated me. I like the other guy more than him.
Yeah, the
They
other
both-
guy
they
wasn't
both were
condescending.
Trump- They both were Trump supporters, though.
No, Kamala supporter.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, but the other guy wasn't like, the other guy didn't seem like he was anti-Trump as more so as he was just pro-Kamala. This guy seemed more like he was just anti-Trump.
Mm.
And it's kind of interesting with a lot of those Kamala voters. I feel like they'd vote for Adolf Hitler as long as it wasn't Trump. They don't even care. This nigga was talking about, you asked him what did he want Kamala to do. This nigga said get rid of the word black. Like what? You gonna have to
American to be exact.
Yeah, you have to go talk to Crayola, and you got to talk to the tire companies. How you gonna get rid of the
Crayola.
color black?
Crayola.
Dude, the funny thing is, man, most of these people, they used to fuck with Trump.
I know. That's
Like
the
they
big
used to fuck with Trump heavy, like back in the day.
Yeah, everybody fucked with Trump, man.
Yeah, no. I was looking for this quote. I'm going to see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find it. Anyway, you guys go ahead.
He even agreed with segregation, you know.
Yeah.
And to me, again, that's foolish because why, in my mind, for a group of people, since he was talking about, you know, our ancestors, like he was a part of that or he had anything to do with it, he was talking like he was right there. If this is what we fought for, and in the words of Martin Luther King, whenever little white girls and little black boys, whoever it was, can walk, you know, hand in hand, not by the color of the skin, but by the content of your character, integration, and all of these things. But you're okay in that same sentence. You're okay with white people being discriminated against in a town that they are the majority in their own country. You think that's okay? Because they're going to discriminate against you too.
Damn, Craig, what is this? What the hell is this?
So last night I was talking about Hong Kong. So let's do a little quick one here, update for the day on what I see.
Okay.
Get Craig. Wake up, motherfucker.
Yeah, so I think I mentioned China a few times, but late last night, I saw the Hong Kong market go crazy. So the whole government of China, the stimulus that they're gonna do there, and the Bank of China, yeah, it's gonna be crazy. They're gonna put a lot of stimulus now, and they were hesitant on doing it because they don't want to reinflate the bubble, but it looks like they're desperate, so they're gonna do it. So they cut the mortgage rates. They're trying to stimulate the whole freaking stock market. It's going nuts. And so last night it was up 4%, the Hang Seng, and during today's session, the U.S. session, all the Chinese stocks got bought up, the ADRs basically. And so I'm thinking they're going to open another 4% tonight. Yeah, it's looking like the chart is fulfilling its prophecy right here. So if you look at this, it's making its bottom. So this red line here was the first big crash. So you have to remember, China was blowing up their whole stock market and property market way early on in 2021. And then once like the US markets started dropping too, they just fell with it. Mm-hmm. So this was the first legs down. Now this big significant one is when President Xi basically said, I'm going to get a third term. I'm changing all the rules in the government to give me more power. So he's concentrated all the power in the presidency because, the communist government used to spread it out between the party leader, the premier, and the president. But now it's all under him. So he's also like the, commander in chief as well. So all the powers within him. So he's the king, right? Basically, he's the emperor in that country now. Now,
it's a monarchy, isn't it?
Yeah, so this was in 2022 when everybody sold because they were like, "Oh, what a." But the thing is, I have to tell you, right? Bad news is the end of the drop. That means like once you actually get the news that it's actually happening, all the last guys that sold Chinese stocks, they got out, people bought because you can't get worse than that. That's the worst news you could get as an investor in Chinese stocks. So
Yeah.
people bought it. And so that's why you see this huge V correction back up. You see this huge reaction right all the way back up here. So this thing, I'll just draw another line for you guys. Like you can see it's kind of like makes a little top right here. Now, once all this V move is over, there's no more news, right? So you got the bad news. People said like, oh, well, it's cheap enough. You get the reaction from that all the way into February, from October 2022 to February 2023. Then everything starts sliding because the Chinese economy is still shit. Still shit. Bad news, bad news, bad news. Earnings are crap. Earnings are crap. Now you hit here, 2023. That's when the U.S. markets were like, okay, time to go back up. So it's been following. It's trying to follow the U.S. markets back up here. It had another low down in the summer, and it hit this, like, you see the volume here, this volume right here. So this is when I knew, oh, it's done. It's done dropping. It's going to try to make another, like, base around here. But look, guess what? We got
And it's
all
been up
the,
ever since then.
yeah, because Jerome Powell was like, we're going to stop doing interest rate hikes. Good news for everyone else in the world, because all the other central banks, like emerging markets, India, Mexico, China, they need to have the, like, Powell stop raising interest rates because it hurts them more than it hurts our economy when you have a high interest rate U.S. Loans. Okay. So anyway, once you get this, like yesterday, boom, overnight, this is the big news I'm waiting for. So now we're back up to this resistance. I think what's going to happen is we're going to bounce around here, and then we're going to continue on up. So last night I was saying I'm going to start looking at Chinese stocks. They're back in play. We're going to have to pick them out, see which ones are good to buy. And
Oh yeah. So Baba is on my watch list, and Baba
yeah,
definitely.
Baba's one.
Yeah.
JD, Tencent. We got like
Yeah.
PDD, which is Pinduoduo, which is Temu, and you got a ton of others, and a lot of junky ones too if you want to do high risk.
Craig, you have a question or a comment, a cynical one, nonetheless.
Why do you care? Because you're, I don't know. It's because I want to trade, you bitch. You want to make money or not? This like look at here. Okay, this move here, like I have you can do ETF, like FXI. FXI is 30 large cap ETFs you can buy right now. If you bought yesterday, that was a 10% move in one day. Now, if you bought a leverage ETF, yin is like 3 times that move. So you would have made 30%, almost 30% in one day. Or if you bought it way back when in August or during Jerome Powell around here, you know, that's 40%. Okay, that's a 40 to 50% move. So
Basically,
that's why
opportunities.
they don't have major influence in our market. Who cares? The white John Galt. I just want to make money, be a bitch. Anyway, yeah, but for him to say that it doesn't have any influence on our markets, that's so narrow viewed. Look at copper. Copper is jumping up on that news, and if copper prices go up and the Democrats want to do green energy, guess what? We have to buy copper to make new infrastructure to do all the wiring for charging your superchargers and, you know, all the things that go to your garage to charge your. So guess what? It does affect you. So I warn people when China has
in all new buildings. You know, I had a buddy Philippe. He was going to buy a building somewhere in San Francisco, but it was on an island or something. But you had to go through Oakland to get to San Francisco.
That's right.
And anyway, so he was telling me that it was like all electric cars only, and if you were allowed to have a car, it had to be an electric, and you know, and I think that's going to be mandated going forward.
Yeah.
Cue the people that will start robbing your house to strip it of copper all over again. It's going to be like 2014 repeated.
Yeah, it's already happening. In California, they were like getting trucks and tying chains into like street posts, like old classic antique street posts, because the bronze content in those like old ones have a lot of copper in them, and they just rip them off the ground and just go straight to the scrapyard. Crazy, man.
I heard him instilling the Tesla hoses.
I heard that too. Yeah. Yep.
So
It's crazy.
So this is a good time to get back into the Chinese stocks. Pinduoduo.
Well, wait a while.
Alibaba.
Let's let it cool off a bit and see where it drops again to a new support. But the other thing too is you saw silver today, right? Pop.
Yeah.
Copper pop, silver pop, gold pop. That's why I was telling you bullish on those things, because when China tries to stimulate their economy and do a credit, this is what they call a credit impulse. So when China has a credit impulse, it ripples through all the global economy, because this is actually going to hurt Jerome Powell's like mandate to have low inflation. Because when China is really at full capacity, their whole economy is at full capacity, our inflation is going to stay high. That's just it, because all the costs go up now. The copper is going up, silver is going up. You need silver, copper, and the other crappier metals at the bottom start rising up too, right? Nickel, zinc.
Well, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
China banned the export of nickel to us. We need a lot of nickel.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn.
So
That's bad.
EXK is another long play. EXK.
Yeah, this is great, because the chart right now looks great. If it breaks this resistance, it's flying.
Yeah.
So this is the gold miner ETF. You see, this red line is the barrier here. This whole area is kind of like
GDX.
Yeah, GDX.
Okay.
And if you want to do the 3x, you can do GDXU. This is 3 times GDX. If you're a gambler, okay. Otherwise, you use options on GDX. Okay, so I mean, you could do, if you know options, you'll just look at GDX and try to do options on it if you want more leverage.
Yeah. I don't fuck with options.
Not yet for now, but you just
Because I already made money off.
John wants the juice.
Yeah, but I feel like options, it's a little bit too much of a gamble sometimes.
It depends on. Just get good at timing stuff. Just get good at timing stuff from the share price point of view. Once you get good at that, you can decide. Oh, okay. Now that I'm good at like reading charts, I can. You know what I mean? Like, then you can expand your tool set. Let's just put it that way. Like Palantir right now, you see it hits this resistance. It bounced back today, so it's gonna fight. It's gonna have a fight here. It's gonna have a big fight in this area before it moves on. So once you get good at reading this stuff, it's just like easy, man. It's just second nature. You just recognize stuff right away. There's no second guessing. You just look at it. You're like, oh, bang! It hits the resistance, perfect. You see, it breaks out of here, the red line here, and just shoots up right to there.
Yeah.
Doesn't even wait. Yeah. And did I know the news was coming out? No. But, if I was trading, I would have bought somewhere around here, this area, or I would have waited for it to get to here and see if it went up to here like yesterday and took a gamble and said, okay, I'll buy it here. And then the next day I hit my target, I'm out. So, I mean, it's not a crystal ball, but at least you know the levels. You know where, like, the price is going to have a big effect when it hits there. You go like, hey, wait a minute.
You're basically
there's something happening.
Guesses, right? Get correct.
Yeah. So it's kind of like you try to use it like to know what the probabilities are, right? There's more probability of something happening than not. And then, like, if you could quantify it, that would be better. Like, if you have AI kind of look at these charts and say, like, what's the probabilities? Because these patterns have been seen before in other places. Because there's always fractal, man. Like, these patterns are always happening all the time, and you see it. So I think AI would do a good job of, like, at least giving you odds, and then you can treat it like poker. If you can treat it like poker, it's just like, it's just gonna be so easy. Yeah. And I think that's the future of what I want to do with this show. I kind of I know a lot of you guys are smart, way smarter than me. You got more ambition.
Well, I feel like we have the right people to figure it out.
We do.
Like
and yesterday we were talking to Melanie, right? And she was doing analog. Man, I was like, damn, she's smart. Fuck. if we get her
Yeah,
to try to help us with this shit too. Oh my
but
god.
even on the math part, we got Portia for the math part.
Yeah, we got
so
Portia on the math.
Yeah, she could figure out like the formulas, and then as far as the AI part, probably Melanie for the AI part, that part, and then maybe I don't know, somebody
And
else.
you got T spells, you got CKJ3 on the
Yeah.
futures trading. You know, like they,
Yeah.
you know, they're young, they're hungry, they got it. You know, they've already learned their method from their way, which is I've looked through it a little bit, so I'm gonna have to review it again. So I'll teach you the way they read their charts, and you know we can continue building on this stuff. I think that's the game plan, man. Because it's not hard. It shouldn't be hard. It's just that I'm lazy though, because I already made my money investing. I don't need to like spend so much time looking at this stuff anymore. But
you're just doing.
But it is interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting, and you can have a flavor, and it's good for you. Not if you're not trading, you can use charts to look at economies. Like I don't need to read like a textbook on economics. I could just look at copper prices, pork prices, wheat prices, and just say like, oh, there's going to be a war in this country, or you could theoretically do that. You could look at the markets, the way economy, because I personally think economies control how human behaviors are, right? If you're hungry, you're going to act differently than when you're full, right? So it just affects everything, human behavior, geopolitics. It's all about it. So yeah.
Meanwhile, I can only provide information regarding any changes that affect the immigration issues that everybody's talking about.
No, that's good. We need someone in that man. That's important right now, dude. Juan, you are in the eye of the storm doing all that stuff. You see it all now.
I would argue we're starting to hit the back wall because the migrant shelters are starting to close down, and that's not a good thing. That's when you get that backwind, because you're going to have a shitload of people that have nowhere to go. And then in Chicago, in HB's neck of the woods, the Venezuelans have actually started playing the smart game now. They're actually saving up that $15,000 a month that they're getting, and they're buying houses that Black people got evicted from.
Wow. Shit. Man, I don't know, man. That's crazy. I don't know.
Yo. Yo, why John go? I think he followed you over from the Thorpe's verse.
Oh, of course he. I mean, I think everybody mostly did. You see some of those guys like Eric W. and the North, whatever. So that guy from England or Australia.
Yeah.
Those guys actually follow me from 2 channels away. So they were the ones that introduced me to the Thorpes. And they got butthurt because I left their little group, because they had a little incel group where they do is talk about like lol cows and Thorpes and you know what I mean? So once I went to the Black Sphere, they were just like, oh, what's this guy doing? And then they found out I wasn't white. So they got even more pissed. Just a Vietnamese infiltrator.
You were the accidental infiltrator. It's like, what was that detective that actually infiltrated into the New York mob, and he actually became a made man before they were like,
oh, that's funny. That's funny.
You talking about Donnie Brasco?
It could be Donnie Brasco. I'm not sure, but they put a hit out on his ass, and like 4 or 5 other people had to sit down, for which they never got up from after that, because they were the Donnie Brasco to the mob.
It's pretty much over after that. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna be paying attention to this EXK and checking this copper and the GDX too.
What I'm paying attention to is this thing that we signed along with, what was it, 130 other countries yesterday at the UN. I didn't pay much attention to it yesterday because we were doing that trial yesterday. Man, that thing is scary as hell. That particular pact. There are two things with that UN pact that went down yesterday in New York when we were having fun. The first thing is the migration thing would be a human right. So if it's ratified here in the United States, basically you're not illegal if you cross into the United States anymore. What will happen is you just simply, you come in and basically by human right, you can do whatever the heck we can do. And that includes voting in that regards. But here's the other thing that's even worse, because that part of it, you can still get workarounds to maintain sovereignty with no problem. I don't want to get too deep into that because that's a nerd conversation for another day. But the other facet, if it's ratified, is in the event of another health emergency, our sovereignty immediately goes to the UN. And not the UN as the organization, but basically all 120 countries have a say in how we run things. We can't basically pass our own laws.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
It went down yesterday at around 5 o'clock Eastern.
Oh, wow, damn, I didn't know that. I didn't hear about that.
Oh,
we were too busy having fun yesterday when all that happened.
You think that we are all being distracted from what's really going on? Because, like, you don't hear too much about the Hezbollah stuff, and we keep getting distracted with all this stuff because they're getting bombed to death over there, right? This is going crazy.
Well, the Israel Hezbollah stuff, I'm at the point where I just don't care. I just don't want my money. I don't want our men going over there. It's like, okay, Israel, this is not to curse the Jews or anything, because I'm not, but this is your problem. You're a big boy. We've been holding your hand and wiping your nose for 80 years. You can handle this. So you want to fight that? You have at it. I could care less. But the other thing, the other thing is as of today, key members of Congress receive sat phones again. So from what I'm seeing in the alternative media sphere, there's a rumor that there's going to be a mass casualty event by the beginning of next year. I wouldn't go that far to believe that, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, why are we being fed bread in circuses? What is it that they're wanting us to look away from? I guess is where I'm getting at.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Guys, can we lighten it up and show a little bit of the young Dolph confession on the stand one? You might find this to be amazing considering you have legal training here. Let's go. We're only going to play a few minutes of this.
Times with me, is that correct? Yes. Would it be fair to say you did that because you realized you had been caught?
Yeah, I've been caught and I got a conscience too. Now they don't know where my senses. Yeah, I got a conscience.
I'm going to play a video up here, Cornelius. You can turn a little bit and see it once we start playing.
For the record, you're playing what's been marked as, or will be marked as exhibit number 5.
Right here.
All right, and you say "we" then, and tell me.
Oh, who Govan?
All right, and who is Govan?
Ananda Govan.
How do you know Justin?
Oh, who Govan?
All right, and who is Govan?
Ananda Govan. Quick. We know about Quick.
Okay, who is Quick?
Associate.
All right, you say associate. Is he younger or older than you?
Older.
What neighborhood does he hang out in?
Orange Mountain.
Does he live over there?
Yes, sir, he did.
Do you know what street his house is on?
Bradley.
Are you familiar with that street?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever buy drugs from Mr. Govan?
Yes, I brought ecstasy.
Okay, would he sell you ecstasy pills? You ever heard the term like old head?
Nah.
Okay. Would you consider him sort of a older criminal figure in the neighborhood?
Yeah, I caught him like a bro.
Okay. Did you have another guy in that neighborhood you used to hang out with too?
Yeah, Big Bobby.
Big Bobby. Is that Bobby Carter?
Bobby Carter, yes, sir.
How often would you be over there on Bradley Street?
I thought that's just about every day.
Okay. So this is.
I don't know why it does this shit. What the hell's going on here? I don't know what the hell's going on here, Crack. What the fuck is going on?
The internet hates us this afternoon.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Well, while we wait on that, well, here it is. Let's see.
How is it that you met Justin through Quet?
Justin is the co-defendant in the murder. You're gonna see him in a second.
Like being around, basically being around.
Would Justin be around Quet too?
Yeah, he'll be around.
Do you know why Justin would be around Quet?
They look at each other like brothers, brothers, and then just rap or whatever.
All right. You knew Justin to be a rapper?
Yeah.
Did you know his rap name?
Straight drop.
And did you know Quet to be involved in, I guess, the rap business or something?
College still.
Okay.
College still.
What sort of would he call himself as far as being in the business?
I guess a negotiator. I don't know.
You hear that one?
I did. That's going toward the identity of the other guy, isn't it?
So basically what he's saying is that there's a middleman named Govan who basically fashions himself as a negotiator. And he buys drugs from Govan, and his co-defendant is a rapper that wants to right, they want to be rapping and shit. And Govan is the one, he's been arrested too, is the one that actually paid them, or was supposed to pay them the money to kill this rapper guy.
Wow. Okay.
So Govan is the middleman, like Puffy.
Yeah.
Right? Where he like, hey, you want to get a deal? Is and you do what I need you to do, right? And
well, not like Puffy. It would be like Keefy D, if you've ever listened to Keefy D's interviews.
Yeah.
It'd be
like the old A&R men back in the day that would go out and find talent. This is what he is, right?
Yeah. Okay. Do you know whether or not he was trying to negotiate for straight drop?
I guess trying to get him a deal.
Okay. Do you know who he was trying to get him a deal with?
Oh, Big Joke and him got in him.
All right. You said Big Joke, is that correct?
Yeah.
You ever heard of the music label CMG?
Yeah.
Is that Big Joke's?
Yeah, Big Joke and him.
And his brother, right?
Yeah.
His brother's Gotti, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Before this day, which is in November of 2021, about how long had you been knowing Justin?
A few months.
A few months. About how many times do you think you'd been around him?
A couple times. We went to club together. We've been around each other a couple times.
Okay. And for the record, I know that it's a formality, but for the record, can you point him out in the courtroom and tell me what he's wearing and stuff?
Yeah, the young brother over there with the button-down shirt, blue and white button-down shirt.
If the record could reflect that he's identified the defendant, Mr. Justin Johnson, Your Honor.
Let the record
That's him snitching.
reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in court.
So how did you get to be with Justin Johnson?
We knew that, they had heat on Dolphin head or whatever, so.
Who had a hit on whose head?
Big Jug had a hit on Dog head or whatnot, so.
How do you know that Big Jug had a hit on Dolph's head?
Quit had told me about it, Quit, and you know what I'm saying, being just
How much money was it supposed to be?
100,000 on Dog head.
And
so basically he's saying that Yo Gotti, the rapper's brother, had a hit on Young Dolph for 100,000, right? And Yo Gotti's brother's named Big Jook, and Big Jook has been killed now. So here we go.
And had you agreed to do this hit?
Yes, sir.
Had Justin agreed to do this hit?
Yes, sir.
We all gonna do it together?
Yeah, they been on it, but yeah.
Was there any arrangements as far as splitting money or anything?
Yeah, me and him supposed to be giving Quit 10,000 apiece.
All right, so you and him were gonna give Govan 10,000 apiece?
Yeah.
And how much were you gonna get?
I was getting 40, he was getting 40.
Okay. Had you spoken with Justin about this?
Yeah, we talked about it.
Okay. This was not something that just happened this day, but something that was in the process for weeks?
Yeah,
How did y'all hook up this day, if you remember?
he had pulled up to give me. He came and got me or whatever.
Where'd he get you from?
He got me from my father's house.
Where's your father's house?
Lamont Sims.
Orange Mound area?
Yeah.
Had either
He called me back, I answered. He was telling me basically they were pulling up because
you already knew that this is
on our way to Westwood.
Had you and Justin talked about this particular day before?
Like, nah, day that week.
This week before Thanksgiving?
Yeah, we didn't know we were going to catch him, but we knew he did his artist. Everybody had a hit on the head. Everybody had a price on the head.
From Joke?
Yeah, from Joke.
So he's saying everybody had a hit on their head. You on mute, one.
Well, as I was mentioning before you got up, John, that line of questioning goes to whether or not there was premeditation and deliberation.
Yeah.
In blood. And cold blood doesn't mean like you're cold-blooded like a lot of people think it does in the colloquial sense. It just simply means you thought about committing the crime with a level head. You weren't mad at the world, basically.
Yeah. You know, a lot of people are speculating that the guy on the screen right here may get off one. Do you see a pattern, a pathway for him to get off of this crime? I mean, this is just one guy saying he did it, saying he helped him and all that.
I don't know just yet. I would have to see what the cross-examination is going to look like to see if there are any holes that they punch in the testimony. If there are holes that are punched that show or that this guy's a known liar or something like that, then he very well might. But I don't know. I can't say right now that he would or he wouldn't. I can say right now that based on the responses, it's pretty damning against him.
That was going to be y'all's business this week.
Yeah, that was like evening.
When he arrived at the house, do you remember what he was driving?
Oh, white Mercedes-Benz.
Okay, had you seen that car before?
Nah, I ain't never saw that car.
Is there anybody else?
You're driving white.
I ain't never.
And what color was it?
White.
A white Expedition.
Yeah, white.
Did y'all do anything when y'all went to Bradley Street at that point?
He got something out the truck and then jump back in the car.
Okay. So he gets out of the Mercedes at Bradley Street, goes into the Expedition and gets something.
No.
Dead.
He was like, there go dog right there.
All right, what did y'all do? That surprised you? See him like that?
Yeah.
Did you say anything or did Justin say anything?
He was like, there go dog right there.
All right, what did y'all do?
We received the trailer. Proceeded the trailer.
So y'all are following him on Airways?
Yeah, right over the street.
All right. And you saw the first part of this video, didn't you?
Yeah.
Did you see him pull off here to the cookie store?
Yeah, he pulled in the cookie store.
What'd y'all do?
We made the block. Came with the bad boy. I jumped out. Started shooting.
All right, well, let's back up here though. We saw him pull off of the Airways. You see my little.
We went to the light, made the loop around.
Did you see him get out of his car like this?
Orange shirt.
I ain't seen him get out the car.
That's his brother right there following him. You see that one? That's his brother right there following him. Dolph in the orange shirt.
Yeah, I see that. If it looks like I'm looking funny, I'm trying to see if there's anybody in the white car next to him, or where these other guys started casing young Galt from.
You probably can't tell from this angle, but you're going to see them pull up in just a second.
Okay.
There they are right there. You see
This over here.
It's me.
We're gonna back up. I wanted to, yeah. Back up a little bit. All right. First guy out of the car, who's that?
That's me.
That's you? Which one of the guns do you have?
You see the white Mercedes? That's a white Mercedes. The guy said
the white Mercedes SUV.
that still doesn't mean that it's the guy though, right? That could just be a white Mercedes. Right?
Well, before he identified the defendant, you're absolutely right.
I mean, even if he identified, it doesn't mean that's him shooting.
It doesn't matter if he's shooting or not. The problem is they planned it. And Tennessee has a similar law that Texas has, but Tennessee calls it accomplice liability, which basically means if you and I get together, John, and we plan something and you carry it out, it doesn't matter if I'm there or not. I'm just as guilty as you are.
But don't they have to prove beyond this guy's word that that's him?
Well, that's where the cross-examination is going to come in, because he's already pointed out the defendant. He's already admitting to what we're seeing on the video. So to me, at the low end, you have to prove that this guy's a liar.
Right, but he's already convicting himself. Is that fair?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I got the little Draco stab on.
Okay, that's that semi-automatic weapon. Is that right?
Yeah.
You ever shot that thing before?
I ain't never shot that.
Did you just hear one?
He said he hasn't shot that gun before, right?
Yeah, never shot a Draco before. And if you watch him shooting the gun, you could tell he couldn't control it. I don't know if you noticed that. Did you notice that?
Not yet. I haven't seen this whole video.
All right, let me go back. Let me go back again where he's shooting it. Now, remember, these two guys are in a small, basically counterfront store. They have nowhere to go unless they jump the counter, right? They should have, executed both of them. Let's take a look.
Yeah, that's us right there.
Right?
Stop it here.
Draco. Look at the Draco.
Yeah, he's not controlling it.
Just watch. They watch it once he starts shooting the one.
It's me.
Look at it.
Yeah. We're gonna back up. I might wanted to. Yeah. Back up. Stop it here.
Look.
Me.
We're gonna back up. I might wanted to.
You saw that?
Yeah. Back up a little bit. All right. First guy out of the car. Who's that?
It's me.
That's you. Which one of the guns do you have?
I got the little Draco stab on.
Okay, that's that semi-automatic weapon. Is that right?
Yeah.
You ever shot that thing before?
I ain't never shot that.
Okay. You can proceed, Irish. That's your gap hoodie, is that right? That's you. Who are you shooting at? All right, now back it up again.
See the brother. Look at the brother one. Watch the brother come out.
Back it up for Justin getting out of the car.
Now watch your brother. Hold on.
All right, who's the second person here that got out of the driver's side?
It's just.
He's got the smaller handgun, is that right?
Yeah, bad baseball hat, bad pro baseball hat.
You're firing this crazy thing. What you see? What are you feeling?
I want to feel nothing at the time, but I ain't gonna even let it.
Well, he wasn't even paying attention when he was admitting the hit either.
Say what one?
He wasn't. He had just admitted that he wasn't even paying attention. He said he didn't see anything.
Try and get some money.
Trying to get some money. I don't know if you heard that one. Trying to get some money. So he basically killed him for money. That's not a good thing to admit to, right? It makes it like a capital murder, doesn't it?
Well, in Tennessee, it would be first-degree murder.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a capital offense.
Like a death offense.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's a capital offense, which means it technically would be death penalty eligible.
Yeah.
Trying to get some money. Bet you probably would have wasted on oxycodone and ecstasy.
Anyway, that's the end of, I think, of the most compelling pieces of it from that testimony. And basically, the guy, man, just more or less told on himself. But he only got $800 to pull that whole stunt off. Kill that man. He got $800.
And you're going to spend the rest of your life in jail or potentially face the needle in Nashville, Tennessee because of it. That's less than $1 an hour. I hope it was worth it, guys. Village
2 payments, $500 and $300.
Jeez.
He threw his whole life away, bro. Didn't even get the 800 up front. That would have made it at least worthwhile. You could do more with 800 than a payment of 503. Interesting.
So,
go ahead.
So less than 15 cents an hour, you decided you decided to do this thing. Again, I hope it was.
There was some riots or whatever the hell they terming this new city violence. And I saw this headline: immigrants drive workforce growth in Philadelphia, but wage disparities persist. About a third of self-employed business owners in Philadelphia are migrants, approximately 21,000. What do you think these self-employed business owners are doing, Juan?
I don't know. That's. I mean, my guess is as good as yours. I would like to hear what
They're
are.
probably driving Uber, Lyft.
Well, that or the DoorDash or.
Yeah.
Some of them here in Texas are actually in HB's profession. They're actually buying up trucks and either driving them or running LLCs with the fleet.
Too. Back in August, during the DNC, Pennsylvania governor urged party members to continue energizing the Latino electorate nationwide. Do what I've tried to do. Show up, listen, speak to the issues on people's mind in the Latino community and elsewhere. His advice came from experience as the swing state of Pennsylvania has become home to a growing community of Latinos. In Reading, a town around 60 miles away from Philly, Latinos account for 67% of the population, making a key town for both Harris and Trump. In Philadelphia alone, the number of Latinos has risen from 129,000 to 244,000 in 23 years.
Damn near double.
Yeah, that's damn near double. Understanding now, and that's all of them that they counted. Understanding not only their role, but the role of immigrants in Philadelphia is going to be key for both parties this November. Harris has emerged with a lead in the state of Pennsylvania, currently standing at 50% to 46%. A new report reveals a series of insights into the migrants' role in the city's labor force, starting with the fact that the number of foreign-born workers in Philly has grown from 105,000 to 158,000, representing a 50% increase and accounting for about a third of the increase in the city's employed labor force since 2010. On the flip side, however, researchers have found that half of these workers earn less. Low wages defined by the report as less than $36,000 annually. And the median household income for immigrants was $54,000 compared to $57,000 for U.S.-born residents. So these people are a drag. They're dragging the income down. Go ahead.
Not only that, but if you notice that $3,000 difference annually, that tells me that the wages for American-born or legal or people that are here legally, that includes the people that were paroled into the United States, are being depressed.
Yeah. Around 90% of high-wage immigrant workers reported speaking English well, compared to about 75% of those in the middle income bracket. 1/3 of low-wage earners said they struggled with English, and over half had only a high school diploma or less, while 9 out of 10 high-wage earners spoke English well. In that context, self-employment has become a common path for immigrants in Philadelphia, with about a third of them self-employed business owners, self-employed owners being foreign-born, accounting for a disproportionately large share of entrepreneurs. What's the distribution look like? Construction firms, restaurants, taxis, trucking companies, and house cleaning services. Very interesting. Very Philadelphia. The immigrants are finding something to do. They're doing it very well.
But wouldn't you argue that that's what Philadelphia is literally a carbon copy of what's going on in most major cities, including your neck of the woods? I mean, we look at the contrast where the gentleman that was filmed yelling to speak English or whatever the heck, he was a business owner.
Yeah.
versus the other guy that was a self-employed food service guy, DoorDasher.
Yeah. That is very true. And again, their incomes may be low, but their housing costs are extraordinarily much lower because they're, as the other guy just said, they're putting 6-7 people to a house, and your rent and all your other expenses are going to be quite a bit lower.
They are. The problem with that, for example, if you were to do that, John, you know this, the repair bills on the back end are going to go through the roof. I don't know if you guys use septic tank systems or if they use sewer systems, but even the sewer systems wouldn't be able to handle, the waste from a place that's designed for a family of 3 when you have 9, 10, 11, 12 people running up in there.
Yeah. No, that is very difficult, for the sewer system to handle all of that. Man, do you think that Diddy's, why do you think Diddy's not eating in prison?
He's not eating? He's on a hunger strike? I didn't know that.
Well, they're saying that they're reporting that he's not eating. I think Portia just talked about it. What do you think that's due to? Is it paranoia of the food, people trying to poison him, just getting adjusted to prison life, or what?
It could be the paranoia plus he is getting adjusted because, prison food is not the best. I had the displeasure of tasting what they call the Nutriloaf.
Yeah.
They allowed us to try that just for fun at one of the policing events in Brownsville.
Oh, yeah, it's disgusting, bro. I imagine it tastes awful.
So it could be both. And then the other thing is he's used to eating, Eye Brown, or he's used to eating filet mignon.
Yeah. It's going to be hard to get adjusted to. When I first went to jail a couple of times, man, it was so the first couple of times, it's like they bring you something to drink. It's like Kool-Aid or something. At least that's what they brought you here. You're like, man, I haven't had Kool-Aid in 20 years. It's something to get adjusted to. Let me share this video with you here. People that used to listen to radio or still do. One thing you may notice is that it all kind of sounds the same. You ever notice that?
Well, I did, but there's an article that I placed in the back that might explain why. George Soros, there was a deal that he had to buy up 120-some thousand radio stations.
Yeah.
That deal was just approved by the FCC today.
Yeah, I'm about to play that right now. Let's take a listen here. George Soros, unifying the message that you will hear on radio. You'll only be able to get unique content here, where we don't just stream 24 hours, but it's kind of user-generated, listener-generated content where you can come up here and put links in the back chat and we will discuss them and talk about them. You can't really see that in the mainstream news, and it's all becoming somewhat homogenous. Everyone's saying the same thing. I don't know if any of you have noticed that.
There's a transaction where a Soros-backed group would take ownership of over 200 radio stations across 40 different markets after the FCC originally indicating that transaction could be reviewed and approved at the bureau level without a commission vote. It's now become clear that that is a decision before the full commission, and it's one that I would assume now or in the near future the commission would approve. I think what's interesting about it is that the FCC here is not following its normal process reviewing a transaction. We have established over a number of years one way in which you can get approval from the FCC when you have in excess of 25% foreign ownership, which this transaction does. And it seems to me that the FCC is poised to create, for the first time, an entirely new shortcut.
Yeah, thank you. As you pointed out here and previously, these proceedings for transfer of ownership have been expedited. What exactly makes this case so deserving of an expedited proceeding so far, from what you can tell?
There is nothing about this transaction that is out of the ordinary. It's the type of thing that we see all the time, and the FCC has a process for this. The full commission itself has never signed off on a shortcut like this. What we usually do is we require people to file a petition with us. We bring in national security agencies. They can review the foreign ownership. It's probably no big deal here, but we review that foreign ownership and then we vote. Here, they're trying to do something that's never been done before at the commission level.
Got to get it done quick, guys. The election is coming up.
I would argue that that's a national security issue, John.
Well, as he said, it's probably not the issue here. Probably not the issue. Very, very interesting.
But I'm wondering how it would not be the. I'm wondering how it would not be the issue. There's a foreign group that's going to be involved in a group of stations that control over 30% of the market. It wouldn't help. It wouldn't do anything for us, those of us that listen to shows like this on the internet or what have you. But for people that are in their 70s, their 60s and 70s that are still on the old school radio and what they call the idiot boxes, the television, you know, I don't know. I don't think this is a good idea.
You know, do you remember when they told you to stop eating butter?
Yes.
And I remember Rush.
Hello, guys.
Hey, what's up? I remember Rush Limbaugh. He talked about like salt. He said you can eat salt and your high blood pressure could spike, but eventually your body's going to sort it all out. It's going to go back to normal. But it would be normal that it would spike as soon as you ate a bunch of salt. Well, here's a guy that ate a bunch of eggs. Did anyone see this?
E. coli, much.
Huh?
You eating raw eggs, man. You gonna get E. coli, man.
Not raw eggs. Let's take a listen.
I ate 1 egg per hour, every hour for a whole month. Well, first things first, to clarify, I did in fact sleep.
The volume is real low, buddy.
I can't turn it up.
Cartons for 30
Let me
days
see.
for a total of 720 eggs over 1 month. Now,
Raw?
No, he ate them regular eggs. Let me
All right,
see.
cool. I was like, raw. I'm like, damn, man, this guy's alive.
through the cholesterol system. And this phenotype, the high LDL, high HDL, low triglyceride phenotype, reverts and LDL drops. Otherwise, very simply stated, adding back carbs can drop LDL, at least in these lean mass hyperresponders. And yes, any net carbs will work. In this case, I chose primarily fruit and a modest dose, just 60 grams of net carbs for the final 2 weeks. And I included bananas, blueberries, strawberries, and a few frozen cherries that I honestly dipped in macadamia butter because I love macadamia butter. Anyway, I chose this dose, the 60-gram dose, out of curiosity because I knew 60 grams per day wouldn't be enough to totally reverse my lean mass hyperresponder phenotype and drop my LDL cholesterol to, quote, normal levels, which is about 90 milligrams per deciliter for me when I'm on a mixed standard American style diet before I went keto. But I figured 60 grams will be enough to have some effect. I'd probably ebb and flow out of ketosis. And the effect was sizable, an 18% drop. Now, if I doubled that dose to 120 grams per day, I think I would have seen closer to the 71% drop I saw with the Oreo cookies. But more to the point here is that in the battle between conventional wisdom and platitudes and outside the box thinking based on new understanding of physiology, i.e. super high cholesterol intake through a ton of eggs versus just a little bit of fruit, the extra dose of carbs dominated over the insane amounts of cholesterol I was eating. Again, over the month, at least 133,200 milligrams, and dietary fat as well. To tally up the math, in the final 2 weeks, where I was also eating a little bit of fruit, I was eating at least 75 grams per day of saturated fat and about 5,000 milligrams per day of dietary cholesterol, which is a lot more than my usual. And despite this, the, quote, blueberry power, or I guess berries and bananas, dominated on my cholesterol and dropped it by 18%. Now, I
Wow,
realized...
that's amazing. You know, again, like I think all these all these wisdom from doctors, we talked to yesterday that they can't even solve simple formulas, statistic formulas. And they've been telling us to eat things with the nutritional chart and stuff like that. And do they really know, right? They clearly were wrong about margarine versus butter.
They're the glorified drug dealers of our time, I would argue.
Yeah.
I can't sell you or cocaine, John, but if you have problems satisfying your woman, here's a pill for that. If I'm throwing up too much, there's
one.
Go ahead.
There's a story. I don't know if you heard it, but Spanish people tell it a lot. So I'm gonna tell it in English, right? The story goes like this. So a father, he's a doctor, right? / pharmacist, and he's on vacation with his wife, and he leaves his son, which is also going to college and trying to be a doctor as well. And he leaves his son, in charge of the business for 3 days. He comes back and he asks his son, how did it go? And he goes, oh, you remember that client, Robert Menendez? He goes like, yeah, Robert Menendez. Yeah, he's been a client for a long time. He goes, yeah, well, I cured him. And his father looks at him and he goes, son, what have you done? That is your college tuition.
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that before.
Okay, see, so you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Oh, dude. But pineapple is pretty good too. If you're working out and you want to burn fat, pineapple is something good to eat too after a workout.
Let's see what we got here. This is Philadelphia, I think, from last night. I don't think Portia showed this video. If she didn't, it's worth seeing again if she did.
I saw that this morning. What the hell?
That's not it. Why are they twerking on the bus? I don't understand the twerking on the bus part. What is it about the bus? All the men out there, they could have been twerking on a man. They were twerking on a bus. That part I don't understand. Yeah, that part I don't understand. Like, I'm trying to figure that part out.
Sometimes I think that what is that rule when village idiots meet their match? Sometimes Darwin should take over the Darwin Award nominees or something like that.
Yeah. Oh man, it's the shit you see on the internet. Some days you can't even believe it's real.
Oh Lord.
Latino for Trump. I'm not sure if you heard that interview we had with this guy from Charleroi, Pennsylvania. I don't know if you heard it or not.
Nah.
He's a Kamala Harris voter. He'll be voting in the election. See, no more than Make America Great Again. Anyone heard the Go ahead. No,
she doesn't look that good on the economy. Statistics show she's only 30%, and he's taking the rest of that. So doesn't look good for her.
I don't know. They say she's winning.
It's a lie, man. Trust me, dude. They have said the same thing about Donald Trump in the last two elections. He's have performed more than what they expected. So at the end of the day, you can't believe these people. He only lost to Joe Biden by what, 50,000 something votes? And they were saying that Joe Biden was going to sweep him under the water.
I think Kamala's a lot stronger than Joe Biden. I think she is.
I beg to differ, man.
You don't think so?
Like, nah, man. The way, dude, this is the first time in my lifetime where I have seen a lot of black people, bro. Personally, like people that I know, not people that I've seen on videos, that these people are for Trump this time around because they lived through 4 years of Biden and 4 years of Trump. I mean, not everybody's thinking this way, but most men that I talk to that are black, they're like, nah, man, I was better situated back then than I was now. So they rather ignore the bullshit and have better pockets.
We would definitely see on that. We would definitely see. Have you heard of the latest about Caitlin Clark?
Damn, man, I seen that this girl poked her eye. Like, I don't know if you're talking about that video.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
Yeah, bro, that's an assault, dude. I'm sorry. So? Like, it's not like something intentional or anything. If you look at the video, you clearly see that she pointed her finger like down to her eye. Like, that was unnecessary.
It is crazy, right?
Yeah, it is. I just don't understand what's the hate for this woman, bro. Like, God, man, I don't know. I was always the type to think like if I'm in a job or associated with something in a group and I see that somebody's outperforming us, or not even outperforming us or just seeing that, you know, he does things or she does things, gets things done, I'm not going to be mad at this person, man, because this person is helping the overall picture. You understand what I'm saying? She might not be in
I
your
didn't.
team, but it's beneficial for her to be playing every game. Like, you don't think?
Yeah, I agree. I did not know that Caitlin Clark has had more flagrant fouls against her than anyone in the WNBA.
Yeah, she's been breaking records, man.
She shoots a lot of 3-pointers, which means she shouldn't be getting fouled the way like a power forward
Nope,
would.
not at all.
Anyway, so let's see if we can see this video here. Very interesting if we can find it. Guys, take a look at this video here. Let me know what you think. I think I'll just go on over to YouTube or Twitter or wherever it is here.
Did the girl get fouled for that? Like a flagrant or anything?
I'll go back and see. I'll take a look. Let's see. You think she did that on purpose?
Yeah, bro. Like it's been happening all year, man. Like there was this one incident. I don't know if you ever seen that video where I guess she shot and I guess there was a foul called or something, and to the effect of like the ball was hitting the backboard and the ball was going to hit the opposing team's head. And Caitlin Clark came and like basically hit the ball so the ball wouldn't hit the girl, right?
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I didn't even play it. You didn't see me playing. Let me play it again. For everyone else.
Yeah, it was intentional. There was no need for the other hand.
No foul.
There was no need for the other hand. She could have taken her eye out, bro.
Yeah, clearly.
But they don't care, man, because it's that hatred shit, man. It's like, I don't know, man. My grandmother, God rest her soul, taught me something back then as a kid, and I keep that to today. It's like you can't hate somebody you don't know. Or like you just can't hate people, period.
So this article is saying it appears quite clear that she did it on purpose. Here's another angle here.
Well, yeah.
She got wow. Let's see if we can find. Let's see if we can take a look at this again. Here we go.
So that story I was telling you, the ball hits the back.
Oh, you're breaking up, Latino.
She basically covers the opposing team's head so she won't get hurt by the ball. The girl thought that Caitlin Clark like went to like taunt her, and the other girl's teammate had to get involved. It's like no. She just tried to stop you from getting hit. It's crazy, man.
Let's take a look. Here we go. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, she really got her in there real good, man. Oh shit!
Yeah, they don't like
that.
This
Man, bro, what the fuck, yo?
Yeah, they don't like.
They hit her real good, bro.
You think she'll be Rookie of the Year?
You know, I'm not quite sure. I don't follow basketball enough to say. So I can't really say, but man, that was gruesome there, bro. Oof.
Yeah, it is, man. I mean,
one more time. Let me see that one. Oh shit! Let me go back a little bit.
Yeah, bro. You see how she dipped the hand? Like the hand was like diving in a pool or something.
Ooh.
It's like you see that, right? Like the hand, it's like pointing down, like it's,
you were right at it, yo.
Yeah,
yo.
dive. It's like a dive right into the eye, man. It's like, yo, oh god, hate the game. You know, hate the game,
Oh
man.
shit.
Like Kobe Bryant, man. I started liking Kobe in his last 3 seasons because, like, I had to learn to respect the game. You understand? It's like, why is there such animosity for this man? I don't know him.
Let's take a look at another video here.
Crazy, man. Like, oh, hate the game, people. Don't hate the player.
Let me play this video.
Arlington says no.
Oh man, damn.
That's crazy, bro.
Doof. Oh shit! I don't want to see any anymore.
It couldn't have gone
90
worse, John.
seconds into the game.
It could have been worse, John. It could have been worse. You know?
Damn.
Like, John, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
What do you think her father, right? That's been training her all her life and taking her to her games and everything, and now that she's made it to this point, what do you think her father tells her for advice? Like every time she has to deal with this nonsense.
You talking about Caitlin Clark?
Yep.
I mean, it's one thing to have to deal with the words, but I think it evokes a visceral reaction. You see someone doing something like this, so that makes it where he may, depending on his disposition, he may express some displeasure, or he may, depending on how he is. Wow. Well, I'm looking at some of the tweets of the girl who poked her eye out.
Mm-hmm.
Poked her eye. Man, this shit is amazing.
What's she saying? No accountability, I bet.
Yo, look at this.
No accountability. How to get away with murder. Re-invited him. Jesus Christ. Oh, Lord, John.
Yo, that is kind of amazing.
Why is it? What? Oh, God. Like, this was never a thing in my house to teach. Like, you know what I mean? Like, my dad always taught me to, like everybody, man, based off them, man. And if they're pieces of shit, then don't, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, dude, like, this is
You
crazy.
You see that on the screen right there? That is kind of crazy. She would put that up there.
I mean, after sending those type of tweets, I would have fined her, dude. I would have given her a $30,000 fine or something. Like, this is nuts, man. Like,
look at this one.
Oh, Lord.
Another tweet from her, a subtweet or whatever the hell they call it. Imagine not being black. Wow, laughing my fat ass off.
It ain't about being black or white. It's about being right.
Yeah,
and not doing wrong.
Yeah, that's kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing.
Right.
NBA is letting her off with this.
Just like that video we watched yesterday with the dude. I'm grown. I don't know if you've seen that video.
Which one was it? I must have missed that one.
Yeah, dude. The guy's getting locked up for breaking and trespassing, I guess. And he's like telling the cop, I'm grown. I'm grown. And the cop is like, but if you're grown, then like, wouldn't you think that the 15-year-old that invited you here, wouldn't you think in your right mind, like how the hell this kid owns a home?
Check this out right here. Can you see this?
No accountability, man. Jesus.
No.
That's what gets me, man. I just laugh. Jesus Christ.
This is Dion's account. I don't think y'all heard me. Diddy snooping prime with a house full of kids. Report that, media. Truth. 6:54, February 4th, 2011. Deion Sanders, kids, and Puffy.
Take
Man,
that.
These people have to be running from Puffy like you can't believe, bro. Like,
take that. You ain't here. Usher deleted all the old tweets and stuff. And like,
why did you do that? It's too late now.
I don't understand why he did that. He don't understand that the internet is forever.
It's too late now for that anyway.
Yeah, the internet is forever, man. Like, I don't know what you're doing. The internet is forever.
There's something coming out with Eddie Griffin talking about Puffy. I'm not gonna play it right now.
Yeah, I love Eddie Griffin. He keep it real.
And then, of course, there's more coming out of Denver, Colorado. While Brett Favre has now announced that he has Parkinson's disease.
Jesus.
Wow.
Or could he be saying that because he doesn't want to have to pay the the shit that he wrought that issue he had in back home?
Now I think he got off of that, but
Oh,
take a
he
look.
did. All right, cool.
Take a look at this, right? Here's what's interesting about Brett Favre from a business standpoint. Sadly, I lost an investment in a company that I believe was developing a breakthrough concussion drug that I thought would help others. I'm sure you'll understand while it's too late for me because I've recently been diagnosed with Parkinson's. This is also a cause dear to my heart. This is Brett Favre here. He got swindled into investing in a drug to heal brain injuries. That's very interesting. Brett Favre there, a former hero, football player, hero among people who follow sports. Latino, how did your teams do yesterday?
My team?
Yeah, your team.
Yeah, I didn't play yesterday.
Wait a minute, who's your team again?
My team is the Patriots, man. They I told you they ain't going nowhere. I told you I'll be surprised if they get more than 4 wins this season.
Yeah, I would be surprised too. That's gonna be tough.
Like I'm about to put money on that. Like no more than 4 wins.
Yeah, that's probably a good bet there. To be honest,
it is, man. He's not gonna, and he's not gonna get fired next season either. Like they're gonna give him his 3 years. Like Mayo.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't think.
Yeah, they're gonna give him his 3 years for sure. But yeah, that team ain't going nowhere, dude.
We're 7 hours in on who knows which stream of the days. Could be our first or second. But please show some love and support the channel here. You see our editors and hosts, me, John Galt, HB2N, and Portia J. I want to say appreciation to everyone that's helped support the channel. I think it's a good time to give everyone their flowers. They say, of course, get Craig and Latinos for Trump and everyone else. If you want me to mention your name particularly, I will. But we do appreciate it. And I'm looking at the comments in the chat. Yeah, again, 7 hours in, 26 people in the audience, and we appreciate everyone that's here. And please support the channel. Thank you very much.
Man, I'm waiting on the check.
What do you get a check for, by the way?
Car accident, man. I had a 2018 ML 350, dude. They totaled my shit. Yeah, dude. So mad.
In a minute, I'm going to cover an email that I received from, let's just say, a John Doe. That's how he titled himself. And I want you guys to take a look at it. It's something he wanted me to look at. It's about Springfield, Illinois. So I'll show it to you. But here's
White John Galt.
No. It could be Dwight John Doe. Here's Muhammad Ali's wife here.
Read a few lines from your book. But I'm voting for Trump, so I don't care what nobody believes. I don't care what nobody says. I don't care what you think or whatever. I've studied what Trump wants to do. I studied what Trump wants to make a change. I saw what Trump has tried to do, and people who just want to be a hater, they don't get in the information that they need to be. Yeah, a guy asked me the other day, why are you voting for Trump? And I told him why. I gave him 5 reasons. He said, at least you told me a reason. Every time I ask somebody else about it, they never give me a real reason, but at least you gave me a reason. I accept your question. I accept your answers. That's all I got to say. And I don't care what you think. I don't care I don't care. If I believe in something, I believe in something. I don't care what you believe, and I don't care what you don't believe. It don't matter to me. There you go. People can go wrong in any second. People can go bad, but I'm not controlling the people. I'm just watching.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
We people are afraid.
Muhammad Ali's he says his ex-wife there.
Strong black woman.
I think
but then they'll say she's not strong. They'll say that she's naive.
Well, I think it's the element of not caring about what other people say which makes it very, makes you, gives you that power. You know what I'm saying? If you worry about
You got to be like Portia, stand your ground.
stand
Like,
your
it don't
ground.
matter what nobody tell you. If you believe what you believe in, I mean, they believe in all the rainbow stuff, and we gotta accept it. So I mean, I don't, you know what I mean? And it's like, why can't we stand on our principles?
Yeah. Indeed.
Two-way street.
People keep talking about Chicago's gonna burn, whatever.
John, I don't think so, John.
I don't think so either, but I think the people are being backed up against the wall here, and something is gonna happen. I promise you. Let me share this video with you. Coming out of Chicago by way of the city council, Brandon, the Mohawk Man Johnson. And he's already removed the shot spotter, so you'll be able to shoot with impunity in Chicago. Not worrying about will the police try to triangulate where the shooting came from. So let's see what he has to say now. Microfunding pass. Let's go.
Well, 34 aldermen voted for the $51 million. It did not come out without a lot of controversy, especially from some Black residents who say the money should go towards Chicago residents who have been neglected for years.
Very much committed to a revenue stream or revenue streams that ensure that we are dealing with the crises of those who are unhoused in the city of Chicago, while also making sure that there's room for those that we are welcoming.
We need to allocate some of this money for our Black children, for the Black community.
$51 million for migrants brought some loud and vocal opposition from the public, to the point where police had to escort people out of the city council meeting several times. Mayor Brandon Johnson asked for a 2-minute breather.
We want to make sure that we can continue to conduct the business of the people.
Well, 34 aldermen voted for the $51 million. It did not come out without a lot of controversy, especially from some Black residents who say the money should go towards Chicago residents who have been neglected for years.
Very much committed to a revenue stream or revenue streams that ensure that we are dealing with the crises of those who are unhoused in the city of Chicago, while also making sure that there's room for those that we are welcoming.
We need to allocate some of this money for our Black children, for the Black community.
$51 million for migrants brought some loud and vocal opposition from the public, to the point where police had to escort people out of the city council meeting several times.
Did this just repeat? I'm sorry.
Mayor Brandon Johnson asked for a
Oh yeah, that's oh man, they're not even gonna be able to have city council meetings if this keeps going on. Like, it's gonna be too unruly.
I mean, they've been canceling them because the other people don't show up, the constituents. So they cancel them because they just don't want to show up.
If you've ever been to court, oftentimes there is an expert that you have to hire. Cities that are under the consent decrees and things like that, they have to hire experts. And usually it's a professor. What's up, Blacks? Usually it's a professor or something like that. You see all these cities around the country, they're under consent decrees. And if you go to court, oftentimes you'll have to hire an expert. And this expert usually is someone in academia, right? So take a look at this. I noticed this was very interesting. Most professors are Democrat, therefore experts are Democrats too. You think about all the things.
I mean, we all know this.
You think about it. Back to COVID.
This is why I get mad when you got these people that are like intellectuals and they come and they say, oh, well, this book by this such man, such and such. And it's like, I'm pretty sure that guy is a liberal, man. So it's only giving you one perspective.
Yeah, surprisingly, even the science, the STEM.
Sorry, guys, I was trying to get my audio right. What are we talking about?
Oh, we're just talking the news. But we were looking at the number of professors in colleges that identify as Democrat. And then when you think about how when you have to hire an expert, say for, I don't know, a soil study or climate change study or a study on a wayward child, you're going to have to hire a Democrat. It's going to be basically carrying the government's water, because the PhDs and the college people are typically the experts that people refer
That's
to.
true. Yeah, that's true. They are painted as the area experts. You're right.
Yeah,
And
that's
so
true.
the system's stacked against you.
Yeah. It's stacked. Yes, that is for sure stacked with Democrats. Yeah, anyway.
Now, there are others, of course, people who have made it their business to be the counterculture. And it's usually a professor who has, quote, seen the proverbial light, unquote, and left academia or was ousted out of academia. There are several watchdog groups who do this, and those are alternatives, but of course they're not at your fingertips the way a professor at Brown or Cornell or some well-to-do university or college. You could just, hey, I'm running this test and I saw that you are the area expert in my region. You just go to a college and pick them up. You know what I mean? Versus having to really look and sleuth and find someone who is openly against all this nonsense. Absolutely.
Yeah. We were talking about North Carolina earlier today, and I said North Carolina is a nice state, not too overly blue like Philadelphia. It doesn't have overly blue cities like Philadelphia, Atlanta.
Yeah.
You take a look at this, man. North Carolina, home to America's fastest growing suburb, thanks to affordability, is also seeing skyrocketing luxury sales. Oh, that's a nice house right there. The number of ultra-wealthy home buyers has risen 19% over the last 5 years, and they're not only willing to spend $10 million and up in global hotspots like Dubai, but also in known areas around Lake Norman in North Carolina. I've heard of Mooresville. You ever heard of Mooresville, Black?
I've never heard of Mooresville.
Anyway, Mooresville is now the fastest growing U.S. suburb, with many houses priced below $500,000. The uber large mansions that sit on the state's largest lake are now topping 10 million. Whoever thought 10 million? Look at this house.
By what metric are they measuring this? Because I have counter articles that say that places like Frisco, Texas, and Prosper, Texas, and Salina, Texas, are the fastest growing suburb in the United States. And then I'm sure we went to different regions. Like, is this by region, or are they saying absolutely in the United States?
I'm sure they're probably slicing and dicing markets to come up with a compelling headline and story.
Yeah.
Blacks, Latino, did you guys come in on Mark Robinson?
Mark Robinson. Oh, the prospective governor.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
It's very interesting. He won lieutenant governor. None of these things were found on him, and now he's running for governor. Everything has been found.
Yeah, and I heard he's filing a lawsuit against CNN for slander.
Yeah.
Look, man, it could be true. It could not be true. I don't expect anybody to be perfect. Only with the Republican candidates do they need to be squeaky clean, never ever having had any sort of anything in their background. But with Democrats, they could have killed a person, and they'll still vote them in. It doesn't matter. So this is a non-starter for me. It doesn't. If I were there, I'd still vote for him. If I were his voting base, I would vote for him. He would definitely, undoubtedly get my support.
Yeah, someone said if he drops out, he's done. Portia says that. I don't know if he dropped out. I don't know. What would he be done? Does she think
His career? He would never be able to hold office again legitimately because he would allow them. He's allowing them to dictate his trajectory. He should just fight it and keep going. I would. I don't know how many donors left him though.
Hold on, Portia's saying, "Let me up when I call in." You can't let yourself up, Portia. You wrong with your account?
Maybe he's driving or something.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. There you go. What's up, Portia? You driving?
Yeah, and I don't have my computer. I've been wanting to talk about this, and I wanted to do like a really deep dive into it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I wish HB was up so he could hear, just a different side of things of it, and why it's a non-starter, or why it's not why it's not a big deal. But we're talking 20 years ago.
Yep.
You have Republicans in the party in Congress right now that weren't Republicans 5 years ago.
I'm sure. Yep.
So whenever you're trying to tell me he said he's a black Nazi, okay, and he's on porn sites, okay, and what? Did he kill somebody? Did he traffic a child? Did he rape somebody? I mean, porn?
Yeah.
The internet?
Yeah.
You can't touch anything? No. And so, but they're calling for him to drop out. And what they're saying right now is that him not dropping out of the race is going to cost Trump North Carolina. And
I don't believe so.
I don't like that rhetoric because
I don't believe so.
of course, absolutely not. But the thing is, where Republicans drop the ball is they drop the ball with this God Almighty, this I'm too good for that complex. And Democrats do it all the time. They don't drop out, they don't bend the knee, and they don't apologize. They'll put news stories out, they don't retract it, they don't change it,
they don't apologize.
They don't apologize, they don't do nothing. So to expect this man to pull out because of whatever it is y'all talking about, I do not care. 20 years ago, maybe he wasn't a Christian 20 years ago, but the last time I checked, he wasn't a pastor.
Exactly. And furthermore, Portia, that is the difference between someone who is born again and someone who isn't. I don't have to be perfect. I'm not utilizing my perfection to profess God's word. That doesn't make me perfect. I'm a human being. And this lack of grace, I was just going to say the lack of grace given by your own party is disgusting, because you already know that the leftists are going to try and come down on you like a sack of bricks. And it isn't to say that you absolve him of everything, but doggone it, like you said, it was 20 years ago. I don't have to explain anything to you. Nobody really is beckoning for an explanation. It's only the gaslighting far left and Democratic Party that's gaslighting and trying to get them to make this an issue. And it's not an issue at all.
They don't have anything, dude. That's why.
I mean, it's
no,
not,
they don't.
And like I was talking to HB, and I told him, I said, okay, now there's been a lot of accusations regarding Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and everybody else, right? But you know what they don't do? They don't ever answer the question. They just avoid it altogether.
Yeah, they never deep dive.
They never give you an explanation whenever they're on platforms and people are asking them questions, same as Oprah and Kamala. They don't answer the question. They dodge questions. So I believe that Republicans need to start taking pages out of their
diaries.
Right. And they won't say nothing about it.
I mean,
so you ask them about it and they'll just
got whole diaries from his daughter talking about how he used to have.
But this is what Vega's been doing lately, though. He's been countering, and I love it. Like for instance, they lied about saying that girl died because of bleeding in the parking lot. You know the story that we saw, right? This is what they're saying, and it's like, no, she died because she took a pill, and she didn't make it to her appointment on time. Like,
what girl are you talking? I don't even know.
The story
Oh
that
my
we saw
gosh,
yesterday.
I don't even know.
I want to get back to that because we didn't finish it. But like sometimes the conversations like go all over the place. So
Yeah, they go left, and we can't ever get back.
yeah, we can't ever get back. Yep, and that kind of irritates me. But I would like to finish that. But it was a young black woman that Oprah talked about, and whenever after this meeting tonight, I'll actually pull that back up.
Sure.
But as far as Mark Robinson is concerned, my thing is, okay, you said what you said, move along. But Republicans and blacks, you'll understand what I'm about to say next. This is why my involvement in the party is with who it is.
Yeah.
Because if it was not for the organization that I am a part of, and you are too, yay, if it was not for that, I wouldn't be able to do it because I've seen it time and time and time and time and time again. So whenever you're listening to a black person who happens to vote Republican or a black person who is conservative and votes Republican, please don't be remiss of the idea that we don't understand that we are still black out here. Because if Mark Robinson was not black, and I don't care what no Republicans say, this got everything to do with race. If he was not black, this would not be going down the way that it is. And the way that the right is coming after him is a hot mess. And the fact that the right is telling him to step down, the fact that every single one of his staff members quit on him. Y'all still rocking with Trump, and Trump got convicted of crimes, right? He got charged with crimes. He had to pay off that woman, even though there's no proof at all. Y'all still rocking with him.
But what did this man do?
He didn't do anything. What they said. Wait, go ahead and tell him what they said he did.
They said that he was on a porn website called Something Africa, and he was writing salacious posts about the women on it was a dating website, but they allowed for the women to, post pictures. And then they also said that his name on that account was Black Nazi, and he would say that he was a Black Nazi, and that's just the extent of it. I mean, but they're saying that he's denying it. And
that's the part right there, man.
The argument that they're making is that he should just be honest and tell the truth and not lie about it. But I don't care if he lied about it or not.
They're saying that he did it, and he's saying he didn't do it. And they're saying the time and the CNN, MSNBC, ABC, all of the usual suspects are trying to put him there, saying, "Hey, this guy was 47 years old on there. He was 47 years old at the time. It's an account out of North Carolina. He lived. I'm sorry, he's 47. It was an account out of North Carolina. He lives in North Carolina," and it goes on and on and on. And there, right now, it's hearsay. The only thing that would legitimize what they are saying is if he came out and said, "Yeah, you got me. It was me." Nobody knows. Right now, they're just browbeating him, trying to browbeat him into submission. But there's no. It hasn't been brought to bear. There's no basis in reality just yet. So, do I believe that it was him? No, not until he says, "Yes, it was me."
Exactly. And the thing
Man, how long did it take Anthony Weiner to drop out?
But no, listen, this was 20 years ago. So it's 2024. Y'all do realize that we got AI. You can recreate messages. You can recreate anything. So even if I did do it, I didn't do it.
Yep. I mean, really. I mean, and it truly is. It truly can vindicate him. But here's the greater point, and it was one I was making earlier. We have Democrats who have done summarily worse. Okay, I mean, so much so they should be in jail. However, nobody holds their feet to the fire. Even when Republicans attempt to hold their feet to the fire, they will then retract, or not even retract. They'll say, "You know what? We'll leave it alone because we want to move forward and govern. We'll still talk about you, but we're not going to, since we know we can't, get you indicted. We can't get you prosecuted. We can't turn the court of public opinion against you. Truly, we'll just have to fade to black, and it'll go into the ether from whence it came. And the Democrats will go right into the sunset, into this fallen world, and everybody else will have to sit at the altar of the Democrats. Whereas Republicans, we do it to ourselves, man. They complain about it. They complain. I'm not a Republican, but when I say we, I just mean conservatives too. We know that there's an issue, okay? Fine. But I don't need you to come and destroy everything because one person had some sort of lapse in judgment or wasn't the very picture of morality. Yes, we all sin and fall short of the glory, man. This man is a human being. So if he did do something like this, my God, dude, he wrote some salacious messages on a chat board with nude women 20 years ago. My God, the world's going to end.
But didn't this professor just like write an inappropriate text to some congresswoman just recently?
It was Michael Eric Dyson. And then after that, they brought him on The View. He used his word salad to impress all of the cackling hens there, and then proceeded to speak salaciously and indignantly about Donald Trump in his way. And he even ended the comment with saying, I didn't see anybody eating cats or dogs, but I sure did see a black woman eating white ass. Now hear me out. Does seeing a black woman eating white ass sound like a gotcha to me? Or does it sound like maybe he shouldn't have said it that way?
Hey, Blacks, I wanted to say something. The guy that ran, I think he ran for governor. The one that was caught with the escort.
Yes.
Then he still did that happen before or after?
I believe it happened before.
And he still ran, right?
Yeah, with the crackhead and the gay people.
Yeah,
whatever.
he was bombing and everything. He still ran, right?
He still ran. You're talking about Florida, the Florida guy, the black guy. He was still running,
and he was on CNN a couple months after that.
Okay, and then he still ran,
and he was caught with pictures and stuff.
Caught. People came out, gave the evidence. The homosexual escort came out. We got Trudeau, the head of the Canadian whatever, coming out in blackface. We got politicians here coming out in blackface. They don't give a damn, man. It's satire. Go ahead. I'm sorry, John. Go ahead.
When I first heard about this Moore thing, what's his name? Whatever his name is, I can't remember.
Mark Robinson.
I thought, like, if he doesn't acknowledge that he did it, like if he says I didn't do this, then I'm thinking my first thought was this could easily be manipulated.
Yeah.
Developer, anyone could add a record or an image into a database at monster.com or something like that if they really wanted to get rid of him. We've seen now that the government is closely in bed with these companies, and if they want to put a database record in their database with you saying you did this, you did that, it would be really for him to prove them wrong. And he would have to get them to court, get a database forensic examiner to see if he really did that, or if it was inserted into the database, at another point in time, like yesterday. But that was my first thought, man. These companies are so in bed with the government now. Would they be willing to take down a candidate? I think so. If they wanted him taken down, I believe they could do it. It's very possible.
You remember Silk Road, John? You remember Silk Road, and you remember how they had to catch the gentleman who they believe ran Silk Road, the black market for everything under the sun.
Right.
They had to catch him red-handed with the laptop open. Okay, they had all this forensic evidence. Okay, from cyber whatever, keystroke logs, all that. They still couldn't pin him down. Okay, they had to catch him with the code on the laptop to know it was him, and not allow him to close the laptop lest it be locked. So when I hear somebody telling me they know for sure that it was this man from 20 years ago, I call bullshit.
Yeah,
Because if
don't
they
make no
had to
sense.
do that, yeah, they had to do that, and they had the full brunt of the FBI, the NSA to bear, okay, to come down on that dude, somebody that they were actively chasing. You're telling me that they just know it was Mark Robinson? It's all hearsay, and they need him to say it was him. They have to have him say it. Then they got it.
Well,
What's the bigger picture? What's the end game?
End game is to stop him from running and to get it. Listen, if he drops out, they know that they will flip a lot of people in North Carolina, and that's what they want. That's the goal.
I don't think they want him to drop out.
They do want it. Listen,
They definitely want him to drop out.
they want him to drop out.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, they do. If Republicans are against him, they do.
Hold on for 1 second. If he drops out right now,
yeah,
there would be no opponent against a Democrat.
No.
Yeah.
See, that's why I don't think they want him to drop out.
They definitely want him to drop out.
I think they
want him to drop out.
I think they want to basically dirty him up so much that he loses, and this would dirty him up right before the election.
I'm not saying that won't work either, but I'm saying the end goal is to get him to drop out, so then they can say, see, we told you that's what he did. We knew that he was not squeaky clean. He purported to be perfect, and he went away. And now we have a road to winning, and that is going to help Kamala Harris win. I'm just saying what they're thinking and what they're gonna say. That will help Kamala Harris on her road to the presidency. That's the goal, man. They're fighting these micro battles so that they can win the war. It's always like this. They try and get senators ruining those senators' name. Like right now, we got Ted Cruz versus what's that guy's name? Warsha.
I can't think of his name.
Democrat. And you got polls saying, Ted Cruz is inching in front of him. You got polls saying that the Democrat is inching in front of Ted Cruz for the first time. None of the polls. That's the goal. They want to flip. They want to turn Texas into a battleground. They want North Carolina to be a battleground because it suits the Democratic Party.
Back in 2000.
Go ahead. I'm done.
This is what opened my eyes to how politics are played. Back in 2014, I think you can see the screen.
No, let me look at it. I'm sorry.
Attack ads were run by Senate Republicans against a Republican nominee. The Senate Republican leaders, according to this article, funded attack ads calling another Republican racist. The advertisements attacked Mississippi State Senator Chris McDaniel and painted conservative Republicans and Tea Party activists as racist. According to documents filed with the Federal Election Commission, all citizens from Mississippi received funding from a Haley Barber
I picked it up from Johnson.
group called Mississippi Conservatives. Mississippi Conservative in turn was funded in part by the RNC Growth and Opportunity Project. Former RNC chairman and Mississippi Governor Haley Barber, the United States Chamber of Commerce, and the political action committees created for Senators Mitch McConnell. Blah, 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 blah. Basically, they sabotaged one of their own.
Well, John, that happens all the time. And what it is, they didn't like the Tea Party movement at the time.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't. It was just classic infighting, and there, of course, there's no honor among thieves. If it suits them, they back a Democratic politician. They do it all the time since forever.
Democrats stoop so low that you
But
can't
the
even
thing
beat
is,
them in limbo.
I don't think the Democrats do it the other way. They'll settle.
They do it the other way. Remember who supported Donald Trump's campaign?
Who?
The Democrats did. They were some of the biggest donors.
No, what I'm saying, the Democrats will support Fetterman, a man that just had a stroke, walking around in shorts and sweatshirts.
Yeah,
the Republicans aren't going to elect someone like that, but the Democrats will, right? They don't care if he's stroke bound.
Because had they not, who was going to have the seat?
They could have run someone better.
They weren't. That wasn't the plan at the time. Yeah, right now they already remember there was a lot of planning that went into ousting Joseph Biden. That was a hit. They did that. That was summarily done. They did that perfectly. That was an operation. With Fetterman, they weren't thinking like that. They were like, hey, we're down to the wire. We gotta beat Dr. Oz. We're gonna dump all of our support behind this lame duck. And it worked. Same with what's that dude Raphael Warnock versus the other guy whose name I can't think of.
You could make
Herschel Walker.
Like the Democrats at least had a legitimate argument.
They knew Herschel Walker was an idiot.
They could say Herschel Walker was stupid. They could say this or that. And it's subjective. But I think most people being honest when they compare Dr. Oz to Fetterman walking around with shorts.
Jesus Christ. I can't believe that they lost.
I mean, like, people talk about presentation and this and that. How did they vote for Fetterman?
Dude, they brought out that propaganda machine, man. They use the whole disability thing. Oh, you guys are ableists. I'm telling you, they brought out all the stops, man. Virtue signaling. If there's anybody good at virtue signaling, it's the Democratic Party. They knew what they were doing. They didn't care. They don't care. They just want to win. When you just want to win, you don't give a shit how you do it. You just want to win. And sometimes,
go ahead.
Sometimes I wish the Republican Party or any other party would fight that dirty. I'll tell you, man. Sometimes I wish they would.
Same here,
but
dude. An eye for an eye.
I wish they would all the time. And the thing about Fetterman is that, oddly enough, I don't know if it was the stroke that did it, but he's voted against many of their proposals, which I know they weren't expecting.
The Jewish ones.
He sure did.
I wish that they would fight dirty for sure.
He sure did.
It was the Jewish things that he got out of line with them, right? That's where he really spread his wings and showed his independence on that Jewish shit. How many times have you heard someone say, I don't like the way he talks? How many times have you heard it?
A lot.
How many times you say if Biden could just be quiet, he'd be a better campaigner?
A lot.
A lot.
You know, every time I hear someone mention Trump, that was a Trump said stupid shit. Or Trump said this. If he could just be quiet. But Biden can't even fucking talk.
For real. You guys are voting for this guy that poops on himself.
Well, you know who I hear say that? Go ahead.
Kamala, man, like, does she speak better than Trump?
No.
Okay.
No, she speaks word salad.
We must be unburdened by what has been.
And so what I'm saying to you is that people have adopted the propaganda that Trump needs to speak. That Trump needs to speak a little better. And so
they have.
You hear Trump's own people, strong supporters of Trump, adding qualifiers when they speak. If Trump just could speak, if Trump would just, like, you don't hear the Democrats talking this, they take the man as he is.
I take him as he is.
Biden can hardly speak. You don't hear the Democrats say, man, I wish Biden could talk if he could just talk a little better. No, hell no. He advancing their agenda. No matter if he can talk or
They
not.
don't say that. They just say don't put him out in the light.
Because he's advancing their agenda.
No, the polling,
they
spoke via the polling. Okay,
what did we
they
just
can't.
hear about the companies today? What did we just hear? Did you hear about this black?
Wait. No, go ahead. I didn't hear it. Go, please. Tell me.
You hear about this? You trading, you may have seen the radio stocks jumping up and down or moving downward. The FCC approved in record time the acquisition by a foreign company of how many record stations? 122 record stations across America. And guess who's buying, guys?
Wow.
China. Favorite guy. George, fill in the blank. That Hungarian we all love so much. George Soros, the Hungarian.
There you go.
Right before the election time, the SEC approved a foreign buyer of American radio stations in record time. He skipped the line, the process, and all that, and got what he wanted. I didn't time.
And that's everybody. And that's all of them. You know, probably. You know, it's not. There aren't very many independent radio stations anymore. They're all once under Clear Channel. Then iHeartRadio bought them. Then I lost track of who bought them after that. And so now Soros has them all. And here we are.
Yeah, indeed. It's very interesting. Soros was able to get those. But what's up, CKJ3? You've been quiet. What you got going on today?
Man, I'm just waiting on my daughter to get out of gymnastics practice. So I'm just listening.
Oh,
yeah. I feel you on that, man. Hey, it was, you know what, CKJ3? It was so funny. My wife, you know how you talked about your niece being the one who drove that vehicle to Target. So it was surreal because we had talked about that whole situation weeks before anybody in my family had heard about it. And it was surreal because I was like, yeah, I know a guy. I know the guy whose niece that was. They were like, really? I said, yeah. That's crazy. It was just surreal. It was a deja vu moment.
Guys, we were talking about the Washington Redskins quarterback. He's a very young man. Not sure, he's maybe a rookie.
Yeah, I keep seeing these pictures everywhere.
Here's his mama at not the past game, but week 2's game. Look at that stance on that woman.
Lordy.
Mama.
Is that a come get me pregnant, John stance?
Listen, she's still young enough to have another one, man. She's still young enough.
I think I heard you say
that's Jay's mom.
Hey, Jaden, you want a brother?
Half-breed?
Now I think his mama might be half. There it is.
Whatever.
That's that video I was looking for. Look at them legs spread wide. Boy, you can't tell she got anything on up under that jersey, huh?
That's how they let her breathe. That's how they let her breathe, John.
These new mamas done changed, bro. These new mamas. That was the last game.
Silly, man.
Game before that. The game before.
You guys are silly, man.
Anyway, man, I got a text message from a lady in Charleroi. And she said she's been a business owner and owned multiple properties in that town for 16 years. I think we should give her a call. What do you guys think?
Hey, Blacks. Have you guys heard of it's called the debunk bot? It's kind of like
no.
It's kind of like I guess ChatGPT, but they debunk like supposed to be like the truth, or it'll tell you.
Would you
It's
use
called
that knowing
debunk
that?
bot. No,
Would
I
you use
wouldn't,
that
but
knowing
I
that
just
all these people in Silicon Valleys are liberals and Democrats?
no. I was just listening to something the other day, and they was talking about it. It's called a
That's
debunk
hilarious.
bot.
Wow. And it goes into the into different chats, and it utilizes information from the internet to debunk fallacies or something.
I guess you just like
Upload it to your channel.
It's the moon landing real or something, and it'll tell you information about it. I guess it'll debunk it. I guess if it's true or false.
Awesome, man. That's cool. Though I don't mind if it's telling the truth. You know what I mean? If it isn't towing party lines, or it doesn't take sides, which I know it probably does. And speaking of debunking, I just posted on my channel, which I haven't posted on in a while, a video. It's about 6 minutes long about truths and lies about Trump. You guys should go and watch it one of these days if you have a time.
I wanted to share with you something. You mentioned comments, blacks, and you know how guys are able to comment, in YouTube, StreamYard, wherever they're commenting.
Yeah.
Google is cracking down on that. Did you know that?
Commenting on StreamYard? Wait, what do you mean?
Google is cracking down on commenting. If you go to most websites and stuff like that these days, you can't comment.
Yes, remember Yahoo did that a couple years ago. You remember when Yahoo News was a thing, had really started being a thing, and people would comment on it and say what they truly felt about a thing, and then Yahoo during I think it was Trump's first bid said, in the interest of safe spaces or whatever, we've temporarily turned off the comments. And it's been about 6 years. They still haven't turned the comments back on Yahoo to allow people to speak their mind about different news stories or things people post. So yeah, I'm not surprised.
Well, Google has bots that crawl the internet.
Oh yes, I do.
And they can enforce the law, not just on your content, what you talk about on your stream. Enforce what the people talk about in your chat. And they can say, hey, I see you're talking about this or that. And they can say, we're going to take down your commenting, or they can pressure you to take down your commenting. And I'm trying to find this article.
Welcome to Chinese credit scores.
yeah, that's
pretty much what it is. Hey, you did this. You jaywalked. We're taking down your credit score. You can no longer buy from convenience stores. Now you did that. You slandered the name of Mao. Now you can't use you don't have access to your bank accounts anymore. We've temporarily locked them. We put a 90-day lock on your bank accounts.
Let me show you an email that someone's feedback. That Google flagged. It was a comment. Sorry, it was a comment in a blog post or whatever. And this comment was flagged by Google. So someone wrote this in the comments, and this is how what Google flagged. This is the person's comment, Elliot Ness, March 23, 2024. The Russians should sweat these ragheads till they give up everyone. Ragheads, blah, blah, blah. You know what they're saying here. Yeah. And Google flagged them and sent them this message. And they say, you can tell from the flag notes and highlighted search terms, the spider crawl was given specific phrases to search out. And apparently this commenter provided them on March 23rd. This comment by Elliot Ness is being used by Google to outline a violation of terms of service and Ness threats to violence reported to DHS by operational CH, or this is the blog, targeting there within. Note, it is not the content of the blog that is the problem. Comments are now the source of infractions that can lead to deplatforming. And so you see that there, that the technological hold gets stronger and stronger and tighter. But I was going to move on to something I wanted to show you guys. Oh, you want to call that lady? Should we call the lady? Yeah, let's call her up. Let's call her up here. And let's see what she says. 412. Let me know if you guys can hear the screen here. Can you hear the ringing? Can you hear it ringing?
No, I don't hear anything.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Okay, I help you.
Hi, yes, I got your number. Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, I received your, yes, give me 1 second. I received your number from Rhonda.
Yeah, this is.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. Are you able to speak up for just a second? Give me 1 second. Yes, hello?
Here, can you hear me now?
He loud and clear. My name is John Galt. And I talked to Rhonda. Yes, hello? Hello?
Hello.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I talked to Rhonda and she gave me your number and suggested that I give you a call. Say you're a business owner in Charleroi.
You're talking to her.
Oh, yes. We're having a little bad connection there. Like your phone is kind of cracking or something.
Is it, you want to try to call me back?
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Better.
Yeah, I'll call you right back. I'll call you right back.
All right.
All right, this is a Charleroi business owner, property owner, and they were in this lady was in the comments on the Charleroi stream that we did, and she said she really wanted to talk, and she referred me to someone, and she sent the number of this person over. So apparently the person really wants to talk, and I guess today we will get a compare and contrast between two Charleroi residents, both experiencing the Haitian migration, and I imagine they're going to tell us different things. What do you guys think?
We should give him a call.
Yeah, I'm about to give him a call, but what do you think he's going to say when we call him?
Oh man, he's gonna express himself. I mean, look, you see the media is taking one side and they don't even bother to listen to the other side. And I see that you're doing a service, John, to be honest with you, man.
What do you think, CKJ3? What do you think he's going to say when we call him up?
I really don't know.
I think he's going to be a little more outspoken than the other guy about how their neighborhood is being changed and stuff like that. So we're going to give him a call back. I think he should be ready by now. Let's go. I hope this works.
Hello.
Yes, this is John. I'm giving you a call back again.
Oh, God, can you hear me any better now?
A little better. We're going to try it as best we can. I have to give you a call back, we'll do it. All right. It's like your phone is like burping or something like that. Anyway, let's jump right into this. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. Oh, so your friend Rhonda gave me your number and said I should give you a call. I guess I'll let you introduce yourself before we jump right in. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, well, actually, my name is Rhonda. I'm the one who contacted you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you.
That's okay. I actually owned a business store down in Charleroi, Pennsylvania. I owned an antique store down there for 16 years now.
Okay, hold on for 1 second. Since your phone is kind of in and out, what I'm going to do is
can you call me? Just now, is there any way I can call you on my laptop, on the internet? Do you think that would work, or do you need to call me?
No, you can call me. So you see the number here. You don't have to repeat it over the phone, but you can call me at this number right here. And yeah, I should be able to take that call. It shouldn't be a problem.
All right, I'll try to call my business phone.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Mm-hmm. I think this is going to get good right here. This is a person that wants to tell their truth, as they say.
Hey, are you calling someone from Charleroi or?
Yes, I had a lady that. Oh man, I don't know if there's a lady or man, but she was in the comments on the video, and she said, I'm a business person there, blah 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 blah, and I want to tell my truth, as they say. I said, well, this is the place to tell your truth. And she sent me a text message, and so I just called her, but the phone was kind of burping or something. So I told her we just have to give her a call, or she'll call me back. So we're going
to check and see for timestamps.
So this was a town of 4,000. And they brought in 2,000 Haitians. The last guy said 1,500, but who's counting once you get above 1,000 Haitians in a town of 4,000? So I was just record keeping it there. It doesn't really matter anymore. Hopefully this person can give me a call back. You can do that. Oh, here we are.
Unknown.
Hold on 1 second. Oh, this is bad too. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, this is a little better.
Good.
Okay, all right. I think, can everyone hear me? Hey, this sounds good? This sounds good?
Yes.
All right, so tell us a little bit about yourself and before we jump right in.
Okay, this is Ron. Okay. Actually, I've owned an antique store in the Charleroi, Pennsylvania area for the last 16 years. Also in the past, I used to be on Charleroi Borough Plan Commission for a short period. I resigned. I also was in the Washington County Democratic Committee as the executive secretary. Since changed parties over the years, I'm now on the Republican spectrum, but it looks like you can tell the differentiation.
I'm sorry. It's still kind of in and out. I'm wondering, what can we do about this? Anyone have any suggestions? Because it's very choppy, so we're not everything you're saying.
Okay.
See, that sounds good.
Yeah, because I don't have problems with your phone calls. I've never had this issue. Sure, it's not coming from your end.
Someone says it may be my end. Okay, here's a better suggestion. Can I send you a link and you could join the panel from your computer? That may be even better for you. Okay, let me send you that.
That won't work better.
Give me 1 second. Let me get you the link because I want to make sure you got it before we get off the phone. We have really been covering this immigration thing very heavily here, and let me make sure I can get you the number. I'm going to send it to the number that I called you on. Let me know if you got that.
Well, you know what,
Let me know if you got that.
I'm looking. It came up on my other phone.
Okay. Do you want me to send it to that other number that you? Let me send it to that one too. It may be the same number.
That's okay because I'm going to go ahead and get up on my laptop. So I'm going to put that information in now.
Okay.
As soon as I get my laptop, I'll link in that you got me, and I'll join in.
Okay, yeah. So you have the link there. You got it, right? I just wanted to confirm you received it.
Yes.
Okay, great. So
Okay.
yeah, just whenever you're ready. If you want to let us know what your username would be, you can put in any name, but just so we'll know it's you.
Just a minute.
You can put in any name. It can be made up mermaid.
Because I can see I still got you here, but tell me if it's letting me access.
We can't really understand what you're saying. Can you say it one more time?
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put Ron over, so.
Okay, sounds great. We'll be waiting on you here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. When is it my phone? I don't think it's my phone. Anyway, hopefully she joins here. Anyone want to get on the panel and ask questions? If you can be respectful, and the link is in the chat. There we go. This should be good right here. You guys got any questions coming up before she gets here? And the people are quiet today.
Okay, so was that the I thought you said it was a woman. That sounded like a man.
Okay, man, let me see what his name is. Rhonda Jacoy.
So it's a woman?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, and she's calling back?
I think she's going to join the chat.
Okay, so if she joins the chat, can you guys please be respectful? Please.
CKJ30 and Latino.
We are a bit harsh over here, so let you know. Let's just try to read the room, and let's just go from there. In the event that she actually hits the StreamYard and joins us.
This is very good, though. I hope she. I think she'll be able to speak fairly freely, and I think it's going to be, quite a contrast from the last.
Crack, I can only ask. I know that doesn't come with a guarantee.
I hope she joins. You think she's going to join? What she said she had something to do with her computer or something, right?
Oh, I'm listening to.
Mm.
I'm in a meeting and listening here as well. So I didn't hear the latter part of what she said.
I think she said she was on a join from her computer. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Join. I shouldn't have mentioned she could join from her phone, but her phone may be just as bad here. Oh, here she is. Here we go. Let's get started here.
Hello.
Hello. How are you today?
Well, not good. That's why you're not seeing my face, because I'm
that's fine.
for
That's fine.
face.
Well, you could always look at my face.
That's better.
So where would you like to start, Rhonda? You can cut your camera off if you like, and that way we don't have to see anything, because every now and then it looks like pieces of you fade into.
That works. Now, how do I cut that off once I'm in here? Oh, there it is. Stop
There
me.
it is. There you go. All right, there you go.
All right, that'll work. Okay, now I feel better.
All right. Well, go ahead and introduce yourself. You're from Charleroi. You live in Charleroi, one of the two?
No, sir. I actually live in West Mifflin, up in Allegheny County near Pittsburgh and Kennywood Amusement Park.
Okay.
But I own a business down in Charleroi. I have for the past 16 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I also own properties down there.
Oh wow, I am the urban landlord right now. You're on with me, John Galt, the urban landlord, and we have our wonderful editor on the panel right now, Portia J. And I don't know if you've had a chance to look at our coverage before you jumped on the stream, or were you the one that commented that I responded back to your comment?
Yes, sir. That was me.
All right. So now, what's the name of the company that you own?
Well, I own an antique store down there. It's called Tim's Secret Treasures.
Tim's
Secret Treasures. And I've had it.
Remember that. I did call you. Yeah, I did call you. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've had it for about 16 years now.
So I've heard the town is growing. I imagine all of the new migrants are coming in and buying antique furniture, I'm sure. Is that correct?
Actually, my store is closed right now. There's too much going on down there. And I really, I just feel it's best right now to keep it closed. I sell a lot online. So and plus I work for other people, because I want to, not because I have to.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's closed, and I will be reopening at some point, but there's some things I need to do in there. So, it's going to be a minute, and I'm fine with that.
Is this your store right here?
Yeah, that's one of the buildings. It's comprised of 2 buildings, and there's 22 rooms inside there, and an old-fashioned freight elevator that you pull by ropes.
Get out of here, really?
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
We haven't really gotten an idea of what kind of town Springfield is. Now, I live in D.C. right now, Washington, D.C., but I am from a small town. I'm sorry, Charleroi. We've been talking to people in Springfield and Charleroi. I get you guys interchanged. I'm from a small town, not much bigger than your town. Can you kind of give us an idea of what Springfield is like?
Well, I'm not in Springfield. I've never been there, but that's okay. I got you. I understand. A lot going on. But Charleroi, I went to the town, let me see, it's been about 16, 17 years ago. And when I first came to town, it was just like any other normal little town. And believe it or not, I'm originally from Washington County, where the store is located, but I had never been to Charleroi until I bought the store. Business was really good at first. The town was vibrant. There was a lot of people that shopped there and came from other towns, and everything was pretty good. And then over the years, with just everything that's happened with different things like COVID and the economy being stressed, business fell back. So then I went online to do a lot more business on there. But anyway, it's changed because, small towns, they always have, do the same things. They put the same people, the elected officials, whether it's local government or the county or the state, they keep putting those same people in over and over and over again. And they end up getting the same results. So what essentially happened is the town just fell down, and they always had ideas, but there was actually so many arguments between the local officials, and I actually got involved, and I got on the Borough Planning Commission, and then they weren't having meetings. I kept calling them, like, what are you guys doing? Like, you're letting people move in, and then they're not coming into the Planning Commission. What's up with that? So it was funny as hell, because they ended up sending me a letter saying for non-participation, they was going to have to cut me. And I said, no, that's okay. I'm good. And I'm resigning. And here's my letter. And it was funny because they had to read it for the newspaper that night at the meeting. But, I used to also be the executive secretary of the Democratic Committee of the county. And let me tell you, I was in the bee's nest. I know all the politicians all over the board. I know who will do anything, who won't, and who's there, for a seat to take photo ops. I've watched a lot go on, and a lot happen over the years, and it's been the good, bad, and the ugly. And a lot of times, residents aren't stupid. Neither are the business owners. We all know what's going on. We all know what's happening. We don't know the extent of it because we can see, and you know, the way I'm looking at it now, I'm very upset because they brought so many Haitians in, because they brought different ethnicities in. They brought Mexicans in, they brought Chinese in, they brought different people. But when they brought the Haitians in, they brought an influx. So there was so many that their cultural differences, they didn't train them, or they didn't have just the proper tools to work with before they came to the town. So it became a stress for everybody. And then you had people pitted against each other. That's still going on
Can
because,
you tell us some of the cultural differences?
well, first of all, I know a lot don't understand English. I know that one of my daughter-in-laws are from Kenya, Africa. She's an immigration attorney, believe it or not. And I had called her down to my store one day because at the time there was some Africans that were brought in before the Haitians. And so she was talking to them in her language so they would understand, and trying to help, you know, she was trying to help them out. But anyway, they don't understand the culture the way we live, because they're used to living and doing things the way they do. Like, you know, there was somebody said they were putting their garbage all over the place in the backyard and throwing it out there because, well, you know, they I'm sure they didn't have garbage refuge coming to pick their stuff up. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of different things, and they kind of, you know, some of them, just like everybody else, you have your cliques no matter where you come from. And you have some cliques that can be nasty and they try to segregate, you know what I mean? And they try to make you feel uncomfortable. That comes from both ends of the fence. And, you know, that was going on in town where people weren't going up to the Haitian stores because, and I can't say this factually because this is hearsay, but the hearsay was pretty thick among many people. That there was a sign that was put on one of the windows, you know, that said no whites allowed.
Is that Queens Market?
Well, that's what I heard. But like I said, it's only hearsay. I don't have factual proof that that was done. But
You know,
I know
we had a black barber call in, and he echoed kind of the same sentiment.
yeah, because what happened was it chased customers away. They wouldn't come to town anymore. They said, we're over this place. Like, you know, this is allowed to go on. But I heard that they was made to take that out of the window. You know, so she didn't do herself any favors.
Who made them take it out of the window? The city government?
Well, I don't know. Like I said, I got it hearsay. It wasn't factual. I didn't see it happen. I don't know it to happen. What I do know is that, like I said, people are intimidated because a lot of them, the younger ones, are on the street late at night, hanging all over the place. And one actually stood out by my daughter's vehicle, you know, as she was on the phone in her car, and he stood behind her car and wouldn't leave. So she had to call inside her home for her boyfriend and son to come out for him to leave so she could get out of the car. So just, you know, stuff like that. There's just a lot of stuff that's not real kosher, and they'll do cat calls to women and stuff like that, and make them feel uncomfortable. So, but
and it's not something that was typical in your hometown. People cat calling in and stuff like that.
No, not like I said. I live up here in West Mifflin. That don't happen, and it didn't happen in Charleroi before.
Right.
You know, Charleroi had its problems over the years. You know, with drug addiction and different stuff like that. But, you know, they had an incredible recovery center down there that went above and beyond the services to help those people. And that got cleaned up. But like I said, you know, I feel this way about it. Our local politicians are there and elected to represent us. This is something that should have never happened. And I don't know who made the decision to put that many people in one place and cause such a disruption for a lot of people. And why are you sitting back if you're political and you're not protecting your residents and you're not doing right by them, but you're going 100 miles for people that got brought in here, but you're saying, I don't know how they got in here. Well, what happened? Well, wait a minute, that's not true. Because first of all, I'm going to tell you something. I've been watching a lot of the YouTube videos, and I go down there every once in a while. You have 3 or 4 different van services, okay?
I've seen
right. that are coming from different agencies. Okay, somebody's getting paid. And then now they put a new building at the end of the block from me, and it's career links. Now there was one right across. Go
Say
ahead.
it again. I didn't hear what you said. You said it's what?
They just put a staffing agency and
Oh,
an
right.
extension of career links right on
Okay.
a block from me.
You know, I watched the video, and there seem to be like these staffing agencies that are like the middleman for these migrants being placed in the factories.
Right.
So it's interesting that you bring that up.
What I'm seeing from my spectrum, everybody's making some money. Now, I just heard today that there is phones being given to the migrants with translator apps on them. Okay, I'm so tired of people saying that these are being paid for by the state or the government. Well, hold on a minute. If they ain't paid for by the state or government, they're paid for by us. The taxpayers pay for that. Because essentially whatever people are given, we're paying for, and our taxes are going up. So, I'm not, and like I said, I'm not blaming the Haitians because they came here to get work and a better way of living. But the way I'm sitting here looking at it, come on, somebody's getting a payday here, there, and everywhere. Okay. Because I see too much going on in a broad spectrum. And a lot of people say, hey, it's Democrats. Somebody say, hey, it's, no. I think both. I think there's a problem with both sides of the fence right now.
In your town, who do you think is benefiting from this?
Well, you know what? I would love to sit here and tell you who I think, but here's the problem. The problem is, and this is why a lot of people are afraid to come to the forefront and speak, because they'll be hit in different ways, as far as retaliation. And so I can't sit here and point fingers because I can't, if I had proof, I sure in the heck would. But I can tell you this much. I can tell you who I see that's benefiting, and that's the companies and the corporations that are hiring these people. It's the.
But don't they have to pay the minimum wage just like everyone else?
Well, I'm going to tell you a little story. Back when some of the immigrants first started coming in, and this is prior Haitians, what was happening, and I know this for a fact because two of my kids went to an apartment on the second floor in Charleroi. They got interviewed from a gentleman from Philadelphia. He would bring people in the white vans, and he'd bring them in, and then back then he would they would get their paychecks, and then they would pay their rent out of those and whatever else, and give them whatever they felt they were supposed to be getting.
So it's like an all-inclusive pay, including your rent and your pay, your compensation.
That's what it used to be years ago. And my daughter and son was in that apartment. They ended up working for that company for less than a week, and they was there to hear what went on as far as what was being told to the immigrants that were brought in to work at those companies. I don't know
what did they tell them? What did they tell you that was it?
Well, the kids came to me and they said they're hiring them, and they said they're getting their checks. This guy's coming and he's getting their checks, and then he's putting them up in these apartments, and then they're transporting them around, and they have to pay for all this stuff out of their check, and then they get what's left over.
Wow, that is interesting. I did see all those vans. How old are your children now?
Well, my one son, he's passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
My daughter's still here. She's 47.
Okay, so you don't have any children in the school system then, huh?
No, I don't.
Have you heard any stories about what's going on in the school system?
I've been watching a lot of the videos and reading a lot of the news, local and otherwise, and it looks like that they had a lot to deal with because they didn't have enough resources to take on the excess things that they have to do. They had to hire special teachers and translators to be able to help with the kids and things. And, there was a lot of programs for the younger kids where I had seen a woman said her kid wasn't able, I can't remember if it was Head Start or kindergarten, wasn't able to start because there wasn't any room left, because each county program like that only takes so many in. They have like a quota to fill, and once that's filled, they cut it off. So people's being affected all the way around, and it's not fair to anybody.
To get down to brass tacks, Haitians would seem to have a very different culture as yours, right? And
right.
I've heard that people are living 10, 12 to a house. I'm not sure if you've heard that.
I've seen it.
And of course, you've probably heard Donald Trump say that cats and their dogs are being eaten. Some people have speculated that they're not eating the cats and dogs, but using them for sacrificial, like ritualistic practices. What are your thoughts on that? From the way the media is reporting it, is it true, false? What do you think?
What are my thoughts on it? Like I said, I don't have anything factual to prove that aspect of it. But I can say that just like everything else in every culture, you have some bad seeds and some good seeds. You have some people that won't, no matter how long they're here, they won't adapt to this culture. But then you have other people that will adapt. So you know what? I don't know how to answer that. Like I said, I haven't seen that happen. I would be sick about it for sure. But as far as evidential on that in the town of Charleroi, the way I see it, I feel sometimes that the Haitians, some of them are just as much victims as the people that are being, overloaded right now. And what happens? They're being pitted against each other. But they need to look at the people that whoever brought them in and whoever made these decisions. And I'm going to tell you right now, as far as I'm concerned, they weren't just brought to town and dumped off there. That's not the way things happen.
Do you think there's a reason why they were brought to your town? Of all the towns in America, why yours?
I think because it was a depressed town. I think because there was factories there that figured that they could hire them at a cheaper rate because, there's tax incentives for people that are low income. But when you put this on it, I'm sure there's even bigger tax breaks.
Right. Yeah, for hiring migrants, yeah.
Right,
Damn,
right.
I didn't even think about that. Wow, I did not even think about that. Wow, I did not.
There's some companies, there's at least 2 to 3 companies that I know about, maybe 4 off the top of my head, that their total workforce is a very high volume right now of immigrants.
So what are the Americans that were living in that town doing for work? If living, where are they living?
Well, I'll tell you, I know there's some people that they're very upset. There's some people they're leaving. They're selling their places. If they're renting other places. I know that my daughter was renting a house across the street from my store. And I know as soon as she moved and got out of there, that they put a whole lot of Haitians that moved in that house. I know that the borough just passed, they're going around doing rental inspections. And crazy part is I don't have rentals because my properties I own, couple of my kids and grandkids live in them. So my places weren't even supposed to be inspected, but we told them go ahead in, because they said it was on a county list. And we're like, okay, come on in and do it. But,
you let them inspect your house anyway, even though you're not renting.
Exactly. So anyway, but I told my husband this is the first and last time because I called him up. I said, what are you people doing? Well, I guess they're, from my understanding, after talking to them, they're doing it because what's happening is these landlords are moving in an overabundance of people into their buildings because they're charging these people per person. Okay. And so now the borough's trying to, correct it in some way with the inspections. But I don't even know if that's going to correct it because they'll just, all of them won't be there when they do inspections. So how they
I'm gonna ask you that. So if the borough comes in and they say, "Hey, we got 15 migrants in here, 7 of y'all got to leave," which 7?
Yeah. And I don't even know if they can find that out because listen, when they do the inspections, it's normally day and these people's working. So
Yeah. Or
it's
hanging
crazy.
out.
It's just,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
So
But
what
these
about?
people,
Go ahead.
seriously, they're I can't believe it. I've never seen people start to put money in places, to renovate and try to make things bigger so they can fit more people in there to get that money. It's all about the money right now. It's just a money racket.
You're talking about the landlords.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, you said that there are other immigrant groups. How many of those immigrant groups have they brought into Charleroi?
Well, it started out, when they first started. I know when this first all started with those white bands, they were coming in from Philadelphia, and there was, I know there was like, I'm trying to think because they've had many different ethnicities in. They brought Mexicans in. I think there was, who was there? I'm trying to think. I know there were some Africans that came in. I know there was some Chinese that came in. So it's kind of changed. It started slowly. It started slow, like there'd be one van that came in and, a month or two later, another van had come in, but now it's like there's vans galore everywhere now.
Wow, that is really, really amazing, guys. You have any questions for Miss Rhonda here? Portia, Portia may be in a meeting. CKJ3, anyone? We have any questions in the audience? Let me ask you. So you say you don't think it's a Democrat or Republican thing. But one side seems to kind of not really talk much about it, and the other side seems to, maybe speak, in grand terms or bold terms about it, or grandiose terms, I should say. How do you think the media report?
What I'm watching now, because it's funny as heck, because one side is, they're getting real defensive, and that concerns me.
Which side?
Well, you know what? I'm seeing the Republicans are getting real, and I'm in the Republican Party right now, but I'm seeing they're getting like real defensive about all this. Now it's not any news to them or anybody or the Democrats that this has been going on down there for quite some time. So, I mean, this is what I'm like, come on now. And they're trying to act like everything's fine. Everything is not fine. There are a lot of wrecks down there now. There's a lot of things going on. Just own them, address them. Don't try to hide them, candy coat them, act like nothing's this is a great town. It's wonderful. Look what's happening to the economy, blah, blah, blah. These constituents not hired you. They elected you into office to represent them. That's what you're there for. You're not in there to cover everything up and act like everything's all good. People would be more respectful if they just come clean and just took care of the problem for everybody, because there's a way to pacify both sides of the fence and get everybody united instead of divided.
We were talking to a barber from Charleroi earlier today, and he said that he felt like the white people were against the Haitians. And to me, it seemed like he was afraid that if the white people wouldn't be able to make a distinction between Haitians and Black. Now, this is his side, that the hatred of the Haitians could be transferred to Black people. That's how it came off to me, is what he feared. How are the racial relations like pre all this migration and post all this migration?
Well, I'll tell you what, John, realistically, I haven't, I've been, listen, I came from a coal mining town that was probably about 85% Black. Okay. So down in Charleroi, that for right now, as far as a racial divide, that's the last thing I feel you're going to see down there, because a lot of the people actually try to understand and they try to be accommodating. But why they're angry right now is because that they feel that one side is getting all the goodies and the people that's lived there permanently, is is getting, they're not getting anything, and they're losing job. They're going to lose jobs in the future, and but people say, oh, they're getting this and they're getting that for free, and this, and they're like, well, wait a minute, where's ours?
And what do you think about that? Do you think that more should be given to the original Charleroi or native Charleroi residents versus all these incomers? I mean, they could have one way of looking at it, they could have brought Americans from other parts of the country into Charleroi as opposed to migrants.
Well, they could have brought them both. I mean, you know what I mean? But just be fair and equal. Don't come in because you're going to have somebody work in the manufacturing plants or wherever you're going to put them. And then the staffing agencies are going to make money off of them. And they're going to work for a lesser wage at the end of the day. And then say that the people in town don't want that job because they're not getting paid good. Well, neither is the immigrants, as far as I'm concerned. Because by the time
less than minimum wage, okay? You think they're working for less than minimum wage?
I don't know what they're working for, but I can tell you one thing, that I know the staffing agencies make quite a bit of money off of people in place.
Yeah.
So there's no way they're going to be making a good money, and then the staffing agency is going to make a bunch.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. What is the minimum wage in Charleroi?
Normally anymore, it's there's a differential. It's anywhere from, usually people pay $12 to $15.
Wow.
And you know what? There's been some questions come across while I've been running my mouth, and I do want to answer them, because the first one was somebody asked if people, the Haitians have been shoplifting from the retail stores.
Oh yeah.
And I can't answer that, Daniel, because my store's not open. I actually do things online. Right now, my store's actually closed because we have to do some renovations in there. But I couldn't answer that for you. I would if I could, but I can't. I mean, I know people have said that they have, but so have white people, so have other people. So
now, that's a big store that you have in Charleroi. Is that like downtown?
Yeah, it's right on McKean's store. It's actually, like I said, it's 2 buildings. I have 3 lots. And there's 22 large rooms in there. And then I have 2 apartments upstairs of my store.
Now, what are you going to do with those, all that property, if you're not going to reopen?
No, I am going to reopen. But right
okay.
now, my husband, he works 2 full-time jobs. And then I work. And then we own properties up in Conneaut Lake. We have 3 homes up there we bought. So we're using like yo-yos all over the place. So
I see. You are a businesswoman.
yeah.
This is the Urban Landlord. By the way, we have Rhonda from Charleroi, Pennsylvania. She's a business owner. She lives outside of Charleroi, though, but she has a business downtown. The business is not open right now, only online, but she still owns her property. And we have Jay Rillo up here. Jay Rillo, you have any questions you'd like to ask Miss Rhonda?
Yeah. Let me ask you, as far as the immigration situation is concerned, do you find that certain groups they seem to acclimate to the environment better, or acclimate to the way that things in the US are better? Notice that?
Yeah, I think that some, because I know that sorry, my clock's over there going off, but I know that they had brought a group of Romanians into the Bell Vernon area, which was the town next to us, and this was a few years back. And what happened, because they couldn't adapt, they had a hard time. Like the residents and the mayor and everybody over there was vouching for them, but they just couldn't adapt, so they all ended up leaving. Now, different groups, and I think it depends on too, like, every cultural group usually has leaders, and sometimes they'll kind of pay attention to them and they'll mind and they'll learn from them, but then other times that they won't. So, and just like I said before, not all Haitians are bad. There's maybe some bad ones that make it bad for everybody.
So I'm not. Which part are you from? Are you from the western side of the state? Are you closer to? Are you from the western part of the state?
Well, actually, I was telling John, I live in Allegheny County, which is I'm 15 minutes from Pittsburgh.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, yeah, all right, yeah, you're you're
But
damn near Ohio.
yeah, but my store is 45 minutes from where I live, and
Mhm.
it is in the southwestern part. It's closer. Like if you would go a little bit farther, you'd end up over in West Virginia, like on the kind of Morgantown end or that end.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Well, because the reason why I ask is because on this side of the state, and I'm closer to, I'm about half an hour outside of Philly. Most
Oh,
of the
okay.
time, who you're gonna see is usually the groups are gonna be Hispanics, which I'm okay with. It doesn't bother me any because they'll
Right.
acclimate very well because most of us who are already Americanized can acculturate them a little bit better. You have, of course, you're gonna have some that they just
Right.
they can't adapt properly because they haven't let go of the ways that they had from when they were home, right?
Right.
But I have yet to see, at least on this side of the state, to see any of the European immigrants. I haven't seen any over here. Granted, maybe I'm not looking hard enough, but I mean, you won't know that they're migrants until they speak. Is really
Right.
the issue. Now, I haven't seen any Haitians this way. Granted, maybe I'm just not looking hard enough. But
Mhm.
I'm curious if you've come across any. Have you? And maybe I missed this part because I just hopped on the panel.
Okay.
Have you noticed anything at all similar to what the stories are being told about Haitian migrants? Have you seen anything even close to that? Because I've heard reports that yes, they're acting a fool and they're going in, they're eating domesticated animals, and then I've heard that it's all utter bullshit. Have you seen anything firsthand dealing with them? Because I haven't seen it. I'm only going off of third-hand information.
All right, let her answer the question. Go ahead.
No, from what I've seen, here's what the problem is. Late at night, they'll be all over the streets, all over the place. And that's because of the influx, because you have to remember, they said there was a population of 4,000 in Charleroi, and the numbers differentiate whether they brought in 2,000 or 2,500. But if you're going to drop that many people in town, I mean, it's noticeable. So, and it's kind of like things they're used to doing in their country, maybe they're used to catcalling females and just different stuff, you know what I mean? But I think people's kind of shaky because the regular residents doesn't understand and they don't know what the Haitians are capable of. And the Haitians are have a problem right now because they feel that they're not being accepted. And so there's some that may be like, I don't know, maybe rude, disrespectful, when others are really nice. So it all depends on, like I said, who like each person is and how they handle situations. But what I'm saying is, I feel personally that the elected officials, whether it be the locals, the county, whoever, this should have been handled. And this should have been put in check for these people to be able to unite. And you have I'm gonna tell you, in that town, you have same families running everything. Like you'll have a family member here, a family member there. So they're all planted within these different organizations, okay? And I kept telling the townspeople for years, you reap what you sow. So when you keep electing these people, and this is the same old that you're gonna get. But I just think there was a whole different way to handle this where it wouldn't have turned out like it is right now today. So now you got all the political people fighting against each other. Oh, we didn't do this. We didn't do this. Okay, well, we ain't getting no money. So why are you getting money? And it's like nobody is not getting any money for everything that's going on because there's no way that these people are coming in and they're charging them by the head for rent. And then they have vans that are taking them everywhere to go to work, and you have staffing agencies fighting over who's going to get them. So there's no way that there's not people making money off of them. And like I said, but then you got your local residents, and they're upset because they've lived there for years, and they're like, why is these people getting everything for free? Why are they getting it? Like, we're paying for it. We're working our butt. We're working 2 and 3 jobs. And they're walking around with free cell phones with apps, and they're getting places to live, and they're driving cars around, and there's cars in town and they got no plates on them or other
Well, let
states.
me ask you this question. How are they driving? Let's start with the cars with no plates. Because that seems like an easy problem to solve. Why don't the police just pull them over and take the car?
Yeah. Well, you know what? When I saw that video and I saw that, I thought, you've got to be joking me. Well, you know what? But it's just like everything else. When something like this goes down, people are told, keep your hands off of them. Leave them alone.
You think so?
Oh yeah, there's come on, you're going to go in any town and you're going to see cars worked out on the main street on a main highway that's going through, and they don't have no plates on them, and you're not going to do anything about it, because I know in my neighborhood they be tagging your car. Okay, there's ordinances that has to be followed, and you can't have cars like that with no plates, and you wouldn't even be able to pull that out. And there's cameras in that town too. They were put in there a while back. So,
well, the cameras will only be effective for people who have tags.
well, if you got a car running down the street and there's no license plate on it, and your camera sees that car, I mean, and it's more than one car.
Do you think that most of the locals' ire is more so towards the migrants who have shown up to your town versus the governments that allow this system to occur?
I think some people probably blame it on the Haitian immigrants. But if you look at the bigger spectrum and the bigger picture of things, they better be taking a look at that big picture, because I think that they're being used as cash cows. It used to be the poor people. When people was on public assistance, that kept the caseworkers in jobs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the people, they wouldn't tell them, hey, you know what? You can go to college. We can get you in here to get you funding and blah, blah, blah. No, because they don't want to remove you from that role. And then after that, people, the opioid epidemic. And so what happened? You know what? And I'm upset about that, because I lost one of my sons to an overdose. And he became a number, because what happened is all these counties and these states got money. They sued. They got sue happy. They got all this money. And I'm like, wait a minute, use my son as a number. But did you ask any parents that lost their kids where we wanted that money to go to? Like, what do you do with all that money? Well, then you find out what's going on with all that money. Listen, over the years, I was so involved with politics, it made me sick. I withdrew because I wanted peace in my life. I used to write for the Pittsburgh Post and a lot of other papers back in the day. I broke a lot of big stories, okay? And I'm going to tell you something. I learned a lot in my life. And so when I'm sitting back and seeing this whole entire situation, there's a lot more behind it. This cat and dog thing is a distraction. I'm not saying that Trump was wrong for what he said, because I'm telling you right now, I know probably the information that's been fed through everything, and it may be happening in Ohio. I don't know. So that man's not at fault here. What's at fault is what's going on in all these towns right now. That's where the fault is. Look at the bigger picture.
You said you were a reporter. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I said. Yep.
I used to read a lot of newspapers. Which one did you say you wrote for? We'd love to look up some of your old articles if you didn't mind.
I did freelance for the Pittsburgh Post. And I wrote when I finally left the newspaper, I did an article on the United Mine Workers in the International Union. I actually, believe it or not, I got a call from the UMWA back in the day, from Cecil Roberts. And I was actually told to take an article out of, because the Post wouldn't let me run it because they're a union newspaper. So I wrote for a little community town paper called the Bentleyville Review. Well, she let me run it. So I put it in there. And what happened was, back then they had a selective strike fund and a compact fund. Well, when these people was on strike, they couldn't collect their money. It was in a small print. So anyway, I tried to fight for them, and there was a whole lot going on. I mean, it got really bad. But I got a phone call that I was kind of threatened to be financially broke, and I told him to stand in line behind student loans. But that was a scary time back then, because there was lasers being pointed at the local police and everything. I mean, it was ugly. And I was going in people's houses hiding to do things. And the last meeting that they had, I'll never forget it. They sent all the media out from all the TV stations, and the miners hid me underneath the table. And I stayed through that whole meeting while the International was in there. And then when I left out of there, I went across the street to the bar with the guys, and I got my best comments over there. But, I had always put myself out there for the underdog. And I used to put myself in harm at times to help other people. But like I said, I decided later on throughout life to, I have 9 children and I have 35 grandkids. Yeah, 35 grandkids and 7 great grandkids.
They don't make them like you anymore.
And I'm still a fighter. Listen, that little coal mining town I grew up in, I don't take no crap. And there's another thing I seen come across here. Somebody put up a comment. Is she afraid of black people? That's funny as hell. Because like I said, my family was the black people and still are today. We're like extended family. We have each other's back because we grew up in that town. And we're family.
You're the coal miner's daughter, as they would say.
Yeah, well, my daddy done took off. My mom was 16 and my daddy scattered for Tulsa. He was a redneck, And I found him years later, and sometimes they say, things don't work out. So part of me's Yankee and hell, part of me's rebel. But it worked out because God got a mission for me, and I'm always trying to help. So God will send me in pathways. I don't know what for, but I figure it out. So
Man, this has been a great interview with you, Rhonda. I am so glad I got in contact with you so that we could get you on here. I think you've given a very well reasoned perspective of what's going on there. You said you were a reporter. Do you trust the media today?
Oh, hell to the no. 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 You know what? I was so glad to see the interviews that you were doing. Like I've watched, I can't tell you how many different videos, because a little friend of mine, he's a younger guy, he's cool as hell, and he's so upset about everything, and he's always sending me this, that, and the other, and he sent me your video, and I went and watched it, and we both discussed this because, see, like, he doesn't want to put himself in a position to lose his job, and I know my husband was at the store today, and he had heard some customer came in and said something to him, and
what did he say?
Well, I can't say because I can't stick him in on a burner, but I've already said it in this interview about the phones. And so he said, I just wish I could say something and not lose my job, because he said, I'm so furious about all of this. And I said, well, I understand, but don't worry about it. Remember, I still got a mouth, and I don't have to worry about being let go of my job. So.
You have independence. You know what's interesting about that is that only kind of the independent business owners would talk to us. People that work for someone that can't talk.
But you know what? There's more people that would talk to you if they knew about you, because there's actually some business owners that they were kind of waiting to hear from me, because they're concerned about who to talk to. You know what I mean? They because from a lot of times by media, your words can be misconstrued.
Yeah.
And your stance, and they don't want to put themselves in a bad light. And some of them are also afraid because, they don't want retaliation over this.
You can get your business closed very quickly.
Well, my business is already closed, so.
But for other people.
Yeah, well, that's what I said, because, that's why people won't step forward, because they want to talk, but then they don't know who the right person is to talk to. And I can't wait to show them this video, and hopefully, they'll reach out to me too, and then I'll give you their information, because I know there's a lot more that would like to talk to you.
People are saying you're very cool. You should come back. You should be like as much as you like, you could be a regular panelist up here.
Hey, I would love that, because let me tell you, I'm all about helping people. That's what God put me here for.
Yeah, that's what this channel is about. I am the urban landlord, and we try to focus on business matters and matters that, affect business. And this amount of migrants coming in will affect business positively and negatively. Depends on what side of the aisle you're on. I'm a landlord, so it doesn't really harm me, at least in the immediate term. I don't know if I would be comfortable renting to people that I can't speak to. I don't share the same culture, but it would be, beneficial.
I don't know if they could pay.
Well, I bet you that the government is going to make sure that their rent is paid. It seems that they have some backing from the government. And
yeah, but what happens when the government subsidy runs out, which it eventually will, or the program stops, which it eventually will?
Yeah, exactly.
I've talked about this. Have you ever seen the government program stop?
Well,
In
it's
my
been
lifetime, no. If you're saying in my lifetime, no.
Okay, so that gives
I
you
haven't been
30.
on this earth longer than you have, so I
Well,
mean,
that gives you 30 years. You're at least 30 years old. So if you probably got another good 30 to go, right?
Well, you know what, John? I'm gonna tell you a story, and I'll make it really quick. But years ago, I was a mother of 9, and I had an ex-husband who wouldn't work to save his life. And so what happened? I was in college, and at the same time was when I started writing for a couple of the newspapers. And I remember a program came out in the county where my store is, and they said, "Oh, we're going to pick 9 metal machinists." So guess what? Out of, I can't remember, 300, 500 people, guess what? I was one of those 9. There was 7 women and 2 men. They put us through a metal machinist program down at KLU where I was already going. When the program was almost completed and we were supposed to get a certification, they take us around the metal machine shops, and guess what happened? The people told us that owned these places, well, we don't have facilities for women. And so me and this girl, she's funny because she's originally from Chicago, and we looked at each other and we're like, what the hell? They done put us through all this, and now they're not going to have jobs for us. Like, and the end result at the time, I was on public assistance way back then. So they said, we're gonna cut you, we're gonna cut everybody off that was in this program because now you have completed this program. But wait a minute. But now we're not even getting a job. So I felt so bad for one of the women because her daughter was disabled, and they cut her off. She had to work at McDonald's, and I'm not shitting you. Now there was a loophole for people that had suffered domestic violence, which back in the day I was one of them. So they couldn't cut me off. But I'm going to tell you something. That program, what happened was I went to the Pittsburgh Post back then before I wrote one article from them, and a big blowout came in the newspaper. And the next thing you know what happened? There was 9 or 10 people from the government that came to KLU. They sat down with me, and they talked to me, and they dismantled that program. And they asked me for suggestions to do a new program. And so they did. That's what they did with the next bulk of money. So
what did they force they should have forced I would have thought they would have forced the companies to provide women, facilities or whatever for women.
No. And you know what's funny? They got this is no lie. For each of us 9 people, we each had a separate caseworker that was there staffed with us. They would take us down to KLU. They would come down there for lunch with us. They'd pick us up, everything else. They got a payday. They was on a salary for the summer. Okay.
Oh, like a government worker.
Yeah. And then they said they was buying us cars. I can't remember back in the day. It was like $3,000. They bought us a car or whatever. And it was like Rashu was probably back in the 1990s. And then they even told us, well, when we went down to look at the contracts at KLU, because I already went there, I told my girlfriend, I said, let's go down there right now and see what them contracts says, like see what they got in this grant proposal, who's getting paid what. And that's when we saw there was money in there to buy us new clothes, to get our hair done, everything. Wow. It was a farce. And all it was a big money amount, over $1 million that came in to the county to be used for 9 people, but it created staffing jobs and everything else. So that's what I'm saying. There's always going to be somebody that's going to be used as the cash cow, and government programs can be changed, but it takes enough people to get involved. And media is not like it used to be. You used to be able to go to media and it would be unveiled and change would come. But things aren't like that anymore. But I understand what you're saying, because even with our Section 8 HUD housing program, that doesn't change, even though they know there's a lot of flaws and a lot of problems with that. They just keep it going.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Like I've never seen one end. I've seen them expand, but they very rarely get smaller. And I've been talking about this in New York City and DC, and I think of other cities around the country. They've been reopening their Section 8 wait lists. And in New York City, at least, and it's probably other cities for sure, the migrants will be eligible for Section 8. And I think that, people have been here. They're getting a lot of help in some fashion, jobs, whatever the case may be. Some of them are going to be very industrial, and they're going to buy properties and be able to rent to their own people. I think that's only natural. So the Americans that depend on Section 8, I think there's going to be a little bit of crowding out there because there are only so many vouchers to go around. But it's just going to depend on who are the landlords in those cities and who's doing it.
In Washington County, there was already a waiting list, per my understanding, for the Section 8 vouchers. So that's why I said all these people are brought in, and now you have people that are waiting for housing, and they can't get it because they're on wait list. And now I'm sure that probably the migrants are being moved up on the list.
Oh, yeah. They'll go to the front of the list since they are on the government dole anyway.
Right. So what happens? What happens with those people on those lists? Where are they going to go? What are they going to do? And that's where the anger comes in. See, that's where you pit one side against the other because they're watching the one side get all these things while they're over here. Wait a damn minute. Like, why is this not available to me anymore? And then they have no choice but to look at their elected officials and say, why aren't you representing me? Why aren't you doing something about this? Why did you let this happen?
Well, Jay Rillo, anyone else have any more questions for Rhonda? She's been very generous with her time, but we don't want to wear out our welcome here. Any other questions, guys?
Nothing really. Nothing on my end.
Anyone else? Any other questions, guys? Before we
I would just
go ahead, Portia.
I know that I would just like to say thank you for coming and joining us and giving us all of this information. We really appreciate it because, of course, everybody doesn't live there or everybody doesn't know, and you can only go off of what the media says so much. And also, thank you for reaching out to other people so that they can call in and join us too one day, hopefully. So thank you.
Well, thank you to Portia and Jay and John and CKJ3 and everybody else who had questions and comments. I appreciate you letting me have this forum to be on here to speak. And I just want everybody to take a look at the bigger picture instead of a small portion. And I remember back in the day being on that spectrum of low income and having to deal with community programs and everything else. And so today I don't have to do that, but I still have a heart at the same time. And I feel that the problems are there from people that people's not even taking a look at, because, you know, the Haitians are getting angry at the local people and the local people are angry at the Haitians, but it's like, come on, take a look around, figure out, you know.
Let me ask you this question. Shouldn't the Haitians be appreciative considering where they're coming from? Like, they should be the happiest person alive, considering
facts.
They're coming from a failed country.
Yes,
you know,
I feel the same way. I guess I was kind of upset at first when they first came to town, and I'll tell you why. I have two daughter-in-laws that are from other countries. My one daughter-in-law is from Sweden. My son fought through hell and back to get her here, and it cost him money, and he actually got one of the politicians to help him expedite to get her over here. With my other daughter-in-law, she's from Kenya, Africa, and like I said, she's an immigration attorney. She came over here, got her education, you know, and she's an attorney. And she's also not real thrilled because, you know, she worked her way through to come here, you know, in a legal way. But now it's like, hang on a minute, like, we wasn't handed all this. So it's kind of, you know, it's like you go to college and you pay a lot of money, and then somebody just gets that job and makes more money than you did. And it's like, well, what the hell did I put out all this money? What'd I do all this for? So
Rhonda, you're not necessarily against the idea of helping people from other countries if you realize that these are people who legitimately are just trying to escape a bad situation. So that's not the part that's bothering you, correct?
No.
So the part that's actually bothering you is the fact that the government is prioritizing migrants, regardless of the status and regardless of the reason they're here, over their own people, even when our own people are in need. Correct?
Yes,
That's what
exactly.
I'm gathering. Okay.
Exactly.
So if in your mind, then just let's say you had power for a day, right? And you had people who thought like you. You guys had power for a day. What would be the solution you would put in place so that way you could have the people here at home who are taken care of and they don't feel marginalized, and the people who are coming here for a better life because their country is literally a third world shithole? What would you try to do as a happy medium?
Well, I think, because it came in as a shit show and it was already like dumped in, and it was just like you take it and that's the way it is. And I think it's going to take a little bit of time to correct this situation, but I think the first thing you need to do is, as politicians that represent the area all need to come together, and they need to give people an explanation as to what happened. Let's be clear. Let's not say, I don't know what happened. I don't know what went down. Oh, this, it's just beyond me. The people just didn't come being dropped out of UFOs. Let's be real. Be real with your people. Have a meeting with them. Explain the situation and say, okay, this is what happened and this is where we are. Let's try to make this a good living environment for everybody. Maybe we'll check with neighboring bigger cities and see if maybe we can relocate some people to even out the numbers so it's not that predominant, so it's not affecting you as bad here, but we want to make sure they're going to be okay too. So let's just reroute people in different places, and let's work with our other politicians in our neighboring counties to get this done so that we can make everything work out for everybody.
So we have someone here, and we've seen this similar type retort. And I take it along racial lines is the reason why this person is asking this question from this angle. And he's asking, why aren't the 500,000 Ukrainians here? And where is the outrage there? I don't think he's asking you that question, but you can feel free to answer. But I'll answer. I think we've shown him pictures, so I'm not even going to go there, devotee. You can go back and look at other streams to get kind of a real world answer why they are allowed here, other than them being at war. Primarily, it's women. Many people think there are attractive women, so attractive women are never going to be turned away. But the other thing is that they are probably easier to assimilate. As Ms. Rhonda has mentioned here, that there are Africans, Mexicans, I think you said.
Yes.
And other migrants in Charleroi. But you got to be honest, like, Haiti didn't get there because an earthquake hit it. It was bad long before the earthquakes hit it.
In fact, the worst earthquake that hit was back in 2009 or 10 that destroyed Port-au-Prince, and still they didn't have a migration after that. They still stuck it out.
And so, no, you're not timed out, Helen Haynes. We just timed out whatever the guy's name. I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't think we could protect everybody in a protected status in every country, even if we wanted to.
But you can assimilate some people better than others. Yeah. That's fair, right?
Yeah.
And what they are going through, one may say we inflicted it on them by siding with their country in the war. But it's my opinion that Haitians would be better off being helped in Haiti. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
And I think that that will work out better for everybody. Those people want to be at home. If you want to be humanitarian, build them a better home. But to bring them into another small town, no one's going to be happy. And I think that is really what the outcome of what Ms. Rhonda has explained here.
Well, first, I would ask, is the U.S. military prepared to reinstall their president in power? Because the president's been deposed. He's not even in the country. The president of Haiti is long since left. Since the country when it collapsed.
I mean, those people probably need to figure it out for themselves. I could say more, but I won't. But I do think they need to figure out for themselves. And if it takes them 100 years, when they finally get there, they'll be happy and there will be no one else to blame for the 99 preceding years of struggle. But someone else intervening only gives them a finger to point at that person if it doesn't work out as soon as they want it to. So let them go through the struggles like everyone else has had to go through the struggles. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yep, and it makes you stronger when you
Yeah.
go through your own struggles. Let me tell you, you gain strength and confidence, and you get smart. And sometimes you're part of the system, and then later on in life, let me tell you, you know how all about the system. So nobody, it's one thing raising my 9 kids. I'm gonna tell you, they was all raised realistically, and they all had to fend for themselves. And they all had. I didn't hand them out money to buy houses and cars and everything. They had to work to get their own, and they're strong-willed individuals. And I'm proud of them because see, my grandmother raised me, and she spoiled the hell out of me. So I wasn't going to do that to them because when my marriage broke up and I still had them kids to raise, I had to, I had to get a strong backbone, and I had to figure out how to work for money and everything else. So, you don't do anybody any favors by keep giving them things.
The guy says Ukraine is in fact one of the most corrupt countries in the world, he says, and he goes on to say, what does that say about the people? Well, it says it doesn't say much about the people. It says a lot about human nature.
What he probably doesn't know is that Ukraine is the organ trade or the organ black market of the world. If you need a kidney, or if you need a lung, or if you need a heart transplant, fly to Ukraine. You can get it on the cheap. Actually, that's the organ black market capital of the world. For real, it is. There's literally the Ukrainian government literally has had to prosecute officers for sending troops out on the battlefields because they would use field hospitals to harvest freshly dead soldiers of their organs.
Well, I guess they're so corrupt enough to where they didn't prosecute them. At least they prosecuted them. I guess.
Yeah.
Look for the golden nuggets of But again, man, hey, I don't know why this guy.
Well, it's deflection, John. It's deflection, and that's a problem too because people are supposed to be working together to come to a happy medium to have resolution in a situation, but deflection and throwing in fuel to the fire doesn't help the situation in any way. So that's what I'm seeing, deflection.
I tell you this. It was just what is going to happen. I think the last guy mentioned it on the call. I think it was the last guy. One of the other guys, but almost every resident that we've talked to in Springfield and in Charleroi has said the same thing as it relates to the school. The conflicts, the tension. Can you imagine being a Haitian child in an American school? What did we used to call the Africans? African booty scratchers. Can you imagine? The damn president of the country, no less, is called the place a shithole. And it's worse now than it was when Donald Trump was in office. Can you imagine what it's like being a kid in that school, one of those schools where everybody picking on you? It's shithole. Shithole country. Shithole. They're pulling up pictures on the internet. Is this where you live? Is you live in this landfill, right? Those people would be better off in their own schools. They wouldn't be going through this. And I guarantee you that once they get all the handouts and maybe they get on their feet from the white people, the taxpayer dollars of the white people, the people who built that town and all that, they're going to turn their anger and their ire at the same white people. The hell, didn't they come over here and segregate their stores? Almost instinctively, reflexively, right? We've heard two stories of that now, talking about the same store, Queens Market. So helping these people, devotee, I think that's the guy's name, all you're doing is going to create someone angry that they couldn't help themselves, and they had to turn to someone, and in their words, don't look like them, to pull themselves up out of their bootstrap, and then they look back at all their family members living in that shithole Haiti. You think they're going to be happy about that? Not going to be happy. It's going to breed even more anger. They'd be better off there for everyone's sake. That's just my opinion. Anyway, Miss Rhonda, we won't hold you any longer. But you are welcome to come back anytime. We talk about a lot of provocative topics, and we keep the people pretty respectful, when we have women on the panel. So we do invite you back. You have anything else you want to say? Anything you want to talk about? You don't have to leave. You can feel free to stay as long as you like. We stream 24 hours, by the way, every day.
I'll tell you what, I don't want to burn you all out in one night, but I will tell you this. I'm so glad that my friend sent me your video. And like I said before, so glad you opened the forum for me. It was a pleasure being here with all of you. And you're very respectful and you're very open with people and understanding. And I really wish that all of us sitting here on this panel now would be the ones to decide what happens for Charleroi, because I think that we could have a major turnaround. But since we don't, hopefully somebody with sense will listen. I'm sure I'll get flack and feedback and there'll be shit said. I don't care. Let them say whatever they want, because the problem needs rectified. And, everybody needs to quit saying it, nothing's going on here. Everything's fine. Everything's just wonderful. The people's just upset because, like I said, both sides, there's an injustice too. And people needs to wake up. But if you can do this for me,
Sure.
give it, well, I'll just need to take the copy and paste the link out of the top so that other people can watch it later on, right?
Well, what we do is we provide timestamps. Let me show you how you can find it. Give me 1 second. I'll show you. If you're looking at the screen, let me see. Let me share my screen with you. And this is credit to the work of our wonderful editor, Portia J. I could never be this organized, I promise you, in a million years. I couldn't do it. And I'm going to update this. She spelled it incorrectly. But you should be able to go here. And
sorry, I hadn't took out the time to see how you spell it. I just know that I spelled it wrong.
It's 803. And matter of fact, let me see if I can show it to you here. Better yet, this will give you an idea of how it actually looks. And I think when the stream ends, let me make sure you're able to see my screen yet. When the stream ends, thinking about this, you'll see it here. Wow, that was a quick update there. You'll see this, and this will be highlighted. So you can just click here.
Oh, okay.
To 8 hours, 3 minutes, and that'll be you right there.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And just
yeah, because I would love to have other people talk to you, and I think you would benefit from it, and so would they, and I think it would help them feel a little bit more comfortable with things too.
Yeah, I've been to New York to a lot of the migrant shelters. I'm not sure if you were able to, if you've seen any of the coverage we did on the migrant shelters in New York City.
No,
but yeah, oh man, that is amazing. It is under our immigration playlist, and you can find that here. I'll show it to you.
Okay.
In case you're interested, let me show it to you here. That is amazing.
I used to be with Red Cross for years. I used to go out on national assignments, and I was the client caseworker supervisor that handed the money out to, and there's a lot of stories in that too, but
I can believe it. And so, let me show you. So if you go here, you will see our playlist, immigration coverage here.
Okay.
Play this video. I'll pause that. This is actually like 15 minutes from my hometown. This is one of the first ones we did here. Sylacauga, Alabama, another small town similar to Charleroi, and you'll see all of our immigration playlists.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you'll see we have quite a few videos under the immigration playlist. Let me see. Okay, yeah, you'll see all of them. Yeah, so, you'll see we went to Queens.
Okay.
That's actually live footage. I went to Queens there.
Like that was fun.
I can't scroll down for whatever reason, but anyway, yeah, we've covered the immigration. Oh, this was an amazing video. a lot of African migrants in Clinton Hill.
Mhm.
That's pretty interesting. That was pretty interesting. Yeah. But again, yeah, I don't want to keep you here again. Thank you again for spending a good part of the evening with us.
Well, that's good. Like I said, I haven't been feeling well, and I'm off work right now till Thursday. So this was all good. So thank you guys, and I won't beat you anymore here, but I'd love to be on again about other subject matter. And you have my number now. You're welcome to call me anytime you'd like me to come on.
Oh, no, you can come on anytime. We 24 hours a day. You just anytime you're bored or you got something you want to talk about, you just jump right on.
Okay.
Put you up and
I'll also be clipping and editing this out to make it its own video to add to our immigration playlist, so it'll be easier for you to find it too.
Oh, awesome.
And so you have two ways. You can just click on the description box, or you'll be able to, just click on the video. I won't put like your name in the title, but
yeah, well, that's okay, Portia. Let me tell you something. I'm not afraid. Not afraid.
Someone asked, did you say yens? Someone said, did you say yens?
Yes, I did, and I live near Pittsburgh. Yes, you're correct. I'll say yens or you guys.
I used to have a beautiful young lady in Shady Side. I used to go out there all the time.
I go to Shady Side and eat and stuff all the time.
Nice spot in Pittsburgh,
Yeah.
Indeed, yeah.
All right. Well, you guys have a wonderful night, and it's been my pleasure to be here and meet you all and talk with you.
The pleasure was all out there. Thank you very much.
All right. Good night, guys.
All right. All right, guys. What do you think? Miss Rhonda, great interview. What do you guys think? Man, we're solid radio.
well, oh, go ahead, Jay Rello.
Let me get a
first, I do like the fact that she was really transparent about it. That there are people who have more ire, and I've noticed this too, is that there are people who they have more anger towards the people who are coming here for the benefits than the systems that allow it to happen. And I get why that happens. I'm not saying it's wrong. What I am saying is that the priority is misplaced. Because it's one thing to get mad at the people who are coming over here to take advantage of the systems that are in place, but it's another thing to neglect the fact that those systems have been caused by people who live here, people who are Americans already, And the fact that she was honest about it, I do appreciate that, But then she also mentioned that she came to realize that it's the systems that are causing this, So I think that's good, and that she also made the distinction between the different groups how they acclimate to American culture. Some do better than others, which I kind of expected that would be the case. I was kind of surprised that Romanians don't acclimate very well. That's interesting. I'm wondering why that is. But that was something interesting to hear from her.
They don't integrate very well in Europe. I haven't.
They're European.
Well, I'm sorry. You're correct. In Western Europe, I've heard a lot of criticism of them in Germany and in the UK. When I've been there, so that could be something to it. I'm not sure. I think she was a very fair and reasonable woman. She has some experience in the political realm, as well as reporting, which kind of gave her a view of both sides to see how. And she's kind of investigative. She's a reporter. So I think, someone said gypsy nomads. That's right. I wasn't sure if that's what it was. I thought that's what it was, but I didn't want to say without confirming. But yeah, I think she sees the bigger picture of what's going on. Where she's not blaming the Haitians, she's not blaming the people that are mad at the Haitians, she's blaming the people that are bringing them in here and the money that's being made off of that. That's what I think.
Can you imagine the amount of subsidy that's being poured in for these migrant programs? Can you imagine how much is being the sheer volume of money these states are getting to do this for the people at the top to make it worth it, knowing the amount of struggle and that the suffering their constituents are dealing with? Can you imagine the sheer volume of cash that's being poured into these programs?
Well, I think she mentioned something that we did not take into account. We covered this. We covered the tent organization. You remember that? You may not remember it, J. Rillo. You may have.
I've only been coming to your panels now for like the past couple months, so I don't know when you did it.
We covered this. This is a nonprofit, and their goal is to connect refugees to jobs at scale. And you may have noticed she kept talking about the temporary agencies and the vans. You remember her talking about that? And it is my... Go ahead. You about to say something? But it's my estimation that I think that she is seeing the vans. She even mentioned that her sons went up to go talk to a guy in the apartment building, right? That was hiring these people, bringing them from Philadelphia in vans. You can go on YouTube and see, man, vans all over that little town. And you put two and two together, and you start to see that this is very, very organized, as well as when you see something like this.
I want to speak on that. I want to speak on that real quick before you go into it.
No, go ahead.
You may not know this. Back in the beginning of August, I actually went to a Harris rally in Philly. I went to the Harris rally in Philly. And I will say there was a surprising amount of people who I know were not from this country who were there. A kind of shocking amount, to be honest with you. And I got there relatively early. You have to jump through a lot of hoops in order to go through a Harris rally in Philly, of all things. I thought that was kind of weird. But I'm glad that you brought that up, that you brought the vans in Philly. Because in the Harris rally were a surprising amount. I'm not saying it was the majority, because there were only 10,000 people allowed in the Leacorps Center. But there was a surprising amount of people who were not from here that either got naturalized really quickly, or there's some kind of trickery bullshit going on in Philly, which wouldn't surprise me, for them to be so gung-ho about voting for Harris. So I'm not surprised that you said that.
Well, I think those are like rent-a-mobs. Did you know you can do that?
You can rent a mob? So what, they're actors?
Did anyone know you can rent a mob?
Are you saying like you're paying for actors' time and they're basically like, acting and they're doing a really good job of rioting or presenting themselves like a mob? Is that what you mean?
Take a look. Protesters for hire on Craigslist. A Craigslist ad says it will pay people to come and protest to Dakota Access Pipeline, offering even more if they quit their job. You see this? This is from the KXNet. But I tell you, one time I was on the way back to New York. I was on the mega bus or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard a woman grumbling about she didn't get paid or whatever the fuck it was. I said, yeah, I've been listening. She had been paid to come to DC to protest and didn't get paid what she was expecting. And she was grumbling on the phone to somebody. A lot of these people are paid, bro. Like, you can see it here. Protesters fire on Craigslist. I've seen it over the years, and it's not, you see it all the time, and once you see people starting to debunk it, it's true, right? But I've seen them over the years, oftentimes. Look, here's one for actors for a protest, right?
Now that I know is a fact. I know that the Harris campaign is using actors for that. Right. In fact, did you hear about the story that the Harris campaign is actually subsidizing small content creators, giving them scripts, giving them trainings in order to campaign for her online? Did you hear about that story?
Yeah, I heard about it, yeah.
They're getting paid. Here's the thing. If you're a college student and you're doing content creation and they're offering you $2,000 a month plus a script so you don't have to really do any brain power, are you really going to say no?
Well, that should not surprise you that you hear so many people saying almost the exact same things. We talked about that earlier.
Man.
Did you hear about the Soros is buying hundreds of restaurants, radio stations in the country? They fast-track his approval. Hundreds of closed before, right in time for the election to get out the propaganda machine. Someone says Harris tried to hire Kai Cenat.
She did. So apparently Kai Cenat, he got pissy with her because he didn't want to follow the script. He wanted to do things his way. And he straight up said, he was like, listen, like, I'm just a content creator. You're running for president. Like, I don't need you. You came to me. You need me, obviously. And then he put her on blast about it. He put her on blast, actually, when he did a gaming stream inside of a U-Haul truck. That's when he decided to put her on blast, of all places.
Yeah, I think, you know, what she run into and what he's run into and what you basically said, and kind of like what the lady said, the guest, Rhonda, is that, you know, Casanat's fairly independent. He doesn't really need the president. And those type of people are wild cards that they're reaching out to, that they may say anything. She needs more dependent people, like actors and shit like that.
That's a double-edged sword, though. That's a double-edged sword. Because, yes, if you're going to go through content creators, knowing that they're wild cards, you're going to get the younger audience, which you know her campaign is banking on. The problem is that if you flood the market with cash and you just attract a bunch of wild cards have a tendency to say a lot of extremely stupid shit.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, she would be better off on people that they can more easily control. Like, back when Puffy was alive, she could rock the vote with Puffy. He's controllable. Puffy, Diddy.
Oh, you said when he was alive. He's still alive.
Right. Sorry, when he was...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
want to be sure.
John, did you make a prediction, John? You made a prediction?
Well, I already predicted. I said, man, they're going to kill himself. Right? Ain't no way. He already ain't eating
He's going to kill himself?
Yeah, what else? What does YouTube want me to say? Hell, all my life.
He's going to delete himself?
Yeah, delete. Is that what y'all say?
But John and Jay, let me because I saw when Kai he has stated that they wanted him to do that speech or endorse Kamala or whatnot. But the reason they did that is because I think a week before it was another popular streamer. Jay, you might know who I'm talking about. He's like, I don't know if he's white or Jewish or whatnot. He had Trump on his, right? And it went viral. He had Trump on there. And then he presented Trump with a cyber truck maybe a few days later after they did the stream. So the Democrats and Kamala was like, we got to find somebody that's equivalent to it. And they picked the right person, but I guess he just wasn't in for what they were trying to do. But then they came out and said, like, her team didn't do it, but it was somebody maybe associated with her team. You can kind of, look it up to confirm that. But it was one of those things, like, it was some people that was associated, but it wasn't officially her team that tried to get them.
I think this is...
Yeah, Aiden Ross. Yeah, that's who it was. Aiden Ross. That's it.
This is very interesting in that social media, the social creator, content creators, they're likely to be a little more genuine than say, and I think it's being shown through. Like, the movie stars, man, they have to dance because there are layers to their success. There's that Hollywood agent that could be pressured to make sure they say the right thing.
Well, like you said, some of these dudes are so independent. Like, they have like contracts maybe with Twitch or other different avenues where they get them paid buku money. But I seen one dude, I forgot his name off the top of my head, a young black dude. He was live and he was doing some silly stuff, and he had like 300,000 people watching his stuff. And I was just talking
about I Show Speed.
Yeah,
that's who you're talking. I know you were talking about him because when he meant. So apparently earlier this year, he took a tour of Europe and he met Viktor Orban. In case you guys don't know who Viktor Orban is, that's the president of Hungary. He met him touring Europe. And gets an obscene amount of eyeballs on the screen. It just doesn't make any sense how this works and the spaces he's able to get into.
Yeah,
how do you meet a foreign dignitary? You meet a foreign president just as a content creator touring through Europe. Insane.
He's in a different atmosphere, like when it comes to like social media and stuff. Because I've never seen that. I've seen some other people that's popular. I remember Kevin Samuels had 20-something thousand. people watching his, and when we see 200, 300,000, that was just on, I think it was just YouTube. I'm not sure about other streaming services. So I was like, wow, they have a big community, so that's why the politicians are reaching out to these people, man.
Yeah.
Like they have real pull for the young people, man. A lot of influence.
Yeah, no, definitely, that's for sure. Give me 1 second. Go ahead, I'm back. Sorry about that. Someone says he's 100% Jewish. Yeah, he is. He is. Yeah, I think that these guys, pulling those kind of numbers. I mean, and just the stickiness of their audience. They are probably much more influential than a basketball player, and they have more influence, but they're harder to control. And I think the politicians that are able to get them, it'll be more genuine, like the Aiden Ross. I think there's genuine support there. I heard that Kamala tried to get Tariq Nasheed. Is that one of them black people that offered to pay him $10,000?
He's basically, Tariq Nasheed. You know who he is. I thought you knew. I thought you would know who Tariq Nasheed is. He's like a Neo-Hotep. He's like a Neo-Hotep, essentially.
Is he the Omar guy? So someone may correct me and say, no, it wasn't Tariq, it was the other guy. You're aligning him. But it was someone they tried to pay. Kamala offered $10,000 or something. And there and again, I think whereas the other next big issue is that once you start paying the VIG, the price only goes up. They start comparing how much did Kamala pay you. But on the flip side, where I show you why I say it's a little bit more genuine, Aiden Ross gave Trump a watch, a Rolex or something, and a car, a cyber.
He gave him the Cybertruck. Yeah, I think he got it painted like the flag colors and everything. And Trump there's a video of it. If you look it up, man, it's kind of, I'm like, wow. I didn't know he had that much money, but these dudes is making $20-30 million streaming contracts and stuff. So I mean, it's beyond me.
Someone says he has
what?
$50 a year deal with Kick. Yeah, so
that's what I'm saying. Like that money is crazy for a streamer. Yeah.
And so that's like really support, man. You know what I'm saying? Like he really likes Trump, right? Like if he hadn't bought a damn Cybertruck and gave him a watch, like that's real support, man. That's not fake. That's real organic support. And I think that Kamala seems to be having a hard time achieving that. So it seems to me.
Yeah, it's a lot of rappers I've seen recently that are supporting Trump. Shockingly, there was this one rapper. I don't know if he's of Hispanic descent or whatnot, but Little Pump or whatnot. He's been going so hard for Trump, and I'm like, I'm not exactly sure why, but he just been going really, really hard. I'm like, okay, and he has a big following too for the young people. So I mean, it's, of course, I think in my opinion the younger people are going to lean towards Kamala and stuff like that. But just seeing some of these people that's rebelling, it's like, I guess when you're financially secure, you can just kind of do whatever you want. So,
I just want to say real quick, I looked them up when you mentioned them. I'm gonna let you know, okay, as someone who's part of that delegation, we don't claim him. Okay, we don't claim him, so he can do no.
Little Pump. Yeah. What is his nationality or
his name is his name is Gazi Garcia. So I don't know exactly what he is, but I'm gonna let you know right now. Because I can say this. We don't claim him. Okay. Him. What's up? Him or the other one? Or the other one with the rainbow hair? I forget his name.
Tekashi.
No.
Oh yeah.
You were asking the ladies some like culture or assimilation type questions. Mm-hmm. Where were you going with that? I'm curious.
Because the reason why is because most times when I hear the argument with migrants coming into this country, the biggest issue ends up being assimilation. And usually whenever there's arguments or there's discussions about migrants coming to this country, the vast majority are going to be Hispanics. Of course, it hits close to home. So, I mean, I try to ride the line because I understand both sides. My family have been American. My people have been American citizens now for over 120 years. So I can understand that. So rather than try to pick a side, it's kind of writing that fine line of understanding. Okay, these are people here who actually need help, and there are people who already are been living here who are like, hey, listen, why are you here? And if people are able to assimilate, then that kind of mitigates the problem of coming to this country and wanting to take advantage of its benefits. Go ahead.
You say your people have been here 120 years.
So okay, so I'm Boricua. I'm Puerto Rican. Okay, Puerto Ricans have been American citizens since 1901 when the Spanish-American War settled.
Right.
Okay, so usually, so that's why me and others like me are in a really unique spot. All right, and one of the things I always argue is that the reason why it's easier for Hispanic migrants to assimilate is because you have tens of millions who've already been Americanized over well over 100 years of American culture. Yes, do they have tethers to their culture? Of course they do. That's. I mean, listen, I'm very Americanized, right? But I've still been to my mother and my father's village. I've still been to the places that hold ancestral tidings to my family, my people. I still do that, right? And I'm very Americanized. And the reason why I ask those kind of questions is because the biggest issue is always, if they're going to come to this country, they have to assimilate. And what I wanted to know is, from her perspective, which groups assimilate better than others? Because, of course, it's going to happen. Because you're going to have some cultures, especially if they're from the other side of the world, that are so alien to the way that we do things here. How well do they assimilate? That's just a fact of life.
You know, I think, and the guy spoke about this, and I mentioned it earlier, the guy that we talked to in Springfield maybe 2 weeks ago. And we asked him about the Haitians versus the Mexicans. He said, you know, the Mexicans, they went and owned businesses. They came, they started roofing and shit. That's what they did. Well, they more or less filled a void. They may have competed with business white men that own a roofing company, and maybe they put him out of business, or they aligned with them, and someone may have worked for the white man, helped the white man companies provide roofing at a little bit cheaper price. But it was filling a void. It was cheaper, I ain't gonna say cheap, but skilled labor. People that perform skilled labor will always find their way. Always. Because when your roof start leaking, man, you don't care who's doing the roof. You really don't care. You really don't care. But the person coming to pick up your bedpan when you're in the hospital, they may not have the same American cultural, hey, Miss Sweetie, how you doing? Just came to get your bedpan. You watching the football game? Okay, yeah, I'm Cowboy fan. Moving on. Your mama laying up in the hospital. You make her feel, you know, a little bit more comfortable for your stay in the hospital. That's an example. But then you start putting people in the hospital that can't even speak English, or barely speak English, or maybe they're gruff when they come in there. Hey, get up, woman, let me get your bedpan. The bedside manner kind of goes away. You lose those things, and those are very, you know, and that is where the unskilled immigrants will find their way. That's why you mostly hear them, hey, I'm in the hospital, nursing, healthcare. They're not performing surgeries where you don't care about the bedside manner as much. They're getting your mama's bedpan or changing her clothes and shit like that. And they don't have those same sentiments because culturally, they're different people. And I think that is some of the unseen that you miss out when you have a foreign people taking up many of your low-skill jobs where they are responsible for the vulnerable, children, and elderly people. So
Well,
anyway,
John, let me say this, man, because me from the same state, but I'm from the south of that same state, right? And when I was working in banking, I meet a lot of Mexican people that you know coming in with visas, work visas and stuff like that, and they had this thing that they would do where they would like send money back home. And I met a lot of cool Mexican dudes, like really, really dope dudes And they were like, hey, man, what I'm doing here for this 1 week, I can pay for most of my family back home for the month, right? And a lot of them was doing roofing and drywall, right? So I met some of the dudes that they were working for, and they would be like, we pick them up 6 in the morning before it's light outside, and we'll work until maybe 6 p.m.
Yeah.
And these dudes is getting like $1,000, $1,200 checks a week.
Yeah.
And you think about that compared to how much they were making back home, it was a lot of money. It was a lot of money, and they were sending it back. And I seen it. They had the skill, and like you said, if you had a hurricane come through, and your roof leaking, you don't really care about who's doing the work as long as it's done properly, right? And these dudes are doing it efficiently, like they were doing it, bro.
Yeah, I believe.
So that's some of those jobs. And then when I'm only wanted to mention this to tie it back into, we be saying like these are immigrant folks is still in the jobs. These niggas is not trying to do those jobs on those roofs, man. And I've seen some of the white dudes I know that have these companies, Jay. They were like, hey man, we wanna support anybody, but when it comes down to doing these jobs, you're gonna be sweating, you might be funky at the end of the day. 12 hours, we weren't doing it, bro. We weren't signing up for it. And I've seen dudes making $1,200 a week, and I've seen other dudes that's working at manufacturing plants making $600 a week. And I was like, dang, me personally at that same age, I would have been out there on that. I mean, I'm kind of scared of heights a little bit, but I would have been out there trying to figure something out, man, getting over it. But this is one of those things. Sometimes we got to really kind of figure out, those weren't black jobs. Like black folks is not trying to get those jobs, man.
I worked on the roof, and I'm telling you, man, like everybody ain't cut out for that shit.
Yeah.
And he beat your ass down, man. You gotta be cut out for that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And because it's early in the morning, all day, like that heat will get you, man. Someone says fall off a roof and no joke. That's true.
Facts.
But here's the thing. I think what that lady said really pointed out what I think is going on. You add in the temp companies, right? If you ever work for a temp company, if you live in Alabama, you probably have, right?
Yeah, I know all about it. Yep.
You know how it goes with the temp company. They take some of your money, right?
Yep.
Right. But you never get what the company is going to pay their regular employees, right?
Facts.
And you hustling, trying to get regular employees so you
trying to get on officially. Yeah.
Well, and very rarely do you get on. It depends on where you work and what they need. Because they don't have a need to put you on and start paying you more.
Right.
Why not just keep you as a temp? Right. And so the lady saying, hey, these temp companies are springing up on my block. All right. That's what she said.
Dang.
And then she also said, what did she say? She says, they're paying these people and charging for the housing all at the same damn time. Right. In that sense, you can charge them less. You can pay them a little less, because you're paying them for all-in costs. What are you charging them for rent? Right. It starts to get a little murky. But now you got a captive labor force that even if you had to pay them, basically the same as you would pay a regular American, he captive. You go pick up your whole damn shift of workers with vans. That in and of itself is better than having to go through, 30, 40 people showing up individually. People going to be late and shit. Just pick them all up at one time. One fell swoop. Let's go. And the factory is humming. Nobody leaving, going anywhere. They ain't got no car. Right? You pick them all up. It's a beautiful thing. Hell, they don't know how to drive, so many of them ain't going to be able to get cars anyway. It really is a beautiful thing for the business, from the business standpoint. You couldn't do that with Mexicans because the Mexicans, as a black man said, will start their own business. They don't need to be working in no factory. They know how to put roofs and shit on. The Haitians don't know how to put roofs on.
Nah.
They do real shit. They don't know how to do drywall. They are the perfect worker bee. to replace these workers in these small towns, black and white, doesn't matter. They're going to replace them all because I'm sure they're undercutting these people, guarantee you.
Well, John, I can say this from personal experience. I had a roof replaced on my house that we sold, and then my parents, and it was like a $12,000 job. My dad told me them dudes got up there and did that in 2 days. They paid $12,000 in 2 days. So you start thinking about like the materials and everything. Materials might have been, it could have been $4,000 to $5,000, if that. And you have a team of, with 5-6 dudes up there doing their thing, and you pay them whatever the difference. The owner's going to get a big chunk of it. So you start to think like, dang, they did that in 2 days, and they weren't working literally on my parents' house for the whole 8 hours. Like they did 4 hours this, and then went to another job. So it's probably 2 jobs that they completed within those same 2 days. It kind of make you think like, man, and that's why certain technical jobs are more valuable, because a lot of us is not getting on that roof. I got on the roof with my dad one time to do something and clean out the gutters, and I had a problem. Like my mind was like weird. I couldn't figure out how to get on the ladder to get down for a second. I was like, my mind, I got all kind of education, but I was just looking like, he's like, son, turn around and you got to figure it out. And I'm like, and I've seen all these videos, these dudes stamping stuff, bam, bam, bam on the roof, and I'm over here.
Yeah, you got to know how to
confused. So I'm like,
you got to know how to put it up, put the ladder, position.
Yeah, all that stuff, man. It's just, but they make it look like it's easy, man. It's just one of those things, man, where you gotta develop the proper technical skills to succeed, and a lot of people figure that out, man. There's a lot of jobs that's never going to go away, man. Roofing, plumbing, those are 2 off the top of my mind. Carpentry and all that stuff. But
I bet you this. You know how hard it is to find a finished carpenter.
Oh man,
like finding a needle set. You can find a whole lot of people put up drywall, but then when it comes time to put that molding and shit, to cut that molding without seeing little gaps and shit, man, those people are a dime and a dozen. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, like a needle in a haystack. They're not a dime and a dozen.
Needle in a haystack.
And so, like, it probably takes maybe 2 generations to build a fine carpenter. And just like, could you start carpentry today and be a fine finished carpenter in 20 years? A good finished carpenter where you can compete with anyone who's been doing it. It'd probably be very difficult.
Yeah.
If you didn't have any construction experience, you learn how to put up the drywall because you got to be able to do that. And you learn how to cut and work with all the tools. You got to buy all the tools.
Yep.
And you ain't gonna be making any money. You practice on your own, whatever. And then oh shit, I gotta send a message. I have to give me 1 second. Yeah.
I wish I could smoke in my place. My girl gets mad at me about it though. Might go to the garage and start puffing on my pipe.
You want some?
For real?
You want some weed or something?
Yeah, I mean, I don't smoke out of I don't use a Rillo anymore. I mean, sometimes I do. Sometimes I use a Rollo, or sometimes I use rolling papers. But most times I use a corn cob because it's a cleaner hit. Like I use a corn cob.
You ever do edibles?
Of course, yeah. But I mean, the thing with edibles. So one time, my girl's sister came over, and she brought over edible iced tea. Right, and we both took each of us had like half of a wine glass, right, of infused iced tea. I was fine, I was good, but she greened out, hard actually, and she was like, "Oh my god, like my heart is beating so fast, I'm so worried." I'm like, "Don't be worried." She's like, she got cold and her heart is beating fast, and like, you're just greening out, it's okay. Now, when I green out, I have a much different reaction, but she wasn't able to satisfy that, so it really didn't matter at the time. So I was just kind of like, you know what, hey, listen, just ride out the wave, you'll be okay. Try not to throw up if you can help it. Some people, when they green out, they throw up. I've never thrown up before. When I green out, I think I'm having a heart attack. That's me, and I'll get really flush. I'll get really hot. Yeah, but everyone's greened
Everybody's
out at least
different.
once.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you greened out, and when you do, you have a different reaction. You know what I mean? Because keep in mind, people seem to forget, right? THC is still a drug, and your body does reject it if it's too much. Your body will reject it.
Yeah.
You know, and it just depends on how it does that. Now, granted, I never heard of anybody dying on THC. Not unless
that's
you had
the
some.
thing. That's crazy.
Not
Nobody,
even with what we have today.
Yeah, they got some strong stuff. Nobody has died off an overdose of weed. That's like crazy. That's a beautiful thing.
Do you understand what they would have to do to concentrate it? How much you'd have to concentrate it into one little tablet for you to overdose? The amount it would take?
It's got to be higher than fentanyl, or it has to be super concentrated. Like,
you would have to smoke 1,500 pounds in 15 minutes worth of THC to overdose.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
It's insane. It's insane, you know?
Yeah, but you know, I want to say, not recently, a few years ago, I tried edibles for the first time. Me and my wife, we tried edibles at my cousin's house, and we thought they were whack. We was in Orlando. We was hanging out in Orlando, Florida. We was like, man, this is nothing. We looked at each other. I promise you, 37 minutes later, we would start giggling, and then they were used to it, so they were looking at us like, oh, okay, it just hit. And I was like, man, that was like one of the best highs I ever felt, man. Honestly, it was like a pure high. It wasn't like too over the edge. It was just like giggly. Man, I wanted some pizza. I wanted that's the kind of thing I was on, man. It was a cool feeling. So yeah, man. Some people do the edibles. The state I live in right now, we're looking at trying to get marijuana legal and stuff.
Is it medically legal?
Right, yeah,
you're in Florida?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in Florida. So now I think that's one of the big things that's coming up on the election. Like, hey, people want to be able to do this record, whenever they want without being classified as, sick or whatnot.
Here's the thing. With weed, the culture has really changed around that, and a lot of states have realized the amount of revenue that can come out of it. You can regulate it like you regulate alcohol. I mean, that's one of the platforms I believe Trump mentioned, is that when he gets in office, he'll federally legalize it. Just tax it, treat it like alcohol.
The first time. Why do you think he didn't? I thought he'd do it the first time around. Why do you think he didn't do it?
I think the reason why he didn't is because the GOP still had a lot of traditional conservatives in there. They had a lot of traditional, and Trump showing up the way he did, as brash as he was, especially with his platform being spearheaded with immigration, had reawoken a lot of the conservatives who were in the woodwork. The silent majority. The silent majority is a real thing. That's not just a catchphrase. It's a real thing. Obviously, we saw it in 2016. And you have to look now that 8 years have passed. A lot of things that the GOP and the right as a whole would consider radical really are much more moderate now. And the left has done that, actually. The left has made things that the GOP would think is radical and have made them more mainstream. So now the people who were like, I don't really want to fuck with the right like that, are like, you know what? I don't want to fuck with the left like that because their shit's way too left. But the right's okay with some things that I like. So now I can see myself more so on their side. So I think that's the reason why. And I think also that a lot, because of the amount of information, if you look at the past 8 years, information has really just proliferated so strongly. And I think because you have so many youth now that can get a hold of information, they can do their own fact checking, they can look at the people who can give you verifiable sources. The right can have a huge infusion of a lot of young voters, a lot of young influencers that can show you, hey, listen, this party's a lot different than you think it is. It's not your grandpappy's GOP. It's not what you think it is. You've been misled.
Take a look at this headline right here. I wonder if this is where Devotee is saying how state marijuana legalization became a boom for corruption. You look around most of your cities and states, you say, damn, like, if they want to legalize it, why don't they just legalize it? Make it like cigarettes or tomatoes. Just got to show your ID to buy weed like a tomato in the grocery store. But they don't do that.
But John, that's the thing that confuses me, man, because you know how Trump had pushed for abortion to be a state level situation where they determine what they want to do. A lot of states do that with a lot of stuff. When it comes to smoking, I think Alabama, you have to be 19 to, back in the day, you have to be 19 to buy cigarettes or tobacco. And every state have those little things that there's different. It should be the same thing with marijuana. Like, I mean,
it is. That's how it's working out. But look at how it's working out locally, statewide, not statewide, because it's typically the state officials get their cut.
Mm-hmm.
Then every little city that passes their own laws got to get their cut. So New York City says, okay, we're going to legalize marijuana. Then the New York City officials say, oh, shit, we got another windfall of tax money by way of bribes.
I want to say something on that real quick. As far as New York is concerned.
Any state.
You guys know when New York... Well, I just want to say this real quickly. Okay, it's a very small tangent. We'll get back on track. Did you guys know that this past weekend when Trump was in New York, he had a turnout of 60,000 in downtown New York? He had a turnout of 60,000 people. Yes. He had a 60K turnout.
That's a lot.
For a blue... Yes, it is 60K turnout.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
That's really crazy. That's crazy.
If he had done this, so if he was like, I'll put it like this: if he'd have done this and he was like upstate, I'd be like, that makes sense. Even if he did it on Long Island, I'd be like, okay, I can kind of see that. He was in downtown New York and got 60,000 to come out. That's wild.
Man, that's crazy. Well, one thing I would say is I've seen, you know how, when it comes to sexuality and people don't want to come out of the closet. There's people that support Trump that don't want to be labeled as a Trump supporter. So when you say 60,000 in New York City, I'm like that to me that seems like it's a lot because New York City is really, really progressive in blue, right? So I would think that they would have been throwing tomatoes at him and stuff like that. But
he's a New Yorker.
He's a New Yorker, but I mean, he's
a New Yorker. That's the crazy
Trump
part.
was always a Democrat. Like he was most of his career and before he was a Democrat. What year did he change? What year, Jay, did he change to a Republican?
Well, he officially announced back in 2015. But understand this, though. Understand this. And I actually talked with another content creator about this. If you look at his platform now, right? His platform now is considered MAGA. But if you took his platform now and plopped it in the 1990s, he would be considered a New York Democrat. Just your average New York Democrat.
Yeah.
In the 90s. 30 years ago.
Named Imperius on this panel said
I know.
Like,
I know who he is.
Yeah. He said the Republicans of today are the Democrats of the 90s, which Clinton and all that stuff. Like I was like, what do you mean by that? And then I started to look at their policies and what they believe. That's kind of crazy though when you think about it. Like 90s, you know what I'm saying? 90s was a good decade for a lot of stuff. Yeah, it was, you know what I'm saying? They had to, cracking down on crime and all that stuff. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. I don't need to go too far into that. But yeah, that's kind of crazy when you think about that. He a lot of videos that you've seen where he was real popular. Black people were supporting him. It was around that time, 90s, early 2000s, up into 2012, I think, because remember he had the show on NBC. What was
The Apprentice.
Called? The Apprentice. That was like the #1 show for 3-4 years. I could be wrong, but he was doing numbers. He was popular.
I think it was 13 years he was on there.
Yeah, it's crazy numbers. So I mean, it's one of those things where you kind of scratch your head about, like, dang, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I kind of argue with some of my friends sometimes, like, y'all say he's racist and stuff. Like, when did he become racist? Because y'all was supporting him, and I heard you say you want Trump money and this and that, and now you're saying he's like racist. And I said this like years ago, not early, not now, but it's one of those conversations to have.
So what I end up hearing a lot of the times, the tropes I end up hearing as to the argument they make for him being racist is usually two things. The first is back in the 80s when he was increasing the prices for his rental properties and low-income housing, which they thought was racially targeted because, of course, in that time, there were certain demographics that couldn't handle the same amount of pricing power, that didn't have the same amount of pricing power to keep their homes, and they thought it was racially targeted. Even though he's a businessman and like you raise the prices for those who you want to. I mean, John, you are in real estate, so you already know how that works. You already know how that game works. The demographics you want. And number two, they go to the Central Park Five. That's usually the two they go to about what the comments he made in the 80s when that situation went down. Those seem to be the main two factors they use as to why he's racist. And of course, you know, if you looked at his presidency, they nitpick at every little thing they possibly can. They'll take anything and extrapolate it into him being a racist. They'll look at everything they can. From 16 to 20, they look at every possible thing. They'll dissect it. They'll dig into it. They'll chew on it again, and blow it up. The mountain. They'll make a mountain out of a molehill, right? So that's usually the two main things that they're using.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
So,
you really think about
Jay,
it.
so when I seen like recently, I sent my friend, and maybe I was sending to I need to talk to John about some other thing. Me and him was talking about Drake maybe a month ago about his whatever how much power he has in the industry and whatnot. But when it comes to like what we're talking about now, there's a clear sign where people consider him racist for this and that. But there's videos of people saying, "Hey, Jennifer Hudson, I don't know if you know who that is. She's a singer.
She was on American Idol.
American Idol. Her family got killed by her brother-in-law or whatever. And then I just found this out recently that he like put her in a hotel where the remaining family can pay for everything. This is Donald Trump, right? And I'm like, dang, this is kind of crazy. I didn't know this stuff. But then you see all these other different videos that Jesse Jackson was like, oh, in 1988, he was a person that supported me, this and that. I'm like, so maybe I don't think Donald Trump is racist, but I think he just is a mean person. Like he just say some real extravagant, mean stuff to people.
He's a New Yorker.
Like. He's a New Yorker.
New Yorkers are assholes. This is how it is.
He's an asshole. Like he disrespect women. He disrespect handicap. You remember he did the handicap thing where he did the whole the handicap arms. And I'm like, he's just a very disrespectful person. But as far as like racist, that might be one of the terms I wouldn't associate him with. But you can say sexist if you want to say sexist. Yes.
We let that slide.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just those kind of things. Like,
let me answer a couple comments. Do you think Trump was saving the federal legalization of marijuana for the second term? I don't think so, because there's no guarantee he'll get a second term. If you look at the subtitle on this article, by making local officials the gatekeepers for million-dollar businesses, states created a breeding ground for bribery and favoritism. I think that was done on purpose. Yeah. And that is why you see from city to city, there's all these arcane bullshit business laws surrounding marijuana, where you got to have this or that, or have a black person go around and be a scout for you, this or that. Like, there are all these arcane rules, and every city has its own little set of bullshit rules before they will allocate you their license. So I would suggest you read this article if you're interested. I'll put it in the chat. If you're interested, why has it taken the marijuana?
How old is the article, by the way?
That article was 2020, so it's 4 years old. Let me see if I can find something that was interesting. Let's see. Was it Scout? No, it's not that.
Cape Verdean. There's a YouTuber who's half Cape Verdean. I like to watch.
So there's something in there where there are like rules that these cities put in all these kind of rules to make it almost impossible and very easy for corporations to get the licenses. I think this is the article. Check it out. But there's a reason why, here's another article here. It's one of the reasons why you don't see them in you don't see many like weed shops in the ghettos and stuff like that. Even though those people smoke a lot of weed, they got to go to the good neighborhoods to find it. Typically, here's a headline: Colorado's weed market is coming down hard, and it's making other states nervous. Businesses are shuttering or laying off workers as sales have plunged by 700 million. Colorado.
What year was this?
That was June 9th, 2024.
Really? Huh.
Simply pure.
Wow.
And
I will say I can understand why. Probably because I was in Colorado not too long ago. My uncle lives in Colorado, and he and his wife were telling me that instead of using the money from the cannabis industry on infrastructure, they were just giving out cash payments, like they were giving it out in tax returns to citizens. But apparently, Colorado citizens don't want to get the tax returns; they want them to use that money on infrastructure. Make the roads better. They have this weird. So here's the thing: if you've ever been to, I'm assuming you've been to Colorado, John. I'm assuming you've been there at least once.
Yeah.
If you guys have ever go to Colorado Springs, which is basically on a giant ass mountain, that weather is extremely bipolar. It makes no sense. That weather is senseless. It'll be nice and sunny, 70-degree day, and then later on that day it'll start snowing out of nowhere. It makes no sense at all. They had this crazy ass pink salt that they put all over the streets, and it's bad for the streets. It's bad for the car. It causes cracks. On top of it, you have crazy ass weather, and they get pissy about it, and they want better infrastructure. So it's simple as that. So I think maybe that's part of the reason why. I don't know 100%, but I'm going off what people who lived in Colorado told me.
There are things about like security. I think there's delivery.
Mm-hmm.
There's a cultivation. So I think the people that are having the biggest problem clearly are the retail people. And that is what this article, I think, is talking about. Because there has to be like licensed security guards to haul this stuff, if I'm not mistaken. There are licensed growers, and I think that is what a profit is. The profit is not in the retail store. No retail stores make a lot of money, so clearly a weed retail store is not going to make a lot. But yeah, so I think it's upstream is where the money is, and that is where corporations have all of the licenses. And so the little man, he wants to fight and sell it on the street or at the retail level. But the corporations control all the supply that can be sold to the dispensaries or something to that effect, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I got to step away, guys, for a second. Portia, Jay is in the background. Cracker's in the background. He can moderate. Anyone need to step up? I'll be back.
All right. Well, in that case, then I guess we'll just keep the conversation going with Bud, because I don't mind talking about Bud. I kind of wish I had my pipe loaded up, but my girl actually just came back in a little bit ago, and I had to say goodnight to her, so she probably hit the pipe beforehand. I need to actually put more Bud in the garage container. I don't know about you guys, but I personally, I'm not I'll smoke every day, sure, but I don't smoke a shitload, because the bowl I have on my pipe is only about 0.5 gram. It's a 0.5 gram bowl. So, and I got 2 ounces, like late winter, early spring of 23, and I still have that. So yeah, I may smoke every day, but I don't do all night fryathons. I actually had old friends of mine, former friends of mine. Like when they wanted to smoke, they would get like a couple of Rillo. They would get like 7-8 blunts, and of course we're talking about like games or like games or Dutch Masters, right? Gut them, right? Fill them full of bud, and then just start smoking them one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other.
Yeah,
it would just be fucking wild, dude.
Yeah, I was never built on that either, man. two puffs, and I might be like, dang, I feel that. Then you might finish 1-2 blunts, and I might come back around for the next 2 puffs, and I feel it. But I mean, there's some people that really chain smoke, bro. Now I'll be honest with you, I did do cigarettes back in the day. Now I could Newports. I was smoking those like it was nothing, and I've seen some people that looked at me without smoking weed, Like they couldn't handle Newports, and I'm like, yeah. Sometimes I'm drinking, I might smoke 3-4 of them, three of them in a row. You know, say stuff like that. But yeah, I get it. I get it. But I mean, we just is a little different, man. It's just
It is.
a little bit more laid back. It's like that's one of the things. You have like a bottle of something, and you smoking at your house, you just chilling, bro. Like it's a good feeling. Like I haven't seen too many people that are like, I'm smoking weed. I want to go to the club and get on bitches and
look,
nah, bro.
look. If I smoke, if I puff on any bud before I go into the club or go to a bar, let's see right now, I'm spacing the fuck out. I'm getting my drink. I'm gonna find a wall and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna space the fuck out for a bit till I come back to. And of course, you think at first like, if you know, like, oh, you know what? I'll just show up high and I'll be all loosey goosey, and I'm because I'm already high. I'm high. I'm not gonna need to drink that much to get a buzz. Motherfucker, I'm like, man, I'm like, damn. I don't feel like talking to people. I just kind of want to enjoy my high right now. Get a drink, maybe play some darts. Yeah, if that.
Exactly. Yeah, like some coolers that you might do, billers or stuff like that. You might just be chilling on that kind of avenue. But yeah, man, it's a different. That's one of those things where you gotta kind of experiment. So you drink, depending on what you drink too, because I never been rowdy off of beer, so I might drink some liquor. So I might
that's when. And it's always if you drink dark liquor. Have you noticed that too? Like you find out that you get into the most fuck shit if you drink dark liquor as opposed to drinking light.
Some head busters. We're gonna knock a nigga head off. It's probably off of some brown liquor. Like
I never understood why that's the case. I never understood that. I just never got it.
Let me say this, because when I was younger, we had it's cheap brown liquor, man. It's a lot of cheap brown liquor. But then when you start going up Hennessy, and then you start going up to Remy, and then you go up to darker brown, you don't have that same avenue. Like, well, one reason is, Jay, is because you can afford this and your mindset is different, right? So when I was on E&J, you can buy a bottle. I don't know. I can't remember what it was, but it was $8 or something. It's a bottle for.
How long ago was this? You and I are probably close to the same age. So how long ago was this?
I'm turning 40 next year, right?
Oh shit, you're older than me. Never mind. Okay, I thought we were close to the same age. I'm 33.
32. Yeah. So, have you ever been on E&J?
Yeah, I'm drinking, bro. Listen, I used to live in the hood, man. I did all that shit, bro. One thing I still do when I drink beers, I still drink out of 40s. Even now, I haven't stopped that.
So if you did E&J, like when I was in college, 2003, 2004, you do E&J, it's so cheap. $10, you can. That's for the weekend. Like $10, you and your friends, like you be straight.
It was still cheap when I was in college. I started college in 09, and it was still cheap.
So E&J, that means it's at the bottom of the barrel, right?
Yeah.
Dang. So
Mad Dog 2020, shit.
Oh my god.
Sometimes you get a Colt. If you wanted to get a Colt, a 40 of Colt, right? If you want to be fancy, not fancy, but if you really want to get fucked up, yeah.
I would say that. So when you think about stuff like that, and then you start kind of graduate. Oh man, I'm making a little bit more money. Let me try this Hennessy, and then pure Hennessy, and then you want to try Remy, and then you start to see like, hey, this liquor can get me just as drunk, but I don't have the hangover effect. That's where you kind of learn about like the different. There's a lot of different liquors where you can do dose or whatever, and you be like, okay, yeah, that's why you pay this much, because you get drunk and you wake up and you regular and stuff like that. But just so you're 33, so we like 6 years apart.
Yeah,
makes sense. So,
but you also learn to appreciate a smoother hit. You also learn to appreciate when like say for example, if you drink some dirt cheap bullshit, right? It has a lot of bite, right? But when you drink, whether it's light or dark, if it's a bottle that's you've paid money into, it's really refined. It's very smooth. You can just enjoy it. If anything, you feel it's warm. That's it. It's just very warm on the way down, right? It kind of it gives your mouth almost like that effect when you exhale. It feels kind of cool. you know, and you come to appreciate that. It makes it a lot easier. Plus, you realize that especially when it comes to whiskey, because I'm a whiskey fan. When it comes to alcohol, like when it comes to liquor, rather, I like whiskey more than anything else. You appreciate something you can sip on. You know what I mean, I mean, especially if it's a single malt whiskey, get a good glass. Maybe you have hopefully you get it chilled, but sometimes I'll do it on the rocks, right? And I'll have some water there if I want to chase it. But sometimes it's something you just want to sip on, just enjoy. Just to enjoy it.
I don't know. I don't know if you was in this realm of. Have you ever tried a Four Loko, bro?
Bro, listen, that shit was still popping when I was in college, dude. You kidding me? Freshman year of college, Four Loko was all it was about, dude. Four Loko was the shit back then.
That's what I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I done drunk a lot of stuff in my life. Everclear, 151 proof.
You had Club 190?
Huh?
Did you ever drink? Because you mentioned Everclear, right? Did you ever drink its cheaper cousin, Club 190?
No, nah. If that's more than Everclear, I wouldn't touch it.
No. So Club 190 is well, Everclear is not 100% alcohol. 100% alcohol you can't. But Everclear is like 95%. Club 190 is like 5%. It's 5% dialed back, right? 5% weaker, and they it's just a generic version of it called the Club 190. It's Everclear, but a generic version. And I remember back in the day, we would get a bottle of that because I used to do a lot of conventions back in the day too, especially around college. And then what would we do? We just get a fuckload of Hawaiian Punch, throw a couple of fruits, citrus fruits in there, and just take a whole fifth of Club 190 and pour that bitch in. Bam, you had alcohol for the whole weekend.
That's what they do.
Yeah,
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
No, I never went that far. I think one time, literally one time, my sister, she's older than me. She had a little party, and she had like fruit sitting in Everclear. So I mean, literally, and I was younger, so I was like 21, 22, and I ate like two cherries, bro, and I was drunk. Dude, just two cherries. And I was sitting at her house looking confused. I was like 21, 22. And I was like, man, this is something. And this is something I'm not going to do again. That's exactly what I said. And then when I went to the beach for a spring break in Panama City, I seen a dude try to take an Everclear bottle to the face. And he was like,
no.
He did it. And then he was like, yeah. And he was flexing. And then the ambulance came and told him away. This is Panama City. I forgot what year it was. Panama City, Florida. So if you want to look it up, it's a real popular beach.
He didn't just throw up?
No. He was like passed out after he did that, whatnot. But it's just one of those things. But I was telling you, my worst situation from I can remember from drinking was like Four Locos. I took two of them to the head, and that was where I knew. I read about it after that. It was like 1 Four Loko at the time. This is like 2011, 2012, 2011, right? And it was like 1 Four Loko is like 7 or 8 beers. But I took two of them like to the face, like within, Jay, I'm not lying to you, bro. I took them to within 5 minutes. I drank one. I was like, man, that's nothing. Well, y'all said the Four Locos hit. And then when I took the second one, I finished it. Everything was spinning like the labyrinth. Like everything was spinning. I couldn't. I was trying to walk, and then it was on the roof, and I was trying to put in the air, and people was laughing. Luckily, my lady was there. My girlfriend at the time was there, and she like drove me home. I was like, yo, I couldn't even drive if I wanted to. That like Four Locos that's from the devil. Everything else we're talking about is like we talk about weed and Hennessy and whatever, E&J. Okay, whatever, woo-de-woo. But that Four Loko, bro, I couldn't handle it. Like two of them, it was 2 cans. I don't know what size they were, but it was just like, bro, yeah, that was too much.
That's insane, dude. That's fucking wild. Back to back in 5 minutes. I've had Four Loko before, but I didn't do any nut shit like that.
Yeah,
not
man,
like that.
that's what's weird, because I done seen some people get crazy off of beer. I've seen some people get Hennessy or vodka, but that was the only thing that I can recall where I was just like, "Yo, I'm done." Like,
I will say the only time that I got sloshed off beer was at a festival, at a beer festival. But it was like around this time of year, around close to October, when you start going to Oktoberfests, right? But the difference is, though, when you go to Oktoberfests, you ain't drinking regular beer. You're drinking beer. Like you're drinking. No, you're drinking real beer. Then you're drinking beer that's meant to get you fucked up. You know what I mean? You ever had craft beer before? Like when a brewery decides to make it on their own, and they make it the way they want to make it. That's what I'm saying. You're drinking beer then. You're not drinking bullshit beer. You're not drinking something that you get out the liquor store and it takes you, 15 of your 30 pack to feel a buzz. Like you're drinking real shit, Then that's probably one of the few times where I was fucking hammered drinking beer, 'cause that shit's strong. And I remember the festival I went to, they made they had a pumpkin spice beer that they decided to what do they call it? They don't call it brewing. They call it, I guess they steep it, right? Or they ferment the beer. I forget what the term they use though. But they basically had the beer inside of a pumpkin. It was a pumpkin spice beer, and they kept it inside of a pumpkin. And then basically you stuck a tap inside the pumpkin and poured that bitch right out. It was great, bro. I was going ham. And plus, I was so drunk at that point, I was cutting the line too to go get food. Because it was also the festival doubled as a grilled cheese and mac and cheese cook-off. See which place had the best mac and cheese or best grilled cheese. So you could basically get fucked up and just keep eating. And I paid VIP tickets, so I was like, I'm just gonna get fucked up the whole day. I'm not driving, my girl is. So I was like, fuck it, I don't care. This was the last year before the fucking pandemic, man. I think the pandemic killed off that festival. I used to love that festival too, man. It was fun as shit. Used to get on, into all kinds of crazy bullshit, man. And I had a couple friends of mine, old friends of mine back in the day, would come over. We'd go over to the car, fucking smoke up, go get more food. They were selling brats and brats and sauerkraut. Get some of that shit because it's all German based. So that's all.
Wait, what city were you living in when this happened?
At the time?
Yeah.
I mean, at the time it was just it was close to Lancaster, I think.
Lancaster. What state?
PA.
Okay, PA. Okay, Pennsylvania. Okay, so that's when you saying this, some of the stuff that you mentioning, like I'm a military brat, so I was living in Germany. So some of the stuff that you're saying, it sounds really, really familiar to other stories I've heard from my brother that's way older than me and stuff like that, my parents and stuff like that. So okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Beer can get you right, but also it make you like feel so full in your stomach or whatever.
Yeah.
So if you drink
kind of the drawback.
Bathroom, you can drink. I can drink 25 beers if I'm going to use a bathroom after every one of them. I'm like, but it's a different feeling when it comes to that. When it comes to that real beer from what people tell me about, saying being in Europe and stuff like that. So, or those festivals. So, I feel you on that.
Yeah, man, those festivals are the shit, honestly. And there's some actually, you know what, man? I was telling my girl we're probably gonna start doing that again, because it's been a while. We haven't been going out and doing fun shit like that. We've been grinding, and part of the reason, because now we're in it's pumpkin spice season now. Summer's over, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But pumpkin spice season has started now. I want to start doing beer festivals. I want to do, my favorite holiday of the year is coming up. I'm a Halloween fan. That's my favorite holiday of the year. So I want to do shit like that. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
And I'm not a big fan of fall, but it's beer, costumes, candy, football. So hey, listen, there's at least some good shit that comes out of it. You know what I mean? So
a lot of good stuff, man. It's that time of the year, so I'm definitely with you on that.
Yeah.
Only thing about the beer that I've been avoiding is I still drink, but I've been on this fitness tip. So the beer give you that yeast. It's almost like drinking
bread.
Having bread. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You have that added to you. So I literally can tell the difference me taking 3 shots of vodka or have a cup of vodka mixed with something compared to me drinking beer. I wake up and my stomach is loaded and all this stuff. So it's one of those things I kind of consider. I haven't drank beer in a while, but that was one of those things that was always kind of cool. You know, you go out with your fellas and drink beer and wings, watch the fight. Sometimes that's better than, you know, liquor. You know what I'm saying? Like you just parlay in and
You know
get
what?
a picture. So
Beer is basically bread soda when you think about it.
bread soda. Yeah, I see
Essentially.
that. Yeah,
Because sometimes you'll drink beer and it'll have that barley taste. Like I actually do like that. You know, that's why I'm a big fan of lagers. Like if I know I got a good lager, I'll take that over anything. Because it has that barley kind of wheat taste to it. And I like it, you know. I'm not a big fan of the hoppy taste. I don't mind IPAs, but sometimes I don't mind the hoppy taste. And what I absolutely do not like are stouts. Stouts taste like dog shit, even if it's a good stout. I remember one time, this was back in 2014 or 15. I was chilling with my dad. We were watching. I think it was 2015 because it was when the Red Sox won the World Series again. In the teens, and I'm watching. I was like, Dad, you got anything to drink? And then he comes out and he gives me Steel Reserve, and I never had Steel Reserve before in my life. I never had it, right?
Oh my
And I
God.
drank that shit and I spit it out. I was like, Dad, what the fuck is this shit? Why would you give me this? What's wrong with you? What did I do to get you so mad? He's like, well, son,
Dude,
you know.
I'm not gonna lie. Steel is some of the most nasty
Dog
stuff
shit, man.
you can.
Dog shit.
I'm not one of them freaky niggas that like piss play and get peed on. But I'm just gonna assume that's what pee tastes like. And I'm not gonna ever stand up for that. But Jay and Rasul, there's a comment in here that's like really I know both of you guys are in this stuff. One of y'all want to read that and try to attack that?
I've heard about this. I've heard about this before. I was listening about it earlier today about this mass casualty event. I'm not going to buy into it. I'm not about to sit here and buy into this. It's pure speculation. It's all propaganda. No one gives anything that's absolutely credible behind it. I mean, honestly, it's just a bunch of fear porn. And of course, they're going to do fear porn because Trump is catching up in the polls. We know polls are bullshit, but polls can't be that bullshit if they're showing that Trump is actually winning by a little bit. Because back in 2016, Trump was losing by a lot. So polls can't be that bullshit if he's only winning by a little bit in states that he's not supposed to be winning, and he is. So obviously, he didn't do that bad in the last debate he did against Kamala. Personally, after the second attempt, I think he should do another debate. I think he should have scheduled a debate the same week after that attempt.
Well, they say
the
that every time that he did a debate, or I think it was every time. No, it was every time I think Kamala spoke, Trump gained like 100,000 voters in the poll. Hold on, let me fact check that real quick.
I'm gonna go re-up. I'll be right back.
All right.
My bad.
So you're saying that every time that
I believe it was either the debate, like every time they debated, which was once.
No,
it
might be every time she interviewed or whatnot. I probably
I think it was the interview.
I've seen a lot of content creators talk about when she interviewed with Oprah, and they were like saying like it was a lot of like professionals talking about Oprah's body language when she was saying this up. Kamala was saying this and that. They were saying that like Oprah didn't believe her, and they said this was a bad interview. Well, only thing about it is, in my opinion, is like, the Democrats didn't select her to be the nominee. It was like an old white dude. He was he couldn't do what he wanted to do, so he basically stepped back. And if you ever, which I'm a registered Democrat, so I can tell you this from the beginning. When I was watching this stuff in 2020 and 2016, 2020, there was nobody supporting her, right? Like she had one of the lowest supporting rates. It was like some weird people ahead of her, which is shocking to this day. And everybody forgot that. Like they're not trying to bring that up. And I'm like, bro, you realize it's almost like the dream woman that you want. You approach her and she's like, yes, I will marry you, but she only want to marry you because the nigga that she really wants is married already. And that's how Kamala is. Like, it's like nobody selected her, but now is trying to rally behind her. And I don't know if that's a good analogy, but it's a weird situation, man. But sometimes hate is more powerful than love, because people hate Trump, man. He's a racist bastard, so they might vote for her because of that reason.
Has anyone really done the digging into whether or not Kamala's situation is even legal? Because keep in mind, I've had these arguments online that the possibility of Joe Biden stepping down was a possibility, and that she was on the ticket, but she was on the ticket as vice president. She wasn't on the ticket as president when the primaries rolled through. So I don't know where the legality is behind that.
It's not legal.
Yet it's happening.
It's happening in real time, and we aren't involved in we're not involved in the legal structure of politics as citizens as we should be. And I don't think that we realize why, this is happening right in front of our faces. Basically, they're trying to do the same thing as they did with the shutdowns with COVID, if you ask me. They're trying to test whether or not the citizens are going to
what can they get away with? How much can they get away with?
Yeah, how much could they get away with? But what I'm saying is uphold the laws that already exist, right? And when you don't uphold these laws, when you're ignorant of them, which we are to a degree, including myself in certain aspects, these people will obviously use those ignorances in your detriment. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh wow.
So I mean, you're saying that. I mean, well, you make a valid point. A lot of us don't. I mean, just seeing. I'm trying to keep it classy. Seeing some of the women I know, especially Black women, which almost 99% of my following on my social media is Black women. I see them promoting Kamala, and I'm like, man, where were y'all support when she was trying to run and she was a nominee? Do y'all remember when she, and a lot of people don't remember this, so like when she was accusing Joe Biden of being a racist pedophile? She accused him of both of those, and they don't remember that. I'm like, yo, I seen that, and I was like, yo.
Well, the thing is that politics wasn't popular for them back then, right? It's becoming more of a thing now because you got that side of the house trying to pander to more people. Megan Thee Stallion's at Kamala Harris's rallies, and you're literally trying to get the attention of the demographic of people who don't pay attention, who don't even vote. All you're trying to do is share information on social media platforms, because I guarantee you, even the people who are sharing this stuff are not going to go vote. Man, for Baltimore, I think it was like 15% of the population voted in the 2020 election.
But Rasul, one thing I know about our people is we're not really, we don't. I want to sound like an Uncle Tom, right, bro? Saying this, we don't care about results, but we care about feelings. Like what make us feel like we.
I mean, did I not illustrate that with the examples I used? Like, it's all about emotion, right? It's identity politics. That's what it is. Like, the derangement syndrome is literally a thing, right? Trump derangement.
Oh yeah, facts.
Literally a thing.
So it's like if you think somebody might say if I take this path, I'm gonna be happy, but I'm it's not gonna be what I really need. A lot of people would take that path, like, but me, I'm a logical person. I don't if I'm gonna be in a better situation, but I'm not gonna be happy, I would take that path. And I think that's where we are in society, because a lot of people would say stuff, and you see these politicians, and you see these, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that, and you're like, oh yeah, but it's not realistic. And that's where the saying communism and the Marxism come in. And it sounds really good for you to be able to walk into a store and get everything that you want, but that's not reality. Or I mean, it might be a conversation for another day that I need to have on this panel, because I studied this. I got a degree in economics. I was an economic consultant. I've done it. I've done it on several different levels, and so we can talk about that. But yeah, I'm with you and Rasul when it comes to that. Like, it's just sometimes like the passion of what feels good. Let me give you this small example. I've seen something recently where it was a young lady. The young lady, she was a plus size person on a plane, like 500 pounds. She was talking about how the seat should be catered to plus size people. She's 500 pounds, which means if you use logically, which everybody on this panel kind of thinks about. So if you have somebody who's the average person weighs in America like 200 pounds or less than 200 pounds, you have somebody 500, and she's saying that we should have planes that caters to that. Do you have 50% of less seating on that, which means drive up the prices and so on and so forth. But the logic of people is like everybody should be accommodated to what they want. And how I was raised and how I think, it's like that's not realistic. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to go
Fellas, I'm gonna dip out. It was good talking with y'all. I'll see you all next time.
All right, bro.
See you guys.
All right, bro.
Yeah. So Rasul, that's one of those things where it's like you gotta know what's best for society, and then you know what's kind of you gotta accommodate both at the same time, but you gotta kind of be realistic with stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, man. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, man. I've seen it's like if you go on TikTok, if John goes on TikTok, he'll have like 80% more like like content to just to feed off of. And Portia is the same, just like,
Well, he would have to do those shorts and stuff like that. And John, John's cadence isn't for shorts. His cadence is for somebody who wants to listen at least to 15 minutes of this conversation, right?
Yeah, I mean that's why you have to bridge the gap. I mean, I think Portia helps out a lot with that, because it's like you have somebody who.
Well, there's 24 hours of show. I'm pretty sure somebody can be clipped into a short and boost the show's relevancy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But John, John is special in his own right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like me, I don't think I'm entertaining at all. I might have something to comment on, but yeah.
Yeah, I kind of in the past I want to I think you like guns and stuff like that, Second Amendment, right? Huh?
Yeah, absolutely, brother.
Yeah, man. I want to do a show with you, like me, you. Or I told you on this like maybe a month ago. I was like, hey, me and Rashu, we both kind of passionate about guns and protection and defending their family. I want to do that. So I'm probably gonna I need to message you and him. It's like, hey, let's set up a time for us to have maybe a 2-hour show, talk about protection and stuff like that, and especially in our community, because it's kind of weird when you think about it. Like I seen I said this before on John's panel about people saying like Joe Biden said that the number one threat to democracy was white supremacy and white nationalism. And I'm like, dang, okay. And when I mentioned it to my friends, like dudes like, oh, this and that. I'm like, bro, if you're black and you hear a white man tell you that this, and then from what y'all say, the history of America is white supremacy and white people taking advantage of black people. Why would you be willing to give up your guns? Like, why would you do that? And no person that I mentioned that to have came up with a reason why they would do that. It's like, you're saying they got tiki torches and they saying they want to do this and that. Like, why would you want to give up your AR-15 and feel comfortable doing that?
Well, I mean, we all know the reality is just like any other white man, they aren't going to give up their guns.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Those type of individuals are, whether they realize it or not, they're representing the Constitution more so than anyone else, right?
Right.
They're not going to give up their guns. They're going to be willing to shoot it out with the quote unquote racist police, right? And whatever. But what we fail to realize what those ignorant blacks fail to realize is that, you know, we all are free men and we do need to abide by the Constitution and follow the fact that we all should be able to constitutionally carry, and we need to fight for that shit, to be honest.
Facts.
But it is our right to still legally get licensed, certified, etc., to carry our firearms and defend ourselves if we have to, right? And I think even that needs to be upheld, right? We need to all be trained. We need to all go out here and try to deter situations more so than we escalate situations. But if somebody is trying to harm you, we should be able to put them folks down without having all the extra bullshit, because we went through the measures that needed to be taken, right?
Yeah.
That's what I agree with. And I really wish that we can get back to that constitutional part of that. But yeah.
But Rashu, like a lot of, I mean, I don't know how many guns you have. I know that both of us, we have guns and stuff like that, but most
I've
black
bought guns and I've lost guns in boating accidents.
You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of us that look like me, you do not have guns, man. I could say, like, for instance, I would say if I have 25 homies, I would say 10 of them might have guns and know how to properly use them and clean them and all this stuff. But that's why when you be hearing like stuff about race wars and niggas, yeah, we ready. We're not ready. There's no situation where that's even a viable situation where it can happen. And I don't want to be part of any niggas that's saying that they're ready to take on white supremacy and white races and all this stuff. I don't want any of that. But if you say that, I'm gonna get my family and I'm gonna take my family, my cats, and my dog. We're gonna get on a boat and we're gonna be riding out, because these niggas do not go to no training facilities to shoot, and they're not prepping. I'm from the southern state. These folks.
This is why I'm a part of the human race. You know what I mean? I've already had conversations with other human beings who are not black, who have resources like helicopters, tanks that you can't shoot missiles
shoot.
through.
Yeah,
You can't have that
exactly.
in the United States, but you can have tanks. But I know people who have them, rocket launchers, bunch of acres of land, and we've already had these conversations about, hey, if things hit the fan, listen, I'm a friendly black, and you can always, air vac me out of the place. Right?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Exactly. Well, I mean, it's cool that we kind of think the same way, and I'm always like, trying to take care of your family and do what's right and protect yourself. So, I mean, I have.
Is that not what a man is supposed to do? You're supposed to make sure you can protect yourself, man.
And then you protect yourself, protect your family, protect your sisters, wives, whatever. You want to train them to be able to do that. It's just weird, like if you
secure your environment.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that's just what it is, man. I mean, that is what it is, man. So,
but to address what you said earlier, if you want to do a conversation on the 2A thing, yeah, we definitely can do that. That's not a problem, man. I'm usually free after probably like 7.
Yeah.
So
definitely set something up, man. I'm in Florida right now. We got a huge hurricane coming, so I'm probably gonna be down for maybe couple of days. It's supposed to hit Thursday. Tear us apart where I'm living. So
I mean, this is something we can plan out. It's not a huge deal. I mean, just let me know what you want to do.
Hey, y'all.
I want to do like we talk about different guns, like small calibers to bigger calibers, and like the usefulness of all that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
All right, that's cool. Yeah, sure.
Hey, Portia.
Hey, how's it going?
Man, we chilling over here, man. What's going on with you?
Yeah, y'all just been up here, and I'm glad that you both have been. Had some things going on, but I'm here. Did either of you happen to see the trial yesterday?
What trial? The
Yes, with Gary. And did y'all see it?
No, I told you last night I did not watch it. I'm sorry.
Okay, because I just posted it on our in our playlist. Let me share my screen really quick because why not? Why not, guys? Why not?
So did you
Young Dolph?
No. This is far more entertaining than that, I promise. So in our playlist, for those of you that are in the chat, whenever y'all are wondering, they say Portia does stuff. What does she do? This is what I do. Okay, this is what I do. So we have our shorts over here, which please, don't be scared. Go watch some of them. Leave a comment, like it. And then in our playlist over here, we have Jungle Justice. And let's see. I felt like maybe it would be pretty funny because I was listening back to it just a few minutes ago, and I can't stop laughing. And it's only 3 minutes in. And so I figure why not us watch this again together? Because I'm not the type of person that listens back to stuff after I'm done.
Yeah, me too. That's why I haven't watched it. Yeah.
But
there's so much stuff I be trying to keep up on.
Well, it's actually, Rashu, if you must know, it's impossible over here because we stream 24 hours. So
yeah, I know. I don't even try to keep up. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's why you see me popping in and out all the time. I'm not
it's
gonna lie
just
to you.
like, gosh, but the thing is that we talk about so much different stuff every single day for 24 hours because like you just never know what you're gonna catch. And so that's
I know. I
I've been
know.
trying to
And
catch this stuff.
some things I'm interested in, and some things I'm not. And I'm like, all right. And then some things I'm just at work and I can't really comment because I need to be focused on what I'm doing. But yeah.
Right. So I figure let's just watch maybe like the first 10 minutes. And if y'all want to see more, I'll keep playing more. How's that?
Bet.
Okay.
Nah, play it. I want to see it. I'm actually sending it to my cousin because my cousin lives not far from Gary, and we're talking in the back, and they're gonna link up. And he actually will probably join the chat because he's y'all would think he's interesting, but yeah.
That would be great. You know, it's funny because yesterday in the chat, White John, he was just talking and he said something like the issue of Gary needs to be brought up. And I was like, what, do you want a trial or something? You want to go on trial? Something, whatever it was that I said. And I was like, well, I'll represent Garion. And then he's like, he'll pick whoever represents him. And it's just like, we were just talking about it. And I thought we were joking, but it actually happened. So I didn't, it was very impromptu, very spur of the moment.
It was like, organic. You can call that
right,
organic.
exactly. And so looking back over it right now, it's just like, gosh, this was really great. Like this was great. That's why I just feel like it's worth playing at least part one of it, because it was just that good to me. So Jungle Justice, let's go.
Order in the courtroom.
So, welcome to Jungle Justice.
Jackson.
Today, we have on the defense, Mr. Garion Arnold here, and I am Ketanji Brown Jackson, his representative, his attorney. On the other side, here we have the White John Galt, who will be represented by Clarence Thomas, HB2N. We also have Stanley Cross, who will be our judge of this trial that we're about to have here, and we will have Juan to mediate in the process.
Okay. I would like to Juan, how does this go, Juan? Yeah, I would like to make my opening arguments.
It's so stupid because we didn't even know what to do.
Stanley would have to ask if you guys are ready to proceed, and then basically.
Are y'all ready to proceed?
And then Portia goes first, and then you next, HB.
No, don't we have to stand up for Stanley first? Don't we gotta like
bow? No. For purposes, we're standing up. Imagine us standing up in your minds.
Okay. We need the chat to stand for the honorable.
Stand up right now.
We need the chat to all stand up for the honorable Stanley Cross. Yeah, we need the chat to stand. I need to see.
And let me take a bow.
Fortunately, when do I let the nigga know I got a gun if he try to run?
Yeah, John is the bailiff. John is the bailiff.
See, John, that's the thing. I ain't running.
Thank you, chat, for standing
We're
for the
just going to call John Bull.
Honorable Stanley Cross. All right.
Call that boy White John Bolt.
All right, Juan.
Well, gentlemen, are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Yes, I am ready to proceed. Your Honor and members of the jury, my name is Ketanji Brown Jackson, and I will be representing Garion Arnold in this case. We intend to prove on the day of 9/23/2024 that Garion is innocent of the salacious claims being made towards him and defamation of character by the White John Galt in the courtroom, outside of the courtroom, and most importantly, in the chat room of our YouTube channel. the claims that he has made is that Garion has stolen his identity, and he has made multiple accounts, and he pretends to be him. And he is also accusing Garion of being a porn bomber in disguise, potentially by using his name and likeness. And we are here today to prove that White John Galt is in fact wrong.
Okay. My opening statement is Garion is the porn bomber. He is an impersonator. He also has a fake green card. He often cuts the panelists off. And he is the only African with autism. And I am here to prove all of these things. And yes, he deserves to die, and I hope he burns in hell. Okay, can I go ahead?
Oh no, I was about to say, well, if the opening statements are completed, Juan, aren't you one of the attorneys representing?
Juan has to be the bailiff, and we have to swear.
Oh, okay. Well, defense, are you ready to? I'm sorry, plaintiff, are you ready to? Well, which goes first, the plaintiff or the?
The plaintiff. So it would be.
Okay, yeah. Plaintiff, call your first witness.
Garion or Juan? Who's calling who?
Well, HB would be the one calling the witness, as he's the plaintiff.
Okay, Garion, you are my first witness.
Garion, do you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Proceed.
Okay, Garion, are you African, Garion?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever scratched your booty?
Only when I'm washing it.
Do you watch porn?
Not as of recent, no.
Okay, when you did watch porn, what kind of porn did you watch, Gary? And remember, you are under oath.
Okay. Ebony and MILF.
Gary, do I have to remind you you're under oath?
Ebony, MILF, and anal.
Can you say that last one again?
Anal.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay. To the court and the people in the chat, he did say anal. For the people listening, he did say anal. Okay. Now, on the day that you cammed up, pretending to be the White John Galt, do you admit to that?
Yes, I do.
Now, how many other accounts do you have?
None.
Okay. How long did it take you for you to pretend to be the White John Galt?
15 seconds.
15 seconds. Okay. Now, what would you say is your favorite anal porn star video? What is
Somebody needs to be objecting. This is irrelevant.
I object. This is irrelevant.
Sustained.
You can't handle the truth, Portia.
Who is Portia?
Or Katanji? You want the
truth? That's Katanji, bro. What you talking about?
Now, we have the second question. Have you had any issues with anyone from the chat?
No.
Okay. Now, why do you cut off panelists often?
Sometimes I do end up wanting to say parts of my piece, and I ended up coming in at the wrong time.
Now, when you cut people off in the chat or on the panel, do you think that adds or takes away from the channel?
Takes away. It is a mistake.
Yeah, yeah. Now, when you're watching porn,
Objection, irrelevant.
I sustain that.
Your Honor, he didn't get a chance to ask the question yet.
Your Honor, can I rephrase my question? Can I rephrase my question, Your Honor? When you do decide to porn bomb the channel, what porn do you usually use?
Objection, facts not
I
in
don't.
evidence.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, hello. I am a member of the juror. I would like to ask Gary a question.
Can you do that?
No.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna ask him.
Are you Dominican?
Be quiet.
Holy.
I came to jury duty and I didn't want to, so I'm gonna ask the questions I want.
Oh wow.
So Gary and HB mentioned that you had autism. Is that really true?
I've never been diagnosed, so I don't know. I could.
Oh,
I don't know.
Okay, I just wanted to know that. That was all. Thank you.
I was gonna say I don't know. I could.
Is that like a mitigating factor of some sort?
No, I
don't
was
know, it
just
might be.
curious.
I've never
Now-
been diagnosed with autism, so I don't know.
Now, you did. This is the third question. Did you on any day impersonate me as you were attempting to join a panel on this channel? Me as in the white John Galt.
I have.
Okay. Okay. Now, how often are you watching the John Galt show while you're watching porn?
Never. Never.
Okay. How many times have you lied today, Gary?
None. I have no reason to lie right now.
Okay. Okay. Chat, do you believe this man?
Objection, relevance.
Is that a real piano back there, Gary?
No, this is a AI background.
Okay. Now I want the
glitches,
audience.
as you can see.
I want the audience and the court to see that Garion has a fake piano behind him.
Objection, HB is testifying.
I actually think that's a relevant question, trying to establish a pattern of lying and misdeeds.
Yeah. If you'll
Do you wish for me to take it down?
No, keep it up. Because I'm showing a pattern. If you'll lie about a grand piano.
Yo, you guys
Won't you
are
lie about
great improvers for sure.
Now,
Well, this is so stupid to me.
But why would I tell you that it was fake?
It's so funny.
Objection, that piano is fake.
Exactly. As you can see,
Well,
it's not
I
real.
guess the same.
Yeah.
I was going to ask him if he could play it, but
now, also, what country are you from, Gary?
Rwanda.
Okay, Rwanda.
Lying ass.
wait, somebody needs to be objecting and asking the relevance of it.
Well,
I object. Relevance.
Well,
I would like for
Counselor,
her that long.
Counselor, what is the relevance of that question?
There is none.
Well,
Yeah, I immigrated here when I was 5. It was a long time ago.
Okay.
Yeah,
I want the court to know that Africa is what you call a shithole, and Garion being from there, I'm not sure if we can trust him. Can we trust Garion?
I'm gonna go ahead and sustain that objection. Move on, counselor.
Okay,
but Judge, it goes to whether or not he actually does have a fake green card or not. It goes to honesty.
Well, wait, he was 5 when he got here.
Yeah, I was going to say if I had a green card, it would have expired.
Okay.
Well, Your Honor, he could lie at 5 years old too.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
How am I supposed to prove something? How am I supposed to prove documentation I don't have anymore?
Oh, you don't have your green card. Okay.
I don't have.
Okay.
I don't have it anymore. It expired.
This is a sanctuary court.
Okay, I'm gonna make my closing statement to let Miss Ketanji Brown Jackson. She's not married. Miss Ketanji Brown Jackson. I want to make my closing statement. This man, Garion.
You're not. Wait, can you do that now? You gotta do the I would imagine.
Yeah, Portia has to finish.
Wait. Okay. Well, I just want to make my closing argument.
Unjustified proceedings.
And I take
those arguments, and you
your only witness.
I want to. I also have one more. I have one more witness I want to call to the stage.
Okay. Well, don't rest your case now.
Okay, I'll have one more witness. He's actually in the chat. He doesn't want to hit the panel for whatever reason. I think he's a heart surgeon, so he's very busy.
Oh, you're gonna
the white John Galt.
Yeah, I'm about to say, if he's a heart surgeon, why is his time more valuable than a sitting judge?
Yeah.
Judges
don't take kindly to those kinds of excuses.
Well, Stanley, I won't be able to swear him in either, so there's a problem.
Okay, we can't swear you in, white John Galt. So I'm gonna make my closing statement.
Well, wait, don't you? Well, you know what? Never mind.
Okay. Garion is a African porn bomber from Rwanda. He impersonated this great man in the chat, the white John Galt, a man who is a heart surgeon and gives away to many funds and children and hands out turkeys on Thanksgiving. He's a good guy. And this man, Garion, just got done watching anal porn.
Ew.
After he had a long stroke session by himself, vigorously jerking off into some dirty sock that he got from the Goodwill, and he took the time out of his day to impersonate a person in the chat, all mind you, all to confuse John Galt. Now we know John Galt, he smokes, he drinks, and he tried to confuse him even more. He doesn't have a green card, which he admitted, and he could be autistic. And he watches anal porn. And mind you, he didn't specify whether this was heterosexual. I rest my case.
Well, counselor,
I'd like to, in his absence, since his attorney is the only one here that can represent him, I would like to have HB2N step in as the white John Galt, and he can go ahead and make sure that whatever questions or whatever responses the white John Galt has, HB2N can provide those for him. So bailiff, if we can actually swear HB2N to take the stand, because the white John Galt is a mute.
I can't do that though in real life. But okay.
This is jungle justice. This is jungle justice. We already let a juror and ask a question. You already know you can't do that.
We just declare the white John Galt in contempt for not showing his ass up here.
No, we're gonna have to take HB. HB gonna have to stand in for it.
If this were a real case, I would have. If I were Portia Stanley, I would have actually moved to dismiss the case because he's not here.
Well, you have interrogated and questioned my client, and we have not had the chance to make our claim. So since the white John Galt will not come up here and HB2N is up here, he needs to be sworn in so that we can ask, so that I can ask the questions on behalf of my client, Gary and Arnold. And
that's what I was saying, because if we would have moved to dismiss, you win. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, no, that's too easy, Juan. I ain't let that slide.
Yeah, but what is the fun in that?
HBD, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
He got to raise his hand
right.
like I did.
You're goddamn right.
Proceed.
My hand is raised. You're goddamn right. Go ahead.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, bailiff. And thank you to the jury. I am addressing the jury as well as the representative for the white John Galt. White John Galt, or HB2N, where did this incident take place?
Well, it took place sometime this month in the chat. It took place on the panel. John Galt just got done hammering down his sixth beer, and he was rolling up the finest of the DC weed, and he was surprised and ecstatic and elated to see the white John Galt hop up on the panel.
Okay, I would like to enter a correction to the court. This did not happen in September. Go ahead.
Okay, whenever it happened.
Whenever it happened. So we're just throwing out just September, this month, and you don't even know when it happened. Okay, so did anyone else see this happen? Do you have other witnesses that saw this actually take place?
Well, I saw it. John Galt saw it. Get Crack saw it. Stanley saw it. Everybody in the chat also saw it. We all saw it.
Okay, so if I can ask you, who is the white John Galt? Have you ever heard his voice or seen his face?
No.
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 So who is he?
He's the white John, the white John Galt from Atlas Shrugged.
So you don't have any evidence to prove to me that he's not a Chinese man operating out of a Chinese click farm?
Or an African himself?
I think that's racist. Because he says that he's the white John Galt. So
do you have any evidence of whether or not he is just some random bot account operating out of China to start drama? Do you have evidence of that? Have you ever seen him? Have you ever heard him? Have you ever seen that he's actually white? Do you know any of this to be true?
No. But no. Where are you going with this? Who
are you using to enact this plan of sabotage towards my client if you don't even know who your client is? Are you the white John Galt, HB2N?
No, I'm up on the panel right now. I can't be the white John Galt.
That doesn't mean that you can't be typing in the chat, though. I can't see you. So who are you? Are you the white John Galt?
Oh dear.
Wow.
Ooh, child.
Next question. Has the white John Galt attacked the host of this panel at the Urban Landlord and the creator of this channel, John Galt? Has he ever done that before in the chat? Have we ever seen that?
Now, when you say attacked, what do you mean attacked?
Attacked, making salacious comments, rude comments, distracting comments. Has he ever thrown the host off guard? Has he ever been disrespectful to the host of the show, the creator of the channel, John Galt?
I could agree to that.
So is that a yes?
Yes, I could agree to that.
Okay, and so I'm going to ask you now, HB2N, who is John Galt?
I mean, when you put it like that, I really don't know. I mean,
Have you ever seen John Galt? Have you ever heard his voice?
no. He actually sent me a Cash App one time, though. It was 75 cents.
I'm talking about the host and the creator of the channel, The Urban Landlord. Have you ever seen him? Have you ever heard his voice?
Oh, yeah. I talk to John all the time. He's a good guy.
Okay, so is he white or is he black?
He's definitely of Negroid descent. Yeah.
Okay, so my next question would be, is the white John Galt doing the very exact same thing that he's accusing my client of doing by stealing someone else's identity for comedic value?
Oh, wow. Did I swear? Did I swear under
The
oath?
witness needs to answer the question.
Yes, you did.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Can I plead the fifth? Can I plead the fifth? I plead the fifth.
I'm going to restate my question. Jury, I want you all to take note that the plaintiff is avoiding the question, and I want to repeat my question, and I want us to note that he did not answer the question. So I'm going to repeat this for you all, for your ears.
HB,
So is the white John Galt
is not the equivalent of avoiding the question. I have to object to that. Sorry, Stanley.
Well, no, I agree with that. It's his right.
So
He
is the
doesn't
white
have to-
John
he
Galt,
doesn't have to incriminate himself.
is the white John Galt doing the very exact same thing that he's accusing my client of doing by stealing someone else's identity, their name and likeness, for comedic value? Is that not who the white John Galt is? He just put white in front of it.
Okay, I'll answer that question, but I need you to know, Miss Ketanji Brown Jackson, your line of questioning is kind of turning me on right now. But also,
I have to warn you. If you answer that question, you are basically, not using. Well, basically sacrificing. What's the word, Juan? Surrendering your Fifth Amendment.
You're
okay. I will. I'll surrender my Fifth Amendment because I'm not pussy. I'll answer the question, but
stand on business.
Yeah, I'm standing on business.
Objection not responsive.
What I will say is, the white John Galt is actually the original, because in Atlas Shrugged he was a white man. John Galt, who we know as the Urban Landlord, is he got his name from the book Atlas Shrugged.
I would like to submit into evidence, Judge. The white John Galt from the chat says that John Galt, the one that HB2N just openly admitted to the court, that the original John Galt, as far as this channel is concerned, nothing to do with the Atlas. The creator of this channel, the Urban Landlord, John Galt, the witness on the stand, just told us that he has talked to him all the time. He's heard his voice and that he's a black man. And this white John Galt, I don't know who took the comment down, wherever it went, I just had it on the screen. The white John Galt just said that the original creator of this channel, because we're keeping it with the facts of this channel, that John Galt is actually impersonating him.
Well, how do we know that it's not his real name? The John Galt, the namesake of this channel, how do we know it's not his real name? I don't. I haven't seen a birth certificate or anything like that. All I know is his real name is John Galt.
Okay, Your Honor, and the only thing that we can go off of is the channel that we are on right now, John Galt at the Urban Landlord. He
I
is
agree.
the creator of this channel.
So
This is for the jury. And he is Black. We have heard his voice. We have had conversations with him, but we cannot prove that the white John Galt is who he says he is. We don't know who he is. All we know is that he attacks in the chat, and he always attacks the creator of this channel. And we don't have any proof of his existence beyond snarky remarks that he makes in the chat.
The other thing, it's been a while since I've read Atlas Shrugged, but I don't ever remember her Rand talking about whether he was white or Black or anything like that.
That is true. That is true.
That is true. For all we know, everybody in Atlas Shrugged was Black.
So what I would like to say, because we have, thank you for answering my questions, HB2N. What it looks to me.
Can I ask you a question, lawyer lady?
You've read your case.
Okay.
No. What it looks to me, jury, is that we are having an instance of a word that is very familiar to us. It's called hypocrisy. And what we're doing is we have someone in the chat that never calls into the show. We've never seen who they are. We've never heard their voice. We have this person attacking and or trying to take my client and put him on trial in a court full of a jury of his own peers, saying and accusing my client of stealing his identity whenever he has stole the identity of the creator of this channel. Not only has he done this, he has created multiple accounts that have been in the chat throughout the day today, where he has been the Mexican John Galt, the Jew John Galt, every single type of different, whatever, the Chinese John Galt. He's made multiple accounts pretending to be another version of John Galt. So I want you to ask yourselves, the one time that many of you may have or may not have been here to see whenever Garion was joking around in a comedic way for not even 20 seconds that he popped up on the panel, he came down immediately within the same day. Which is worse? You have someone here every single day impersonating our own creator of the show, John Galt, every single day. Every single day. He is pretending to be someone that he is not for comedic value every single day.
I object.
Think about it, jury. Think about it.
I object.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't think you can object. You've rested your case.
Garion likes anal sex.
Whoa, that big.
All right, so I guess this is the point at which.
Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you resting your case?
Yes.
Counselor Jackson. Okay. Well, closing arguments.
My closing arguments is this, Honorable Stanley Cross.
Well, remember, the jury is deciding this. I'm just hearing the case.
Now, you have to ask yourself.
You need to address the jury.
Now, jury, and when I say the jury, I'm talking to the chat. Now, you have to ask yourself, chat, a man that watches anal porn and puts a suit on and has a fake piano in the background. It's probably made out of construction paper or something back there. Look at it. It's not even real. If a man will watch anal porn, if he will come from Africa all the way to America to watch anal porn, you have to ask yourself, if the porn bomber doesn't fit, you have to acquit. You can't handle the truth.
Well, wait,
yes.
you're for acquitting him?
No, I don't. Yes, yes, he deserves to die, and I hope he burns in hell.
Well, you know, it quit doesn't mean guilty.
He should burn in hell.
Well, Attorney Cochran, that was a very interesting summation.
Now, chat, I'm going to put it simply as this. If you support an African coming over to America, taking that reverse Atlantic slave trade travel to come over here and watch anal porn in his domicile while also watching the John Galt show, he has to be guilty. He has to be guilty. And I hope the chat, I hope when you guys are able to give your guilty or not guilty, I hope I see nothing but guilties in the chat. This guy Garion, he must be put to death.
What the fuck?
Okay, who
is it my turn for my closing remarks?
Oh, hold on. Does the judge generate paperwork for judicial malpractice?
No, normally what happens is you refer HB to the board, to the bar for misconduct.
Thank you.
Objection, I am being threatened in the chat by Sir.
It is highly irregular for the
He said he wanted to grate me.
For the plaintiff's
Y'all see
attorney
it?
to recommend acquitting the defendant. Nice.
Now, I do want Miss Ketanji Jackson to have her closing statement.
Oh, absolutely. She's cooking with gas.
Ketanji, seem like one in the back end.
We also have to let Garion speak for himself also.
Doesn't that come after he's found one way or the other?
No. That's before. Let's do it before we let the chat decide if he's guilty or not, though.
Okay.
All right. Miss Ketanji Brown Jackson, go ahead.
Your Honor, may I? Your Honor, may I speak?
Go ahead. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. All right, jury. I would like all of us here listening in our jury to take into consideration several different things. Number one being the lack of professionalism in the representation that the so-called white John Galt chose. He has addressed the judge rather than you, not taking you into consideration until he was corrected by the judge. The next thing I want you to take into consideration is how many identities does this white John Galt really have? If you take a look at your screens, you have the Mexican John Galt. You also have the white John Galt. You have the white John Galt. You also have the Aboriginal John Galt. And there are a series of other versions of John Galt. Even here, we have the actual white John Galt. My client, within 15 seconds, impersonated one of the editions of John Galt. And is it as heinous as the white John Galt having over 10 different accounts impersonating our creator of the channel, our host here at the Urban Landlord, John Galt? We all here in this audience are very much aware of the fact that the white John Galt has never hit the link, has never called in, and he has not in any way proved to be anything that he says he is. At least we know who John Galt is, our creator of the channel, and we know who Garion is. He calls in, he hits the link. He even showed up in a suit, and he is here to have his name cleared, and he deserves to have his name cleared. And finally, jury, as you are taking your time to decide whether or not my client is innocent or guilty, punishable by death, do not reflect the very things that this channel is about. You know, instead of paying attention to the facts, you're worried about something like what type of porn he watches and if he likes anal sex or not, because that has nothing to do with what's going on here. I would like you guys to think long and hard, and instead of bringing up things that have nothing to do with this trial, that have nothing to do with this case, focus on the facts. Focus on the facts. And I'll end with, who is the white John Galt really?
All right. I'm a part of the jury, and I would like to know if I'm going to get my $40 for the day.
Is he a member of the Chinese click farm? Does he exist? Is he a bot?
All right, so there's that. That was pretty awesome. I thought so anyway. That was a lot of fun, totally impromptu. And Garion came all the way through. He got dressed, he was ready, he camped up. It would be really cool if Garion ever finds himself on trial again, if his AI background was like a courtroom. And then also the background that we have in the back is also like a courtroom. I thought it was really, really great. And just being able to have the opportunity to look back over it, it just makes it that much better. It's just like, I cannot believe that we did that. I can't believe that we did it. And then I cannot believe that it turned out so good. Now, as y'all could tell, it just kind of cut off because I ended it that way. However, there is a part 2, and it is shorter than part 1, where we actually, or where you actually hear the verdict from the jury. And it's really awesome. So thank y'all for watching that over with me tonight. That was great. I can't wait for HB to see that tomorrow, because that was some good stuff. That was pretty funny, I thought. It's just a testament of all of the fun things that we do here at the Urban Landlord, and all of the wonderful things that we do for y'all. We try to keep y'all entertained. Mind you, do this 24 hours. And currently, I'm the only one here. And also, we have 30 minutes until we hit the 12-hour mark. 30 minutes until we hit the 12-hour mark. And I am actually setting up the next stream right now. So whenever this one ends, we can start the next one, but that will be dependent upon whether or not someone else comes up, because y'all know I got to go to sleep, but I'm up for now. So don't worry about that. What are my thoughts right now? See what y'all talking about in the chat. Mavitt. Hi, Mavitt. Mavitt says, I say he's guilty as can be. I mean, the man looks worse in a damn suit. He guilty. Guilty. I say he's guilty as can be. I mean, the man looks worse in a damn suit. He's guilty. Well, tell us how you really feel, Mavitt. Tell us how you really feel. Well, earlier today, I guess just to kind of wrap it up, let me see what they're talking about. We were talking about Diddy, and since it's the late night, oh, look at who it is. Hey, Phil man.
Hey, Portia. Hate to see you up here. What's that?
I said, how are you?
Doing pretty good. How's it going? I hate to see you up here all by yourself, so I decided to come up before the stream died.
You. That's so sweet of you. You know, it's okay. It's one of those things where you never really feel like you're alone because y'all are in the chat talking to me and talking to each other. However, thank you for coming up though. Let's see what Latinos for Trump sent.
I just got through watching an old movie.
Oh, what was the movie?
They Call Me Renegade.
I never heard of that.
It's pretty good. It's on Prime. I don't know about it anywhere else. What's up, Latino for Trump?
Hey, Latino. I might save that one for.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
My phone is acting up.
Oh, this is 5 months ago. I don't know if I still have some of the stuff pulled up because we were going over the Diddy trial. And you know, we've been talking about everything up under the sun. Oh, okay. Fish. I will check.
I'm good now.
I was waiting for your email. All right, I got it. Let's see what this is. Let's see if I can see.
Yeah, I came here. I saw you and your whole lonesome.
Huh. No, we haven't talked about this. And I haven't heard about this. I'm gonna have to look this up. But I will pull it up on the screen.
You think that's legit?
I can't say. I don't. It doesn't sound like. Not.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I'm waiting for like more details to come out.
It's just it just seems.
We're a little far-fetched.
Let me see.
But you never know with these liberals.
Yeah, you can't ever put anything past them. I'll tell you that. Whenever we start up the next one, I'm trying to figure, because sometimes I want to do, because I always talk about politics, but sometimes I'm like, we should talk about cultural things too. So here we have, this is what Fish sent to me. It says, breaking news, Kamala Harris vows to make white people pay reparations to blacks. But wait, there's more.
Oh, Lord.
It says, oh, yeah, I don't know about that part. But yeah, it says, but wait, there's more, but it doesn't show more. It's just this post. Or maybe it does, and just because I don't have social media, I can't see. I don't have Instagram, so I can't see. But I don't know about that. I would have to look that up, actually, to see the validity of it. I would have to check that out. I'm trying to think of the other crazy stuff, because sometimes I have stories that I think are better covered for night. And then some stories I think are better covered during the day. Oh, well, that's interesting. Well, this is pretty good. It's late. This is kind of dark. It's kind of dark. Let's see. We demand respirations. We demand out. What? We demand our respirations. See, that's even hard to read. Shout out to Jordan. All right, so we have former New York judge kills himself as the FBI arrives to arrest him. Well, I don't agree with that, taking yourself out of there, but he refused to be arrested, unlike P. Diddy. So,
P. Diddy's gonna take that.
yep, take that. A former prosecutor and judge in Orange County, New York, allegedly killed himself Tuesday afternoon as FBI agents arrived at his home to arrest him in connection to a corruption case. As FBI agents arrived at Stuart Rosenwasser's home on Tuesday, the retired judge allegedly opened fire on agents before shooting himself in an apparent suicide. The New York Post reported that an indictment against Rosenwasser was handed down this week for allegedly accepting a $63,000 bribe from Mouts Sudani, a victim in an embezzlement case Rosenwasser prosecuted in 2022. In a statement the FBI shared, the FBI is reviewing an agent-involved shooting that occurred earlier this morning in Campbell Hall, New York. The FBI takes all shooting incidents involving our agents seriously. In accordance with the FBI policy, the shooting incident is under review by the FBI's inspection division, as this is an ongoing matter. We have no further details to provide, added the FBI. So ex-New York's prosecutor apparently kills himself as FBI arrives to arrest him on a corruption rap. Wow, that is a lovely home. That is a gorgeous house. It looks like a house. It looks like a house and a cottage. I love the stones, and I love this big old beautiful porch where you can sit out and watch the people.
Portia, I bet he did too.
Yeah, and I mean, this yard is gorgeous. I mean, it is just such a beautiful house. That is a gorgeous house. Why would you want to not ever walk back in that place again? Well, you know what? He did die in that house. That's a beautiful house. A former prosecutor and retired judge in Orange County, New York, killed himself Tuesday as the FBI arrived at his home to arrest him. Okay, this is repetitive. Okay. In 2021, the Gateway Pundit reported that a Maryland judge killed himself as FBI agents arrived at his home to arrest him for sexually abusing children. Wow.
Ding, 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 ding.
So this guy, he got himself up out of there because he knew that it was coming. That's crazy.
Isn't that something to think about? We got people like judges, politicians, people that we might look up to, that you think that they're great people in the community, and come to find out they're doing some shit like this.
Yeah, but then they want to throw stones at Mark Robinson for something that
which it's ridiculous.
He looked at online. He just looked at it on the computer. If he actually did it, it was just on the computer. These people actually physically did stuff in real life that actually hurt people. So this guy, Jonathan Newell, 50, was placed on administrative leave in July for allegedly installing a hidden camera at his hunting cabin to secretly take photos of young boys. Ew. The Baltimore Sun reports that a boy that Newell took on a hunting trip on Hooper's Island found the hidden camera in the bathroom on July 23rd, and his parents reported it to the police. When investigators confronted him about it, the judge chewed up and swallowed the memory card. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so when the investigators confronted Judge Newell about it, he chewed up the memory card
like a stick of gum
and swallowed it. That is something. I can't begin to imagine what it was like later on when it came out the other end. But I guess it doesn't matter too much now because he took
it was digital.
It's one of those things. It's like, how much did he chew it up? Did it cut him as it was going through, the intestines there? Did it break down or did it just come out, And pieces of memory card. Anyhow, a neighbor of Newell posted pictures on Facebook saying the FBI was outside his Henderson, Maryland home asking him to come out over a loudspeaker. The neighbor, Kimberly Keith, said that she heard flashbangs and what she believed to be gunshots and later an ambulance. Parents of the two boys that Newell took on the trip hired attorneys and put in a no contact request against him last month. According to the Sun, the request asked that he stay away from the boys, school, and associated events, and warned that any contact will result in the parents contacting Maryland State Police for potential witness tampering. Several of the boys who went on trips with the judge told investigators that he would check their bodies for ticks. Check their bodies for ticks in that bathroom. At least two of the males stated they were naked when Newell checked them for ticks. One stated that he moved his own genitalia for Newell to look for ticks, and the other initially did not recall if Newell touched his genitalia, but later said that Newell once or twice moved the minor's genitalia to look for ticks.
Sick.
Searches of his home, truck, and judicial office turned up a hard drive containing videos of boys showering. Now, you would think, as a judge, that the last place you would keep evidence is in your quarters, in your chamber, okay? Not this judge. Not this judge. His neighbor told the Sun that rumors about the ongoing investigation were very well known around here. All he ever posted on Facebook was about boys. You know, this is that nosy neighbor, you know, the one who posted on Facebook, you know, she's one of those, that Kimberly. So, yeah, that's disgusting. But he's gone now. And you know what? That's good. You know why? Because people like this never change. They never change. I do not care what anyone says. Once you touch a child and you know that that's what your attraction is, and if you're attracted to kids, you don't just go to sleep tonight.
No, Portia, they're a map. Minor attracted person.
Nope.
That's what they say. That's what they say, Portia.
Not me. I'll never call them that. And I truly am like, I do not believe that those people change. There is no way that you you know, that just changes. You know, you like what you like, and they like kids. So it's just like, I don't even know why they let these people out. They should say,
Facts. It's gross though. Like I don't even know that. Oh God.
So I will probably show some other stuff here in a moment. However, the Ryan Routh, the attempted Trump assassin, boy, did they drop a lot of stuff on us today about what he did.
What's new?
How he was paid, who he was paid by, how the secret Service
for real?
involved, how there's more assassination attempts underway.
What?
A whole lot.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting deep, man. This guy needs to stop doing rallies, man.
Nah, yeah, okay. This says the U.S. Capitol hit by large-scale dark web cyber attack. Passwords leaked through staffers signing up for adult websites and dating apps. I wonder why that happened, especially with them, you know, coming down on Mark Robinson like that. Let me see what else. Hold on, wait. Is somebody else up? Oh, hey, Crack. Good evening.
Hey, you seeing a screen? I don't see a screen.
Yeah, I just realized that I wasn't. You know,
Cool.
I just have my laptop because I was playing some of well, I played the video that I uploaded about from the trial, and I didn't have everything.
Oh, the trial Garian.
Yeah.
What's up, Crack?
It was
What's
really
up?
great.
Good to see you, Get Crack.
Oh my god.
It was so funny. I just wish that you could have been here while we were watching it because it was just so funny just listening to it again, especially whenever HB was trying to plead his case in his final words. He was like, he watches anal sex. You can't trust him. I guess the last thing that I'll mention before we go to the next one is Justin, son of would-be Trump assassin Ryan Routh, arrested for child pornography. You know, like father, like son. I can't wait to really get into
This
all
is democracy, man. Look at it.
because it's just like, Jesus.
God, man. Most of these libtards, dude, are just like, Jesus, man. I'm telling you.
It's like, what are we doing here?
I don't know anymore, man.
Well, Justin Bieber, he's speaking out. You know, if I ever went to a Diddy part, if I had anything to do with Diddy, like I just wouldn't say anything. You
wouldn't say anything you said?
No, like, because if I know that I was there, like, I'm not speaking on behalf of other people. Just don't talk to me.
Okay.
I mean, like, now, if I went to a party and I knew what was going on, but I wasn't engaged in it, yeah, like, just leave me alone.
Facts. It's not my business.
I don't want to do that.
Oh, Portia. I don't know if you heard that the baby oil bottle conspiracy is going out, that it really wasn't baby oil.
Well, what was it?
What?
I'm going to see if I can find the video because it explains better in detail. It's basically a drug.
Oh my.
Yeah, dude, that basically
Jesus.
Yeah, it's a drug that it could give you it could put you in a coma, or it could put you on what was it? Something else that knocks you out. Yeah, I'm gonna look up for this video. I'm gonna send it to you guys in a bit.
Okay, well, here we have, I guess, last thing. I'm trying to see what time it is too, because I don't want to, because I was trying to decide if I wanted to start HB's, because only 10:16. So he went
Yeah,
to
you
bed.
only got 5 minutes. You only got 5 minutes on this stream, yeah.
He went to bed early. So 10, probably 5 hours. I think it'll be okay. I like it whenever he starts Gone Trucking, though. I like it when he starts any of them. He does a good job with that. Beloved chicken named Betty White was tossed into an alligator pen. Isn't that a cute chicken name?
Oh, hey, Portia, you only got 5 minutes on this stream.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's just a short little story.
All right.
A beloved chicken named Betty White tossed into alligator pen. Shocking wildlife park visitors. Very unusual manner. Do y'all want to see what Betty White looked like? Hopefully they look at her. Isn't she cute? Someone fed her to an alligator.
Mother Nature at work.
But she had a name. She was named Betty White. Oh, shoot. So, Australian man pleaded guilty to a serious charge after tossing a beloved and respected chicken named Betty White from a wildlife park into an alligator pen simply to feed the reptile. Them Australians is crazy. You know, I just, what do you do with them? I don't know. Those are some wild folks. So right now, I'm trying to really decide. Because if we start HBs, it'll be over at 10, and then we will be going into what is it? The urban landlord. Because what I'm trying to do whenever we stream all day, I mean, like we always do, I'm trying to have it like, okay, there's Gone Trucking, and then there's urban landlord, and then there's unscripted night. So like I don't have too many of the same things looking similar. So like whenever I'm editing and going back after it's deleted from the StreamYard, I'm just thinking about making things easier for me, but I'll think about that another day. So let me go over here. I'm going to post the link in the back. If you guys are,
Yeah, it's getting confusing. I guess maybe you should date every one of the titles now.
Yeah, put the title.
Yeah, it's getting too confusing.
A lot of work.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work for me. I keep myself organized the way that I do, but then sometimes I get overwhelmed because I'm human. So I'm just thinking about like how to make it easier right now.
Cause she's only human. Don't nobody take her down.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's just like, sheesh.
Yeah.
But
only the most organized people can do this. Shit.
What is this? I feel like something's okay. All right, so those of you in the chat, we're about to end and we're about to go over to the next one. So we'll see you over there. I don't know what we're going to be talking about tonight. Crack, maybe you have some things to talk about. If not, I'll find something. I'll find a video to play. I thought the one that we watched last night was pretty good with the black kids, breaking and entering in the bruh. I thought that one was
bruh. I'm grown. Yeah. Portia, if you don't mind playing the last video I sent you, it's only like a 2-second video. It's just P. Diddy's bathroom with all the baby oil. The FBI raid.
Oh, let me see.
Just to get a glimpse.
We're about to start the next
Get all that baby oil.
Damn.
Well, that's crazy. They probably like they need to take some of that home after they shave their legs.
Damn.
Man, whatever.
I know. All right, guys. So we're about to end, and I'm gonna start the next one. So if y'all Latino and 12th man, if y'all want to come over, just come on.
Sure,
over.
I'll see you over there. See you over there, get cracked.
All right, chat. We're about to start the next one. Come on over. Bye.